to be what you want. It'll only take a second for me to change who I've become. I know you think me wrong, but I can change who I'll be. That'll make you happy. That'll make it. If that'll make it. If that'll make it. If that'll make you happy. If that'll make it. If that'll make you happy. Wanna get lost in this moment, long enough that we lose focus. Wanna feel your breath upon me. I won't forget you in my story. Give you space, that is what you need. I'm hoping that this time out they won't just be dreams. I wanna change who I've become. I know you think me wrong, but I can change who I'll be. That'll make you happy. That'll make it. If that'll make it. If that'll make you happy. If that'll make it. If that'll make you happy. If that'll make it. If that'll make you happy.
Tough tournament indeed. Are you ready to move as a unit and produce a good result here?
We will try.
You'll try. I spoke to Team Liquid. They said they're going to win the tournament, and if that's the case, then you can't win. Do you think that's plausible, or are they just talking?
I think it's just talking because you just need to show by your game so people will see. But if you're saying before the start of the tournament and then you probably lose 0-2, so it will be not that good.
Sounds like something Liquid would do, doesn't it?
I don't know.
You don't know. For you guys, you're facing BetBoom in the first game, and let's be realistic then. For a second, winning is maybe not the first goal for you, but making the playoff and having a good showing. How important is it to get off to a good start here?
I think it's very important because if you lose, so you have already lower bracket, so it's do or die. So we just, I think, always need to win the first game, so the team will feel like the potential of like winning some games. So yeah, we just need to be so focused and to win this first game.
Spoke a bit about jet lag over here. Is that something you're struggling with as well, or is it all right?
I think it's all right. Maybe in USA it's good, but if you compare it to China, it's much harder. So I mean, in China it's much harder. So I think it's still normal. I think for us. Yeah, and we have game tomorrow at 11 a.m. So it will be nice.
It'll be nice. All right, best of luck with it, man. New player, sort of. How do you feel now that you've been playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike for a couple of months? Are you getting used to it? Huh?
It's amazing, yeah.
It's amazing, yeah?
Yeah, I like it.
You like it a lot? What do you like it about it?
I don't know, just some new countries, good CS players.
Is it the first time you're in America?
Yeah, it's the first time.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's gorgeous.
How do you like it so far?
It's amazing country.
Why?
I don't know. Just like it.
One thing I notice is that everything is just big, you know? Yeah, it's like big cities. I live on floor 56 or something.
It's good people around there.
Yeah?
They're talking a lot. I like it. It's fun.
That's talking a lot, yeah.
Positive people.
Liquid, speaking of Americans, they said that, hey, we can maybe win this tournament. Can you win this tournament?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah, we will.
You will win this tournament.
Yeah.
I like that confidence.
Thank you.
You're warming up? You're getting ready?
Yeah,
Ready to win the tournament?
maybe.
Maybe?
CG. You ready? CG ready?
So is he ready? Is
Yes.
it important that he's
Yes.
ready? Yeah? Is he like, is he a star player? Or is it just like, why is it important he's ready?
Because he young killer. He destroy everyone.
A young killer, yeah?
Yeah.
How was the travel here?
Oh, it was very long, to be honest.
I heard you were in Istanbul for like, was it 12 hours or something crazy?
Yeah, we had our flight delayed and we missed our second flight, and we spent one night in hotel, and after we have 20 hours flight. But
Okay.
it's okay, to be honest.
That's pretty miserable. Do you feel because the travel was so crazy that you're not jet lagged here, or you're struggling with the sleep here?
No, it's even better because I slept in aircraft when it was night in the Atlanta, so now I don't have jet lag and it's good.
You're feeling good?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, nice. That's good news. Look, you guys, the core of this team, you've been together for a decent amount of time now. I was talking to Blade earlier. He was talking about, hey, this is an event with a lot of underdogs. You can't really take any team for granted. He actually mentioned BetBoom as one of the teams that could be upset potential. So how do you guys feel here in Atlanta, right? This is a big opportunity for you guys. So what do you reckon?
I think we just type of team that just coming and trying to enjoy the time and not doing some expectations, go to playoff, go to win some, and just come to server and enjoy the game.
Okay. Are you going to go out anywhere here in Atlanta? You're going to go, there's a Coca-Cola factory or museum or whatever it is. There's a big aquarium. Is there anything in Atlanta you want to go and do?
We've been here once at IEM Atlanta in past year, so we already visit aquarium and Coca-Cola, but my guys, I think, walk somewhere, but I don't really type of guy who is going to walk, so I'm in the hotel just playing Face It, and that's it.
How do you find North American Face It?
I think it's nowadays it's already quite similar to you.
Okay.
Not really high skill and not really low skill.
I thought you were giving them a compliment, but you've said everyone sucks at Face It. All right. Look, what's with the trends, mate? Is this your pajama pants? These pants?
I just forgot all my pants and I thought that's gonna be very hot, but it's really not. So I decided to go here.
Okay, nice, stylish. So you're gonna go out and buy some, or you're just gonna rock these?
I will play in this one.
Okay, all right, nice. Well, good luck, mate. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Essential, standing next to you, coming into IEM Atlanta. How do you feel?
I feel jet lag.
You feel jet lag, yeah? It's been a long travel?
Yes,
When did you get in?
yesterday.
And you haven't slept much?
No, 5 hours.
5 hours, and 5 hours is not enough. How many hours do you need?
I think 9.
9 at least. Are you going to get 9 hours for tomorrow then, or you're still going to be jet lagged?
We will see.
We'll see.
Yeah.
How do you, on a serious note, as a player, feeling jet lag, being a little bit tired, is there anything you can do to sort of help with that, or is it just part of the game?
No, it's just part of the game. You cannot do nothing with this, I guess.
Okay. So it's tough to manage, but it is what it is. In terms of expectations for this tournament, what is the goal for Bait heading into this one?
Yes, we win BetBoom. After we win Vitality, and after this we take top 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, at VRS rating.
Easy. Sounds pretty good to go, man. Best of luck with it. NPL, bro, you and I, we have history. We're good friends.
Yeah.
Heading into this tournament, there's a bit of pressure on Bait. You haven't had the best start, but you've been showing better signs as of late. Is that the feeling as well for you?
You mean about our season?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a rough start, but obviously that's because we had 2 new offers and it was very hard for us to find our game. But we trained a lot for this tournament and the next one in Shanghai, and we'll try to show.
It's an important tournament, heading into the Cologne Major, getting some VRS points as well. You're facing BetBoom in the first game. How important is it to get off to a good start and beat them?
I mean, they're a good team, obviously, and I think that it can be a hard match because they have a new team. They have that drive of new players, and but I don't know. we just need to win, and that's it.
That's it. It sounds easy to some degree. If there's one thing that you can tell me that you said you've been practicing, you've been playing a lot, and you feel like it's getting better, what is one area where you feel your team has improved as of late?
I think like being more like a team, Like I feel that before everyone was like alone, I don't know how it's right to say, but everyone like was alone. But right now we are moving like a whole team like together, and I think that's it.
As a unit, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. As a unit.
Cool. Well, best of luck with it, man.
Thank you.
It's going to be a tough tournament.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just the Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. I'm Strolling winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no move.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
IEM Atlanta, or should I say, Intel Extreme Masters Aurora, all right? We haven't been giving this team the love they deserve in our trailers, everyone. I understand it's a tough one. We've got lots of complaints. The phone's ringing off the hook. We need to remedy that right here, right now. I want in-game cutscenes. I need hero shots. I need the highlights of all of these players at the very top. We need to push this to a new degree for the Turkish fans.
Chad, Aurora aren't in Atlanta.
Oh, let's just proceed as normal then.
What is up? Welcome on in to IEM Atlanta here. We are so excited to get into things on the B stream. It is myself, Scriv, and Neokai to take you through the action for the opening games here and really shape it up to be a brilliant tournament, I think, Yeah. Moving into that major, I should say, and, things are really starting to heat up, I think, before we get into IEM Cologne. So, yeah, very excited to get into this one and see what these teams have got, a little bit of a taster before the major.
And that big question of who's going to finish second, right? I mean, that's really what we're looking to see, because who's going to ultimately lose the Vitality Vitality is what we're all trying to find out here. The team that cannot be stopped, or can they, is the real question. Is this Simple's time to really show what he's all about? Kind of an interesting opening game there on that on that A stream. So we're looking forward to seeing what we get here across Atlanta. Of course, it's always a really, really cool time. I saw just the other day as well, tickets sold out as well. So we're expecting a very, very good playoffs in the run of things. But these, of course, are a bunch of our teams that we have here at Atlanta that, of course, are going to be present at IEM Cologne, that major. We've got a load of teams to keep an eye out for in this as well, especially some of these stage 2 teams. I'm looking at teams like FUT, really. Can this side continue to be a real success story and this proving in 2026 what they're all about? Can a team like Na'Vi get a deep run here and prove that they actually do have a chance at that major contention? And then, of course, we've got teams that aren't going to be present. BC Game FaZe and Passion UA, who don't have anything to do in terms of warming up, but they love to kickstart that second half of the year major cycle with a deep run here, get some good VRS points, so they don't ultimately miss out on the second major of the year.
Yeah, for sure. I think certainly could be a tournament for, a team like FaZe just sort of squeak through and perform really well, even though maybe Carrigan has left them. They still have the ghosts of the FaZe style, the FaZe magic, of course, I'm sure, still in play. But yeah, we'll see. I think, like you say, a big storyline coming into things as it started to circulate within the scene as they kind of hit their same number as that previous run. Are Vitality beatable? Will they, even drop a map in sensors as well?
Yeah.
Look, coming into this tournament, I think a lot of people will have seen they've been chilling. They've been, mini holiday kind of thing.
Yosemite that we saw 3 of them go to.
Hiking holiday or whatever's going on, having a great time as you would in the States. So very, very curious to see if that is going to kind of hinder them here moving into IEM Atlanta. We do, of course, have the brackets to look over, some of those opening games, and we'll be kicking things off with Group A for today. But yeah, I think, Vitality will get a little bit of a taste. It's probably going to take a while. I think that given the way these groups look, they should be able to make it to the playoff stage pretty easily. I'd be very surprised if they don't make it there. But, FUT are a bit hot at the moment. Na'Vi maybe decent as well, coming off the back of Pro League. So, things like this may well be able to help the case against Vitality.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's really set up, at least in my mind, for kind of Vitality Na'Vi, right? That's how I see this final kind of setting up, at least on paper. But then again, like you said, there's a few slight dark horses, and I think FUT are one of the best examples of it, of a side that could really make a bit of a run. We're all kind of excited as well to see what BC Game can do. Not only, of course, the GOAT Simple, but Senzu in that side too now, which kind of looks exciting into itself. And we've got a few teams here that also have the potential to be kind of interesting. Astralis is one for me that I definitely want to keep an eye out for. I think this side have been heating up throughout 2026. I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table. You got the likes of Sinners, who don't get many opportunities to play in these S-tier tournaments. They've just got through to the major, and they've got Atlanta as a warm-up for that as well, which is super sick for them. And we've known this Sinners side for many a year. These players, all of which we've casted hundreds of times in the tier 2, so I'm excited to see what they can do. And they've got actually, I would say, a pretty good opening game. Like, I don't think that GamerLegion side are, unbeatable by any means. So Sinners could really start things off kind of nicely there. And then there's that America's Derby of Legacy M80, which is the final game today here on the B stream, which I think could be really spicy.
Yeah, and Team Liquid as well. Some NA teams, some America's teams maybe, but certainly NA teams, I think, feeling pretty comfortable playing in the home crowd and whatnot. Really could be a story for them in the Group B side of things. I think it is safe to say. So we'll find out. But yeah, some dark horse contenders for sure. Astralis coming off the back of Hooksy and his interviews and whatnot, really not happy. So you would hope that in between tournaments and whatnot, they have put the work in. But we'll see. Could be some bad vibes over there. We'll find out. I think is ultimately what we're getting at the first day. Hopefully the game should make sense on the first day, but it's sort of as you get towards the end of the group stage that things start to open up, and yeah, it will be really interesting to find out how these teams are looking. And again, just all eyes on Vitality, I think, coming into this one really, and to just see we've got season 7 of the Grand Slam starting, so things like that. Are they going to set themselves up and get themselves in the running early on and whatnot? You buy yourself a lot of time if you can get in quickly to keep it coming and keep the money and the gold bars in the win column.
And away from Vitality, because we won't see them on the B stream here, this is the teams we are going to be seeing on the B stream. Kickstarting things with Bait taking on BetBoom, then we've got Energy taking on FUT. We'll be covering those 2 games. Then Exner and Darth Mike later on today with Sinners GamerLegion, and rounding out the day with Legacy and M80. So some spicy games here on the B stream. Let's be frank, we can talk about this whole tournament and Vitality as a whole. We won't see them here. They're always going to be on that A stream, as they should be, being the best team in the world, and maybe the best team of all time. It depends on who you ask, but definitely to me, they are. This is our opening game. Bait taking on BetBoom. I'm really looking forward to seeing what we get here, because we've had, for both of these two sides, I think a very kind of up and down last maybe like 6 to 12 months as well. Bait have gone for roster changes. Of course, Headtrick out, and they bring in this new guy, Sizzy, and he seems to be okay, but I still haven't seen him live up to what I saw as the peaks of Headtrick. And then if we're talking about roster changes, BetBoom are a prime example of that. This is a side that have made so many changes recently. Players in and out, left, right, and center. And really, up until the roster lock, no one had a clue who this team was actually going to be heading to the major itself. So it's been a bit of a funky time for them, but all we know with BetBoom, and this is kind of the recurring story of no matter who's in the team, there's so much firepower, and that's the thing. They chop and change insane firepower for another player who comes in with insane firepower, and that's the good thing you always get with this BetBoom side. And of course, we've got a little quote here as well from the CEO of BetBoom as well. He said, Flammers was the best fit for us in Atlanta. We've already played 3 tournaments together, so there's a certain level of synergy. The coaching staff also has a clear understanding of how and where we can best utilize his strengths, of course. So Flammers is in the team. And I think it's a fantastic player to have. He's sort of unfortunately stuck in VP jail, right? And I think if I'm right in saying it's something like he's got like a couple of years left in his contract, so it's a rough time, but I'm glad he gets to play with his BetBoom side. He's such an injection of firepower. And when he plays to his best, he really can be a bit unstoppable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have to praise BetBoom and maybe the people, in management, as it were. We hear from the CEO there. But they've had 7 or 8 players on this team over the past few months. Some stand-in situations, visa situations, things like this. But they always seem ready to go. And they also maybe have a group of players that are quite comfortable. I think we caught them at a tournament a couple months ago, just before, well, not even maybe like a month ago, just before the lock and everything. And they look quite good, despite having stand-ins and whatnot. So I think these guys are quite comfortable, whereas we might look at a team, say Heroic in the scene, that also have some of these like visa type issues coming in, and they're not quite as happy, and something is kind of missing. But BetBoom seem to be able to still punch up quite well, despite having to play with different rosters. Flamus, of course, really a hot prospect at one point. I think we caught the kind of breakout for this guy, IEM Chengdu, a couple of years ago now.
Yeah.
So showing our age a little bit, but that's where he really stood out. Age. Well, one
of the youngest commentators.
Esports, 2 years, it's like 10, I think. At least from the gamer perspective. Yeah. I can't
we are
play
pushing 30 now, to be fair. Well, it's getting dire.
I'm 28 in 10 days, so I'm going to be staring in that mirror for a long time when I turn 28. Anyway, Flamus is good. That's what I'm trying to say. Flamus is really good. We caught that. And he was very quickly picked up.
And I think on the other side, alongside him, Zorta. Now, this, for me, was like a really interesting move because, I don't think Artfrost was doing bad. And we've caught Artfrost recently. Yeah. He's been kind of mixing with the TDK side. He's been kind of playing in, like a stand-in, essentially, while he's benched. It felt a little bit kind of rogue. And essentially where it came down was Artfrost had visa issues. Zorta stood in, did really well. And they're like, wow, we'll just keep him, I guess. And that's sort of what they've gone for. Zorta, for me, I wouldn't even claim it as an injection of firepower because I think he's sort of it's a parallel move in a sense, but as we can see, it feels like it's maybe the move that they want for, again, synergy, as the CEO was talking about. Flamus felt like, because obviously they had Dilladez before. Again, another player who actually is really pretty solid in his own regard. But it feels like they're going for this side. This is the fire that seems to really work for them. And now it's time to prove it as well prior to the major, right? This is a really quite important tournament for me, for this BetBoom side. I really want to kind of see what they can actually bring to the table. Like, if you've made these moves, which felt kind of rogue, changing out 2 players just before the roster lock, who were stand-ins initially because of visa issues, you then locked him in as sort of officially part of this side in a way, prove to me that this is the fire that's meant to be. And by doing that, at this tournament, I'd like to see them push for playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. I think they definitely could, to be honest with you. They really do. When we look at all these kind of, CIS teams and the regens and whatnot, I think that BetBoom are a very, very good squad in that sense, and maybe towards the higher end of those particular teams. Yeah. Of course, we have an interesting kind of head-to-head here. Boomich heads up this BetBoom project, maybe is as well the guy that's come in and just lifted them that extra level, an IGL that's picked up a lot of experience, and then MPL on the other side of things, also not afraid of the IGLing side of it. We are kind of led to believe that, he's moved away from that recently, trying to really be the star of this team now that Headtrick's gone, can't necessarily share that limelight. But two guys who kind of met each other on the revolving door out the way at Na'Vi, of course.
And I think if we're right in saying we have an interview with MPL, so let's throw it over to that. Check it out. A decent amount of history between these two sides as well, and always good to check in with MPL and how he's feeling heading in towards this tournament. And if you did miss it, we did have the veto running across your screen as well. Bait, I've picked into Mirage. We've got Nuke as well to follow up, picked by BetBoom, and if we needed that, decider of Dust 2. Last time these two sides played, it was Mirage Train Ancient, and granted, I mean, that's been a while, right? So this is a complete fresh matchup, and it's a kind of a shock to me that it's been so long since they've played off against each other, because I would actually value these two sides at a very similar level right now. They're kind of just outside of the consistent tier 1 position, but they're gatekeeper teams to it. The upper echelon to tier 1.5, I think, is the way of putting it. Mirage, for me, though, this is a really interesting map. We've had plenty of concerns across all the IEMs and the ESLs that we've kind of covered throughout this season, where we've kind of spoken about how picking into Mirage can ultimately be such a risk, right? If you don't get your individual shining, and if there's a more firepower on the flip side, it can be difficult. And BetBoom, they're puggy. These guys like to fight, and this is a map in which Flamis individually absolutely love. So that's my real worry. If Bait can't get a good start on this T side, I'm going to be pretty concerned.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I feel like I lean their way overall, though, to be honest with you. They're a little bit more of an exciting team for me. I feel like Bait have lost... sorry, BetBoom, yeah.
I'm with you, to be fair.
I think that Bait have lost their spark a little bit more recently. They're just about surviving in the VRS world, you know, and getting invites to tournaments like this, but it's not convincing enough for me. BetBoom could be more impressive. I guess we'll find out. Sizzy going to open up. Okay, wait a minute. Things are looking pretty damn good here, to be honest, as P250 in particular chiming in quite heavily. Magnia's going to be trying to spam away, not able to find anything. Siren goes down, and it's Sizzy Nuke on the block.
Wow.
Taking a few heads. We saw him in sort of the lobby and everything, you know, feeling pretty confident. He was like, yeah, we're going to win the whole thing. Slightly tongue-in-cheek, but, you know, I think it's good to have that kind of confidence. And they view him as, I think Kenzazor, you know, said he was a killer. So really a young guy who's fitting a little bit better into the team. We had Segu Kawa, who came in for just a brief tournament. We caught him, and then, you know, he's kind of gone back into the academy and whatnot. Yeah,
as a Krakow, wasn't it?
Yes,
right.
Yeah.
First map was fantastic, and then the rest of it we'll forget about that.
Yeah, but also maybe just not fitting into the team as
Vibes
well.
Wise, right?
And I think that Sizzy is immediately gelled with these guys by the looks of things.
Yeah, I'd agree. And there's also just something about all players on pistols. They're just so sharp. This is interesting from Flammus, but as Sizzy starts to move his way forward, generally you can only see a foot on that right-hand side. Knee spotted, spam with a MAC-10. And now a chance for money to be made here. Him and NPL do have MAC-10s as they're diving in towards mid. It's Kenzizor and Alex who combine well to close out that mid-crunch. This low buy not really offering up anything for BetBoom, so a simple second on the board for Bait. Just got to find this last man of Magnagez. Should be dead to rights in a second. He plays just outside of Murder Hole. He moves his way forward as he hears the steps of Sizzy running away. He's keeping hot on the toes as he moves around, but I can't really see him getting that much of anything, really. If he gets one kill, I'd be impressed.
Which they might overlook him in this corner. Kenzizor kind of does, but yeah, even then, you know, just stronger weapon to get it done, to see it over the line. So we'll find out here as things develop quite quickly. But I can definitely see this being a matchup that, you know, BetBoom just slightly stronger. They enjoy, I think, playing with, you know, the newer players and whatnot, of course. Zorte's not been in all that long.
Yeah.
And then Flammus joining the team. It gives them license to play a bit looser and some of their individuals to just sort of take over the game. They have started strong, and they get Sizzy on that AWP early. Maybe you can see why. Really nice find from him to kick things off.
Yeah, really aggressive, and that's exactly the kind of start that you want. A bit of a proactive AWPer, and of course you don't have that real ability to respond because it's just as the smoke's pluming, and they don't really want to waste numbers and resources diving back in towards mid to trade for that. So Alt has to watch on from the grave, and a bit of an awkward spot now as well. So we yet to see anybody get a kill. And that's side of BetBoom. This map thus far, and this first gun round sort of has to go well. If it doesn't, it gives Bait a really nice opportunity to just snowball in the early portion of this Mirage and really get this T side going. Back in towards mid they look, but the A side's open, vulnerable, and taken now. Bomb can come down momentarily. Full retake for BetBoom. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I don't really know that you're going to be able to put too much up here. Oh, that is a gift, however. Flammer's finding another one as well, and the spam through the smoke does come close, but not quite. 3 versus 3, but it feels really, really quite loose. Magnez goes moving. I'm not sure if that Molotov had reached him in the corner, but felt like he was getting spammed. They have stopped the bomb plant. With these low HP players, it's going to be tough, honestly. They've got the 2 positions that they need in order to stop them planting. Boomich moves quite early, however. Surely Siren going to go down here. He's kind of got all the information that he needs, but they can weave that bomb in. Sizzy takes him down. 4-piece in.
8-0, by the way.
For Sizzy, yeah. Crazy stuff from him in the early stages. But that round really looked good for BetBoom, and then they overpeak, they overswing. Get flustered for sure. So hold on. I might be regretting leaning their way because the first game here in Atlanta is not going well for them.
Yeah, really slow start for BetBoom, but Sizzy's on an absolute heater at the moment. And he's so confident, like a lot of those fights, he's just peeking dry. Like you really should be getting punished for those at this level. And BetBoom on. So back down into a bit of a low half buy here. Got a scout in play, an MP9 to work with, a few upgraded pistols, but that's about as good as it gets. In a round like this, a couple of kills would be nice. Anything else feels unlikely. If you can steal away a round like this, though, it will flip the script a bit and keep Bait on their toes. I think the damning thing really is that round number 3, technically speaking, we consider that a bonus buy. You know, as Galil's coming through, yes, Sizzy invested in, but there's a lot of weapons just brought alive from prior minimal upgrades, so the fact that BetBoom really weren't able to do all that much is pretty damning.
Yeah. Most certainly is.
Alex is going to overlook ladder here. He got tunnel visioned in.
Oh, no, that's not good. And, well, it all works out beautifully, doesn't it? The small Bait to draw them in, and all of a sudden, the round has turned upside down. Bait have fallen for the Bait. It's all going to be on MPL.
Great flash.
Finds that first, and I think that's just really all he's going to be able to get for the most part. Scout misses, but they confirm that he drops. They've got the bomb. They've all got weaponry now. A big, big turnaround on what was a low buy.
Ooh.
And there you go. Scout to see him off, but it was all about that ladder room bait and switch, distraction, look at me.
Yeah.
Works brilliantly.
They just overlook it. They've got to have a little bit more patience, I think, when you're taking that short control. Somebody's got to have a look in there. Boomich gets overlooked, and at the same time, the second Boomich goes out, takes first contact, Magna just swings. Brilliant work. So in the end, fantastic stuff. That's a really nice shot from Zorta. I don't know how that's not a headshot as well, because all we could see was the head. The first one on the board for BetBoom. That's exactly the sort of response we want, and exactly the kind of round you need, I think, as well, to really start to change things up. Little pot flash in towards under there by MPL. Bounces perfectly. I don't think you can really turn from that one. Taking the molly. It's an information gather. Need to come down behind it as well, which will soften them up further. But a spam through that smoke, Zorta cannot capitalize. MPL takes another tag to his third bit of offensive utility. Numbers advantage bait here.
Oh, man. Perfect Molotov.
Yeah.
Flamus takes pretty much, you know, the max damage. Unless he had stood in it for whatever reason. But yeah, I mean, it was a break on the smoke from the CT side as well, so that backfires for them in a big way. Magniez is just totally unaware what's going on in the window. 5 versus 3, Flamus.
Okay, Kenzie.
For goodness sake,
what's happening, guys?
It's really devolved into Puggy Counter-Strike, and
we're into our 5th round.
Yeah.
Really
very,
shouldn't
very
be this
quick.
early. You know, triple OT, I can sort of allow it at that point.
Yeah, sure.
We've run out of ideas. The strat book's, you know, all but done at this point.
But there are no ideas.
Yeah, at the moment, this is quite literally like, you know, face at level 7 in terms of the strat calling of let's just run around and get kills, default mid control, and see what we can do from there. All that's left is Boomich. Best of luck. No one's clearing the back site, though. Back pillar, he's going to get 2. Uh-oh. 17 seconds, we've got to move. And MPL's really low. Surely we don't squander this. This is a 1 versus 4. He's got to get damage off, but it's not enough for the kill. That is so close. Kentazor, just a sliver of HP. What is happening in this game?
Yeah, if he'd have won that. If he'd have won that, man.
I'm calling a tactical timeout.
Yeah. I think we've said this a few times. You know, maybe commentators need one for their sanity. I wouldn't use it this early, though, to be fair. But I could definitely see the game just devolving.
I would if we could talk to them, and I'd pump the brakes like, what are you guys doing? Like, for the love of God,
just
please.
a general chat, you know, to both teams at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chill out. Let's play a couple of defaults here.
Which is just, you know, taking a lot of fights, moving fast, super aggressive. These kinds of games can go that way. But you just see as well, like, quite carefree, not just from 1, but from 2. Very, very questionable in places.
If you'd won that, man.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been crazy. He nearly does. I didn't realize it was 3 HP.
And MPL was, you know,
low enough
barely
on the
alive.
AWP. Yeah. It really was doable for a moment. Timeout taken. BetBoom looking still to take early fights, but perhaps slightly cleaner about them as they have kicked off well. Boomich going to get traded as you would expect from down under, but an advantage for this TT side, and it's this top Palace player that I think could be absolutely devastating. Surely gets overlooked. Good for 1, wants a little bit more. They're all just swinging in, but look how much like utilities still left for everybody, you know. Really, really heavy fights. But if it works, it works. I suppose they talk it over a little bit more. I just think throwing that caution to the wind is really inconsistent for the CT side most of the time.
I agree. Well, for Sizzy, not really expecting too much from him in this one. If he can save the AWP, that would be nice. It really feels quite unlikely, though. I feel like as we creep towards maybe the 30-second mark and BetBoom realize he isn't giving this a look in, then they would go hunting. Unless he is. To lose forward, but Flamus. And ahead. Spotted just above that wood, and it's enough for him to get that kill. Nice work. You sure there's no way of going back to B? So, BetBoom, nice response off the back of the pause. Starts well here. It's just Kentazor going ahead of the smoke in towards window. So he's an known quantity, I say, and he can't really have that ruse of trying to take mid control without it. And all the fights just fall in place for BetBoom. Too easy, to be perfectly honest. And it will break the finances of Bait. They can't buy in towards this one, so BetBoom should be making this a 1-round game. They should be getting the 3rd here. You got 1 deagle for MPL, and that is about it.
Just been insanely chaotic here so far, and
this is the kind of
I don't know if it's going to be set to continue.
To fit in towards this game, if Bait win this like would kind of make sense.
Well, yeah, but surely not with one Deagle. We've seen the Deagles, you know, finding more success.
There's one guy on B, man. There's one guy on B.
I don't like what you're trying to make happen here, man.
There's one guy on B.
He's backing off. I mean, they're going to get the bomb plan, probably. They do try and push forwards. But yeah, they'll get the plan. I mean, you've got to be happy with that. Surely all you get here... Oh. Okay, I like this kid. I like this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
did
good.
his job, right? Got the bomb down. Everything else is fair game.
It only shot like 4 bullets, and he's like, I'm knifing him. Yeah. Lovely stuff, as they will be able to bolster that buy into the next. But as mentioned, as is evident, it's very, very close now. BetBoom, shaky start, and, you know, we were perhaps worried for a moment that it's like you win a force buy, you lose the follow-up rifle, or what's going to happen here? Yeah. It can very quickly spiral, and you just don't know how to win gun rounds, but they've just about managed to save the day in that sense. Curious now what Bait might have in order to respond. Oh my goodness! That is so much damage done on the spam. Still got the AWP in conversation here as well. Zorte looks good. He wants a bit more. Checks out short. Takes a little nade, and that is enough to push him back. I would have said not that much damage could stick around. He doesn't know how low some of these people are and whatnot, you know, so even if he went down, it wouldn't be all bad, but they'll take the one and they will drop back.
Yeah, it's unconfirmed damage. I think as well that nade does slightly less, because it looked like it was going dead on. I think it clips the wall, it slightly bounces away. It looked like it was going to land right at his feet, which would have done about 50 damage. So Bait try and reset the round here. Lose Kenzazor. Alex is 1 foot in the grave. Essential's not exactly doing too much better. Looks like the finish is going to be towards his A side. Got one anchor of Magnages, but you'd say pretty sharpish rotations from Flamis and Boomich, who aren't too far away. I'm actually saying that as they're starting to move towards ramp, Flamis is rapping and taking ticket control. So Magnages can now park up under Palace. This is a pretty difficult A defense to get through. This is a naughty crossfire that they've got, and Flamis isn't showing presence just yet. If he can stay tucked towards triple, the longer he leaves it, the stronger this position gets. But he wants to catch them walking out, and I think his shoulder may have been spotted. Magna just makes his move. He gets 2. Flamis one of his own as well, and the last man of Essential clipped in towards Palace. Really nice shutdown towards A. Both of them do brilliantly, but Magnages in particular, 3 for him. Fantastic.
I just think firepower across the board is going to be better from BetBoom. I won't lie to you. Maybe there's a player or two still yet to see where Sizzy can go, but maybe there is a player or two on the Bait side that have like higher ceilings.
Yeah, maybe I'd say MPL is like the first one that comes to mind, but outside of that, I mean, like Kenzazor has some crazy like peaks, but also has some low lows. I think you're right. You've got like, you know, roll for roll.
Yeah, right.
You're taking probably 4 out of 5 from BetBoom, to be honest.
Also, I don't know. I feel like Kenzie missing, you know, the cool hair today. Not had time to do it, I suppose. He's usually got quite a nice little style going on.
Yeah.
He seems to be a bit natural and ruffled, so that might be part of his magic. Unfortunately. Do you not notice that? Like every time, you know, see him on camera, he's obviously done quite a bit of work on it. He might even have like a perm going on.
Pre-Atlanta perm.
Yeah, it was needed. I don't think he's got it.
Or like present Atlanta perm.
Yeah.
Maybe post game day today.
I'm sure they have
head down to the hairdressers.
Some good barbers out there, yeah. Mitch pushes forwards. Not able to find anything just yet. The aforementioned Kenzazor will go down.
He's been dying really early. The last 3 rounds, he's the first to fall.
The deco's coming back. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's a lot of low buy deagles that seem to be creeping in. Somebody had a crazy clip and everyone's seen it, you know, so they're feeling themselves.
Yeah, it's not coming back in this round though, mate.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
Very much not. Sizzy, I don't know if Magna just spotted him. Okay, nice shot. We'll give him that. He's all that's left. Give us one more. Why not? Another body shot on towards Flamis.
Yeah, it's
close, but not to be. Only the one casualty as well. Don't think you're really too upset about it, to be honest. This is, at least for the last few, it's been pretty plain sailing for BetBoom. I don't really think they're being tested that much. I'm worried about this Bait side. The scoreline may not look that alarming, but the way this game feels is alarming.
It's true. It is true. I mean, it started very, very strong for Bait. Their map pick, you know, you perhaps see them starting to really take over the game. So the fact that BetBoom have like wrestled it back and so aggressively and so convincingly in places.
Because like, do you know what we can use as our like barometer? When things were going well, it says he's 8-0. Things aren't going well, he's 9-6.
Yeah, this
so
is true.
1-6 and things started going bad. There's the barometer for you.
The drop-off has indeed been studied. Flamus gets aggressive, finds that first.
Kenzie again.
Yeah.
4 rounds in a row, he's first to fall.
It's rough. It is very, very rough indeed. A bit of a why me in this round, though. There was a lot of targets at the top end of middle that they could have gone for. So not necessarily something that you're blaming. But BetBoom just added a bit more structure. It was so chaotic.
Yeah.
And then they get that timeout. They have a bit of sense talked into them. And it seems to have slightly calmed down, but more calculated bits of aggression. Yes, we know you want that early fight. You know, you want to be a loud voice in these rounds, but let's just calculate a bit more. And then a minute in, we get some more aggression up middle to retest things and see how it looks over there. The AWP trained in, not flashed off. The smoke baits in the peak. A really bad habit of high-level players is, you know, going ahead of that smoke.
Yeah, I was about to say I think they've got to save, but unfortunately they can't. So they're suffocated in towards the apartments here. And time to turn for Boomage. Orb scooped up by Ascencio, but he's got 25 seconds to try and save this. It's not happening. Obviously, AK, I think he realized he's going to have to fight, and that's just to try and stay alive here. Maglager's first 2-4, but Siren sees him off. Yeah, since the guns have come into play, there's only really been one team in the server. They are not offering up enough of a fight right now. And it's a few consistent things. I think their map control is lackluster, but they're just losing the opening door every single round. So they're always playing at a numbers disadvantage. And then BetBoom do a really good job of just playing together. Like, even then, you're seeing just as they're starting to move through, a smoke comes through into his apartment. Zorta's trying on the angle. He catches them just as the smoke plumes. That's the whole round. That's the whole B hit figured out and ruined. Triple nade bottom con. Does a lot of damage, but Flamis actually froze for a second because he was throwing a flash, and that probably keeps him alive.
Yeah. Very, very lucky. Certainly, I think, can count his blessings.
Boost him sight. I love it. If you're low, bit of a gimmicky angle.
Complete change-up as well. He was in towards con, so look to back up B. They seem to maybe, therefore, have an idea around that B-bomb site. So we're going to find out.
Window smoke being set up here.
Yeah, a little restless. Alex definitely wants to get that down, you know, quick switching. It's a short smoke,
short smoke,
in fact.
my bad.
So they go for their window. Slightly different, but all the same. It looks good in terms of the execute. Flamis actually going to be called upon here. Many different angles to check. He's a little panicked. He's lost his teammate at the back end of the site as well, so they will see him off as he gets overwhelmed. His boys have let him down ever so slightly there. He's in such a good spot if he just had someone to play off, but he doesn't. Oh, it's the right idea. Zorte on the right lines, but not able to land that shot. They do have the kit available here, but no utility, so going to try and give it a go. They've got plenty of cash. I don't see why you would save here. Like, just get in there, man.
It's a great angle for Kenzazor, though. It's so difficult to clear. Apart from if you get no-scoped.
He's patient, is Zorti. Creeps around the corner. Able to bring it down to the 2 versus 2. They've got to get on this bomb, but it's going to be tough because Ascencio playing really quite smart here, keeping them away, drawing them in, and indeed, you just throw yourself at the bomb. It's not going to happen. And Ascencio is the one that's played it to perfection there. Yeah, sigh of relief, I am sure. That was a little tense, which might be putting it lightly. A big find, actually, to give Bait some life moving into this second half.
Yeah.
Just a question of whether they can transfer it into some actual gun rounds.
It does get quite a nice round to sort of steal away. The worry for me is, and it's a question I always have to ask when you break a deadlock, you'll know it by now, is it replicable? And the answer is no, ultimately, right? That is, you know, a rushing towards the B site on a low buy round. We need to see, for me, at least for kind of my money, I want to be seeing proper gun rounds from Bait before I'm convinced, and we just haven't really seen that many in towards this first half. It's a nice start, and that's a half buy with Tech 9s. If you can get a 6th here on an actual gun round, though, I might start to believe that that's a terrible time to quick switch. Zorta will get one back, but the swing through from Connector is not going to help. Down goes Flamish, down goes Zorta. Boomage tries to retake the space, but he can't get the second. It's all on the shoulders of Siren. He's burning in the flames. He's 1 HP and dead 2 rights. All tied square at the half, 6 apiece. A wacky game, and I'm sure it's going to continue after the break.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah.
Still all to play for here on Mirage. Definitely what we wanted for our opening game here in Atlanta, Georgia. Things looking really quite good. Bait up against BetBoom. As it was Bait that stretched ahead, and we thought maybe there was going to be a non-starter for BetBoom, but they managed to turn things around really nicely and then lose out to that low buy. Can be a bit tough. The difference in the end between the 8-4 and the 6-6, and as you can see, my goodness, the bookie's not splitting them at all here.
I'll still say, though, I don't think the scoreline's telling the full picture here. I still think BetBoom have done better work in that first half. They won more gun rounds to me. Like, I think Bait's scoreline is alleviated by that strong start with the pistol, the force buy, those kind of rounds behind it. But in the real, actual gun rounds between both sides, BetBoom had the advantage, and I think that's something I'm still leaning on. That one at the end, though, is pretty big for Bait. If they can start well here, that'd be huge, but Siren's got other ideas. He'll dive down, he looks for more, but he's met by the dualies of Alex. He looks for a second, can't quite find it. Flamus on the drive-by, delivers, and he looks for a second. He'll lose his head to MPL, but they've got that bomb going down, and they're trying to take CT control, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, a lot of brute forcing things from from BetBoom here, and I think it's just not really working for them.
Oh no.
MPL going to find another head. Boomich is so low. Surely he just gets body spammed down. Could get close, but he can't find the head fast enough. There was some low HP bars there for him to maybe save the day, but not the man that you would expect to do so. Years and years of experience in many different levels, but not necessarily known for his fragging prowess. All the same, Bait with a really big find, honestly. I think that will reset their game quite nicely, pick up where they left off, keep this momentum in their favor.
Unfortunately, on the flip side, I do look at this and I say for kind of the BetBoom, the way in which they approached that post-bomb was really quite poor. It was a lot of isolated fights. They weren't playing together. So it gave Bait the opportunity to win a lot of 1v1s, which we know that they can do that. BetBoom didn't make it hard for them. And that's the real worry. Says he misses the jump up. The spam, though, won't find all too much. It is that force for BetBoom off the back of the bomb plant. It's to be expected. Galil. Mark 10. Take 9 and a Deagle. Right idea with that nade. There's a little bit of chip damage.
Shaping up for a B here. If they time this well, which they are looking to do, hanging out on the edge of the app smoke. If they time it well, I think they can certainly catch a few players off. Essential aware of that fact, draws them in towards short, towards where there is some help.
Nice move.
But also giving up a lot of the site. And they're able to place the weapons well, get those fights in their favor here, BetBoom. Really nice round. Plays off like a full buy round almost, the way that they've approached it, the way that they have made Bait shiver. I'm just not a big fan of the setup in the end from Bait there. If you are going to play 2 towards short, I think you have to play far back and concede the site, go for the retake. So, yeah, not the best approach into the round for my money. And Bait will win the force buy, so really good spot for them to be in on the T side there.
I'm not only winning it flawlessly.
Yes.
That's a real kind of statement in itself. And
M4 picked up.
Yeah, you force out a save from BetBoom, from Baitman's side, which of course means with 3 being saved, they can actually rebuy around this, and they sort of have to in a way as well. They can't really afford to save here for Kenzo and Ascentia. They're in double eco at 1.4k, so they've got to be buying regardless, which potentially even could be a drop over to they get a bit of armor, maybe a bit of utility to make it a feasible reinvest in. But to win a force like that, very, very important for BetBoom, and nice way to start things off. Question being now is, can they do it again? Because there is, as they'll know, still a few rifles kicking about, and there's 2 MP9s to support it. Or Kenzo and Ascentia. One real worry, I guess, for Bait is just util isn't exactly great. 4 smokes, one of which has just been used now. A couple of flashes, 1 molly. If they're forced into a retake, it's not exactly the best util for it.
Yeah, agreed.
If anything, the only way they win this round for me is if they deny the bomb going down.
Oh, the flash. It's so nearly perfect. Alex sticks around. He does well to find one. Yeah, about what you can be happy with from that position. They're going to execute in towards the A-bomb site here. Still looks decent for Bait as they've got players in the right spots. Just whether they can land these shots. It's going to be the M4 that we look towards to perform, as it were. Quite slow going from BetBoom, not wasting any time. Sizzy going to take a lot of damage. The MP9, though, again, it's a bait and switch setup. They will take him out. That M4 left incredibly low. Still dishing out damage, though. Still staying alive. 3 versus 2 as the bomb goes down. So Bait in a very, very good position. They've got that flank coming in. He surely finds both. Slightly, I don't know, lazy, you might say, on the spray transfer, but all good in the end. Somebody steals his hero moment, but it doesn't matter. They get it done, and Bait answer back. So we're in for a pretty messy beginning to this second half. But as you say, it was important for them, I think, to be taking that round.
Yeah, it's a really nice response. And I think as well, not only kind of getting that response, but I think you look back at the previous round and them, that early conceded, like, right, let's just save these 3 here. Like, this is not working out, and we'll reset the round in towards the next. It ends up being for the betterment, and it's going to put BetBoom into a bit of a weird kind of situation themselves. They also have to be forcing, but you get those 2 Galils out. At the very least, it's still a pretty strong buy, but they are keeping themselves just at an advantage, which is really what it matters for them. Tapping away MPL. I get body blocked a little bit, but he'll get out there nonetheless. And Zorto holding towards bottom con. No contact coming through for Bait just yet. So they're pretty happy as well to sit on the sides.
This is a big round. I mean, just the way that the economies have worked out, really quite an important one. Maybe have managed to actually get a buy back in, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, it's that bomb plant that's really kind of alleviating it for them.
Like full utility, you know, no real worries, which you might expect after losing out to force buy and you know, not finding any stability just yet.
And I think generally in rounds of this, because neither side have like any real like proper loss bonus built up, we like to call these swing rounds, right? You win this, you essentially get a second behind it. That's the big thing, especially if they can deny BetBoom getting a plant here. It's a bit of a 2-for-1 special on the cards, and Alex will open up proceedings.
Lots of gaps in these smokes and things. Kind of interesting. A break comes in. Magniez nearly uses it. It's hard to call which way this is going. I mean, Alex has been finding his kills, but his teammates have let him down. The walk through the smoke. Yeah, my co-commentator is shaking his head right now. I think rightfully so. That is not the move.
Don't like that. Don't
not
like
the
that.
move. They obviously get a bit desperate to just keep control of things. And in the desperation, they will be demolished. So BB with a nice find there out on the A-bomb site.
Back and forth, back and forth. And I think as well, because on the flip side, you only get a couple of kills, again, you're in a bit of a weird spot where for Bait, there is probably a mentality, and a lot of teams have this, where it's like, we've already won a couple of forces. Let's just keep doing it until we're eventually like forced into a break in the buy. But I wonder what decision Bait made, because they had they had a few bits of players with money left over, one of which being Sizzy, who does get out an AWP, but it's just the support around it's not great. It's a bold call to get him in towards an AWP. He only got, what was it? It was 2 kills from round, 5 onwards. He got 8 in the first 4 rounds of play. And since then, he's only got 2. So, putting a lot of onus on this youngster with this AWP. The spot round's not great. Alex got an M4, and then MP9, MP7, 5-7 to round it out. So, dicey one to say at the least, as they're sending Flamis in towards B. He'll open up with the first as he swings and finds MPL. That'll open up the B site. No one else is really here, bar Kenzie, who's deep short, and I think he's already soft saving. They know that's a lost cause. B site's taken, round's all but done.
Yeah, very quickly at that, so it feels like BetBoom are starting to confirm their control. T-side looking good, driving this game really, really well.
Yeah.
To be honest, a lot of their positional advantage at the moment is just fantastic. So, yeah,
that's
very, very happy with what we're seeing. Yeah, of course.
A little 2-for-1.
Yeah.
Definitely a bold call to go up here. I feel like when you could maybe
for
even
sure.
gone 2
And that's
rifles.
why they immediately save on it, you know what I mean? So, not necessarily handing the rounds across, but it's in the air. This is one of the things, right? We talk about like the belief of players with the back and forth, with force buys kind of working. Like, it's in there, and it's like these games can often be very, very messy, and they remain that way. So yeah, and people making mistakes and overfaces. So teams, I think, do like to lean into those force buys if they can, and just keep the pressure on, because you can also immediately break them. The value of winning that round means that you take the lead, you break the bank. If you stop a bomb plant, you know, all these great things that you might be able to achieve are compounded because no one's built up any bank and whatnot.
I was just seeing there as well as the timeout comes through, they've got Arch, who is the CEO.
Former pro player.
Yeah.
We'd have to look that up. He might be a 1.6er.
Yeah. But
Name
it
that I
looks like
recognise.
Madden was unable even to get his visa, unfortunately. So without the coach, the CEO behind them, which it's pretty sick, to be fair.
Oh yeah, good to see the hands-on.
Yeah. But
obviously he gave us a great answer on what was going on here.
Yeah, also at the same time, I think the kind of like flip side to it is that I really think Madden's super important to this bait side. It feels like in a lot of times when things aren't looking great, he really kind of feels like a father figure here.
Yeah,
he really does rein them in. They're quite a young team, of course. A lot of them are pretty inexperienced outside of this bait lineup, and I feel like Madden's a really key part of it. So it's a pretty big loss to not have him, but we'll see if that does have an effect. If they start to crumble, it looks a little bit like it's mentally. We can probably kind of attest that as being to why. Tizzy flashing towards short, like spotted, undefined. Now goes Boomich, has to call on the grave here. The flash is coming over to try and put him under pressure. They need to be careful really of this dive out. And MPL laying on the edge of this smoke, but Magma just might just push this, but he doesn't clear the box. And all the kills fall quickly into place. Oh my. Alex and Kenzazor get kills apiece rapidly, and before you know it, Zorta's left all alone.
I mean, they go for this early peak. It seems like that's the only plan they had for the round. You know, players all over, bit of mid-control, but they had a guy in the apps. The bomb was originally thinking of pushing up short, but then didn't want to, but then your apps guy is advancing. You don't have anyone around to trade him, and everyone just gets caught isolated, really. And then also losing their fights, that doesn't help, but it just means there's no one around to really trade. And they all go down in the end. So it's not the force buy that works, but the follow-up low buy save thing off the back of the force buy. We don't really have a name for those, but you know, ultimately it works out for them.
I guess,
yeah, but you know, when you're forcing and then you save immediately, it just sort of throws everything up in the air. But it's a good looking round on paper, and they also make it work. That early pick, BetBoom just don't know what to do after it. So yeah, timeout coming in for them now. Really, really difficult to split these two teams. It feels like, you know, a very valuable map within this series is that second one coming up, traditionally not the best for bait.
Yeah, it's very much a punish pick. is statistically quite lopsided, so it's really important. They've got to get this Mirage. If they don't, I just can't see them being able to bounce back and reverse sweep starting with a nuke. Feels like, for me, too tall a task, but a really back and forth game here, but especially the second half. Like, neither side have really got a stranglehold over momentum. What's that smoke then? A new one.
Covers the bomb.
Yeah. Yep. New lineup. Been working on that one in the prac servers.
Well. Yeah. There we go. No, it hides the bomb, man. I'm telling you.
It's all part of the plan. In case somebody pushes Palace.
Yeah, and then they can't see you, like, holding the head glitch
Speaking
angle.
of seeing.
Wow, that... I feel like you
Is that the perfect angle, potentially?
It might be. I feel like you might be able to get him.
I think you can get
back
his
in
leg.
there, man.
Just
Get back in there.
Back yourself. Come on.
I feel like, you know, you shoot that little pocket thing.
Yeah, I missed the chance now.
Tool belt. But yeah, he's off. Well, I guess we'll never know.
There you go. That is the perfect angle. There you go.
Yeah.
Get the demo, ladies and gentlemen, and find that position Sorta was playing in.
Draw some lines on a whiteboard, you know, whether it would hit, where's the hitbox. I need to see, I need to know.
If he only gets leg there as well, it is kind of worth
Still worth
it. Yeah. Because you get the information on the cross and towards bench.
But then he might have, like, shot him and then fallen off. And then Sorte, like, takes him. Maybe that's the idea of the angle. Crazy. Pushing up short. Will be Boomich to find his kill. How the hell has Magniez gone out? Oh my!
How's he not got anything?
That's a mess. That is a mess. I mean, he's drawn away by footsteps even. I don't even know if that player might have seen the back of him. Might have shot one bullet at him. Wow, yeah, that's a big mess. I mean, BB losing sight of things here. Again, getting picked off. You've got Boomich up short. Player pushing out Palace.
Yeah.
Player somehow on the A side, you know, thread the needle. But none of that tactically is being played around.
Yeah, it's a lot of,
there's also a guy dropping down B. So, like, what's actually the plan here, guys? It's like, okay, let's all go out and kill all 5 of them. Everyone have a go. Everyone needs to get 1 kill. That's the strat. Like, I don't quite get it.
It's a lot of isolated duels, right? And I think it's... I'd even argue unnecessary. Like, we talk about defaults where you go, you know, poking around for a bit of information. But that's not even a default. That was just 5 individual fights. Oh, MPL. Lovely from him in towards mid. 3 to his name. Says he gets in on the action as well. But a simple shutdown of the low buy that Eco really doesn't offer up too much. And Bait are now getting closer and closer to seeing this map off as at the final few hurdles, BetBoom are starting to check out.
Yeah, worst possible time for it. So obviously going to have to turn things around in a big way. Not opting to take another timeout here into this one. Certainly something that I could have enjoyed, but, you know, also not against it, that you want to just stay in the flow and not get too panicked. But Bait are playing with a lot of confidence. Sizzy pushes out. He's woken up into this second half, by the way. You know, we highlighted him in that first half, not really doing too much beyond the first few rounds. But he looks a bit better on the defensive side. Speaking of, though, they're going to fall apart in a quick way. Out of nowhere. It is just a Cynthia out. Goodness gracious. How has it come down to this? We're definitely going the distance for this one, folks. I can tell you that much for free, as all these rounds remain so unpredictable. Sizzy finds a free opener, but it's not enough.
Yeah, somehow. And in the backlines, Magnajez will get a second. You see off a Cynthia who was trying to save. BetBoom aren't there just yet. Both sides have attack timeout left to use. Yeah, starts quite well, very confident. And there's just a myriad of frags that come in all in a matter of mere moments. Like Flammers, that double there is really important from him, but a complete oversight from Bait. Like, they just left completely exposed to mid and not really accounting for the potential of a con push. So double digits now hit for BetBoom, a 1-round game here. Good news is both sides do have a fair decent amount of residual cash left over. Even a loss here wouldn't force them into an eco. Both sides should basically be able to buy out for the rest of regulation.
Presence in the apps. Thought for a moment they might try the contact, but dropping back from it, trying to see if there's anything interesting happening towards mid. Answer is no on this one at the moment. But they are looking to see what they can get away with. Shaping up for that B hit where there is only one player So any kind of death here is going to be really detrimental to the base side. Boomich creeps around, uses that AWP as a guiding missile. Magniez, speaking of missiles, is able to land one of his own. So all of a sudden, 5 versus 3 and a save for Bait.
Tied game now as well. Guaranteed to go the full 24, and in my mind, it just feels like there's just... I can't see a world in which you don't go OT in this game. I really feel like we're going to go the distance and some. Like we said, there's not been any point in this second half where we've seen a side really take a real spur of rounds. It's been chopping and changing in terms of the momentum. But 3 staying alive, and of course that leftover finances, which they've got plenty of. Rebuying is going to be absolutely no issue. Flamisal, flash Boomich in, but no one's there. They save on the A site itself. 11 apiece, but flawless for BetBoom. It's the real main point of this. And all it takes is a couple of kills.
Good ones, though. Very, very good ones.
There's that third and final.
Yeah.
And I do actually wonder how involved Arch is getting, to be fair.
I feel like 11-11, I just wouldn't say anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't want to drop anything that's like...
Unless it's like vibes based, like, all right, guys,
even then,
chill out. But
you
exactly,
don't
it's
want
risky.
to put too many ideas, be like, oh, come on, guys, just keep doing more of the same. And it's like, well, we've not been winning. And then they, get in their heads. A few fist bumps.
I think essentially,
let's go.
Leave it up to Alex.
But
let Alex talk, but give a couple of high fives.
Anything deep.
Yeah.
Give him a little bit of something to play for. But it's very precarious at 11-11, and, depends how well he knows the team, I suppose. That's another thing as well, right? Like, does he work super closely with these guys, or is it just sort of keeping up appearances and he flies out with them for this event? We don't know. So 11-11, all to play for here. Even the best coaches might struggle with knowing what to say in this situation to keep your team in it. And to try and guarantee at least that overtime, but certainly that regulation win to just get it over and done with. Your own map pick. Under threat here. Light A execute. Taking it easy, taking it slow, and well, Bait have put their resources on the wrong side of this wall. So it should be a bomb plant by all accounts. Oh my goodness, so many breaks coming in, so many nades from both sides, but it is those T-side nades that are offensive, that are doing the damage. They will get that bomb down. Wall of smokes has dissipated. Any opportunities for kills to come in now is the question. Sorte left low, but not quite finished off. They have certain bits of control, but it's just not looking too good. You might even start to argue moving away, potentially the save. And those CT players halfway thinking about it, but they'll burst through, give it their best go. The stairs control
it's too late.
Seemingly seems to be enough, but nothing presenting. They give it one good look.
Yeah.
There's only that one player that stands out, so it will be the reluctant save. Tail between legs here. Senfial wants his AK, and he will indeed get it.
It's the worst kind of save as well, because you're not saving for any financial reasons. You're just saving because you know you can't do anything. They've got plenty of money to work with. It's a save because it's like, there's no chance.
You might as well, yeah.
We cannot win this, so we may as well keep hold of what we've got. It's the worst kind of thing, because it really can get in your head. And it looks like, potentially, the way things are panning out, BetBoom might pip this at the post, but I still have that smell of overtime in the air a little bit. While BetBoom have had a decent streak, probably one of the best streaks we've seen so far in this second half. Hey, no issues as we're kind of talking about reinvesting back in. Early tag onto Zorta as he crosses towards the boxes, but it's that positioning towards Delpan, which is very strong to hold, and Sizzy can now start to look in, but he'll hold chair.
Proper tense here in what could be the final round of Mirage.
No one wants to be that first domino either. Yeah. No one wants to be the first one to swing and fall, and potentially, if it's on the side of Bait, cost them the map.
Widespread, not much towards B for the BB side of things, but still half an eye on it. All the same. Dangerous stuff here. As it's slowly building up via Palace. I mean, the bomb dedicating in towards Palace does speak to an A hit, and also kind of an unorthodox one, you might say, to get 3 players, including the bomb, bursting out here. So I'm not quite sure how this is going to look. More presence feigned towards mid, and they're just keeping it very, very simple. Got this classic flash on the way and bursting out through Palace, so we're going to see. This could get very, very messy. And indeed, they seem ready for it on the bait side of things. This triple player has yet to reveal himself, and so many open angles. They were really hoping to just catch players off in the site itself, but it hasn't been the case. It looks so good for the CT side, honestly. I feel 20 seconds remaining. We should be able to take this to an overtime, but then brought back to a 2-on-2. There's just a few too many to get through with no smokes being down, no bomb being planted.
12 seconds.
You don't fancy the chances. Zorte does find one, brings it into the one-on-one, but Kenzor knows he just has to run away, man. Don't give him the fight. The bomb's far enough away. And indeed, he will just manage to tuck himself into the corner. It's a little close here. Zorte nearly catches him, but not quite. And BB, I mean, it's a hell of a call, isn't it? 12-11. Palace burst. That's sort of like a force by eco round type move.
Yeah, like a pistol call.
Yeah, exactly. Does not come close.
Yeah, and I think, you know, not only that, they again sort of spread out in a way which means that it's so difficult to be traded. I said a while ago it felt like overtime was brewing, and that's what we get. What a way to start off. IEM Atlanta here. OT in map number 1, and in such a pivotal map in this series. We've already built it up in the pre-show. This is a must-win map for Bait. Nuke is not exactly their friend. If they lose this one, the chances of a 2-0 are very, very likely. Great and to open up proceedings though. Both Flammis and Magnet taking a hell of a lot of damage, but same for Sizzy. And eventually Flammis will fall.
Uh-oh. Tough one. Tough one for BB, man. Not started well into the overtime here, which really can be disease, a plague that's difficult to get out of your system in the overtime. Yikes. Not looking good. Bait with a big resurgence as they indeed drag themselves to this OT. They will leave quite the statement in the opening round of it. Obviously always a chance back in, but BB are getting caught again in there, playing wide, going for fights, trying to force the duels, and just losing all of them.
It's a great call as well. You know, it's initial aggression, then they sort of freeze up and they re-aggress coming back in towards mid. Nice work, and nice way to start things off. And this is continuing how Regulation was, where it's little bits of momentum, not super consistent, but they use that fan around in Regulation and springboard it into the start of OT. Zorta, early damage. The said looked pretty dead on to me, but almost it out. Flammis first to fall. Boomich become the trade to drop the youngster. Sizzy falls, it keeps it back in a 4 versus 4, but Zorta is so unbelievably low.
Indeed he is. But on that AWP, feels like might be a few battles that he can win. Seems like the bomb is edging towards the B-bomb site, and indeed thinking maybe about a contact play here. A couple of them will get together, but still never a full team idea.
It's true.
For this BB side, and I suppose they do try it last round of Regulation. Everyone sort of has a game plan and a role, and it just doesn't work for them, so they prefer this style of like there can be a player around every corner. MPL goes down, so man advantage looks good.
With that kill, they're going to probably now pivot towards an A split, right? You've got that Palace player who's waiting to pounce. You're going to see what Magnajez can do on the lurk. His timing is just a bit off as Kenzo will cross, get ramp control. The Palace player also hasn't spotted him either. So it's a really strong spot that he holds as Magnajez now starts to wrap in towards CT. No one's here. The A site itself is open. It's just ramp you have to be careful of, and the rotate now starting to come through, and Essential finding that kill will ring off the alarm bells. They are heading A. We've got to rotate over. The first fight for Zorta, really important here. The Molotov at the feet isn't good enough to click. Kentasaws, he gets both. Down goes Boomish, down goes Siren, and surely the round with it. It's all on the shoulders of Zorta. 8 seconds in a 1 versus 2. No chance in hell. Very akin to the final in Regulation, but this time he'll fall as Bait go back to kickstart OT.
And they knew about ramp. They knew about ramp. I saw it on the minimap. They were watching it. They were looking at it briefly, but Kenzie finds the timing. Perfect timing as well. Absolutely brilliant stuff from him. Timeout going to come through here for BB to just try and bounce back, but it's really not looking good. They have lost the magic, as it were, into the overtime. And I think Bait he just have that extra gear that is needed here on Mirage in particular. So we'll see. We'll see. Give us the one round. Maybe look a bit better in that second half, but it's going to be a tall task here. They definitely need to be winning this one in my mind.
Yeah, for sure. Really, really nice round, though. And it looks dicey just because of the space that BetBoom had got, but you can maybe make an argument that they overcomplicate it, they overcook a little bit. They take too long to really commit towards that A site. So it just gives enough time for Bait to be like, I'm going to go have a look back towards A. I'm going to go double check, see what's going on. Senthiel gets his kill, and before you know it, it opens up proceedings back towards retaking the A's position. This time, quicker towards B, and they're going with pace, but there's a flank brewing.
There is. It's very quick, but I do like the idea of actually having some sort of sustenance behind this round rather than just looking for open picks. Trade off of each other, play some of the other strengths.
Oh.
It is that flank that comes in at the perfect time, though. MPL going to be able to drop one. He stops the bomb going down for the time being. It's actually two on that flank, in fact. Siren forced out into an open spot. Smoke going to go down. Feels kind of perfect in this situation. Alex is just about able to win out his fight. It's all going to be onto Siren. And like I say, he's not ready for that second man. Bait able to get it done. I feel like BetBoom leave the idea of structure, and that's really loosely as well applying that word because it was just a B rush.
Yeah.
I think they leave it too late. Kind of a weird approach that they've had to this map that's just gotten into their system of playing like quite a slow, drawn-out Pug, but even then I think, you know, face it, Pug would have thrown in a bit more of the idea of a rush or an execute or whatever it may be. So with 3 to do it in, you presume that Bait should be able to close things out here.
Yeah, I'd definitely say, you know, second half, especially into OT, like the quality of Counter-Strike's definitely picked up. That first half was really, really ugly, really scrappy on both sides. Wasn't exactly sort of viewing pleasure in that sense, but it's definitely picked up, and I think primarily for Bait, they've just started to look a little bit more consistent. Boomich has gone completely unchecked. He gets one, looks for two, and leading by example, look, gets both. He upgrades to an AK-47 as he was tempted to pull out the CZ. Down he goes quickly as MPL will swing to trade. They move forward to try and close this map out here and now, but it might require at least another round. We'll see as MPL looks to do more. A Stairs player spotted, but not dropped, and it's all on Sizzy, the young AWPer, who has to bail them out here in a 1 versus 3. A minute on the clock. Now 1 versus 2 takes a tag. Not impossible. It is.
I like the way it was looking. If he just made it around that corner of triple.
Yeah. If he crossed CT,
yeah, I was believing.
He's on.
I was believing. We're in his corner. He seems like a cool guy, and you know we're always there for a new face. And what has he got? Starting to settle in by now, though. I think we've been saying new face for a few months.
Yeah.
But when you are only seeing Bait play, you know, the opening stages of tournaments like this, it's a bit hard to know what he's really got. But he has picked things up. We had him under the microscope in that first half. He started off strong. Thank goodness he did, because I suppose his numbers now look really good. More of the CT side player, it would seem. Zorte going to take him down here, though. So yeah, maybe struggling a bit on this T side in general. We might have to indeed get our eyes on that when this series is over, but all the same, an opening pick for BB's CT side.
Now what? How do you play this T side from a numbers advantage? What's the idea? Bomb's not committed at all. Has not moved from spawn. You've got 3 players towards A. On BetBoom, it's not information that they have any sort of idea about, though. You've seen that initial AWP in towards top stairs, and at this point, that information is also stale, so you can't really take too much value in it. Ace nade, though, as well. MPL takes a real decent chunk of damage there, but Alex will find one, and then a quick find back on towards Kensor keeps the numbers favorable for BetBoom, and especially with the time starting to tick now, shy of a minute, Bait don't really have too many options anymore.
Oh, man. This is great as well. Boomich in the Palace. It's a bit false. They rotate towards B quite aggressively. I think after seeing, you know, mid presence and no one in Palace, they figure
it's going to get a fight.
That it's not going to be A. Boomich out in the open. Yeah, unexpected. That CS2 movement round the angle, constant bob and weave means that he does win that fight pretty easily. Buys time for the rotations as well, as they have to take it very, very slowly getting in. And yeah, 17 seconds save on the T side in OT.
That's never
Those are all the markers of, just really, really rough. I think it is just the AWP that wants to make it out. Senthial is kind of halfway thinking about like getting the shoulders out, maybe looking for some stats. He's not dedicating to the save necessarily with this, but yeah, I suppose you want to keep the AWP in play. They've lacked the bomb plants, so on and so on, but really just putting all their chips into this final round. And despite a strong start, despite the 3 in a row, their victory is under threat.
Yes.
Second overtime, of course, is possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really feels like if we get another reset towards a double OT, then you'd make the argument BetBoom are in that kind of favourable spot, because it's mentally quite a tough thing to do. You lose all 3, and to be able to bounce back, you assume that it would kind of boom the mental on the flip side for Bait and put them in a bit of an awkward spot. So we'll see. They look stressed, though, which is never a good sign. And it looks like the way in which this second half, these sort of T-side ideas have been kind of going, they look like they've run out of ideas. They're just hoping fights go in their favor. It's not exactly like they're making too detailed of a call. And for BetBoom on the flip side, they're not playing too special either, right? They're quite defaulty setups. You know, you got an AWP peeking towards stairs to start a round. He then plays towards Ticket. It's very simple stuff, and they're still struggling to be able to understand and overwhelm what the setup is for them. So let's see. What has changed off the back of the pause? Bait looked to close this in the first batch of OT. That second one is really looming.
Yeah, most certainly is. No opening kill coming in this time around. Maybe going to kick things off with some light mid control, but a lot of it really conceded across to Bait. Well-timed nade. Absolutely perfect. So there you go. It's unconfirmed, but it's a good start. Kensazor makes himself known with the break of the ladder vent. Bombs in T-spawn. Happened in the last round as well. And it sort of directed Bait towards A with little time left. So, you know, it's certainly something to watch. Tiny bit of nade damage done. They'll pivot back to pick up this bomb, and thank goodness no one's pushed ramp. I suppose it's a weird confirmation of that kind of info. Palace control this time coming in, so that if they do decide to go A, which it looks like they will, they still have control of certain areas. So
there's 3 players here, though.
Yeah. I don't know if I like it, but it feels like one of your simplest, easiest options to get this one over the line. They do only have 1 smoke remaining.
Yeah.
Player up con. Smoke jungle, maybe, but then with the player in con, they might be confident.
Look at BetBoom's utility, though. They got nothing, really. One
It is
molly.
true.
If this bomb goes down, retake is going to be difficult. They've got to deny the plant coming through. MPL for 2. The first falling, by the way, but 12 seconds on the clock. This bomb's got to cross, and it can't, because Magnages is here. Trade will come through. Essential and MPL go huge. They've still got to get the numbers punched in. The time was so damn close, but they just about get it. And now it's all on Siren. He spots MPL close left. Looks for a second. Is all into this 1 versus 1. And Siren slightly lost track of him as he tries to pounce on his position, but he can't. Somehow, some way, Essential has bailed them out, and they close it in the first batch of overtime, but that was far, far from comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely crazy stuff. Definitely not, I would say, deserving to like win from that second half, but the first half gives them enough to go from. Crazy that they do get that final round. We might catch a replay or two, but just the fact that, you know, it was like the 2-piece in from Boomich and everything, they just can't capitalize on it, feels wild to me. Nonetheless, it is Bait to take their own map pick. Just about, I think we feel that BetBoom are a bit more in control, slightly more consistent, etc. But ultimately a really tough team to put to bed. Their individuals a little bit better, but just perhaps that extra edge on Mirage for the likes of Bait is able to see it over in 1 round of overtime. It does make you worry a little bit for this upcoming map, but we'll find out. I think that Bait warming up into things, proving that they can get it done.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we kind of said for this series, an absolute necessity of a map for Bait to get. But next up is Nuke, and you can see those stats already. 37.5% win rate is not exactly great for Bait. This really feels like a punish pick. So assuming BetBoom will take this, we'll have to see whether that is the truth. We're going to throw it to a break. When we are back, it's map number 2 of Nuke up next.
louder here in Katowice.
They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Disappointing hit for FaZe. Nature's going to come up towards the hole, but VSM's just right down below him and sends some shots up, connects the headshot, and it will be the round coming through.
Yeah, because they backed out of that smoke pane, everyone's on the same page of turning to address the flank of Twist. Twist expects them to keep moving into the A bomb site, off the set piece, off the utility, and execute. Gets surprised as they turn around, and he's got way more bodies ready to fight. And man, what a way to just kind of spin and find the escape route. VSM with the final kill. Payne is on the board on the first gun round. M4 has filled the hands of FaZe back up, though. No AWP in field for either squad. And we're going to take this round slow. I think Payne is maybe on some level wondering if there's going to be some aggression. Maybe they think it's a little bit more of a busted buy with some MP9, so looking to see if the opening of the round from FaZe is going to be anything aggressive. Pyria and Big Uzera close the distance to B main as Snow is flashed in. T-box mistimed, but nobody's home.
Well, Jacob burns slightly, and will use Util to maintain his position. The split being set up here, we can look down in the bird's eye view of what is about to be a two-way split into this B side. Jacob trying to carve them up. Twist getting one here for the defense. But VSM, again, just heavy output from him into the site. Plant secured, and now a retake required. Flash sent forward. Frozen gets a move on quickly, but can't get a further kill. It's VSM with 3 so far in the round, and a chance for every single one of them. Nate2 and Brokey still step up to attempt this retake, but VSM in a strong position, cowering behind the pillar. It is Nate2 that goes out into the open, and now it's just Pyria left. 1v2. He goes out into the open smoke. He's on the bomb. Brokey's tapped it, but comes off it. And Pyria trying to stay covered. Gets back to the angle, but Brokey's got no time. He's going to run away. The round still falls in favor of Payne, despite the kills going in favor of FaZe. And Payne loving the fact that they've got VSM on their team right now because the output he's getting is perfect.
Yeah, beast mode on the trading into the B bomb site. That's really well done. Each teammate that goes down, VSM is there for the response. We get the bird's eye view here. Utility coming in. There's the first trade, the swing out. Not bad from FaZe. Just going 2 for 2. VSM secures the bomb site. A nice attempt at the retake with Frozen being the tip of the spear, but he could only do so much. And we're tied at 2. AK-47 brought over from Frozen in the previous round. That's a hero AK for the CT side. We'll see what he can do with it. Headed over to start the round at the B-bomb site. And again, a slow measured opening spread across the map for Payne, not wanting to do anything fast. Now you know it's a low economy round with 1 AK-47, so now all the alerts are there telling you to be cautious of the aggressive opening from FaZe. But it doesn't come. Minute and 25 seconds, we can start using utility to take some space in middle. I think this is the other side too, where like FaZe that performance in Dallas, or not Dallas, Fort Worth, excuse me. Sorry for everyone in Fort Worth. I know that's maybe a personal thing there. Yeah, I think when we watch them and having some of those big upsets, right? Like winning some of the close rounds, the FaZe, BS thing that we like to go on about, wax lyrical about. Here you've had a number of rounds on Dust 2, and now here this one on Anubis that just happened, where it's like a close round where there's a chance for FaZe, but it's the other team coming out on the winning side of it, right? You're not getting those close round wins that seem to power FaZe up.
Well, there's Brokey and Frozen trying to do it, but Pyria just takes both of those lives away instantly. So it's Frozen with a 1v2. Now he does have a chance to this. They're separated. It's a 1v1 fight, but Snow actually just claims that victory immediately. So the lead being taken here for Payne, smiles on their faces, and they're loving how this game is starting.
Much more dangerous of a round than they probably expected, but Pyria was on point. Triple kill in the round to save them, to bail them out of that situation. He had a great map 1 as well on Dust 2, closed out the series.
Payne are looking really sharp individually.
Yeah, they are. Looking real focused as well. I haven't seen like a whole lot. I haven't seen like too many overextensions, no like head-scratching decision-making. Yeah, this Pain has come in and they're looking rock solid at the moment. Now, to be fair, FaZe also haven't found a way to challenge them and knock them out of their comfort zone on either of these maps so far. Maybe this push from Jacob can do the trick. Interesting now with that re-smoke, sends the signal that there's still presence for FaZe in this aggressive stance towards Canals, so I'm curious how the Pain handles it. Pop flash and they want to take the fight. Jacob's backing off on the timing.
Nearly getting caught there, Jacob. Happy to get around the corner. Under a minute on the clock. We'll see Pain shift their attentions towards an A-bomb site finish. There's no one actually in the site for FaZe right now.
It's been so quiet across this whole map. I think FaZe is kind of like scratching their head. They have no information. Just now they're starting to make their information play, but it's a little bit late. So Nateju is going to be blocked out by smoke and Molotov. All the defenders are going to be blocked off by that initial salvo of utility. One more smoke on VSM to follow it up, and you've already got Big Uzera looking for the flank. So Pain's in a good position, and we've got a 5-on-5. FaZe is at least going to see how they can start this retake. If they can get the kills, the initial kills going in their favor, they can commit to this retake. But no kit, so it's going to have happen fast.
Twists sliding his way down the box. Where's the swing now from FaZe? Coming out from heaven. Pyria again, sharp with the multi-kill. And back it away. Twist now the only player left. He's held behind smoke, and they know exactly where he is, and he's got no time to make this happen. So it's Pain winning another one, and Pyria again. Look how sharp he is in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Just over the edge of the smoke, taking out the heaven peaks. One by one they swing. One by one he gets a headshot to knock him down. Pyria has been a monster. 4-2 now the score for Pain here on Anubis. 6 kills in the last 2 rounds for Pyria. A critical stretch of rounds that feels like it's given Pain control of the map. There's the first 2. And one more as the wide swing comes in. He's just on point. And a timeout called by FaZe to talk things over. They've got an AK-47 on Twist that he saved in the previous round. He's got 3K in the bank. Other than that, everyone's invested just a little bit. Light armor, upgraded pistols, few pieces of utility. Just enough to be scrappy, but not enough to make you feel too confident they can turn the round. I wonder if we get another listen in on NKJ. I wonder if it's going to be just rinse and repeat deja vu to Dust 2 timeout that he took, where it's we need to find ourselves, we need to find the confidence, we need to find the communication, we need to find the teamwork.
Honestly, it feels like it will be for sure. I mean, this isn't deja vu absolutely for us as well. I mean, we're watching FaZe win the pistol. This time they actually convert it, and other than that, it's been nothing.
Yeah,
so,
since the guns come out for Pain, it's just been a spanking.
At least the rounds have been closer, right? Like,
true.
Multiple rounds could have gone either way, but Pain just have one player making the difference most of the time. Like VSM earlier, then back-to-back rounds now it's Pyria.
It's a nice thing for us to say from the outside. As is the players, it's almost worse. Like when you have so many rounds that are close that you can't come out on top of, and you just feel like you need that one. You need that one to just turn the tides a little bit.
Catch that break.
It just gets so stressful and frustrating when round after round you're right there.
And look at this. They only have one weapon in play worth talking about. It says AK-47 for Twist. And it's going to be boosted at the back of the platform here on the B-bomb site. Now, multiple players are ready to come at them.
I haven't seen too much of Pain in Dust 2 and then here in the early stages of Anubis go for any kind of like significant tactic of activating one player to go for a challenge, flashbang in utility, let Pyria peek in. This is going to be wait out utility. VSM is going to be a lurk over in middle to watch the A push and the drop out the hole. Otherwise, it's just going to be a split to this B bomb site. One player coming through E box, 3 coming through B main.
Twist stands on top of his teammate's head, hoping that this AK-47 can be the difference maker in the round. But the Molotov goes forward. They have to use the smoke. Vision's still there for Twist, but he falls off the boost. Couldn't get a good angle. So now has to drop down into the platform. They start to move forward. They spam him down, and Twist is gone. So are 2 of his teammates. So the only player that can change this is Frozen, and he gets caught as well by Snow, who just moves in. It's perfect right now from Pain. Brokey comes over with a deagle, but there's nothing FaZe could do about that execution. The amount of utility coming in, just breaking apart the setup that FaZe had. when you don't have the weapons for the job either, it just makes your life so much more difficult. A 5-2 lead here for Pain.
I think normally on Anubis, we'd be looking at this 5-2 scoreline and be like, it's not great, but it's not time for alarms. We know T sides can kind of rattle off. We know the CT side defending these bomb sites is very, very tricky, very tough. Teams have talked about it with Anubis for a long time, how painful the CT side can feel. I think the real issue is if you go back to the first map and the T side they played there today, I think that's where you get your concerns of like, this scoreline isn't necessarily bad, but with the evidence that we've had of FaZe today, that T side did not get cooking whatsoever, they're going to be in trouble if they can't get a decent amount of rounds on the board. AWP is out for Brokey. Maybe that's the recipe they need. Full sets of utility. Only one single kit for the FaZe defense on Nachu as that A anchor. So Brokey's up in middle. Now with utility, you can block these choke points, play behind him as Jacob's doing. As we've seen from Pain in the first map, and now here, likely to just wait this utility out.
Welcome back in. We are looking down the barrel of the second map, of course. First one goes the distance as we had the overtime coming in. Maybe could have had a double OT. Just not making it there as Bait will take it over the line for the 16-14. And I think BetBoom will be kicking themselves. They couldn't actualize their sort of mini comeback and everything. A bit of strength towards the end of regulation.
Yeah.
And they're just not able to take it over the line a couple times, you might argue. So certainly difficult. But now we have their map pick. This comes in as the heavy punish of this particular map pool, of this particular series. We'll see. I mean, Nuke is a tough one. It doesn't fit into that bracket of you never know what might happen. Usually the stats don't lie. But Bait, they're a map up. They could play a relatively loose game. Make sure your eyes are working before you get in there.
Yeah, keep them lubricated, ready to go.
I suppose if you suffer from dry eye, yeah, spend a lot of time.
Tough industry to be in if you
looking at the screens. Yeah, you got to make sure you're like blinking enough.
Yeah. Also, another thing, we spoke about this a lot, especially when we've been covering sort of like from home, kind of like online Counter-Strike and the playing kind of from the comfort of the home. You can't play in the dark then. That's you get worse eye strain and dry eye and stuff.
I'm very much against that. Yeah. We're commentating games at like 12 p.m. These guys are playing in pitch black. You can only see their face when a flash goes off. It's like, come on, what are we doing?
Terrible for the eyes.
Yeah, really not good for you, man. Really not good for you. Especially, you're not wearing any kind of glasses, like the blue light glasses, so on and so on.
Yeah.
But whatever. They unfortunately are very akin to their setup and trying to play comfortably and whatnot. So I think it will fall on deaf ears, but it is the way it goes.
But we're looking towards Nuke, right? And this is one that generally just feels like a punish pick. Like statistically, it's not a great map for this Bait side. So all signs to us sort of point to this being a map taken by BetBoom. But at the same time, we also saw kind of the worst of BetBoom towards that tail end of overtime as well, where things started to fall a little bit flat. And some of the individuals look really good. MPL, to be expected, looking really, really sharp. But I thought Sizzy looked really good. He picked it up after kind of that middle part of the map going a little bit missing. Late stages looked really good. And this is a map which you really need your AWP to shine. So we look towards him a little bit. Pistols were pretty good for Bait as well. So let's see if they can continue and streak here in towards Nuke. So start on that CT side. And they need to get a pretty defiant CT side start as well. It's a dive towards outside, and this will be a little dicey. Opening couple, though, come through quite nicely as MPL gets two. Is the third there? Noah loses head.
Very, very crisp shots. They do well to honestly make it look doable here on the T side. Gonna drop down, but they fake it out. Yeah, nice, and it does work. But they're quite quickly here towards Secret, so I think they might start to figure you out. There's no one coming round this corner. Maybe send this man back up the vent in perfect time, in fact. Sizzy to get it done. Glorious stuff. And yeah, well, you thought you had the timing. It is, in fact, the CTs that had it on you. Super clean finds.
He's loving it as well. That was very nearly dicey. And I think, at that spot where that kind of quite a conscious decision to double dive down the vent, very nearly overcooked that situation rather than playing like a 1-1 split and trying to hold down the fort on your own. Love it. Getting loud, getting proud. You love to see it. 8 start off. Their opponent's Matt Pickwell with a pistol under their belt. And with no plant as well for BetBoom. No real buy to come through in this one. I did just see Zeus, though, from Magnagez. Oh my god, he's going to get it! Brilliant. MPL walks into him. It won't make a difference, really, in the round. As all the kills slot themselves into place for Bait, but it's the the moral victory.
Something you'll always have. Feels good to get that Zeus kill. Is he looking good again? He's a very solid early round player, it would seem.
Yeah.
So we're going to find out here if he can keep that up.
Yeah, hot starter, and it's actually a really important factor to have. It's actually something that I think generally we actually critique a lot of like newer, more inexperienced players when they step up into tier 1, is that they struggle to get going.
Yeah, for sure.
It seems to really not affect him at all. Like, he is so confident out the gates, which is great to see. It's actually more so a question of consistency, which of course plagues everybody to some degree. We kind of saw it though in the midway through that Mirage where he just went missing for a while. From like 8-0 starts, like 9-6, something like that, 9-6 I think it was. Yeah, he had 1-6 I think was the run. So obviously lost a bit of track, but if he can keep up in the gun rounds, we'll love to see it. What's happening here,
I don't know. It's all over the place, honestly. I mean, BB perhaps trying to play around that, but Bait find themselves in quite a good spot, starting strong. Do scratch their heads a little in the mid-round here, but hopefully shouldn't be too bad. Brilliant. Double nade, some spam. Not looking good. I mean, a fast-moving round for Nuke, you know. BetBoom's first rifle round, and feels like the tides have been decided. About 1:10 in, looking really, really good for Bait. Still have plenty of utility to do much the same. Flamus, he survives the cross through no man's land. But looking for a hell of a lot more here. Oh my! Magnagez to find 3 in from control. He's capitalized. They've overlooked him. They maybe thought that they had this one in the bag, but Magnagez says other things. And goodness me, would be nice to catch the replay here in terms of how he found those kills, in terms of how he got overlooked, because the 4-on-2, I mean, I thought it was a write-off. Certainly Bait did. And they miss out. They get punished.
Magnagez has done so well. Because window wasn't broken, so
wow.
It really feels for Bait that they overlooked that possibility. And
he's still got so much utility, like break it,
get
your own molly in there. Crazy.
That's what we want to see in a game like this, though. Get loud back. Play the mental game. It really can have an effect. That's huge, though, for Magnagez. Force Bites come back in response for Bait, and this is looking very akin to how Mirage was. Back and forth, trading of Force Buys.
Outside control, coming a bit quiet. The scout, ringing off. Not a million miles away.
It's a little early on those shots.
But they will maybe start to lean downstairs. They would be correct in doing so. It's still not quite a full send from BetBoom. Alex is halfway here, thinking about how he wants to play this. Going to concede the control, call on some support. I think as that utility starts coming in, they will try and move down, but you never know. Could shoot up the vents here. As they've got players in towards Mini, but Sizzy put a crimp in that plan, so they will try and attack in towards B, where they still have bits of control. Bouncing off of each other brilliantly here. That scout missing a few shots, as they're not necessarily looking at him. He does get that tag. He's going to be left alone, though, because his teammate fell upstairs. That's rough. Really, really rough. I mean,
he can upgrade,
just a couple more shots. Still can make all the difference, but certainly could have done. It's the big thing that I believe the bomb is spilled towards single.
Yeah.
So they don't really have too many options. He's waiting for his bro to come in from ramp and get the drop, which it does seem. MPL not paying any attention to it. Not even half an eye with 15 seconds left, and he will go down. He just was swapping a bit between those angles. Could have been a different story. Not the case. Big fines for BB here.
Yeah, it's not a bad effort. It's quite an expensive round, but ultimately all that really matters is BetBoom getting over the line and now give themselves a nice way to start off this T side. You've tied the game up, but money's broken over towards Bait, so you know that this third is more or less a guarantee. Got a Zeus for Kenzazor. MPL got a Deagle. That's about as good as it looks. This should, all things considered, be pretty simple to see over the lines. Zeus gonna play in towards Hut though. I kind of love that.
could be big. Down goes the Deagle. That was your main threat of the round. And the Zeus does fall without even, I think, being fired, unfortunately. So, unlucky. BetBoom going to take the lead then, as expected, and doing so scot-free at the moment. Another one I don't quite know the origins of, you know. What's wrong with Scott? Why do we need to be free of him?
I think it might be like a like old English term, like Scots.
Yeah, like
obviously
Scottish
when we were like
free.
at some point at war with the Scots, maybe.
Yeah.
If I had to assume, we had plenty of wars in the.
Yeah, in the medieval times, you know, as they like to remind us.
What's that wall called? I forget the score. You know the one I'm on about? Adrian's Wall. Yeah. It's about.
He was Roman.
Yeah, it's knee height though, isn't it?
I've never been.
I have been. It is about knee height. It's not a very tough wall to get over.
Well, I suppose.
But it's a marking, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't cross here.
Yeah. Nonetheless, many battles, one battle after another, you might say, here on
Decent film. Decent film.
It was pretty good. It was all right. We got a timeout coming in from Bait here as they will try and bounce back into this. A little bit of a tough one for them to stomach. They feel like these should be their rounds. It should be 4-0 in their favor. The Zeus did go off.
He's just too far away.
It's a little, you know, the line's there, but yeah,
it's too far away.
It's a bit too far away.
He's got to stay still, but unfortunately, you kind of can't stay still because 3 guys ran out single door, so you know you're getting wrapped anyway. So he tries to be proactive. I don't hate it. You know, regardless, it's a throwaway round, so it's whatever.
Probably one of my favorite periods of the game was when we had like the Zeus was what $200 but gave the $300 kill bonus, so like everybody was buying it.
Yeah.
I did love seeing that. When Cash was still in the pool, actually. A lot of players under Vent, of course. Hopefully Cash will be coming back sooner rather than later. I don't know.
I think post-Cologne.
It's quite antiquated, the way it plays on a super high level, I think. So we'll see.
Yeah. Rumors are ancient as well, which...
feels like tactically the kind of one-for-one swap. So that would be smart. And I know that, particularly in Prem, like people don't seem to like Ancient very much.
How Inferno keeps surviving, who knows?
I think it just gets played, same as Mirage.
Yeah. Mirage is good, though.
I know, I know. But I think your Silver Elite Master gang spam a lot of Inferno. You know?
Oh, I thought you were saying me.
I'm not saying yours.
What's the respect to my name, man? I'm not bad. I'm all right. I'm red rank at the moment. Actually, no, I'm decayed. But
the only rank that matters is your cash rank, actually.
Yeah,
so,
true.
You know, let me know what that is.
I think it's Lem at the moment.
Oh, okay. All right, he's getting a little
not
bit
too bad. Anyway, they're diving down towards B. Ascential's here. City opens up proceedings to deny the initial control. And unfortunately, Ascential can't do anything bar damage. 25 seconds, though. Flamisol break open a hole in the door. As Boomich starts to wrap, door open will cost Flamus his life. And ultimately should be around with it as well. And I think Boomich is just going to say, if he knows this is a non-starter in a 1 versus 3, unless he's going for an A plant, which actually he does have the timing for. It's a very open plant, but he knows the time is of the essence. He'll go down immediately after getting that bomb in place. So it will be around back in for Bait. But to be fair, you take a bomb plant out of it.
No, it's true. I mean, thank goodness he gets caught, because in your mind, you can see it unfolding, that there's a 1 versus 3 potentially happening here, but yeah, not the case. He does get chased and taken down. But still, yeah, silver linings and all that kind of stuff. However, Bait pick up a timeout, Bait pick up a round. Good signs, and I mean, feeling capable, it's definitely not looking impossible here. I think they just need to take back a bit of control, gain a lead, win a few convincing gun rounds. I can certainly see them matching up, and I think that their confidence is pretty high given the way that they were able to take that first map. A little bit loose, right? Not a map that you necessarily expected to win, but also it's expected in the veto, and you're a map up. You have all these positives in your favor, and that just, I think, really plays into the mindset. So if we can see them find some good, clean gun rounds such as this one, then I think I certainly will have a map on our hands. Oh, Ascential caught.
In transition as well.
AWP is here. Kenzazor finds one of his, but the AWP flashed off. We'll see. This could get a bit interesting downstairs.
This is Alex who got down vent. He snuck through that smoke. And Ryan saying that was a T-side smoke as well, so he used it to his advantage. He gets a kill. This is a weird little round here. Oh, BetBoom, the T-side. Magnajet's about to fly into a fight that he doesn't really want to be taken. He's so low, and how is he still alive? got a plant, they've got a post plant, but they're down to 2.
Yeah, I mean, Alex has played this round really, really well, I have to be honest. Just keeping bits of control.
Yeah, he's so patient as well.
Really clean. Giving them the space that they hopefully should work with. The smoke onto double doors feels like all they need. Control room again. Could be madness from over here. Zorte trying. He's open as well. Get him off the bomb. But he can't quite find it. It's close. And really could have saved the round. He thought surely that player would be smoked. I think that's why he's not going as aggressive and straight round. But man, if he'd just taken a wide swing, you never know what he might have been able to find from control room. Such a difficult angle to beat.
And they use their smoke on towards double doors instead of on towards the bomb itself, which, as we saw, was inherently quite risky. Very nearly. Was a little flat. Nice double from Zorta, but in the end, not enough. Huge one to get from Bait to take back the lead. If they can go back-to-back as well, 2 on the bounce of Bait puts them in a really, really good spot, especially if they can deny a plant here in towards round number 8. BetBoom are going to run out of money. That gives this Bait side a nice little springboard to honestly build up a really solid CT. I'll say generally it's the T-side that worries me about Bait on this map specifically. If you can give yourself a nice bit of breathing room, like especially if you can get anywhere in the region like 8 rounds, that's where BetBoom are going to be under a lot of pressure. You find this one without a plan, their money runs dry and you have a nice little scope to pull away.
Boomich with some eyes outside here, but ultimately it is that bomb. It's made its way down. And late lurks from a couple of players. So we'll see if these adjustments are going to work out for BetBoom. Boomich looks to join his teammate in towards the ramp. Slowly clearing out all these halls and not quite as ready downstairs as they usually are at this stage. Normally got a player on the site itself, so it does seem like BetBoom have confused them and certainly successful here in the ruse. So I think they should be able to get the bomb down, honestly. Sissy forced away, a little shaky. He's now going to keep a bit of an eye as some of the doors opening up. Missed shots though, and he will get taken down on the repeak. 5 versus 4, make it 3. I think that'll be the save for Bait as BetBoom successfully pulling the wool over their eyes with the hit downstairs.
Alex, MPL and Kenzazor. All they can really do is try and save it. Boomich in the back lines. He's been spotted. He's been hovering around outside, but at the same time, Flamus makes a bit of a move himself. He'll find one. There's a quick trade that comes through from Kenzazor. They're just desperately trying to stay alive. And even that is hard to come by. MPL will get one more for him, which is important. That's an AWP as well, which he does recover. And they'll keep alive. So, silver lining. But money's not exactly fantastic for Bay is the issue.
They needed those players.
Yeah, plus BetBoom in actually quite a nice spot now. I don't really know, do they actually really want to force around this? We've seen them do it in the previous map, but Mirage is a lot puggier, so it feels like you can go for that. Force buying CT side around it is a little dicey, but they're going to go for this. And you can see it's not exactly the most comfortable of things. You get 2 rifles out and then 2 5.7s. And interesting, because there's something else, so much money left over. So, you know, if you're going to force. You know what I mean?
I do.
He's not even got armor.
I'm in total agreement. I don't really know what the logic is behind that.
5.7, 1 HE.
Yeah. Intentional purchases, but missing some key parts. We'll see. Maybe not going to be needed.
No.
So they've just flown out on towards A and perhaps underestimating the force of the buy. Both in terms of the economics and just the power behind it as well here. The M4 of Alex in particular doing great work. Sorte and Magnier is going to be the only ones remaining. Alex keeps them coming. Clean sprays from this guy. Oh, wallbanged. Always nice to see. Just give some respect across to Zorte here as he knows there's a player up in the rafters. Not quite sure where though. Will get taken down to Senthial. Huge profit for my guy. As he will get his hands onto an AK at the end there, but certainly a little bit questionable. But they make it work, and you know, you said not necessarily a map that you tend to go for force buys, can be harder to convert them, and maybe BetBoom have taken that logic into this round as well, that it's like, they'll be all right, they might have a few upgraded pistols, but we should be able to burst out on towards A, catch them off guard. Not the case. Could be a really big round.
Yeah, I think if anything, the T-side make it a little bit too easy for Bait. They're running into them. Those 5-7s are just lining up shots as they're diving out of hot. Speaking of, you get a force buy on the flip side. For BetBoom, 1 Galil, an MP7, and a few Tech 9s. It still can be a quite precarious buy here, especially because of those Tech 9s. We'll see. So is he trying to get in towards the vent? Is he going to play here with the knife, or is he just going to actually take that control downstairs? They're diving back out towards A, and this time, successful. The trades go in their favor as they take the space, and this now gives them a positive post plant to work off.
Yeah, really crazy stuff. I mean, great job on that kind of condition to figure things out, and of course, just an old classic. They never expect it twice in a row. Waiting for these smokes to go down here. We do have a lot of utility for Sizzy in particular. Good Molotov Flammers forced out into the open. Still takes a dink on his way down. Sizzy's got his man covered. It's all on the AK up top, who does find success. Magnajez, though, bringing it into the 1 versus 1. And the tech is all he needs. The quick spin of the sidearm will indeed clutch up.
Second round this map with Magnajez has bailed them out. 4K earlier, and now a big 3-piece there. That's huge from him. He is kind of feeling like he's keeping this side in it. There's 2 massive rounds on his shoulders, but really, really well done. And unfortunately, you know, you don't want to point fingers at anybody, but City's got to trade there. He's got to do better. He misses his shot, I think slightly flustered, and the last guy in towards heaven is just so low. Not to be. Get the force by back in response off the back of the timeout by Bait, but that is a really rough round to let slip.
There goes your 8-4, right?
Yeah, 100%. And that really kind of flips the script a little bit now because, you know, we say this quite a lot. Generally speaking, for us, sort of 5 rounds is that golden number where you actually can say this is a good T-side. BetBoom have hit that. So they've hit the bare minimum required for us to say that this is a positive first half from this T-side. And I mean, honestly, there's actually a chance that they could steal this away at a 7-5 in their favor. But forced by in here by Bait, they lose this. That's 6 for BetBoom, and the 7 should follow it. To be perfectly honest, Siren gets down, and somehow no one's the wiser.
Yeah, going for a sort of reverse move here, though, from the CT side, as they do have 2 downstairs. Missed opportunity, and the MAC-10 able to come out on top. Cynthial is still here to thankfully hold the line. They can't necessarily just burst forwards off of that, but yeah, that's a yikes. That is a yikes for sure. We'll start to move back upstairs now as BetBoom feeling like they have good control in this round. Leave a man underneath. He might be able to take another. So 2-2 split on the bomb sites. Kind of a question mark.
It's the health of BetBoom that's worrying me here. Siren's not healthy. Magnajez is one-tappable. This could honestly quite quickly fall apart. The one thing they're really worried about is that wrap outside. They're not playing any presence towards like lockers or towards heaven. And this is allowing Boomich to just wrap. The thing is, for Boomich, there's a really interesting thing where he's got such a nice gap here, but it's this double stack in towards radio, which is surely going to be overlooked. Maybe he gets the kill on the first, being this rifle as well. But you might even assume that Cynthial's sort of the stack here. Or the anchor, may I say, all alone. This is going to get cleared. Potentially not. That's the bomb drop. 15 seconds. He has a chance of the second. He can't quite hit the shot, but kills are coming back and forth. The swing of the MAC-10 will find another. Uh-oh, this round started to slip away. 8 seconds. A tap. Not a stick on the plant. This time has to stick. He's just got enough time as well, Boomich. Both him and Alex are barely alive. Who can hit that first bullet, to be perfectly honest? Alex will dive through that initial single door smoke. But Boomich has got himself lost, which is good. He's gone missing, and Alex has to spend time trying to find him. Doesn't have a kit, doesn't have a smoke.
Oh my god,
has a nade.
Can't be serious. Picks up the kit, picks up the nade, spots him out, but Boomich trying to play this as best he possibly can. It's going to be a hold on to the bomb. Oh my goodness, the balls of steel hold. And Alex will indeed get it. That's crazy.
That's a battle of the minds there. Both IGLs really going head to head.
Why generally would you not fake that? And you know, everyone's known about low HPs and things. He maybe expected him not to have a kit because difficult buy, difficult economic situation going into that round. Great stuff. Absolutely great stuff.
I don't know who it was, but whoever ended up buying that kit ended up being an absolute lifesaver in that round. Fantastic work. Final round of play in this first half. 8 to take a slim lead to keep them just at an advantage and force back a brutal buy to come through. The opener for Ascenthials. He gets a second behind it, but Siren and Magnajez will add one of their own each. And then another from Zorta, which brings the numbers back in favor of this T side.
Just about.
That's the bomb.
MPL being drawn in.
Yikes.
Will indeed go down.
Alex against a clutch.
Yeah, bit of a tougher one this time.
Hey, they're low though. He's making noise.
He's be ready for the outside guy. Indeed, he will go down 6-6. And I mean, that comes through as a pretty decent T-side half, all things considered. It's going to be a tough run here for Bait, but we're going to take a break and see if they can turn things around in that second half.
Alrighty, welcome back in second half. About to get underway here, and we're all tied square, 6 apiece. But while the scoreline feels even on a CT-sided map, you can probably say that's a pretty decent half from, you know, at the very least from what we can expect now heading in towards this. I don't know. Basically, what I'm saying is I think BetBoom put themselves in a good spot. I would say Bait are in trouble despite the scoreline, but I kind of want to pull that myself back in because I said the same thing in Mirage and ended up winning it.
Right.
So part of me wants to be like, BetBoom have done enough. That's a decent T-side, 6 rounds, but Bait don't seem to stick by the norm. But at the very least, I think a couple of kills will come the way, or a few kills will come the way of this CT side. It's all an MPL. Needs an ace, and you won't get it.
Yes. That sort of, you know, was maybe the moment Neo was about to throw to me to take over, and then bang, he just gets slapped. So
I'm pretty worried though about Bay. I said it a little bit earlier, like their T sides on this map worrying me. That's where I feel like a lot of their weaknesses come through because it always looks quite textbook. And I think BetBoom have enough in the locker on this CT side. I feel like they needed that 8-4. And once we lost the 8-4 and it became a little scrappy at the end of the half.
And you just lost the pistol there.
Yeah.
Things are slowly getting away from you, really.
Exactly.
Before your very eyes. So, I mean, we'll see. I think this is certainly a matchup of like individuality and who's better and a little bit of cockiness on both sides, right? So map is like an undertone, a pretext to all of that. But still, Nuke is a tough one to really force that kind of play style. BetBoom, of course, looking good here. It is just going to be the Deagle of MPL to try and thread through. Find ahead if you can. Anyone over facing, which, yes, okay.
Oh, okay, nice shot.
That's a ridiculous shot, actually. Will very swiftly be left with a lot to do and not going to be able to do it. So they take one. M4 going to be recovered, thank goodness. Now into the gun rounds.
And it has to get started really quick here for Bait. It'll really worry me if they can't get going immediately. Boom can find the nice start and kind of continue running with this early portion of the half. I think it's only really a matter of time for me. Got an open play for Zorta. It's only really Siren, it takes a bit of a hit in terms of firepower with that MP9, but for the most part, I'd say chilling here. It gets across the board. The one real limiting factor, though, for Bait is actually utility. You've got 3 mollies, 1 smoke, 1 flash for the rest of this round. You've got the cross smokes outside, and they've got to kind of use them, to be honest, because they really don't have a lot of util to fall back on.
Spamming away for the time being. It will be re-smokes coming in here. Nice timely nade to take a chunk out of Alex. The Molotov as well to slow down their plans. But they are looking to dedicate downstairs, at least for the time being. No facing coming in from BetBoom as they will just play pretty casually. They got Flammus in a good spot here. Pushed up towards the bottom of Secret, and he can tell that there's nobody moving around at the moment. So just taking it nice and slow here. 50 seconds left on the clock though. Bait gonna have to get something going. More smokes coming in. Alex will be the first to fall as Flammus goes investigating up the stairs. So man advantage now for the CT side.
35 seconds. Not a lot of time here. Looking for a late move towards this top site. And PL will clear the close corner. But this playing towards Hot though, the double stack, which feels like a amount of legs behind it. Boom, it shows his presence, but he isn't dropped just yet, and the second player will pop around the corner. Time is ticking, 2 versus 4. Bomb's got to go down, and it probably doesn't get given that luxury. Last man is Sizzy. He was setting up this flank, and the flank's great if they get that plant in place. Unfortunately, even with that kill, too little, too late. And he'll just save his AK in towards heaven. Another round goes the way of BetBoom as they're getting closer and closer to pushing this to 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. They spend so much time spamming on that Hut guy. I don't know how he doesn't take enough damage to go down, to be fair. Untimely push right onto a lower HP player. It's rough. There's a few bits in there. They just don't leave themselves enough time, like you say. So maybe everything that they're doing is slightly panicked and a bit less thought out than you would like. We go for the half buy around that AK, of course, hero AK here, but we've seen the Deagles finding great success. We've been mentioning it all day.
In MPL's hands especially,
yeah, he really does like it, and it seems like they kind of encourage him to go towards it a lot of the time on even the harder ecos for the rest of the team. All the same, spotted out, that AK in particular has been seen. They will go rolling in to Magni as a spray down. Unfortunate, to say the least. AK will be picked back up after he's traded, and they will actually upgrade their weaponry a little here, but it's just 2 of them to get through 4. Might make it down. Silent shot, apparently, from Zorte. He's able to indeed get it done. MPL joins him in the grave, and really does look like another day at the office for BetBoom. Nothing too difficult thus far. They move up to double digits. Bait are really as yet to impress on this T side.
It's not slightly what I foretold, though. It's been the issue when I've caught bait on this map. It really is their T sides that let them down, which is where they need a super strong CT side for me to feel comfortable about it. And man, this is not a good look right now. 10-6. Double digits already, 3 away. Yeah, I'm very concerned about what we've seen thus far. I feel like as well, unfortunately, if you lose round number 17 for bait, you know, especially if they don't get a bomb plan as well, can't be broken again. At that point, map's done, and we start setting our eyes towards Dust 2.
Yeah. Very quickly. I mean, it's kind of to be expected, really. It was all just a case of whether that first map went against bait or not. And obviously, it comes very close. So I feel like we're starting to see why BetBoom, I think we lean their way a little bit more, just because the firepower is more consistent. When it comes together, they're really difficult to deal with. You know, you see all these timings, all these bits of aggression as they're just able to catch you with a nade in hand, and perhaps harder on Mirage, especially because bait were keeping things quite open. A little bit of a missed shot, but Zorte has another go at it. MPL alone, again, really quick into the round as well. So unconvincing here for bait.
Yeah. And like, what do you do now if you're MPL? You're a known quantity. You're getting pushed as well. Flamus, it's so bold, but you can afford to do a risk like that. Yes, he'll fall in the end, but it's a 1 versus 4. With 30 seconds on the clock, I can't really even blame him. He's been getting a lot of leeway towards Secret. Been playing it quite a bit in the early portion of this second half, and he's been getting away with it. So, Ghost Remove doesn't pay off, but I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference. To convert a 1 versus 4 to the 1 versus 3 would be pretty wild. And Boomich got other ideas. Down goes MPL. And with it, probably the chances of recovering anything in towards this second map. This looks like it'll be plain sailing for BetBoom to close out Nuke at this point. And like we said, we open up that conversation about this map number 3. Just feels so uninspiring from bait. And sort of as I put it, coming in towards the half, generally it feels like textbook from them. It's quite easy to read. They never really feel flustered. BetBoom at the moment, too simple. Third and final timeout taken. And this would be a great time of where you'd obviously want Maddened, right? He's that guy who obviously kind of is the glue to this roster, and unfortunately you're kind of looking towards really...
Well, thinking for the future, and, you know, let's try and get around here. Let's try and keep it together for map number 3 so that it doesn't just, you know, become more of the same. Don't get too disheartened, so on and so on, right?
Yeah. It looked like as well in that timeout that MPL was doing a lot of the talking. Kind of spoken about it. Alex took over the reins as IGL, but from my understanding, it's one of those where Alex is like officially the IGL, but MPL still helps a lot in calling, and especially on the T side, from what I know. There's a lot of mid-rounding, likes to play around himself, likes to go searching for a lot of information, and makes kind of on the fly kind of calls, where Alex is a lot of the spawn-based type stuff.
Right, and then maybe sticking towards the back with the nades and things. I think we did see that from MPL at times. And you don't really want him doing that, you know? You want him in the pack, you want him a bit more...
He's too talented.
Yeah, exactly. And especially, I think, they do quite well. They lose Head Trick and don't rightly know what's gone on there. Maybe a change needs to happen. Was he the change? He probably wouldn't have said so. So I think maybe something in terms of the vibes and whatnot, and not getting on, perhaps.
Yeah.
And once he goes, it's like, right, well, we have to really be careful about what we do with firepower, because it's not a super heavy, like, flashy firepower team, really.
And this is why we kind of backed this BB side. Oh, Alex, do it. Why not? In for a penny, in for a pound, get the knife. Yes, we will take that all day. Zorta goes down. It might be all for nothing. But on a round, which is essentially a half buy, you'll take those. Boomich ends up getting his 4th kill in the last round of Alex, who they know is outside, because he did knife Zorta. Only a mere 10 seconds ago. A re-smoke main. And to be fair, they might even just let him keep the orb. They don't really care. They've got so many rounds to work with. They are going to go looking, and in towards credit. He's spotted. He's shot by both sides. Lex goes in for seconds outside of red. It's not exactly his favoured weapon, so he'll eventually fall to the hands of Siren. But it's Captain Fantastic Boomich with the quad kill. That nets map point on their map pick. And unlike the Mirage, BetBoom have made light work of their map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just goes to show when they are firing on all cylinders, they can be a pretty formidable team.
Yeah.
Good, clean stab there to get that, but ultimately to no avail. I was here kind of moment, but unfortunately not going to get us anything, and I don't really see Bait coming back into this game, so it's going to be over sooner rather than later. Big nade to kick things off. We'll get some outside smokes going. An aggressive stance from Sorte and distracted away. Ultimately misses his shot. Thank goodness the trade is there to just keep numbers even, stop them scaling up and getting down stairs.
Speaking of scaling, though, that's a really good move by Alex. His timing is absolutely exquisite. That's not a good move by Flammers. He'll just push the smoke and he'll die for nothing. Agna just gets one back, but a 2 versus 3, it's not the easiest, especially now with the molly going down, so they should be able to get a nice little post plant here.
Yeah, I mean, one day we'll see a team cleanly close a game out, won't we? This looks like it is that old classic. As soon as they hit 12, they're so far ahead, they don't have to stress too much. Siren, yeah, of course. I mean,
they keep forgetting about the new ladder
just got a hold
changes.
shift, ultimately, is the shame of it. Really quite annoying. They will start bursting forwards. If only Siren had found that one, I think we would have been on, but low HP for Magnajez, he will indeed move away. But yeah, I think it's in particular right at the top of the ladder. You'd be at that point, even if you have come up super silently, make sure you don't mess it up. You can still just fly out a lot better using like A and D and well, I suppose it'd be D in that case, to fly off. As a lot of people should do. In my games, they don't. You know, they just climb up the ladder and then you get blocked and then everyone gets a bit stuck. You have to make sure you move in to that side and whatnot. But what I'm trying to say is you can burst out, get a good clean peak, picking up your pace the way the velocity works in the game. That wouldn't have made noise. Now it does.
Yeah, exactly that. First time out taken by BetBoom. Probably just a precautionary measure more than anything. They've got money to work with to buy back in. No issues for this round. The next, probably the one to follow, in fact, as well. They've got such a good bank for them to really kind of fund the next few. I don't think there's really too much worry, but I think it is partly just, all right, let's not give them anything. We know this, especially what we just saw in towards Mirage. We know that if we do give them a little bit of an opening, they'll take it for a bit of a run. We just don't want to allow them to snowball. I think more than anything as well, because they kind of want to go in towards that map number 3 with this bait side being slightly mentally boomed, right? You've destroyed them on Nuke. You've not really gave them really anything. The scoreline may look a little close, but never really felt like it. Even that 6-0, I sort of built that picture coming into towards the second half, but just poorly. But what I was essentially trying to say was that, you know, 6 rounds from BetBoom on T-side was really good. Like, as much as it looks like an even scoreline, it's not an even map. It's very CT-sided, and unfortunately, we've seen kind of what I sort of lightly told you coming in towards this map. This is not a side that are good on their T side here, Bait, and it's been proving that fact. But NPL will open up proceedings here. However, it comes at the cost of so much HP. So Essential is now dead, and NPL and Alex, who are both very low.
Yeah, Flammer's punished for that in the past, but he gets away with it this time.
Honestly, respect for going for it again. He's done it like twice recently.
12-7.
Both times failed.
Yeah,
it's like,
just...
I'm going to do it again. Why not?
You never expect the third attempt. 4 versus 4 here. A big freeze up from Bait, actually, to maybe just see if there is going to be an overstep. And there is. Umich loses his head. Now getting a kill. So man advantage towards Bait. Still this HP that comes under the limelight. Orp has a quick look, doesn't spot anything, and they are slowly wrapping their way round towards A with all this outside control. So might not be what's expected. There's a player who has made his way down below, Zorte on that AWP.
Keep an eye on this clock, though. They're not giving us a lot of time. We're just about to go into 30 seconds, and they're only now making their way in towards Heaven. They've basically got no room for error. They can't make any mistakes.
Yeah, someone's got eyes on Heaven as well if it remains the case. The bomb hits the deck, 20 seconds. They've evened up the numbers. There's another player in towards Heaven that's unexpected. It's all going to be down to Alex. 5 HP, low time. Zorte in the vent, picks up the bomb. Gets behind to get it planted. Oh my goodness. I mean, really well done. Just about able to squeeze out that bomb plant. Is that still going to be enough, though, because he is so low? Do they know about that? Can they communicate that? Zorte just waiting, biding his time. Was he heard on the flames? I would have thought so. It's one of those that maybe a teammate communicates to you. So he's just...
He ticked twice in it.
Buying some time. Does have the AWP out. Great angle against the AWP here. Zorte going to have to hit his shot. Oh, barrel spotted!
Jesus.
And Alex goes early, but he will get it done. That damage not confirmed. Fly around the corner with a USP. I think you win that, but they just didn't know.
God, that was so close. Just trying to keep the vibes up, though. I can respect that. But yeah, that was dicey. That was a little too close for comfort. He shoots a little early, and it very nearly kind of costs him in terms of the spray control, but it's all good. Oh, really unfortunate time for a tech pause as well, because it just feels like Beta starting to open up a bit of a door, and it's off the back of BetBoom's pause as well, which is kind of even more important. You know, it's a tactical timeout taken by BetBoom, and immediately another round found by Beta as they're slowly but surely starting to chain a little bit of something, some success of any sorts on this C side. The headset issue, it seems, on towards Kentasaur. Hopefully it's nothing too crazy. Meditation for Zorta. He's locked in. He's
just lost the clutch, hasn't he? So,
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the worst thing, you can't
trying
talk.
to stay cool.
Yeah, so, you know, you probably look towards somebody like a Boom, you should be like, chill out, it's all good. We've got so much time. Like, we've got plenty of rounds, don't worry. But obviously being a tech pause, you can't talk. So he has to sort of stew in it a little bit.
Yeah. Saw the other day as well, even like typing, they were like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, yeah.
So no communication at all, really. Which is totally fair enough.
Do you know what? While we're here, should we have a little look at the career of the standing coach, Arch?
Ah, sure.
Let's have a little
Google.
Google.
Get there fast enough. You got the full name and all that.
Arch. I don't want to say CSGO because I feel like
I didn't hear about him in Go.
I don't recognize.
I think he might be a 1.6er, honestly. Or former pro player.
Here
Could be a different game.
No, found him. Years as an active player, 2013 to 2020.
Well, I've never heard of him, unfortunately.
He played for Spirit. QB Fire as well.
Okay.
Extremum for a little bit.
Okay. Some teams in there that, yeah, maybe I could have... Why did he play for Spirit?
played for Team YP, throwback.
Right.
That was probably actually maybe his more notable one.
Goodness. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I recognize some of the names. He might have been on that QB Fire team.
He was a sub worth mentioning for QB
right,
Fire.
Okay, so, you know, maybe just one of these guys kicking around and whatnot in the pugging scene.
2018.
Yeah,
Spirit.
that was also kind of after QB Fire had been doing anything, I think.
Yeah, Spirit says 2017 to 18.
Right, okay.
So we're talking a while ago.
Yeah, he was like a tier 2 guy that I think maybe found his way onto a few now notable teams, but indeed. Nonetheless, we are back into the action here, of course, and BB will be looking to close things out. Kind of here and now, to be honest. Beta getting a bit close. You know, and overtime's been in the air, of course, and can be difficult to get rid of the smell, so we'll see if we get it again. This round's going to be a pretty telling moment. 45 seconds, nothing's really happened.
Yeah.
Very tense, very slow after that tech pause. And also given the context of where this round is.
It's not a lot of util here for BetBoom. Keep an eye on this.
Absolutely loads for bait on the other side, though, I have to say.
It's going to come flooding in towards the A side. What can they do with it? Boomich, first find, good. Kentasaur fall, and he's actually given the luxury of falling away here and trying to reset. And he gets a second before he drops, which is massively important because all the numbers drop in a matter of moments. So much util, but it doesn't matter. It's all about the aim. Individual shone there for BetBoom as they take their map pick and Nuke. And now things get really interesting. We've got a map 3 blooming here to kickstart IEM Atlanta. This is spicy.
Yeah, we're going to find out. I mean, things look good for Bait towards the end. They're able to at least get some rounds off the ground. I think it was important for them to do that. You know,
yeah, morally.
Take a timeout to just sort of say, right, let's try and keep our heads in the game, take every round as it comes, you know, and indeed go for it on that third map, especially considering D2 T side is going to be pretty important, I think it is safe to say. But you see the scoreline here on the highlights just creeping up and up and up. And BetBoom, for a little while there, it looked like they were going to close things out without a hitch. Small hitch in the end. Not really too much of a problem for them, of course. But at the very least, things are competitive. Very, very excited to see how things are going to go as that third map might get underway.
Yeah, this gets really quite interesting now for me. I don't know really what to expect. We've got that Dust 2 coming up, and it does actually feel like a bit of a handshake between these two sides. It's obviously a bit of a favourite for the region too, so this could be really, really quite interesting. We're going to head to a break though. When we are back, we've got a third map decider to kickstart the B stream here on IEM Atlanta. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
the hero Katowice.
They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
third map was certainly expected here for these two teams as Bait start off with a win. I wouldn't say start off well. It was very, very close. It certainly could, and maybe you would argue should have gone the way of BetBoom at times. The second map of Nuke, though, kind of a non-starter. You know, even that scoreline that Bait get is a lot closer than it actually felt. It actually was in the end. So, yeah, we end up on Dust 2. I think both of these teams are going to be really excited to be on Dust, as we've had lots of open fights, lots of lurking around and what's this guy doing here kind of angles. Really quite, you might say, selfish, solo-y kind of Counter-Strike, and Dust 2, I think of all the maps, is going to lean into that the most. We do have the knife round here, of course. I don't know, we've been, you know, these knife rounds these days are a little standoffish. They seem a little solved. It will be pretty heavily in favor of that CT Bait side, so you would imagine they're going to start on the CT end as well.
Yeah, Dust is really interesting. It does feel like quite a nice little handshake here between these two sides. They both play a decent amount, but BetBoom to a little bit more success with that. So we'll kind of see how it pans out. It's 11 times played, 55% win rate for Bait, but 9 times played, 78% win rate, which is pretty damn huge as well. Last time we saw Bait was back at Rio. They got kind of dumpstered by Na'Vi, 13-5, not exactly the sign you want. Whereas BetBoom, they've been playing this a little bit more online, but they come off the back of 2 back-to-back losses, one of which being G2, fair enough, but the other one against Ursa, and Ursa's not great, to be honest. They've been, you know, for a while, they were playing with their coach, Jayo, for a little bit, but prior to that, a really good streak. It's just the recent form that's looked a little shaky. We shall see the odds. And you always get one. I feel like that smoke, that hinge smoke, fails quite a lot.
Yeah, it's tough. You need to be in the official, I suppose, to really get a feel for it. Yeah, very awkward. And it will certainly slow things down. They were going to be pretty heavily holding towards lower, towards mid anyway. Kenzazor here.
Oh, yeah.
Mows them down on the Julies.
That's the bomb as well.
Really convincing stuff. It's just 3 remaining for BetBoom. Now he's going to get another down there. It's all on Boomich, the captain, the man who missed the smoke. And he will go down. So, Bait with a totally flawless pistol round to open things up.
If I'm right in saying, I think City's got at least 2 kills every pistol so far. He got 2 in towards Nuke in both of them. Yeah. You're really, really good to see for him individually. But it's these 2 here from Kenzazor, which all but kind of confirmed the round, to be perfectly honest. Bomb gets dropped, spilled in a really unfortunate spot into his lower tunnel, and at that point, unrecoverable as all the other fights go the way of Bait. So nice way to start things off on this CT side. Nice way to respond off the back of it. Bit of a lackluster Nuke, I think is the nice way of putting it. MP9 at range, not the best weapon for that sort of fight. Get some damage off, but thankfully the rifle then come in for support. MPL 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Oh my god, MPL! That comes so quick out of nowhere as he gets all 5. I thought he'd be done at 2. Needed to reload, pulls out the dualies. Wow. Sharp shooting from both of those pistols, and that's a nice little way to get a second round on the board for Bait. I'll take those every day of the week. Confidence booster.
Explosive start for the side of Bait here. Looking very, very good, as they will be set to continue things if it all falls into place. I think they are pretty happy with the way that things have started, though. This is a big rifle round to just start the domination, but we'll see. It's easier said than done. BetBoom, those individuals have looked really, really good. This is the man, Magna Jez, on that second map that was just really bailing them out, in that first half in particular, but he just kept it up all game long.
He had 2 huge clutches as well, and I honestly think without him, it actually could have been a bit of a closer game.
We got to work on these smokes, fellas. I mean, this might genuinely...
That's right, I think.
I don't think so. It doesn't look like it's dropped down.
It's, it's the trickle, yeah. It's the right side.
My bad.
Come on, man.
I thought he'd missed it.
It's a bit of a newer one. We don't see it that often. We definitely don't see it in the online tiers, but it's the right side trickle down smoke.
Okay. Well, they make it work. What the hell's happened? Crazy individuals, as I don't even think the smoke really would have mattered. They're all just finding kills across the board. But yeah, fine line on a couple of them. Nonetheless, BetBoom get the guns out and immediately dominate. It's not a good sign.
That's kind of actually the main thing, is that, you know, sure, pistol force buy, you can have those. The first gun round being so efficient by BetBoom is actually really what we kind of gather. It's quite similar actually to sort of how Mirage looked at the start, where we were sort of saying, yes, the scoreline at the halfway point was 6-all, but it was more gun rounds at BetBoom, which felt more important for us. And even saw the similar sort of vein in towards Nuke. And that's where I think a lot of this series has led, hence why we've always slightly favored BetBoom, but that is 2 big kills coming through from Alex, and a re-smoke, a replenish in towards that long house that just denies Zorta being able to come through for the trade, and sort of force them, he doesn't want to, but he has to pump the brakes.
Yeah, really big finds. It's going to be another chaotic start, isn't it, into this map, similar to Mirage.
I'm here for it, man. This series has been... It's been a wild one. I feel like
it's true, and it's very messy.
Do you know what it feels? And it probably is the case that both sides are just super jet-lagged.
Yeah, maybe.
It's just quite like sloppy, but it's entertaining in its own regard.
Yeah.
And that's what we expect from opening games in towards, these sort of tournaments, especially when they are in places, like when we see them in the US, or like even when we go to like IEM Sydney or Melbourne or whatnot, right? You get those first games where they're a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, the players did talk about it in the lobby, I think.
Only drive the day before.
Yeah, for sure. And there was like a big delay. Not sure if it was for all the team, but certainly when they were talking to Magnajez. Into 2 versus 1 now here. Siren with some sharp shooting, making it look doable, but they're so low. Kenzazor healthy as well. Could just spam away to finish this off, honestly, but he's allowed a bit of a reset. Does not matter. Denies the bomb plant as well. And a big find as the early rounds looking a bit rough. BetBoom thought they'd get the guns in hand and they would take over, but it's not quite been the case. Bait staying on them. But yeah, just sort of finish off, I think it's about a 12-hour delay or something they said they had on like their second flight.
Oh, really? Oh,
I mean, it's rough out there. It is rough out there with, the situation, the monitoring of the situation. It can
I've got all 7 monitors ready
exactly.
for this. Yeah.
Some flights, some airlines are struggling, let's just say.
Yeah. And I think they were speaking to Cynthia, and he was like, I'm on 5 hours sleep.
Yeah.
I was like, it's going to take
and
an hour.
He was like, yeah, I need 9.
Yeah.
Just like basically double what you got. Like,
honestly, credit if he can get 9 hours. I don't think I've had 9 hours since I was 9. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm a big sleeper. You know
really?
That.
Yeah.
So
I can't remember the last time I've had 9 hours
it's just
of sleep.
Some people are programmed different ways.
Yeah. A lot of my family are like sleepless elite, like they are saying, where they're only like 5 to 6 hours.
See, I'm
not
maybe
quite
getting more
that.
so from my mum, but
yeah,
she could sleep through a thunderstorm. To be honest with you,
I'm
shout out mum one time.
About 7 hours, I think, is probably like my max.
See, it's weird. It's like I wake up a bit sharper if I'm below 8, but then if I'm above 8, I like feel really good but kind of groggy.
Oh, you can oversleep.
To get going,
100%.
But then I'll have like more battery for the rest of the day.
There you go.
It's all a bit of a game.
Kenzie's opened up proceedings here. Spoomich has fallen, and Magnajez has also taken damage, but there is kills back in place that keep the numbers favourable towards BetBoom. Sub 30 seconds though, and they're still looking like they want to commit towards this B site. I don't know though. You've got 2 towards upper tunnels, 2 towards outside of the B, but there's 2 on the site itself. And it's a pretty decent crossfire. But is Ken still keeping an eye trail on this? No, he's not. Ascential should be dead to rights. There's too many angles for him to keep track on, and he gets sidelined. And with that being said, last man of Alex, of course not going to give this one a look in. That'll be that. 1 versus 4, which he's never going to entertain. So nice response.
Really good from BetBoom, I think. The bomb was in kind of a precarious position, coming through the double doors, can be scary.
Good patience.
So they really waited, despite the low time, didn't panic, didn't try and force it, and they obviously are rewarded.
Yeah, no, fair play. It's one of those where you very easily, especially when you had like 1 towards tunnels and 2 outside of B, they could have dove in there and be like, right, worst case is a 3-on-3 if they gamble stacking this, but they make sure that everybody's there at the same time and they're moving in together. It's nice patience. It's nice kind of communication between them. Just making sure. Yeah, it's a mental shot from Zorta. Nice reaction. Really has very kind of fine margins to work with there. Oh, beautiful stuff. All the same, making it a 1-round game. Assuming Flammers hasn't got... Okay, there we go. I'm going to say, I'm assuming there's something for him to work with. Dropped over by Boomich, he'll pick up a Mach 10. Flip side, you do get a buy coming through for Bait, but it's not exactly super bountiful here. Scout and play for Sizzy, an M4 for Alex, and then the rest will round it out with pistols. So all signs sort of point to BetBoom tying this up 3 apiece, and with that tie-up as well, they should be taking a lead because money will get broken over towards that CT side. So this is a pretty decent spot to be in if they can close out a round that they should be closing out.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it is all about these rounds as well. Make sure you see them off.
Yeah, they're not guarantees, but it's really good for kind of the mental state just to see them over the line. However, not a great start. Kenty will spam the smoke and he'll find 1, but 2 in quick succession by Siren, and MagnaJet's one of his own 2. So there was a brief moment there. We had bated breaths.
Yeah, M4 on short and everything, you know, you maybe see that getting in, but Siren does well. Siren does very, very well.
And unfortunately, no recoverable guns as well. They just can't go and scoop up that M4, for example. They can't really hope to try and catch an AK. Even like proactive exits, I don't think it's worth the risk. I think you actually have to keep Sizzy and Ascenthial alive to have any sort of a look in towards this next round. But here's that third for BetBoom, and like we were saying, a round that they should win, they do, with only the 1 casualty. Not too shabby. The fact that it's inexpensive as well, I think is really just a nice comfort to have for BetBoom.
Honestly, they're starting to really steam ahead for me.
Yeah.
There's a few signs. A couple of players on the bait side have not got many kills, not had any kills since the pistol, maybe. So, you know, it does look very, very shaky. And as I've said throughout the series, I do feel BetBoom individually are a better side. That is something that is really exploitable. On Dust 2, of course, and you know, get them working, get that AWP in play where Sizzy has had moments, but maybe not quite as consistent, comfortable, and abusive as Zorte has felt. And as confident. I mean, look at what he's doing here. Some really high success rates on these early fights that he's taken down Ali there.
Oh, he gets the tag on Sizzy through the door. But that first engagement, he takes a tag, he doesn't flinch. Like, respect to him, he holds the angle, and it's a nice one behind it. There's 3 behind this door, though.
Oh. Now just 2.
I don't hate the idea, to be honest. You've got to do something a little bit weird, and a tag will come through on towards MagnaJet, but a re-smoke as well.
Yeah. Scout reveals itself, I think, is kind of the key thing to consider. A lot of action going down middle. Bomb actually wants to go B. They'll have an idea of this because they've got the flank coming in from long. It's a little awkward, but...
He's like struggling to jump up on Xbox.
The kill does land. Still...
B-side's open.
They've faked it out, yeah. They've drawn them in more towards short. We'll be able to get this bomb plant in. So perhaps considerations, if they're even able to make it out. Ascenthial's AK will think about saving, try and take this guy on the backside. Boomich looking to lurk and getting the spray transfer.
Wow.
Fantastic. Yeah, even he's a little bit like, wow, damn, okay.
I want to see that from his POV.
Crazy backflip. What are we scoring it here? If we do get to see it, which I would imagine we would.
Yeah, if we can see his POV on that, that looked like it was a nice transfer. There's the first, was really important.
Okay, we get the reaction. We don't quite get the kills, unfortunately.
It looked like a pretty crazy one, because the first guy's on box, and he flicks to top side, another tag
you know,
onto MPL on the cross. Ollie for short corner. MagnaJet. Oh, he goes off the back of the flash. That's so well played. He might go ahead of the smoke, which will net another kill. We've sung the praises of MagnaJet a couple of times already, and it's moments like that which prove just how valuable he is.
Alex in the smoke. BetBoom.
Dead to rights.
Savvy. 2 of them waiting, and indeed he will go down. BetBoom playing them off the server at the moment. Absolutely brilliant finds individually and the reads. And it's now just the B players, of course, who were none the wiser, faked out a mid play.
Yeah.
So they're kept in place. A gonna fall, 5 versus 2, and even the save feels under threat, feels unlikely here.
Yeah, it looks like Siren wants to give this a look, which the right call. MagnaJet's another kill for him. My God, he's looking good. Maybe a 4th on the cards. All spotted in towards window. Flamus will see it off. Flawless. No one dies. Towards that T side, which is absolutely huge. And no real shocker that we see a very early timeout from Bay. It's an absolute necessity. Really, really comfortable stuff. This is 5 out of the last 6 rounds that have gone the way of BetBoom. And it comes back to the point that, you know, you brought up and we've kind of talked about plenty of times throughout the series. If you just chalk this down to raw mechanics, like individuals, you're choosing BetBoom every day of the week, and they just have that added, I would say, like a little bit of a higher kind of skill ceiling across the board, right? It's only really MPL who I would consistently say has that ability to be, you know, on par, let's say. I think Sizzy's had some nice moments, I'll give him some credit too, but as a whole, MagnaJez has been brilliant all series long. Flammer's had some nice moments here and there. You're just looking at this bait side who you get dumpstered in towards Nuke. It's not exactly a fantastic map to fall back on, and mentally could be in a bit of a weird spot, and it's Dust 2. It's so buggy. It's down to these individuals, and they look great towards BetBoom.
Oh, Kenzazor, nice. Gun retrieved. Smoke goes down. He kind of predicts the Molotov that comes through, but it doesn't land correctly, so that's a bit of a shame. He will get taken down. Teammates falling all around, though. So, no funny business for the most part. They will try their best to try and get into this and, you know, find another kill. Not going to happen. Break open! And the aim punch. Of course, getting the better of MPL. So, up to 6 here. It's this round that's going to be important, though. What have they talked about in that timeout?
Yeah.
How do they see themselves getting back into this Dust?
I actually wouldn't mind another pause, to be honest. It might feel premature, but I think for anyone who's been watching all series long, we all can sort of feel this falling apart quite quickly for Bait. They've got to have the foundations on this CT side. And it really is quite a good kind of eye-opener to how strong a side is Sizzy. Nice opener. MagnaJez will swing into it. Feels a little bit overzealous. Probably needed a flash there. But it goes dry, and that contact will lead to an opener for the AWP. His first kill since the pistol round as well. He got a double there and nothing since.
Yeah, so able to open up could be beneficial. Gonna need a bit of help from the team at large, of course, and the bullet found, but yeah, the angle too tough to beat. Molotov just doesn't quite make it to him, so solid 5 versus 3 to work from. The B hit though. Torn apart by one guy.
That first shot is ridiculous.
Unreal.
He catches him jumping.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
The big thing here, though.
Go on, tell me.
Flammus has got the smoke, and he is in towards middle, so they have to wait a long time before they cross in. It's a dangerous, perilous cross, but also keeping them at bay without this, you know, B doors smoke is pretty tough. He eventually arrives and does get that smoke down.
You might save here.
Yeah, I think with that.
Especially with that smoke as well in towards window. Statistically speaking, the B side does too. Yeah, it's the hardest site to retake in the competitive map pool right now, and you can see Bait just have to retract. They can't give this one a look in. It's just not worth it. If everyone falls, they got no buy-in towards the next. It's already a lead taken by BetBoom, but it'll probably be one which can be extended quite a bit if everyone was to fall here. At the very least, with 3 staying alive, they can buy back in around this because of loss bonus. So that's somewhat of a comfort. One of the 3 remaining can drop over a rifle apiece. Look at the shot, though. Nice from him. Really has nothing to work with. And then the second to follow it up. Takes a dink and just is unfazed.
Yeah, nuts. Crazy. BetBoom really starting to streak ahead here. And, you know, you have to bear in mind, this comes off the back of that pistol for Bait. So it would be 9-1 right now. And even then, would they have been able to, you know, get towards that kind of a buy, so on and so on. All conjecture. Sorte remains ever consistent. We might have to throw in that nade off the spawn box, maybe a smoke even, to just really confuse things for Sorte. As it's really tough.
Every round, doesn't it?
To deal with. Yeah, it feels like CSGO, man.
Yeah.
This is what was happening before they removed D2 over there. It was just like CTs could not make it across without being tagged. It was impossible. Just the timing and the lineup and whatnot. So Sorte seems to have figured it out here.
Re-smoke, but it's a bad one.
Yeah, so is the first one.
Yeah.
So whoever's got to the lineup.
Yeah, whatever
is,
lineup
wrong.
is not cooking.
But maybe that's part of the idea, though. See where this AWP is, trained on the angle, ready for them to come around that corner. Perhaps a small bait to try and indeed find some kills. Would be the case. All the CTs are here, though.
And look where the bomb's going.
Crazy. I mean, why? They've all rotated. Not even one guy like holding mid for that cross. This just has to be a save.
Yeah, I think
you're
right.
To be honest, like, they do have the man advantage, but really lacking utility. Kenzazor's low. The kill hands itself to you, perhaps, but...
Yeah, Flammus has got to go as well, though. He's really actually got to start to activate here. 3 are rotating through tunnels.
What is the plan? Smoke towards car.
I'm ticking.
We'll give them a bit of space. The Orb just has free reign over here, though. He's not expecting more targets is the key thing. Flammer's taking so long to scale up. He's also going to reveal himself. Between these two players, they do have a kit. Could get somebody on that bomb. May well have just picked up a smoke there as well to work with the Molotov for sure, and it's fallen apart. It's very close in the end, but Bait will take it, and I think BetBoom, like us, thinking there was a save on the way, but no, they gave it a little look. And it all fell into place.
It's sort of what I was saying as well. Flammer's had to activate earlier there. He takes way too long to really actually get going. And that's the thing that cost them, because before they know it, Bait do something which is all you really have to do in a spot like that. They've got the numbers advantage. They play for the trades. Every fight there is taken as a 2 versus 1. They just trade effectively. Because Flammer's was nowhere near, nothing he could do. And the molly's actually great as well. You have to go through the flames, and the aim punch and all the rest are going to make it awful. So now we have to find a 4th. Even if they get a 5th here, though, I still don't feel confident. I think is kind of that main talk point. That's a nice nade, though. Flammer's nearly perfect, to be perfectly honest, and he'll dive through the smoke to lose his life. So an opener for Kenzazor, who now has the control tools long with the opening kill, and nade behind it as well to tag up Boomich. This is a great start for Bait. Once again, they're going towards B, and you know, if you bet Boom, why wouldn't you? You've had so much success there.
Sorte able to open up once again. Molotov going to come down, but not necessarily going to slow the entire team. Sizzy does get tagged. Molotov makes it to him. He's in a very awkward spot. He's very low. He's definitely spammable as well, for example. This is wild and unpredictable. Bomb has yet to go down. BetBoom taking fights, looking for as many kills as possible. Flank has been cut off. Magnajez pushes forward, so to get it done. Oh my goodness, so many kills, and indeed, yeah, I need a moment too, Magnajez. That was a crazy round, a crazy finish to that first half. We've still got the second coming up to decide this one. Don't go anywhere.
a pretty one-sided half, to be perfectly honest. 8-4, and that CT side start didn't exactly go to plan for Bait. They struggled to get control of the map, and BetBoom looks so comfortable. Now they moving towards that CT side with a nice little buffer zone, and even though we've sung the praises of Bait on the pistol, I don't know if that's going to bail them out here. These gun rounds have not looked good. They look really uncomfortable.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think that BetBoom, we are starting to see them really come to a head. As we say a few times, stronger individuals and able to lean on that a hell of a lot more. Some messy rounds towards the end. If they can maybe tighten things up, I think it could be over sooner rather than later. Also worth noting, Bait find a lot of their rounds on the CT side normally of Dust 2, and not really been the case in this particular matchup. 1-for-1 at the top end of middle. Sorte has to be careful. Fakes a drop back. Going in for the reaggress. Flash comes over for him. It's okay. It does net him 1, but he can't make it out. So 3 versus 3 now.
I like the kind of proactivity from BetBoom, though, like taking fights and actually trying to take a bit of control. Good information gathering. How about this? Big fight gonna come through. Flamus! Oh, 2 and 3. That is so good from him. We've sung his praises plenty of times, and we've spoken about how much of an injection of firepower he can bring to BetBoom, and there's a quad kill from him. Lovely work. And the one thing we were saying, Bait have had those pistols in the back pocket that has alleviated the pressure of maps, and now they don't even have that. 9-4. No bomb plan either. Not enough kills. I don't really think they can be force buying in towards this, so the 9th should turn in towards the 10th, and there we go. We don't get the force buy, just 1 deagle for MPL.
Yep. Kind of a classic eco situation for Bait. Seems like they like doing this a lot, actually. Just everybody else on the hard eco, and MPL's like, please, can I have a deagle? So,
hang on, hang on.
Could be something.
No way.
Oh, Boomage. And he gets another.
Ow. How's he got away with that?
Yeah, very lucky to be alive.
Could have knifed him, to be honest.
Yeah, probably would have gone better. In truth. All the same. BetBoom with the strong position. Now he's got an M4. How's that happened? What's this about? I suppose maybe you play a slightly longer angle and give the MP9 a chance to make some money over here. Zorte will do just that, having a great second half, as he will indeed make lots and lots of cash. So we'll see. This feels like it is just going to be over before it's even begun. Bait have got to turn things around and really need a fantastic rifle, a good run of rounds off the back of it. Try and deny saves, things like this. It's a long, old run back, and unfortunately, map 2 and map 3, they just haven't been good enough.
Yeah, there's a real tough checklist for Bait now. It's, this gun round, they have to take it and then take it cleanly. Like, we're talking like max 1 casualty, and then they have to chain like 3 or 4 rounds together before we can even start to entertain the conversation of recovering this Dust 2. It's just not really ever got going. There's been pockets of rounds here and there, moments, but realistically, it's kind of only been at the start of this map. It's really not been the show in 4Bait, who are falling quite flat in this third map. Flash out in towards mid. They smoke off the cross for CT, which get broken open by the nade, and that'll allow for 1 to come forward for Flamus. He's hard done by not to get the second, but Zorta will clean up, leaving Sizzy all alone. 1v4, no chance. Got 1 minute 10 on the clock, sure, but he's got absolutely no chance, primarily because he doesn't have the bomb.
A non-starter, perhaps.
Yeah.
Let's take 1. Nearly a second, but it just doesn't really matter. The thing is, BetBoom is so far ahead. Damage, economy, things like this don't really come into the equation because Bait are not giving us the rounds. They're not convincing us that they are going to remain competitive here. And I think, unfortunately, this one seems to be a little over. And BetBoom looking much, much stronger.
You're right.
Another deco.
Yeah.
Really popular at the moment. Rather than, a lot of people would be like the techs with some utility. Maybe a guy actually buying no armor, no deagle, and full utility mule. But yeah, the leaning more towards the deagle has become a little popular.
Let's see if they can do anything with it. 2 smokes to work around it. Sizzy, no armor. Let's try and get that AWP out as soon as. To be smoke is thrown for that CT cross, but it's Siren who opens up proceedings. It's just a consistent factor, open and kill every single time for BetBoom. But they're scaling up towards A. There's 2 players directly here and a third over towards long who can rotate no bother.
Molotov in, that'll force them forwards as they are desperately attempting to get these Deagle headshots. Alex will find one, flashes over the top towards short, keep them at bay, find those long-range fights. Alex looks okay on the Deagle, but nobody around to join him. Number 12 for BetBoom, as it is looking to be over before it has ever begun on Dust2, unfortunately. So, you know, competition, chaos throughout this series. A little bit of chaos towards the end of that first half, but this second half has just not gotten going, and it feels like it is, unfortunately for Bait, going to go the way of BetBoom. So we wanted some competition, some, you know, scrappiness here on Dust2, and we've just not got it. Tizzy will find a tag on Siren to kick off the rifle round to end all rifle rounds here for Bait, as they hope to stay alive, so that is something.
Road to recovery, so long. And you really can't think long-term, unfortunately. If you are Bait here, you can only take this one round at a time. I think Zorta just spotted the leg there. This is the Alex who jumps up on towards Xbox, so will find his shot. So opens up proceedings, all recovered by Boomich, who is given the luxury of getting away, just by virtue of the Molotov, denying Alex being able to swing in. Numbers advantage, but even still, rotations are pretty quick, and Magnajez, who we've spoke so highly of, a chance here for him to bail them out. Boomich can't hit the shot, but he spotted the bomb.
Trickle smokes, question mark. And it's just going to be one, actually, as they look to maybe dip back. They're going to try and, maybe get someone in towards CT. Bomb's coming back, actually, so it's fake outs across the board. Where are they going? Where are they ending? Even we don't really know. Flamus has gotten himself in behind here. Bomb scaling up towards the A-bomb site itself, but how safe are they really? Flamus does really well. Gets that kill, immediate pivot back towards long, so I don't know that they're going to be expecting him on this aggressive of a timing. The AWP is watching it, though. Shadow spotted. Oh, this could be dangerous. Goes wide, first comes in. Trade is not there instantaneously, but Boomich will get it done. Second time of asking. He's now on to the AK, looking to close out this 2 versus 2. A bit of help from Siren, but he's mostly going to be down to Boomich. Tap's not quite landing. He's still really healthy, though, somehow. They do eventually deal with MPL. They know about the last, but he lines them up. Kenzazor, the king of Gandalf, and he will indeed keep them alive.
Yeah, keeps things just about in check. It's right down to the wire, which is also in itself not a convincing factor. Like, we need to get not only plenty more rounds, that's just to stay alive, but we want to see them taken cleanly before we even remotely start to believe. It's not impossible, just highly, highly improbable. It looks like Bait might go for something kind of quick towards this B site. A bit of a Molotov, which will slow them down initially, a smoke behind it too, and a flash, just in case they were tempted to go quick. And this now allows Siren to set up towards back plat. Zorta's not too far away either. And you can already see a bit of a rotate coming through as Magnajez is going to shore up this mid defense. Yeah, they're cancelling on the B plans. They go back for lower control with that hinge smoke as well. They've got that quick rotation. You have to fight for short control, and the spam from Magnajez is good.
Yeah, really solid, really solid. There's a little bit that goes on to Kenzazor, but I think just what BetBoom needed to calm the waters is a nice early pickup like that.
Yeah.
Only towards short here. Just biding their time, but I think BetBoom, this is their round to lose now.
Yeah. Keep an eye on Siren. When does he start to rotate away? Because there's so much presence here. Like, surely at one point, he might even just play in towards mid. You rotate like a Boomich in towards that CT position. They're kind of all angling, though, thinking this might go towards B. They've surely got to know this is an A hit. 25 seconds, in they come.
Well, it's that one light mid to B smoke that seems to have thrown them off. The AWP stays alive, misses a shot. Magnajez in from behind quite fast. Gets another, confirms everything, really. 15 seconds, a lot of pressure to get that bomb down. It's Boomich, who's coming from short quite late.
He's out.
He's dropped that bomb. That's all he needs to do. It's going to be on Kenzazor here. Not ready for them up close, and BetBoom will get it done. 2-1. Very hard fought on map number 1 for Bait. At times felt like it should have been BB's map, to be honest. But since then, it has been that one-way traffic. You know, no real sweat off the brow on map number 2. Map number 3 looks even more dominant. So, yeah, solid stuff. And we did say coming into it, individually, a stronger team, shooting better. You saw that as the series went on. Maybe some teething issues, still not quite the full lineup. Yes, Flamus is like fitting in and he's cool and we're happy with him, whatever they might tell you. But it is going to be tough in certain maps, certain matchups to work from that, especially, you might argue, on some of those more puggy maps, right? How do you pull out your highest level? You don't rightly know yet with the new kid on the block, and also Zorte only been kicking around for about a month now. So yeah, it's a little difficult to get going, but once they do, kind of unstoppable, to be honest. This is a pretty scary looking team because Bait, all the way throughout, I think we expected to be competitive, even on the less favorable maps, even on the slightly closer affairs, but just wasn't really the case. All their energy used up on map 1, which might be a legit case. They might blame that, to be fair, but you know, BetBoom in a similar kind of boat, that they've also had some longer travel plans than maybe they first indeed planned.
And I think as well, you know, for the likes of BetBoom, it's actually a really, really nice way to start off this sort of tournament, because we're looking at them as, you know, maybe a little bit of a dark horse here in Atlanta. Like, the conversation around BetBoom now is sort of talking about, can we actually get a deep run? Can we get a playoff run, right, for this side prior to the major? They've obviously gone through a couple of roster changes, Zorta and Flamus in towards the squad for the major itself, and we're kind of looking to see whether this side can really actually shore up this 5, right? They obviously had plenty of players in and out. Dilladez at one point, Art Frost as well, who was there, and we're kind of looking to see whether we can really find, is this the 5 that can actually take us the distance? Because they've been close. They've had some decent runs at some of these tournaments, or some decent wins under their belt, scalping a couple of maps here from some solid sides, but it's never been about, like, can this team actually start cracking in towards being like a proper top 10 and really kind of cement themselves as a tier 1. They're still, for me, in like that tier 1.5, and it's they're close is the kind of the issue for it. But as a whole, that's a really nice way to start it off. I would say these two sides are relatively similar in terms of where they stand in the overall CS scene, and especially those final 2 maps, really important to prove that they are better.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, BetBoom's an interesting project, right? Are you going to have a team like Spirit turn around and go, yo, this MagnaChess kid, pretty good, let's have him? And then it's like, oh, okay, there goes an awful lot of your team, right? Like, are they going to be able to push up? Can they get to, like, Paravision heights? Maybe, right? It just sort of takes one good run. Maybe that happens in the major. Maybe that happens leading up to the major in a tournament like Atlanta, where a couple of the bigger teams might have their sights set beyond this. But for me, I think they do move a lot of players around, and that's sort of the main goal. You might argue this project maybe looks slightly different in that sense. You know, they've brought a couple more veterans of like the tier 2, tier 1.5 kind of scene that have had taste of the top, but not quite been able to remain consistent. We do have a man, of course, who has a big chunk out of the top scene of Counter-Strike. It is, of course, Boomich here joining us for an interview. Thank you very much for joining us. Congrats on the win, of course. Just briefly talk me through how you are feeling about that one. You know, a really nice turnaround on map 2 and 3. We were a bit worried after that first map, but you look good as the series got going.
I know the first map was about the Field the Game on LAN tournament, its first match, and on second map, I think we got the 6 rounds on T side, and everything was cool on the CT side. And you know, third map, you can say it's like easy because scored 13-5, but still it was really nervous, and because of the first match of the tournament. And yeah, I'm happy we won it, and we're going to next day.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. And talk to you about you guys as a whole. Like, how are you feeling? Obviously, it's a long travel day. We kind of heard about some travel going awry. How's the jet lag? How are you guys feeling for the overall as well? And kind of what are your expectations for Atlanta? We've been kind of painting the picture that we'd love to see you guys make a playoff run, especially kind of prior to the major itself. So what's the goals for Atlanta, and how are you feeling being in America and the jet lag and all the rest?
It's crazy feelings in America. I really like it, the USA. I don't really have the jet lag because I was sleeping in the flight for 9 or 10 hours, and we arrived at 1 p.m. So it's cool for me. For the rest of team, I don't know. But I think everyone is feeling good. And about the tournament goal, you know, it's last tournament before the major for us. So we want to play more matches to feel the game, you know, and that's all. I mean, of course, the minimum goal, I mean, like, could be in playoffs, but, you know, every team wants to be in playoffs. So it's hard matches. So we're just doing step by step every match. That's all.
And how is the project at large looking? Right, you're obviously in a very interesting spot. You can look at a matchup and you can be like, okay, you're listed on HLTV as these 5 players, and then you actually get into the game and there's someone a bit different in there, depending on the tournament, sometimes depending on the day. But yeah, just talk me through. Obviously, you've added Zorte more officially quite recently, but you seem to have stand-ins a lot, but then also perform pretty well despite that. So yeah, just talk me through that whole kind of wildness that's going on.
Yeah, it's really wild for us because you're practicing with one lineup, next week with second lineup, and with Flamos, like we was practicing for only 2 days before this tournament and 1 day here. So, it's still crazy for us because a lot of game plans and rounds, and I should remember like what they remember or what we should discuss. It's crazy, but we're trying to do our best, and that's all. And for Zorte, like you said, we was playing with him before, and we have a good relationship, so everything is okay.
Have to say. Last question from me. Of course, with this win, you play off against the winners of Vitality or BC Game. Let's assume it's Vitality. I think most people would assume that it is Vitality. Are you going to be the side to finally beat this team? They feel unstoppable at the moment. Nobody seems to have found a way to break them down. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve if it is those guys?
Oh, I don't want to think like we should destroy them or beat some streaks, or we just want to play our game, and it's a great opponent to prepare to the major and see in official match what the top guys can do versus us. So.
All right, love to hear it. Well, brother, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the win as well, and best of luck in the rest of Atlanta. Hopefully things go well for you.
Thank you.
There you go. Very insightful stuff. I think it is safe to say, good to hear from Boomich as well. He's going to give us a lot. He answers really quite cleanly, to be honest, So yeah, a lot of insight considering the fact that they've just hit the tournament, and it has indeed been, I don't know, a bit easier maybe coming into it. He's lucky that he can sleep on the flights.
9 hours on a flight, by the way. That's impressive. I can barely get 45 minutes.
Fair play to him. Especially going back the other way. It's really quite rough, if you've never done that. Either way, that is our first series said and done. We have got more Counter-Strike on your screens. However, there's so much CS going on in the world. At the moment, it's NRG up against FUT. Very much looking forward to this one. We will indeed, I think, have to see how things pan out as a pretty exciting game on the cards. We'll catch you in a few.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
He was doing that from market. Okay, that's quite a nice kill to have. Look at the way they've slowed this down. Okay, there we go. BC Game coming in hot.
Well, Rob stuck at the apartment. Zai were trying to backtrack and get into a better spot up on top of the van. Under a minute left. Is there a world in which Vitality pull this off? But Senzu through the apartments, that should be the confirmation that this round's not going to go against them. Zai were getting scrunk, and BC Game going to be very happy that they bounce back after the pistol loss and win a round that looked very unlikely.
Dude, it's electronic. That kill saves the day. Flamesy's about to jump around the corner with a MAC-10 and just clear out the bomb site, and then there's nothing BC Game can do. That kill from electronic is everything to keep what Scrunk was the one. Scrunk alive with his MAC-10, able to kind of get into the crazy, afterwards. Like he's in this position to get this kill off from Mezzi. That's perfect. Lovely kill from electronic to just activate everything, and it all falls into place.
They just focus at the beginning of the round.
All right. Round 15.
All right. right. Yeah, Apex calling for everyone to focus at the start of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe he just felt like there wasn't enough conversation about how to handle and prepare for what might be coming in your direction, and they fall flat.
I think that was something you brought up.
Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Welcome back. We said it would be a quick break in between the two series. We're getting ready for our second of the day here on the B stream. We've got the hometown heroes of NRG taking on FUT. And a bit of a rematch from Bucharest not too long ago, but it was a very one-sided affair there. It was a 13-2, 13-3 in that one. So on home soil, NRG would love to get a bit of revenge.
Yeah, I think they would. Are they going to be capable? I'm not so sure, unfortunately. You know, this is a decent NA squad, but NRG, when it comes to playing, you know, the more international Counter-Strike, they tend to struggle. And then on the other side of things, you do have to say FUT are a bit of a hot hand team at the moment. A lot of pundits, a lot of the community, really big fans of these guys. Yeah. They are indeed capable of winning. They have proved. And indeed, I think they're just waiting to get through the big scary teams, you know, like a Vitality, maybe like a Na'Vi, you might argue, on good form. But FUT are really competing at that top level. They just now have to prove that they can do it consistently, and they're not one of these teams that sort of squeaked through and been overlooked a little bit. They were a junior team a few months ago, or, you know, about a year ago or whatever. So I think ultimately we'll see now in this particular tournament if they are able to compete. It starts here. They have to put NRG to bed in the same way that they did the last time they met, to be honest, if we are to be believing in these guys.
Yeah, and of course back with Longs as well, which is really good to see. They were playing with Coolio for a bit because obviously he had a bit of health issues, but it looks like he's back in, which is really what we want to see as well. He is so, so important. We had a little interview, a little check-in with Grim prior to Atlanta. Check it out.
You jumped in here, you got it ready for this matchup, and now we're doing what?
Cincinnati Bengals
cap. Plague Inc. It's my warm-up game. First time I played teams when I was like 12.
Yeah, NFL team, yeah.
So, you know, you make your own disease and spread it and stuff.
Hantavirus,
you know?
Yeah, you know, just light topics here at the Intel Extreme Masters. No, obviously it stimulates the brain and for NRG and company. Talk to me a little about this road here in Atlanta. A lot of weight here on the shoulders, a lot of responsibility. How do you look at it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, as a North American team, I would love to make playoffs and play in front of the crowd, but obviously we got to do our job first, and it starts with
6
FUT,
months
and
and
they
then
are a
like
pretty hard
basically a
team.
year, and in my brain
I think last time they beat us like 13-3, 13-1 to Bucharest, so but yeah, I mean, that was like 3 weeks ago. A lot's changed now. We got like some new stuff and more practice with me, so hopefully it definitely goes better than that.
Is there anything we can talk about in the new stuff? I mean, for 3 weeks to pass, you think about the things that a team could learn, right? You know, how do you steer the ship, or how does the ship get pushed around at that point to make it work for you guys that you're learning from those experiences?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I feel like our team's kind of experienced at this point. Like, we got Nitro, Grand Slam champ, he's him. But no, it's just about, like, practicing and, you know, like, reviewing, taking the lessons from those games, you know, like, forget the mistakes, remember the lessons, that type of stuff, and just, you know, just get practice with the new stuff that we've added. And it's been nice just having me get some more time with the guys and get to learn how they play. And obviously NA practice hasn't been the best, but there's been some EU teams here, and it's been nice scrimming them, like Na'Vi and stuff. We've had a bunch of scrims against them, and honestly with our practice results this week, it's probably the best we've ever done since I joined the team, so everyone gets a lot of confidence boost going into it.
And did any of that have to do with the sort of outfit from once upon a time when you guys didn't do so well and you had to wear the masks? Does any of that kind of have any relevance to now? Was that the 3 weeks threshold where you're like, okay, yeah, we got to do better?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say so. I think at Bucharest, we kind of felt like we were kind of like around the even playing field of most of the teams there, since most of the top teams were somewhere else. And obviously, we fell short. You know, we lost the Legacy, which we thought we should have beat them. And obviously, the FUT game was rough. But I mean, at the end of the day, all you can do, like, you can't like just harp on the losses. You know, you gotta like just, you know, find a way to move on and improve and just learn from it and not feel too down about it and control your mental state in the moment. And yeah, I'd say that 3 weeks definitely helped just get on the same page.
Is NRG going to get revenge today against FUT?
Absolutely. You know, we're coming in strong. Like I said, I got a Grand Slam champ to my left, so, you know, I can't be nervous. He's just going to keep us all composed.
Yeah, he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders nonetheless. Grim, thank you very much for your time, man.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back in. Pretty insightful stuff, I think, coming through from Grim, of course, as he's saying, you know, not being in the team super long. Will it be enough now for them to bounce back? I think this is a great NA project, for sure, keeping a lot of really big names and known faces kind of alive and trying to build up the support around these guys and hopefully around the scene in general, and doing well to make it to tournaments like this, be the hometown heroes and whatnot. But it is that international Counter-Strike that unfortunately they are sort of struggling with. And you find it a lot. It's similar with like the Asian teams where it's like you have to dip down, play your domestic stuff. That's one style. You want to be winning that and grabbing the qualifications to like pro leagues and things off the back of ECL. But then you also have to be able to play internationally. And it's like, you know, these two different versions of the team can be a bit hard to keep up. But we are into the ancient here, of course, no messing around.
Vibes seem good as well, you know, in that interview for Grim. He seems quite relaxed. He said, you know, we've actually had time to really integrate him into the system. But, you know, even just small things, like he's saying, you know, playing a bit of Plaguing, you know, he's not stressed by any means, right? You know, it's just, exactly, honestly, one of the best games ever. That was, you know, iPod Touch back in the day. Can't go wrong. But we're live. We're diving in towards the B site, and Longs is here. Gets one, Cemetery one of his own as well. Scribbetti dives in. He'll deliver, but more needed now. 2 versus 2. Bomb gets planted. Oh, and OC loses his skull. All on Nitro, who's on for the ace. The first 4 go his way, but where is this last man? All angles clear. Cave not there, so surely got to be flanking. And Nitro will tuck himself in close here. This might get overlooked by Demon, who's lost track of him. Does not have a kit either. Nitro on for an ace to start things off for North America, and he's going to get it. Captain Fantastic starts so damn well for NRG. They needed a hero, and my God, does he step up.
Yes, Grim said the Grand Slam winner to his left. And indeed, he's correct. He is correct. I mean, rolling back the years a little bit, Nitro with a big find. And a great way to kick things off here on their map pick. Be kicking themselves ever so slightly. Demon especially just didn't quite have the time to work with in the end. They've got the force buyout. Look, this is a really scary team at the moment, so I'm always holding my breath when FUT are involved, and especially when they're punching down a little bit. I think certainly can be the case that they are just capable of winning any kind of round that is thrown their way. Thinking about moving through. Sonic will find one on the backside. They do call a pause, a cancel, thank goodness. I think they were set to start bursting towards B.
Yeah, last meeting between these two is anything to go by. This is obviously a game which FUT are really favoured in. On this map specifically, 13-3 last time they played. But what Grim's saying, NRG have actually got a nice, new, fresh few ideas up their sleeve. Let's see. They're still looking like they want to commit back towards B. And in comes the Util. Set up for this. They're going to double stack close here.
Yeah, still could be deadly. To be honest, 5-7 chimes in a little. It's that Deagle that gets a kill. Oh my goodness. Damage done! Jux comes through, but he's not able to go totally nuclear. They still do some decent damage. Take some guns away. And indeed remain competitive, but going to be the eco coming out here as they'll look to try and figure things out, get back into proceedings in the upcoming rifle, but going to be a moment of holding off.
Yeah. A couple of Eagles coming through, or 3 of them. Chug, Scribbetti, and Demon. Demon in particular, of course, is one to keep an eye out for on the hand cannon. Highest headshot percentage in all of pro Counter-Strike. Even averages a higher headshot percentage than that of Scream himself, which is I mean, it's pretty insane.
Yeah.
I think last time I checked, it was like just shy of 70%, which is ridiculous. Granted, been about a month and a half since I last checked, but insane nonetheless. Krenny the first to fall, and a great nade as well. With no armor, that really does hurt.
Yeah, very chunky. Just taking it quite slowly here in both ways. Over towards B though. Sonic makes it look easy with that softened up and the AK as well. To work from 4 versus 2. Should be all she wrote.
Shot.
Jugs on the Deagle. Decent find. Demon not close to the action, so I don't know, you probably still give it a look here because they are just on the Deagles with no armor. Smoke available if needed, but I just don't think it's going to happen as you would presume. So NRG moving up to 3. First proper test right around the corner though. We'll see what they've got.
AK scooped up by Jugs.
It's quite nice.
And Demon going to stick around, see if he can get anything late in towards round. There's just no one going to exit via Donut. He drops a smoke, and mainly for this is just to keep a couple of bodies towards the A site, to be honest. Misses his opportunity, and they don't stick around long enough, so Jugs will save the AK. That'll be the little silver lining in what was ultimately a throwaway round. We weren't expecting really anything from FUT in that one. NRG, they matched the entire total that they got in the last meeting between these two on this map. And to start off the map, that's exactly what you want. But I think you're spot on. This is now the true test. Full round to come through. Also an AK in play as well. Depending how Jugs feels, I'd be tempted to drop the Demon, to be honest. You know, everyone's got money, of course, but Demon's so crisp of it. He's going to keep hold of it.
He's feeling himself, baby.
Yeah. He's been very good recently, too.
Also keep $650 and not buy a kit. I'm angry. Why has he done that for goodness sake? But, you know, we'll see. It might come into play, it might not. And then, obviously, he looks like a financial genius.
Only the one kit in play, and they're going towards A. There's no one actually here. You got Longs in towards Donut. That's as good as it gets.
Yeah, a bit of a classic, actually, you know, leaning in towards mid and leaving your A quite vulnerable in the first 30 seconds of the round. They will still be able to bolster it back up. NRG thought they had the element of surprise. They don't. Smoke will go down. It was needed a bit earlier. I think they're confident enough to go pushing through it, and indeed they will. 4-piece for Demon.
Wow.
Bro finds himself alone, so the ace is certainly still possible here, but Bro on the other side of the map, they know that as well. He will go for an upgrade. He'll probably go for a light save, to be honest. He's got plenty of cash in the back pocket. But, yeah, the round itself is just not going to happen here. Floating bomb. But floating on A.
Where's he looking? He's just inspecting.
I guess
It's
so.
a nice knife, to be fair. I'll give him that.
Thank you very much.
Emerald
Getting a good
Crambit.
light for it, I guess.
I'm not really that
green-
into my skin. I think it's an Emerald Crambit, I think.
I would have thought so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But then I'm not
just
really
be
that.
Gamma Doppler.
Yeah, exactly. It might be like a Gamma Doppler phase 1 or whatever. I'm not really that into the actual skin names.
He's a bit of a green boy. He is actually going to give this a look. So revealing himself, giving Demon an opportunity at the ace. How nice of him. He'll actually steal it away. I mean, he gave Demon plenty of shots there. It's like, listen, man, you know, if you can't find it, I'm going to have to punish you. I'm going to have to teach you a lesson. And he sort of semi-reluctantly saved here, I guess.
Yeah. Also, at the same time, just even that one extra kill does keep things a little bit expensive towards FUT. You know, it forces, you know, a fair sizable reinvestment to come through. But regardless, first gun round taken nicely. 3 out of the 4 kills as well, 4 Demon headshots. The one time we needed a real headshot from him, just a little laugh. He knows he should have hit that. Rebuy back in, of course, for NRG around that save, but Sonic's only got a Tech 9. Triple AK, save them 4, 1 Tech 9 for Sonic to round it out. It looks like early, they might even go quite pacily towards A.
I mean, they did this in the previous round, not quite this fast, but it was still pretty fast.
Ooh.
A lot of damage done. That's a big kill as Sonic found a guy out towards Shelf. Or Demon going down a bit too easily, so NRG, I think, read into it. They're like, okay, they're going to try and play aggressive into us. They're going to try and push smokes and swing round. It's what FUT can be known for, and if they can get away with it, it can be pretty hard to deal with. But NRG a bit more prepared this time. Group up quite heavily, the ball of death.
Yeah.
And it finds success.
It's a bold call as well, right? To go back-to-back into it, and it just completely catches FUT off guard. Relentless pace, and that's what I want to see from NRG. Like, take a bit of a forward stance. I think the issue when they last played at Bucharest, they just showed FUT way too much respect. And I think that's kind of the issue that I think a lot of teams have been doing. Maybe, I don't want to say sort of like overlooking how good this team actually can be, but obviously these sort of problems where people don't really respect just how crisp FUT are. That's obviously why they were so good when they were, you know, in the academy system and really kind of flying up the ranks in the tier 2. They just out-aim everybody, and I think they show them a bit too much respect. You've got to make them feel uncomfortable. They are beatable, as we've seen, and well, now not too bad. A pretty early timeout called here by FUT as Coolio wants to get involved, and kind of understandably so. This is not exactly the start that FUT wanted or was definitely expected.
Yeah, and look, this is one of those matchups. It's only been about a month since you last played them. You absolutely trounced them. This map was included. So you might get a little cocky, I think that's safe to say. Even subconsciously, you might not be actively doing it. It just makes sense in your head that it's like, yeah, whatever, we beat them last time, we don't really need to change too much. It might be a bit closer. So it's really, really good from, as I like to call it, the engine room. You know, that might be your IGL and your coach combined together to just kind of take a step back and be like, okay, we have to respect them here. There's a few different parameters. They're going to be way fresher than us, right? We've talked about the sort of jet lag arguments and stuff like that. Definitely can play in. I think you've got to be used to it at this point if you're a high-level player, but NRG will be fresher, will be more at home. And indeed, I think also feeling like they need to overperform here because of where they are. So all these things combined may mean that NRG are looking sharper than they did last time.
Yeah, a bit of a change up here by FUT as well. They've got to shore up the A defense, but in doing so, sort of leave mid a little bit vulnerable. There's kind of two different ways and teams like to play this. You either go really aggressive in mid, which is something that FUT like to play, elbow control and all the rest, or this time they shore up A because they're worried about that flank and that push through that's been catching them off guard so often. Great little position, shoulder spotted by Demon. He's waiting for the swing as well. He'll get it from Sonic, but he can't get the second behind as Grim will trade. The issue is he's sort of stuck here. There's no real safe passage to get out. Has a flash, has a nade, but he probably has to fight his way out of this, and it's one in which he'll win. Jugs swings in, dies. Grim, 1 HP, just alive, but all that matters is the numbers are even.
Yeah, it keeps him in the round for sure. And again, FUT are going to have to work for it. How much of that damage is confirmed?
He's open again.
Little bit of presence. It's Symmetry on the orb. Towards Brokey here. Drops down at the perfect time. Could get around the corner. He's only given it half a look though.
This barrel gets spotted. I think it might have.
Yeah, maybe. Molotov forces him back all the same. Kind of ready for the flank. Grim's changed up position ever so slightly. He's also going to be backed up. Nitro to find Krebeni though, really, man, opens it up. And FUT have lost all presence and control. Symmetry the only one left.
Wow.
And Grim takes him 2. That's 2 kills on 1 HP. Heck of a round. They are definitely feeling themselves, and I think they've put the work in. This is looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. This is some nice Counter-Strike at the moment. I think for FUT, I think they're playing a little bit too loose for me. You know, we're seeing so many 1v1s and 50-50 duels, which generally, especially in that previous series between these two, worked because they were a lot sharper there. At the moment, it's anything but. NRG look really good. They said they had come in with, you know, a few more weeks of prac and a couple of ideas up their sleeve, and yeah, I like what I see. Back into a lowish buy for FUT. You got Krebeni on towards an M4. Just upgraded pistols around it. Symmetry not buying anything as he wants to get the AWP out into round number 8. Tough round to convert. And they're playing a bit more of that kind of, you know, again, defaulty setup. No mid presence, 2 towards A, 3 towards B. But the 2A guys have at least trying something a little gimmicky. They've gone for a bit more of a push here.
Dropping back from Cave will be the A advance, and fully actualizing this as they're just going to try and turn it into a flank. So not only is it information, but it could also have devastating effect here, and Sonic's got half an eye on it. Oh, the timing maybe works out actually, as Bro also gives it another check. I think they're feeling confident about it. Krebeni panics. Really could have netted one. We'll slow them down. 35 seconds or so left on this clock, and of course they're very ready for the B hit, so hopefully NRG are aware of that fact. Krebeni gets one before being traded. It's going to These two players stacked on top of each other, 5-7. Oh, you know what it can do. There's hardly any time, 20 seconds, trying to bail this bomb out, but he's stuck. He is stuck, and he is dead. It's all going to come down to Bro. He sprays down one. He looks for the transfer on the next. Super low time. Nade comes in. He has to push away. The spam is close, but not close enough. And my goodness, a 2 versus 4 from the B holding players. One with nothing but a USP. And that's what FUT can do.
And the 5-7 is so good. So good. And you see just how effective it can be there. Brilliant work. It looked so comfortable until we got to the point where it's sub 30 seconds and you always get that uncomfortable feeling. You get on the 30 seconds, you've really got to make a, not panicked move, but a late move, which obviously can fall flat so quickly, and it does. Nice way to respond for FUT, but they need to build upon this. Second on the board. Looking out towards A once again. That feels like their comfort default. Cemetery will open up proceedings, but OC there with a quick trade. Every single time that we've caught NLG this year, which has been a few times to be fair, OC's been the star of this side. He really has continued to look super sharp at times for this NLG side. And they're going to call upon him here. Nitro with one, but OC will fall to the hands of Kabeni. And they're going to cancel on this A move and fall away. And it's all being heard.
Still allows them to get a bit of a reset. I mean, there's a world in which they can surprise. And you know what they do? They just walk back in towards A main.
The old double pump. Gotta respect it. They've already done it once in this half and it's worked. So if it ain't broke.
Well, we're about to find out if it's broken, to be honest, because Demon sticks around.
Oh, great timing on the smoke.
And they're starting to discover that there's not really anything going on at B. So keep one, you never know, it might be a super late round move, but...
They're going to contact this.
Jugs in the donut. Bro's got a smoke. Indeed, they are looking to contact, maybe looking to boost up as well. It's just going to be caught in the nick of time. Smoke has to be in the right place here. Jugs gets one down to keep them at bay, but also gives space for the bomb plant at the very least. So, you know, they're conceding the site, looking for the retake. I think there might be a kit dotted somewhere, but still going to be really pressing time. But you can see the wall of smokes allows him out, able to move in silently. They boosted the player up. Meanwhile, A main, big battle here. Krabeni again jumping the gun, man. Ortov comes out, forces Nitro into the open. He's left incredibly low, still alive. And Sonic on 2 HP. There's not loads of time. Sonic just has to try and play around that as best he can.
Wow.
And he takes the headshot. Brilliant stuff. NRG are playing a great game here. They're performing well under pressure, keeping their cool, matching the pace, and forcing FUT into a second timeout.
Yeah, this is really impressive. I'm loving what I see from NRG. Some clean Counter-Strike from them, but even in these close and dicey rounds, they're so calm. They're so composed under what feels like it should be a really high-pressure moment. Sonic does so well. 2 HP, dives back towards the boxes on site, and then plays the headshot angle and hits the shot no less as well. Not phased by a side that are normally kind of so crisp that you don't want to take those aim duels. NRG back themselves, and this is what we're talking about. Don't show respect to FUT. This is how you're able to overcome this side. And they're doing a really good job of breaking them down. And so far, it's something as simple as, man, A is open. Let's just keep doing this. Like, and I honestly feel like we'll get to a point for NRG where their defaults are going to keep ending towards A as long as they keep working. And until FUT shore this up, it's awkward. The issue is, and we've kind of touched on this already, by shoring up the A defenses, you're simultaneously leaving mid pretty exposed. And that's something that's quite difficult to deal with. If you give the ease at rotations over towards NRG, they get so much control.
Yeah, and just playing some, you know, you might call it a little foolish, but it's just very simple. Not deep in the calls. They leave A main and then they walk back.
Yeah.
You know, not trying to do anything too fancy. I think they know where they stand.
Yeah, they're not overcooking it, right? I think they, at the moment, they've got a couple of guys who are really looking quite solid and they're just relying on them to hit their shots, and they are. You can't complain like that. Nitro, nice find from him. He'll fall to the USP as he was low, but OC for a double. As Jugs and Cemetery go down, and that really should be the round with it. 2 remaining with Lonks, 1 foot in the grave, and a fadeaway bullet through the smoke. We'll see him off. Last round of Demon. No real chance in a 1 versus 4. Unless.
Well, we have seen a few wild ones today.
Not here, though.
Yep, not going to happen. Here's Nitro leading the charge. Looking really good. You know, good to see a smile out from him once in a while as well. I think when he's performing well, you are going to get that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very, very sharp stuff in a lot of these rounds. 7-2 now. I mean,
guaranteed
regardless
lead is
of,
huge.
they did better than last time. Like, the position they find themselves in is actually really quite strong.
Yeah.
So,
FUT are not awake here.
Surprise on the cards. Definitely a surprise map, if not a series, depending on how one-sided it goes here, is certainly on the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. FUT are not present at the moment. A 5-round buffer, guaranteed lead. The way NRG are playing, you'd expect probably a couple more. Jux will get spotted. Just take a tag as well. He was tempted by the smoke, but he knows they're not close enough that he needs to worry just yet, so he'll hold on to it. Spam onto Sonic. A nade behind him, which Gravetti gets out in front of. He's run out of ammo in that rifle. Does need a reload, does try and get out. Oh my god, as he's jiggle peeking information, nearly cost him. Demon has to deliver here and can't because Grim is that much sharper. This is really good. They are out-aiming one of the puggiest sides in Counter-Strike right now. Bro, for a bountiful double, cracks open the B site and surely confirms an 8th round for NRG. The North American hopefuls on home soil are looking fantastic.
Yeah. What a monster. What a monster. Obviously a guy I think a lot of people, you know, look towards a couple years ago as Astralis were trying to rotate talent, and every time a new one joined, you'd be like, this is the guy.
This is the guy.
This is the guy. This is the guy. You know, they sold us that quite a few times, and, you know, he moved over to NA and
he's thrived ever since he's gone over there as well.
I think so, yeah.
On an individual basis.
To a certain kind of level, right? Like up to a certain point, but maybe enjoying the finer things in life that Counter-Strike can bring. But yeah, on this particular team, he looks a bit more comfortable. Maybe just, you know, all that pressure that's put on you at that time in those Astralis rosters can't see you off. Decent save from FUT. A lot of kills come in at the end, but of course, to no avail. And, well, I don't know. Do you want to go for it? I think they probably will try.
Yeah.
Got the orb saved, but it's all about the rounds. I mean, this is getting scary. Double digits, certainly possible for NRG.
Which is a crazy thing to think. Again, just to remind those, when these sides played a couple of months ago, maybe even less, to be honest, it was 13-3.
Even just on paper, I think, regardless of
the
previous matchups, you would just look at it and be like, this is a high-level team against, you know, a lower-level NRG that have
number
not
6
looked
in the
good.
world versus number 24.
Not look very good internationally as well. A lot of their VRS and ranking is boosted because of domestic games.
Ooh.
Sonic will open here, though. And it seems to be the opposite of what we expected. Sonic keeps him coming. He's on the Tech 9 here. Jugs will take him down. Oh, nearly getting another. There's a kill in for Nitro, I suppose, on ramp, that would be. So that's going to give them the round. It's Cemetery 1 versus 3.
I think you might have to save here again.
This is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, NRG are giving them a taste of their own medicine.
Who would have thought NRG are actually on track for double digits here? And at this point, it feels unlikely that they won't get it. There's no money for FUT to fall back on, bar the loss bonus. Cemetery will try and save this AWP, but Bro is pretty quick here to rotate over. Oh my god, they spot each other out, and Cemetery will double back. That's a belt of util to try and keep him alive, but absolutely the right call for NRG to go hunting. Why wouldn't you, right? You've got money to work with. You can afford to lose a couple of rifles, and Nitro is here. He's got the right idea. Cemetery's tunnel visioned in towards that spawn, and down he'll go. As the man in the middle sees off the last. This is honestly sick to see on home soil. It's always such a great story to get, you know, a hometown team starting off a tournament well, but this well is really unexpected, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. NRG, we've caught them plenty of times this year, and we've seen some real flashes of brilliance and some real nice, you know, moments or maps, but series as a whole and tournament runs as a whole, not so much. Get a nice start here towards Atlanta. Who knows?
Sky's the limit, so long as you can avoid Vitality.
Yeah.
Which I don't think on their side they would be playing Vitality, to be fair.
Same group, though.
Then you might beat them, in the playoffs or whatever. So,
I think if the only time they would meet would be the Group A finals, right? Wouldn't it? Oh no, it wouldn't make.
Yeah, because it's like 2 from Group A, so I don't think they're on the.
Yeah, it'd be upper finals.
Yeah, okay.
But they're gonna get past pain.
But that upper final would be to decide if you get semi or quad.
Exactly, yeah.
So you would have made the playoff by then.
And who knows, maybe BetBoom do something spicy.
Yeah, well,
who knows?
you know.
Who knows?
I doubt it.
Counter-Strike's a wonderful game.
It is, but Vitality are, the best at it right now. It has to end at some point, but you feel like, would it end here? I mean, maybe, and then they just turn around like into the major. They might
Anything with
also
NRG would be kind of hilarious as well.
Crazy. But it ended with Legacy last time.
Yes.
So, and they were also kind of a bit like, that's good. you know, it's a game that doesn't really matter, and a team that we're probably not going to meet very much. So it removes some of the pressure. So that might be part of the logic coming into this. They play with a lot of pressure here. They don't do well. It's going to be bad vibes going into the major. That's not what they want. So this does feel like the opportunity for Vitality to pick up a loss. But we've got to remain in our game, of course. Quick trade. 10-2. Looks to be happening.
Wow.
Maybe I speak too soon, though, as the bomb has been dropped with only 15 seconds. I don't think you can win from here, to be honest. Like, Sonic's an A-main guy. Grim gets isolated. Yeah, I don't think you win it.
8 seconds.
Unfortunately, so Sonic going to throw himself at this. There is no time to get it done, if he even finds a kill, which he won't. So, tiny little bailout towards the end. Will it be enough? There's obviously a long road ahead. I think FUT are capable, I won't lie to you, but we've got to break in between before we find out.
Well, not exactly the half that I think most people were expecting, but North America looking down fondly upon NRG right now, who are really in control. What a first half. And not only, quite the lead built up, but the way in which they won a lot of those rounds, super dominant. This is such a surprising, but I'm all here for it, showing from NRG. And the way they're playing 9-3, I can't fathom the way they lose this map now.
Well, I can. Honestly, I can see FUT doing this. I think that they are a team, put them on the T side, and sort of play no holds barred. It really could get dangerous quick here. Bro going to be up top, spamming away on the Julies. Oh, does find 3. May well have done enough. Might shut me up in good time. Should be enough space to get this bomb down here. And now what? Krbeny and Jugs. Jugs has been maybe one of the only saving graces for FUT, is the fact that he has looked serviceable. Shadow surely spotted here as Krbeny still tries to take the fight. Sonic will take him out. And it is all on to Jugs. Planted for him. No kit available. Tap goes in, not going to peek.
They've got to know.
Yeah, but this is the only way he feels he can play this. Now the hold coming in. Plenty of time to work with. Here's a lot of footsteps. Can't isolate the fights. And you feel like that might just be that. Needed the pistol to really make us believe. They do get the plan.
Yeah.
Still going to have the injection of cash. And I'm still not going to write them off, man. I really do think this is a team that can come back into this. But NRG, they don't think so. They're looking to get it cleaned up and take us to map 2.
I'm going to write them off. I'm all here for the American dream, as they say.
Well,
USA. I'm loving what I'm seeing, though. But again, you know, a bomb plant does facilitate a buy, which is the main thing. And we've been saying this a lot. It's not about the pistol, it's about the force buy. That's actually the most important round. This is the one for us, which really feels like it could be the change-up. You know, if you find this force buy in your favor, it's going to put you in a really nice spot. Spam through the smoke. Opening will be Jugs. Krbeny going to get one behind. Like we said, it's not really about the pistol. The force buy is the one that gives you the opportunity to snowball. And it's a good start for FUT is to get the opening 2 on Nitro and Sonic, 2 of the best players so far on the server.
Yes, absolutely. Looking like a pretty good force buy here. They will contact up towards B, and he is caught unaware. Plan comes in. I think the round will come in as well, to be honest. He's remaining 2. He'll probably grab that save.
Yeah, they're too far away.
FUT going to put the fear in you pretty quickly here if you are NRG. I'd take a timeout. I would.
Yeah, get daps on the mic early.
Done.
Yeah.
Be very careful. As FUT have started as they mean to go on.
I like the idea about having a little look here as well. You can afford to, you know, expend like 1 rifle trying to get a hunt off. Does look like be okay, maybe? Nah, they're going to fall away, so won't be problematic at all. An upgrade for Jugs to the M4, but a nice 4th round to put on the board before staying alive. You take those all day. Punchy round, pacing towards mid. Something as well that they didn't do a lot on their CT side. They did it in the very, very early portion, but they weren't playing very heavy on the mid aggression. On the T side, they take that elbow control really quickly. 2 players go out with that red room smoke that comes through, flash behind it, and with that control, they deliver the kill. So nice work. This will give them a bit of a runway. We get that force buy back in for NRG. The 5-7s are always scary, and there's a decent amount of util around it as well. Don't discount this round. We saw FUT win one of these. Nice nade though at the feeds. Long taking a lot of damage. The 5-7 diving in. It's not the flames that sees him off, but Launch is here. The nade should drop Bro, to be honest. But it's Launch with the AK who's doing all the work. He gets a double, and it's left down to OC and Nitro.
They are just fearless. They really are just fearless on those kinds of rounds. FUT look fantastic. To be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, just not thought. I watched on the minimap as you were commentating. All the nades come in. We got Molly, couple HEs all at once. I was like, oh god. But they don't care. They're unthwarted. You know, Jugs gets one before going down, and they manage to crunch towards mid really, really nicely. So just having that in their repertoire is a great sign. Something that NRG are going to have to think about, maybe worry about.
Yeah, it's also just good to see they're not phased, really. Yeah. You know, like it's very easy, and we've kind of seen it plenty of times with score lines as stark as that one. You know, 90 at the half, obviously, we see a lot of teams which, because things are going badly, they just shell up, right? And that's the worst thing that can happen to FUT, really. What makes FUT so exciting is their relentlessness. And I'm glad that they've not pulled away from that.
Well, I mean, this starts as like the little team that could.
Yeah.
To be honest, FUT, just a junior team picked up by an org that sort of already had a team, maybe an org that you might not really have heard of in Counter-Strike. They did burst onto the scene quite quickly, picked up, you know, a lot of French players, and then just sort of dropped that team in an instant.
Yeah.
And they were like, there's an opportunity, we like it, we're going to take it. You know, so they move fast as an org, and I think that can be really good for a bunch of young players to feel like everything else is sorted. You're not necessarily having to work for a living, and you can just focus on the Counter-Strike, and they were able to do that, and they have obviously delivered. So really, really nice when those things all come together, but this is a squad that have had to have a lot of resilience, right, in a lot of different ways. You join an academy team, you want to be the next Donk, you want to be the next Simple. I don't think any of these names on this team were necessarily on people's radar, you know, maybe us because we are obviously working it, but it's not like, oh, have you heard about this guy? Have you heard about this guy? They're going to be like the next big thing.
And generally,
it took a lot of time for these guys to get here.
From the original squad, it was Makaze who was actually getting the real kind of like limelight. I always said, and you know, I can probably pull the receipts at some point, but I always said like Krebeni for me was like one of the best fragging IGLs that we had kicking around. But
IGL drought, you know, now it's changed to like AWP drought a little bit, but
it's really nice though to have seen the change up from when they've kind of joined FUT, that sort of Demon's come into his own as well, and then recently Jugs has massively picked it up, and he's a great. This round looks all but done against that low buy there, putting it to bed quite nicely.
And it's interesting, like, honestly, I just love the project. You know, Lonks comes into this team.
It's a redemption arc for him as well.
It is a little bit, but he's obviously talked about he wants to help these like young players that maybe didn't have as much support that he might have had, and, you know, managing expectations and whatnot. I think very quickly burst onto the scene himself.
Yeah.
And
I kind of crazy
didn't quite live up to the hype, as it were, even though, again, it wasn't super high hype, but I think people were very disappointed. He has a few bad tournaments, and then orgs are like, okay, this guy's just not it. We don't want to waste our time with him. And that can be really tough. So all these kind of personalities and histories and potential futures coming together. Only 21, and yet he's like
21-year-old
one of the wisest like players in the scene, you might even argue, to be honest with you. So a really fun project, and all these things come together, and you can see the success that you get if you can start from like an honest place.
And then also,
as a CS team.
you know, Coolio as a coach, like we were casting him as a player, like not even that long ago, and you know,
he does well to pivot.
Pivot,
stay in tier 2.
Exactly, and he pivots really well. And it's, you know, I've heard basically only good things as well from him as a coach. Really offers up a lot to this side, and even in his stand-in stint as well. You know, took a map of Vitality with him in the server, which was pretty sick. Either way, 10-6. This lead is being chipped away quite quickly. So this gun run for NRG is really important. You lose this, and tying up this game is absolutely in reach and distance, and that's where the alarm bells start to ring out. Sonic expecting this red room push. The shadows will betray this group as they move on forward, but Symmetry quick on the trigger for the first. He can't hit the second on that crack angle, but they've taken this space now, and this is a great position to be in, as they can now, if they want to, split either way. And this is the worry for NRG. They don't know where they're going to go.
Yeah, you can go anywhere. They're opting to go towards B. Contact flash. It's good. It's very good. Jugs on 1 HP, but he is all you need. He has crowbarred his way in towards that B bomb site. The remaining 2 CTs going to save. And we're on. We're on. Super dominant rounds here. No sweat off the back. As FUT are looking very, very good. NRG, despite the info, can't even stop one guy getting in towards B. So yeah, we're on, man.
Yeah, absolutely. This is getting really interesting. 10-7. The buy around the 2 save M4s is going to be tough, which they might even go for like a half buy. And also, I say 2 M4s lightly because they might not stay alive. OC, a known quantity. Molly tickles the toes a little bit, and they behind it, but it will be enough to see him off. So himself and Bro will stay alive. Oh, just about. Longs will swing in. Bro does keep his M4. I wouldn't mind a pause though. Maybe in towards the next full buy, but you could do it here, and that's what they're going to do. First time I'll take in. As Dapsel get on the mic, and I think this is a good time for it. You can make the argument that they could have done it earlier. Probably should have done it earlier. Maybe even losing that force by immediately call it and try and ice them out.
Here's the timeline. You take the timeout.
Yeah.
You're going to eco this one, probably. You might do something funky, but probably not.
Most likely, like, at the very most, like a couple of 5-7s, really.
So it's 10-8.
Yeah.
And then you got 1 rifle round.
For the game's tied, basically.
Has to work.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, you just run out of room. And then it's timeouts to sort of panic and, oh God, what's happening? and the vibe is very, very different. Whereas if you take it really early, you can be like, okay, look, let's be realistic. You don't even have to talk tactics. It's like, let's be realistic here. They can definitely come back. It's a team that's had our number before. Let's try and give them that respect. Maybe, you know, stay away from them for a bit, see how they like to play. Things like this, you can talk general strategy, whereas I think that timeout, you take it and surely it has to be, what are we doing in the next rifle round? Yeah. All about the direct tactic, the macro of the situation, and if it doesn't work, now what? Yeah. You know, so it's looking pretty scary here. It's looking pretty scary. A bomb site is very open. Kind of okay in a round like this. You know, they're trying to do something. They've got the M4 boosted over on B. Bolster up middle so they can join quickly. Rotate quite fast. He will spot them going for the boost. Crazy find. It still looks quite good here for FUT.
Bomb will go down. Nothing NRG can do about denying that. Numbers advantage. The question is, do they actually give this one a look in? They are going to have a buy-in towards the next round. So maybe a temptation for it. No kit to work with. HE and 2 flashes. Krebeni, OC trade a piece, but Jugs is going to find a double, which will bring the numbers back in favor of FUT. Grim, other thing to say about this is he gets one, but diving through the smoke, Grim will drop. And this leaves it all on the shoulders of Bro with 12 points of HP and an MP9. Not to be, and spammed down through the smoke by Demon for a second of the round. There was a moment, bated breaths, but not to be. This is what you were saying, right? This is the round. The buy back in for NRG, and it honestly feels like it's for all the marbles. Despite in the scoreline being 10-8, you lose as NRG, the game realistically should be tied up. And at that point, you assume because of the snowball, FUT just run away with the T side. And so far, these T side rounds have looked very dominant.
Jugs is painfully consistent. It is crazy to see. Nicely played here from FUT as they will wait before going for the mid control, and it pays dividends. The entries again. It's actually longs to go down. All the same, big trade from Krebeni. Grim here to keep things even. 3 versus 3. As the bomb is making a quick move towards B.
I love this move by Demon. So unaccounted for. He's going to get so far up.
They think they're going mid. They think they're going mid and looking A, really. Grim starts to look, but he's going to miss the timing.
Oh my god, ships in the night. They're going to walk past each other just because of that wrap in towards short. Demon. It's Grim. Neither of them are really checking each other, which actually should probably cost Symmetry. But he just has the awareness of that possibility. Demon lets one cross. He will get his one tap. Keeps that headshot percentage nice and high. And the last round of Bro caught in transition. Wow, what a recovery, actually.
It is beautiful. I mean, I'm pretty sure he trades the information.
Yeah.
That it's like, this is the only area I have not checked. Could be slant, be careful, you know, all that kind of stuff. But he likes his position too much that he doesn't want to give it away. So it's a great bit of initiative, great bit of trust in the process. But you can see he was fully looking to finish the round, waiting patiently. Is there another guy? Really calculated stuff from Demon. Absolutely fantastic. Now within 1, it's going to be the low buy once again for NRG. I would say these are the types of rounds, but maybe not the case. Long's nearly in there with the double spray down. As near as, damn it. Man advantage for FUT, and, well, nearly completing the comeback here. Looking more than likely. Nitro will dish out some damage, but he goes down. Low HP for Sonic comes back to haunt them. And the 10th is right around the corner. Maybe the map as well.
Yeah. They are scaling so quickly on this T side. In round 20, though, opening couple, the damage onto Sonic, they freeze, they reset. Moving back through T-spawn. As they look to play as this pack, it's something that FUT do so well. Playing together, trading effectively. Krebeni wielding the orb, abiding Bogdan's law. A-side's open. Shifting their way forward, but they'll realize in due time that no one's here. You can even see as well a bit of that fake being sold by Demon. Smoke towards long, the molly on towards cave entrance. Yeah, no one's here. Smoke down towards CT, molly for a back box, and they realize it. It's empty. One will come down. That'll be the round. There might be more to be found here by Demon. 1 and 2 for him. The last seen off by Krebeni, who just holds, and you can see what it means to them. What a recovery by FUT. NRG have gone missing. MIA here in Atlanta. And a second pause comes out for them. And you can just see all of the color kind of drain from their faces. They are dejected. This is a dicey, dicey spot to be in. This game tied square so quickly.
And this is, as predicted, this is the panicky timeout. We don't know what to do. Is there anything that we might have in the back pocket, you know? Whatever kind of round they've got, some crazy sort of title, crazy idea to work with. Now is the time. That one that we said we'd never do again. Now is the time.
Yeah, I mean, this gun round, it's so important. I mean, every gun round is important for NRG at this point, but they're tied, right? And they've really offered up nothing bar that pistol. And it would probably be even more damning as well if they were to do this. Not only the 9-3, but winning both pistols as well. They start, though, for OC. Wins that all head-to-head against Cemetery. Their untraded fights go the way of the North American side is really helpful, but Benny going to sneak his way forward. Uh-oh.
That is ridiculous.
He's got a nice little gap here. Nitro should walk into it, and he will. There we go.
He's just aware that there should be someone around. Maybe recognizes, maybe heard that guy moving into position. And then he's away. Doesn't want to fight anymore. Evens up the numbers. Looks to join back with the boys. Do NRG have the balls to follow in his footsteps is kind of what he's asking. Bro, though, on the open angle, will manage to get it done. Krebeni looking to be the hero once again, waiting around these smokes. He is an absolute menace for sure. OC misses out, and we are converting a 4 versus 2 before our very eyes.
They've got to get the bomb, though.
Unbelievable. Bro is the defender of that bomb, the guardian of Donut, which is a ridiculous sentence to say in reality, but all the same.
Very North American coded, though.
Yeah. Too much to find.
30 seconds. Oh, hello. Nice shot. Krebeni will finally fall. He's done God's work in this round to give them even a lifeline. 20 seconds, and I mean, Demon knows where he is, so he can just pick up this bomb and go for a plant. There's nothing Bro can do to deny that. It's a foot race towards A, in which Demon will win. Molly as well towards main. It's the wrong place for it, but the right plant.
He does have a smoke as well, so smoke towards the donut, yeah. And that is much better. Just got to be watching it, just got to keep an eye on it. Demon will take him down, knows what's up, and indeed, that is a big, big round. Comeback fully actualized. 4 versus 2, we're in their heads. We are capable. It just is so many signs that this is going south, that this is going to be a full comeback for FUT, a full steal of the map. Absolutely crazy.
Unfortunately, yeah,
goodness gracious.
Gotta listen to it, though. You love to see it. They know the recovery that they're pulling off right now is absolutely mammoth. Oh, the 5-7 stopped shooting just as Demon crosses.
No, after you,
Yeah. No, you can go past. It's all right. It is that half buy for NRG to deny map points to FUT from 10-3 up. NRG are on the brink of losing their map pick. Nitro spotted, but not dropped. Ollie out from Krebeni, but a dive up from Ram, in which Grim will capitalize upon as he catches Demon running through. They know about this cave presence, but they're just avoiding the fight for as long as they can. The spam will deal some damage. Both Grim and Nitro take the tags. The move out, not a confirmed kill. Jugs will double back. This is really, really scrappy, and it's not looking good. 2 versus 4, but NRG have already lost one of these.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is it with the energy, right? Like the adrenaline running high. I think we have a lot of shaky players here.
I think Cemetery's looking for a rifle.
Yeah, potentially. Fortunately, not quite able to find one. It might have been nicked away, actually, by one of the other players.
Uh-oh.
Down. To just Cemetery. If he'd found that one cleanly, I'd maybe believe in the crazy 1 versus 3 with what we've had so far.
25 seconds.
Definitely still doable. Needs to find this, and can't. Grim on that same angle will take him down. Those are the rounds that you've got to be converting, and maybe FUT thinking they'd done it. Take it to 12 should be easy. They'll be on eco guys. but that was messy. So
yeah.
Mechanically, very messy.
Yeah, one of the few times as well where we see FUT sort of stray away from that pack mentality. It's very individual fight, and it's, you know, really, really well done. I think Grim in particular, because he's like the first person to take early damage. He gets spammed through kind of the cave wood, and down to like 34 HP, and he still ends up doing really, really well. So third and final timeout taken by FUT. They know they've done such a good job to get themselves to where they are now, up to 11, but still a real possibility of dropping this at the final hurdle. And Coolio wants to make sure that is not a possibility. 11-11. Good news is as well, it shortens up the finances for NRG winning that. Means they can have money for the remaining 2 rounds of regulation. Of course, buy here, but plenty left over in case things go south in round of 23. Of course, same can be said for FUT.
Yeah, keeping it simple here with the B Executor come through. Grim was ready. And the Reaper takes 2 down with him. We remain here. They should be able to break in and maybe a bomb plant. There's a lot of players in Cave. It's a weird game state for sure, but still really good presence towards B for the NRG boys. Bomb goes down.
Though, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, advanced positions for the rest of FUT. They'll be able to do something with this. Gotta pay attention towards ramp. That's the big thing here. And Jugs is just out in the open. He's lucky to get away with that. A little bit of a flash towards ramp, maybe expecting somewhat of a flank. Big find, so on the backside, that's what it's all about. They're trying to shore up their position in the area that they already have control, and I think it has paid off massively. Nitro here, too many to find. Double swing comes in, and it's really big steals. You know, they're doing so well under pressure. Great timeout, great kind of, it's fine, you know, leave it, 11-11, whatever. We're on this comeback, we've still got money to buy. Forget about that round, what are we doing here? And what they do is absolutely brilliant. I mean, the 3-man in Cave, I thought, you're screwed, guys. You're going to get flanked quick, and then Jugs is out in the open with the molly, but NRG, they wait too long. Yes. What it is. They're really waiting for their guy in CT to join them, and I think they just had to go. They had to try and take advantage of the unknown, the unorthodox.
Yeah, agreed. This is it, round number 24. I mean, it's great that we get the full map and regulation here between these two, based on the last outing being so one-sided, but it might hurt even more. 9-3 up, then you get the pistol, you go 10-3 up. Only one round since where FUT have gone on such a good streak. Leg spotted, Cemetery will get the kill. Bro, an unnecessary fight there, which is going to leave A pretty vulnerable. You've got Sonic here, but only an MP9 for him. The molly's good, the nade behind it will be quite nice as well to deal a hell of a lot of damage towards Jugs and Demon. And a re-smoke will slow down the A presence. However, Bro probably only spotted the AWP, so it's all unconfirmed information.
Rennie's been lurking towards B. Actually could have moved up the ramp. He doesn't know how good he has it. At this point, not looking to be a B hit. They will be working their way slowly but surely out on towards A. Well-timed utility here. NRG winding the clock down, and they have used their smokes here. You know, they don't have any left. It's not like they can pivot towards B as you would expect. Molotov not quite good enough. Sonic in a decent spot. Will he still get checked is the question. He's going to have to pop off here. He may well just save the moment, take us to that OT, into the 2 versus 2 now. The lurk is insanely late, but he needs the bomb to go down to be able to activate. Cemetery, though, target selection is so damn good. Benny coming in from behind, had to go for that bomb, get that plant. It's not going to happen. And Sonic reads the flank. Maybe a bullet came through, not quite sure. But it's Sonic that is the hero. The molly didn't reach him, and he will deliver. We go again in the overtime.
What a game we are getting here. The B stream so far delivering our first series of the day was really quite spicy, and this one, as map number 1 goes, is exceeding expectations. I was really worried that this could be a lopsided affair, like we said at the last meeting, but anything but. The great reset and the sigh of relief from NRG. Will that spur on a bit more confidence now? Magic number, of course, is 16 that we're looking for. Early damage, opening kill or find. Long's full blind, but Grim delivers.
Sonic on 1 HP. Just about survives all the mollies, and Maybe a bit of spam, perhaps. But they have looked to thread that needle and take some control where the gaps might appear. They are indeed correct over in Cave. Krebeni is much further up than you might expect here. Half an eye on him, but half an eye not going to be good enough. Demon as well. Certainly going to be in Nitro's nightmares.
They're so crisp.
It's crazy. 4 on 3, you're definitely going to go for this, but not looking too good. A pace pickup, they opt to burst through the smoke, and well, ill-advised into the jaws of Jugs. 4 versus 2 now. No real chance at this, you would say.
Surely not.
I don't think you mess up. Especially into the OT, the pace, it picks up and everyone feels more confident. You're going to take those swings, you're going to play off of each other rather than run the clock down on the bomb. There is a flank as well coming in. Krebeni seems kind of addicted to that at the moment. All the same, he's not needed. And FUT will find that first in this here overtime.
Yeah, Nitro started off as well, considering they lost Lonks early. He's obviously so pivotal for this FUT side on the T side. He gets them a lot of space generally, and particularly in towards mid. They lose him, and they recover that 4 versus 5. Really, really well done. It's this sort of like double entry at the same time. Really, really well done. And I think, bro, he kind of knew. Flash catches him. Yeah, they're getting hyped. To right. Looking for the 13, couldn't get it to start it off, but Grim gets 2 to open up proceedings around number 26. Not dead just yet. Flash, ineffective on towards Jugs. He wants this fight. He wants Nitro to swing him. He's looking to catch a cranium, but that molly will force him back. And a second one down leaves Nitro kind of trapped here in towards Cave.
Yeah, very odd looking round, isn't it? Bomb going to go down. They get control of B, but it's cost them a lot. So what can FUT do from here, being a man down?
It's looking very similar to that round earlier, though, right? When it was kind of a few stuck in Cave. Now we've got a few stuck in CT behind this smoke.
They lack multiple prongs, you know? Just trying to put all their resources into one place. Jugs will take some nade damage. Molotov as well. Stops a teammate from helping him out, actually. So really nice molly. And indeed, they will mow them all down. Beautifully done by NRG. It's close to the wire. But they will indeed get it. 13-13, they even things up.
If they lost another 3 versus 4 post spawn as well, that's where, at least mentally, that's not to write off this map. That keeps them afloat. I think for FUT, for me to feel like they have confidence in taking this map, though, I want to see them go 2 for 1 on the T side. If NRG are actually able to put up something on this CT side, which has obviously been their woes, right? If they can actually get this second on the CT side, it puts you in a really, really good spot. And I think primarily that's kind of why we see them go for this timeout. Daps realizes the importance here of this 3rd round of OT, knowing that if we can take an advantage into towards our T side, yes, it's been a while, but our T side was really good. FUT had real problems dealing with the North American side there, so Daps really stressing the importance of this.
Yeah, big round on the way, as it has been incredibly difficult to split these two teams in recent memory. Of course, massive streaks for both in order to get us here, massive T-sides.
Yeah.
But NRG pull their finger out as the game looks to slip away from them. Just manage to take us to the OT. FUT, however, hoping for just one more, give them that slim lead moving into the second half. And perhaps some very different CT sides on the cards here. Krebeni to find Nitro. Sonic to indeed find his kill. Needs to be careful to not go down and hopefully retain the numbers. Nice little smoke. Krebeni, though, he's such a monster on shelf, in at Jag, around the smokes. You do not want to test this guy if you can help it. They'll just back away and play the 4-on-4 now.
Yeah, nice and late timing from Sonic to fall away from Red Room. Cemetery moving forward towards A. Sonic spots one, looks to try and catch him on the cross, but it's Krebeni on the other side who is somehow still alive, and at the same time that we're talking about, that Demon will deliver one. That opens up A as Bro falls, and unfortunately Sonic's not close enough to really do anything to deny this. Bomb can go down, there's nothing really NRG can do about this. Break on the smoke won't make a difference. It's a safe plant by Demon, and now a difficult numbers disadvantage post plant, and it'll get even worse as Krebeni finds one of the backlines. His lurking presence continues to be such a problem for NRG.
Well, he forces Symmetry out. Surely goes down here, but it's AWP versus AWP. It's not like OC can rush into him. Key find. 3 on 2. They know about Krabeni on the backside. That's about all they've got to work with, and it does not matter. He keeps the shots coming. Man alive, how he can deliver given the chance. Absolutely incredible. They've all had a little bit of a taste.
Yeah.
And they do head into that second half of the OT with the 1 round to the good.
Krabeni, he's an animal, man. You give him those opportunities, and he's going to take them every day of the week, but 2 kills on 2 HP there is super impressive. The first one, sure, catch them lurking, but that last one there, real nice shot. Vantage FUT, but their CT side was really lacking. Question is now, is it a case of Energy really had a good idea on the T side, or was it FUT who worked quite a way? We'll have to see. The spam's good, Krabeni. Initial tag, second bite at it as well. We'll see Bro into an early casket, so a nice way to start things off.
The Caveman keeps them coming. Looking really good over there. He looks to push through a smoke. Yeah, I would say
like
maybe not, maybe not. Key round here in the OT. Lots of spam done back to the CT players, actually, so they just have to watch their position. It could be a little precarious.
Not loads of util either for FUT. Keep an eye on this. 1 smoke war, 2 mollies, and a couple of flashes, but a whole minute to work with is a fair decent chance. If they're caught into a retake, they're not going to have a lot to work with. It will come down to raw aim duels, but generally speaking, FUT don't mind that.
No, it is true. Where are NRG going, I think, is the question they're trying to ask themselves, even.
And where are FUT, I think NRG are asking. They're really looking for them, and FUT are not giving them anything. They're more than happy to sit on the sides, inviting the pressure.
Mean, it is a little against the grain. You'd expect FUT, they find 1, they try and press the attack, they try and look for a bit more. But they have gone disciplined here, which is quite nice, actually.
Yeah.
A site where we are looking to finish here. Nice Symmetry shot. Lands that shot. And the boosted up on the sign player as well. This is a great little setup. Demon able to drop back, but he sticks around. He wants the fights, and rightfully so. He's gonna win them out. Screaming at the top of their lungs. I mean, gonna blow a blood vessel if we're not careful.
He's going red.
Yeah. Really, really feeling it, but all the same, you might argue, you might indeed be able to agree that this is going very, very well. Jugs as well, fragging out of his mind, keeping the vibes high, and we have FUT on another timeout, not afraid to use them.
I love it.
Looking good.
A timeout from a position of strength really has insult to injury for an NRG side who are on death's door here on their map pick. And it'll be that talking point if, and well, at the moment it looks like when they lose this Ancient. 10-3 up, both pistols won, and still end up losing it out. That is killer. And that's the type of map that can break the mental and potentially even be the series before the second map's even played. 15-13, 1 away now for FUT, and they've got 2 chances to close out their opponent's map pick to kickstart their run here at IEM Atlanta. NRG, is there anything left in the tank? I mean, they look really rough. Even on the cams as well. A lot of forlorn faces there. Not a good spot to be in. Jug's going to take a hell of a lot of damage. Just goes through the molly. But it might actually work in his favor. No, just gets the dink, but Demon for 2. Shores up the elbow control. He'll re-smoke it as well. As numbers taken by FUT, a nice way to start, and Bro is left isolated here. The bomb's in a precarious spot, so Nitro has to pull away. Everyone's isolated. NRG, this is not looking good. They need a hero.
Absolutely brilliant. Maybe Bro can be the guy. They're stacked up. It's a trade that comes in. OC dealt with, though, and that looks to be that. Nitro, the 1 versus 3 to save the day. Not looking likely. Does get the first, but it's cost him a fair chunk, and he will be traded immediately. FUT will complete it after a 9-3 first half and a lost pistol in the second half. They win a force buy, and they don't stop winning for quite a while. They will take it in the OT, and NRG lose their map pick and lose what could have been a fantastic little storyline, but FUT will bring them crashing back down to reality. That's tough.
Yeah, and just 8 on the bounce on that C side, right? That is really what it's all about for I mean, what a display. What a recovery as well. We'll say it again. 9-3 at the half. 10-3 as NRG take both pistols, and to let it slip, that is damning. And we were really singing the praises of them, but NRG just fell apart on that CT side. They could not offer up anything, and that is clinical from FUT. What a showing to open up this series and open up their tournament 16-13. Ancient, NRG's map pick. We've got Overpass coming up next, and it's not exactly a great map for NRG. This could be a top time at the office in map number 2, and it could be a quick end to the series. We'll have to find out. For now, we're going to go to a much-deserved break for us too. We'll see you soon.
Six at half. The pistol round here, they won both pistols on Dust 2. This is a 4th round in a row for Vitality as they get to double digits with a 2-round lead. This is typically the point where it just feels like they take over the game and they just suffocate you. There's just, it's so hard to find the answer now. I think that's frustration maybe at Senzu, who he expects to be watching for that short push from lower, but Senzu's like, I gotta check upper once in a while, is probably his line of thinking.
No, this is also very well played from Vitality.
Yeah, the Molotov coming into mid to force him back. Flamesy recognizing who the response is going to be from ZywOo and being in position to take complete advantage of it. Over to the B-bomb site we go, it feels. Up in the hands of Simple. Other than that, just a lighter investment. Armor and upgraded pistols for the BC game attack, and we just push into the B-bomb site, see what we can get.
Well, we get blocked as well, so I'm going to have to sit behind that smoke, which slows things down significantly.
Taking their time, letting Simple lead the way with the AWP. Try and find you an opening kill. Grab an angle and support and let the pistols flood in. Mezzi and Apex have decided to fight for mid.
Smoke fades. Simple scopes up. Making some noise. You see Apex being adjusted to it. Now they know, trying to bait out the peak, but Mezzi on the box. Simple turns around. There's the peak from CT. Apex on the cleanup. Mowing them down and ripping the beating heart out of BC game. 11 rounds to 8 now for Vitality. Turning it up a gear and getting ready to finish.
And again, just it feels like another missed detail where it's like if you have this op and Simple, if you're going to invest in the Tech 9s and armor, buy one smoke as well. You know, that's the whole reason why we see them kind of swinging out. There's nothing in CT spawn. They don't have the resources to block it off, so they're hoping Simple's AWP can keep any defender pinned down as the pistols stream into the B bomb site. But with the crossfire in middle, there's no space for that to work.
You see him trying to bottle it all up as well, not to lash out, and we got smokes coming through. Mezzi's going to play in towards middle. You got Apex making his way towards top mid. He's going to pass the telephone pole now. It's going to be a strong setup here for Vitality, an aggressive one, but strong as Apex catches a good timing. He gets one. Could have been a multi-kill there, but crazy, quick to respond and make sure it's just the one.
Look how confident Mezzi is to like take the risk and just not even turn to look at top mid. He's like, it'll take you guys a little bit of time to start swinging wide in middle.
Yeah, ready for the next contact. It is going to come through lower. He's looking in the right spot. It's Electronic. Oh, stepping out. Mezzi doesn't make the micro adjustment to the head quick enough, so Electronic able to drop him. So at least the advantage now starts to BC game. We'll see if Flames can be a nuisance because he has been at short so often.
Oh, this headshot angle fight, though, is so dicey, isn't it? Just a quick, like, pop of the head up and down, and then Flamesy's at all the disadvantages in this engagement in the world. There it is, the jump up, the dink, but not the kill with the M4. ZywOo's here, though.
He is, and he's going to try and patch it up, but Senzu finally arriving. A bit of impact from Senzu. 2 important kills, but that's the bomb being picked off. Electronic getting caught. They know where Rops is, though, and look at Simple. He's ready. He's not letting him pass. Rops is going to walk right into it. Simple will collect the kill.
27 now for Simple, leading the way. Well done from Senzu. Great kills he's able to get to maintain the advantage for BC game and secure the 9th round. So keeping them alive preventing Vitality from getting to that safety net of 12. Apex going 1 for 1 on the push, but you can see Vitality with some confidence starting to dig deeper into the playbook. Some more aggressive openers as they feel like they can apply that pressure, and a little bit of disjoining the BC game attack might just cause them to crumble. Electronic and Senzu in upper tunnel, Scrunk and Crazy outside long, Simple's up. Dropping down, looking at mid double doors and short. Double op switched into now for Vitality. Senzu and Simple ran it on the CT side in the first half. No crazy effect off of it, no crazy defensive stand or runs with it. Let's see what Vitality's got.
Yeah, we're surprised to see it not work at all, but Flames going into the long fight. It's going to be Scrunk dead first. He's been having a really tough map here, and that continues.
Oh, he's going to be dead.
Be careful. Yeah.
I'm surprised Flamesy didn't push that one on the reload. It felt like he had the idea.
Seemed like they're getting ready for what is going to be the short attack, though. BC Game sending players up. ZywOo's throwing utility, helping the long player, and then just casually going back and killing the short players, too. Simple getting flanked, dead to Mezzi. ZywOo now positions himself to clean up on Crazy, but he's missed that shot, and so Crazy gets away.
A little bit of a weird sequence for ZywOo, isn't it? Yeah. But he managed it well. He realizes there's a gap in that smoke. He settles himself down, nails the shot. And Vitality, again, just show a very strong defense. 4 players, each with a kill apiece. Rop's the only one missing for the team ace. 20 seconds. And Crazy's just going to keep this AK-47 as he saves. Long take doesn't really work. I thought Flamesy would be aggressive and wrap around that smoke, but there's ZywOo in the chaotic scenario. Apex bailing him out as Senzu was about to line up a headshot as well. Always an answer for Vitality, and round 21 is theirs. 12-9, 3 chances to close this series out.
Counter-terrorists win.
And BC Game will come into this next round with some clear weaknesses. You know, you're going to not see all the AKs out, but Scrunk playing with the Galil, so it's not the worst case scenario here. You've got AKs on Electronic, Crazies, Senzu, and AWP here for Simple. He's looking for that mid-cross. Doesn't take the first shot. Oh, okay. Rops hangs around a little bit too long there, and Senzu goes forward with the AK.
I don't think Rops realized that that was an angle that he could get killed from.
Secondary AWP.
That, yeah, not an AWP. We'll give him the break. Doesn't know all the details. Actually, you know what? Rops is a player I would expect to kind of know all the details, isn't it? Yeah.
If there is one player.
Yeah.
Well, gathering up outside of B, it is going to be BC Game. Everybody coming over for the party.
Unfortunately, if they continue with this and commit to this, thinking that with that kill in middle, they have the advantage, this is a stack. 3 defenders here for Vitality.
Problem is, Vitality have also come to the party.
Yeah.
And Mezzi, he is going to fall away first, but Apex, look at this. They all line up in front of him. Apex with 3, finally traded out, and they put it on Flames to try and close out this series here and now. A 1v2 up against Simple and Senzu. It's going to be difficult for Flames. He comes through the window. Just down to that right is Senzu. Simple, scoped up, watching. And Senzu's the man to get the headshot. And a couple rounds away from getting this one into overtime. BC Game not rolling over and dying just yet.
No, and I mean, look, I don't think you're going to break into that. I mean, Vitality stacking 3 players there. You're not going to break in that efficiently very frequently. That's actually crazy that they're able to handle the stack that well. Apex even just like needed to have trigger discipline to get the triple kill just to keep that in contention. Give Flamesy any chance in coming over for the retake. First time out for Vitality. Haven't had to be stressed throughout this map too much. 2 more chances for them to close out this series. As BC Game attempt to force overtime. There's the opening. A good chunk of Rops' body showing. Mezzi can't get anything done in the first kill. ZywOo gets dropped while Apex is getting unblind and letting enough players enter his sight to rack up a triple kill. And we've been saying this whole time, we've been looking for a second player to step up next to Simple and start providing some impact. Feels like Senzu in these last 2 rounds is starting to get there. Question is it too little, too late? Round 23.
Got nades ready to go, but not even required. They just step out. Rops cleans up the first two. He's still here, still a threat. Simple and Electronic fighting on, but that grenade, it's gonna catch him. Electronic was so low. And now the problem is Simple is also low HP, playing from tunnels. Flames will eventually flank that, or he could go through the mid doors to join up his teammates and all come in from the same side. And that is exactly what is happening. ZywOo getting boosted up on top of Apex's head, looking over the top of the doors. Crazy about to get activated. Simple sends the flash out, and Crazy gets blinded by it. So that's the misplay.
Yeah, he jumped for information, it looked. So a little bit of miscomm on the idea of how that was going to work.
Well, now Simple has to hit the shots, and he just won't. Hasn't connected that one. Now running out of bullets. Crazy has to step up. He's got one, but can it be? Can Simple win this on his own up against ZywOo and Flames? But that defuse is not planted for him, and they're just going to hold it. Despite a strong showing from Simple, it will be ZywOo to round him out. The defuse is closed, but Vitality have got it. They will defeat BC Game. They will start Atlanta with the win. This is the favorites for the competition, and they've got one win under their belt already. And Simple at least give us some highlights. He gave us a show, but clearly not enough to reach the might of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, just overcoming Simple's 28 kills here on Dust 2. Incredible performance from Simple, but Vitality, as we just saw, start to finish, just too many options in every different scenario, too many ideas, too many things they can switch into, and too many points of danger on this team. Everyone able to step up, and yeah, again, another game where it feels like, you know, nothing crazy out of Vitality, just kind of came in and handled business again.
Yeah, they came in, they handled business, and a reminder, again, this is a team coming in off the back of a vacation, taking some rest. They're warming up, they're getting into this competition. I mean, that's a strong start.
Coming into this event, I was just interested in your preparation leading into Atlanta, what you guys have been up to ahead of this, and then how that has made you feel. Like, how confident are you coming into Atlanta?
I mean, honestly, our last week of practice is probably the best practice we've had in a long time. Obviously, I'm not trying to up our expectations a crazy amount. I mean, we're still haven't had that much practice with Grim, and we're still, I think we figured roles out pretty much for the most part now. But overall, it's like we're trying a new system for T-side because our T-sides have been pretty dreadful for a while. So we're going to see how that system works on T-side. But yeah, I mean, overall, we're feeling a lot better than we did at previous events.
Well, obviously, we just saying you guys have been able to play some of the European teams because they've obviously flown over and have been here. So, you know, how much do you feel like that has really helped?
We didn't get that much practice versus them. We scrimmed like 2 days versus some European teams. But, I mean, it's definitely nice because practice in North America is awful. So it's nice to get a mixture of teams before a big event like this.
So focusing on the T-sides then, what are the biggest improvements you've been trying to make?
I mean, I'm not going to go into like details, but it's just like we definitely had like, we were a little one-dimensional, I felt like, pretty easy to read on like the timings we were hitting on our endings. So we've just kind of tried to create more of a style where everyone's contributing a little bit more and it's a little less one-dimensional. It gives us more options on the T side in the mid-round. Obviously, the new system we're running does require everyone to talk and be a part of the system instead of just like following orders. So that's that variability can help elevate us versus better teams, but obviously if people don't show up that day, then the system can crumble. So again, it'll take probably another month or two before it's like super solidified and everyone's used to the system, but overall it's been a lot better.
Okay, great to hear that. You talk about Grim, implementing him into the team. Obviously a player with an incredibly high skill ceiling, but what has been, a two-part question is, what has been the best thing he's added to the team and what's been the biggest challenge of trying to get the most out of Grim so far in NRG?
I'd say biggest challenge was probably just like role conflict in certain areas, figuring out like where he's going to play T and CT side because we had some conflicts because he wasn't like a one-for-one replacement with George. But overall, I think we found T side roles have been better. He's like more of a lurker on our team. And biggest benefit, I'd say just Grim is very consistent, you know, mentally.
Okay.
You know, he's not someone who will like disappear from the server if like things are going bad. Like he keeps his comms up. you know, he's solid in that regard, and that helps us a lot.
Kind of a bit tough, I think, to hear from Daps there after the way that first map went. You know, like, it's like, well, if not everybody turns up, it's going to be a bit of a hard style. And they ultimately did turn up. They looked very good on map 1, but they could not see it over the line. And once in a while, you get this feeling as a commentator that this game is not quite as it seems.
Yeah.
And Ancient certainly was one of those times. So, yeah, FUT able to convert it in the end. A heartbreaking affair for NRG, and now they have to deal with the Overpass, which they've obviously kind of let through here. And that was one of the things they were talking about, a lot of variability in their game. What do they choose to ban? What are they choosing to play? But it does leave them pretty exposed, and
they played it once.
Yeah.
And they lost.
Yeah.
13-4 to Passion UA.
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
On LAN. I mean, could it get any worse?
Yeah, Frag was a rough tournament for NRG as well. They really kind of wanted to bounce back here at Atlanta, and I mean, to be honest as well, the fact that it is Passion UA is one thing in it to itself, right? This is obviously a side that 2026 has not been kind to them. It's probably the nice way of putting it.
Yeah, you can say that again. Yeah, not been a good time for Passion UA. So not a good time for NRG in general, because FUT are looking to absolutely demolish them here, I would imagine, and get this 2-0 locked in.
T-side start as well, which scares me more, to be honest. Even though Overpass is the most CT-sided map in the pool, it's just...
Well, I mean, that's why, isn't
it's
it?
FUT on the T-side, right? And this is what they do best. They're so good at just barreling through. Longtime get the second. Symmetry will get the trade. Now that smoke towards Dumpster, bomb can get planted, and they can't really do anything about denying this initially. They've got to wait for the numbers to get back here. Nitro, OC, and Bro, 2 sets of dualies, but no kit.
Gonna have to move fast, gonna have to move with motion. Hopefully find some kills as well on the way in. Jugs is looking to bait his teammates out. Nitro takes one in the head. He'll take another as well. 2 boots.
Oh my.
Clean from Demon. And that's FUT right on the board. Successful pistol, picking up where they left off.
I'm worried. I'm very worried.
Yeah. I'm sure NRG are as well, to be honest. Yeah.
But this has been, honestly, like a pretty good map for them as well.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, there's some decent wins, but it's also kind of some of the teams are scalping on this. Like that win against G2 back in Pro League was very good. Astralis as well. That was quite a dominant one, which is a really, really nice thing to have. And they've been Astralis a couple of times on this. Aurora, a little bit further back, Occlusion of Poker. So it's one of those where for FUT, we've really seen this side kind of at their best at times on this map. Not always been super clean, you know, lost to Mouse, fair enough. Yeah, it is one of those where it's not the most consistent, but against NRG that barely play it, that worries me a lot. And I mean, not getting a start on your CT side, that's going to hurt. Demon will open up proceedings for the first. Jugs, right idea on the corner. He can smell a rat in towards short as they're looking to try and pounce through. The nade might do a bit of damage, but they get away in time.
Nades down, just slowly clearing things out here. They are a bit wary that they could be walking into a stack, and they are indeed correct, but patience paying off, as you can see. It's Grim that we look towards. Can he get anything done with that Deagle on the backside, though? So I think they'll have the bomb down by the time he gets into this.
Nice.
Jugs 3-piece, spray transfer, and a 1-tap. You know, it's about as clean as you can get.
You take him. You take him.
Big Grim on the backside, though. They are kind of ready for him, I think.
Yeah.
And stretching these rounds out, man. They're not pulling any punches. I mean, they are looking to really dominate. Not forcing the bomb plan. Is he around? It's tough. It's tough. NRG are going to have their work cut out. This is a team that is ultimately just not messing about. Even in a 1 versus 5 against an eco, they're playing really disciplined.
Yeah, they don't want to give, you know, NRG anything. And there's a lot of respect for that as well. Especially because you know it's going to be a low buy. NRG did nothing in that opening. Very few teams want to force buy on the seat side when they lose the pistol. So you know they're not going to bring a lot to the table. And even if they did force buy, probably wouldn't be too scary on Overpass. But still, don't take any chances. And that's a lot of respect, actually, for FUT. I think maybe they want to repeat exactly what started in that first half of Ancient. Grim. First gun round. Opening kill for him. OC will lose his life to Longstoke. So a quick, instant level of the numbers.
Could be big. See if NRG can capitalize. Demon walking in, smoking the way. It's going to go down in a second here, and I have the right idea to stick around and try and take the fight, but
give it a spam. Go on.
They never want to be in one place for too long on this FUT side. They are angling back towards B. Nades come through. No one on the wood corner. It's just Nitro who now might call for a rotation to help him out. FUT are on the war of attrition at the moment until they feel themselves get into a solid place. And not pulling any punches. Full belly utility for Lonks. Might get it out, might just contact.
Yeah, they've brought numbers here, which is at least feeling okay. He's not alone in this endeavor. Nitro now got the spot of Bro. Does have a smoke. He's going to offer that front sight smoke that allows Nitro to post up towards barrels. But now they're starting to move in. Nade right at his feet. It's Sonic for the first. Bro going to get one of his own as well as Longs falls. And Nitro then pops his head up. It's all on Demon. Needs a miracle round. And he's getting flanked. If it wasn't for the flank, you start to believe a little bit. But sigh of relief for NRG. They make that first gun round stick.
They do indeed. They do indeed, which I think is a good sign. Like you say, sigh of relief is probably the perfect way to put it. Yeah, absolutely massive. Really, really good stuff, and I think very, very happy to see that NRG are able to remain somewhat competitive.
Yeah.
Will it continue for them? I think FUT kind of playing cheeky, really winding the clock down and seeing what they can get away with. They're going to perhaps try to mix things up ever so slightly here. Jugs goes aggressive. The gap in between the smoke and the fire, waiting for the fire to go down. Fancied the fight. Flash is good, but not able to find that opener.
They'll rein themselves back in here. Tom is still in this direction. Jugs. Lots of shoulder, smoke at his feet as well, which will force him on a monster. And with that, they might pull away. Nitro takes a bit of spam damage. Unconfirmed damage, however. FUT are pretty happy to slow the pace. We've already kind of seen this in the early portion of this overpass. They're not playing with that much tempo, which compared to Ancient is actually a bit of a change up. On Ancient, they were relentless, taking fights as soon as they possibly could in every single situation. This time, they're more than happy to maneuver on the map and see if they can catch somebody from NRG off guard, give them the advantage, and then capitalize with that pack mentality that FUT like to default into. Little messy, but Demon will get the kill. And we'll catch Grim back turned.
He's had quite a lot of kills like that, it feels. To be honest. OC with the scout here. Well placed for the first. Nade still comes out, so, you know, Krabeni done his job. They have to be very careful now. Rotation's not that loose, though. Only one guy spotted, could be a lurker. NRG unsure of what is going down here. OC, however, will spot that bomb. That'll start the rotations coming around. Only about 10 seconds, but I think they'll comfortably get this bomb planted. Trying to press the attack, as they often do in these post-plant situations. It's going to be tough to get back in here. Demon holding for this flank. Nitro as well. He's not the healthiest, so really looking to get the perfect timing, if there is such a thing in this scenario, because I think Demon is just locked in. Sonic goes down. Demon not moving off. Really is a game of patience. I mean, all the kills coming in on the front side, and Nitro's like, well, I can't really do anything. You know, you have to distract them. You have to at least mount somewhat of a retake.
And kind of the beauty of Demon's position as well is that he doesn't need to move because his teammate is getting kills from the site. He only really gets pulled off that angle if players start to drop in that post plant, and then he gets pulled back to protect the bomb. But as long as they're getting their kills, he can hold down the line. Nitro saves. It's a really nice response from FUT. Pretty clean. And unfortunately for NRG, they do again make it just a little bit too easy. Very early timeout, but I can get behind this because we sort of critiqued NRG for this. They let FUT spiral a little bit too much before they called that timeout, and by that point, it was too little too late.
Yeah, I would agree. So learning from their lessons to try and, you know, stay hot on the heels of FUT if they can. Wouldn't expect it in this round, as the Econ's not really going to join that kind of mentality. All the same, FUT with a pretty good opportunity. They do really well. They lose a round. I think they kind of know why, you know, they let the clock run down. It's a bit too panicked in the end. And they're immediately able to deal with NRG in the follow-up and pretty decisively as well. So, FUT in control, that's what matters. We saw them keep their cool. You know, it was 11-10, it went 11-11. They lost to a low buy, in fact, on Ancient, on the B-bomb site, I believe.
Yeah.
And they took an immediate timeout, stay cool, level-headed. And they're really good at that. They are really good at that, considering how young the majority of the guys are here.
Just that one AK to work with as Nitro gets boosted up, flashing towards Con as they reclaim that space. If Nitro had stayed there towards looking into a shot, he might have actually got something. Sonic's pushed here. That's definitely going to be unaccounted for, but is it going to make that big of a difference? Probably not with the USP.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? You want that position with a rifle in a big round, but...
This is a good one. Boosted on map. I actually like this spot. But they're Sonic, so that lurk doesn't do anything. Demon's very good at accounting for them. Oh, hang on. Grim. Double tap with the P250.
How did he get there?
Honestly.
Wonks with a great double spray down, though. That's the armored player as well that he drops, of course. Grim keeps him coming. Maybe just ignore him. You know, he seems to have the hot hands. Let's just stay away from him. Bro over on B, he's got nothing but a 5-7. Again, you would hope they should be able to deal with this guy. He's done well to really sell it downstairs. It's unfortunate he wasn't ready for the next. He definitely would have gone down there. But still, they've done good damage, and Grim has a decision to make. They're buying in the next. The one-tap AK would be nice to keep. Smoke comes in deep, but he can easily push through, and he will do just that. He might give this a go. He's got smoke in the kit. Leave it late, but goes a bit too early, and will go down all the same. The round goes the way as expected. It's a bit costly, but I just need NRG to be back in the lead. It's been a long, long time since we've seen them there. And a really tough series all the way through. So if they're playing from the back foot again, I do not fancy their chances necessarily. They took the timeout headed into this one.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty big round on the cards.
Round number 6, back in towards the guns. For the North American hopefuls. Not started well on the CT side just yet, and generally speaking, we were kind of saying like 4 rounds already, T-side overpass. It's pretty good. Again, this is a very CT-sided map, especially at this top level. That's the real worry for us, and FUT are looking quite calm at the moment. It's been a couple of hiccups here and there. Grim not holding that angle. That allows them out. I don't know whether Demon spotted a gun barrel, but he goes to double check, and his due diligence pays off as Grim will fall, and now they scale up towards A quickly. There's no one on the site itself. OC will get out ahead of the dumpster smoke, but he's caught by a flash, and he's sort of alone in this endeavor. He needs a dive out from Sonic, but they both lose their life as Demon finds his 3rd of the round. Nitro and Bro can't do anything to deny it, and it will be a 5th on the board. FUT are making light work in the early portion of this overpass.
Yeah, just monstrous. Again, you know,
So
that T side, yeah. The ability to burst, and I think as well they can leave these players alone to do that at times.
Yeah.
Really versatile squad.
Demon's 10-1. Chugs 8-1.
It is mad.
Chugs that last game as well. I think I like the way that you put it. He's just painfully consistent.
Yeah.
He's so good.
Surprised he didn't pass out after all
the
this
shouting.
screaming.
Yeah, he was red in the face.
Veins popping I don't think I've ever seen before in a human being.
Like, so red, 3rd-degree sunburn. It's sort of like, it's like
yeah, a little bit
insane, but I love the hype, and I think the hype is kind of part of what makes this FUT side not only so exciting to play, but also so fun because the hype obviously works. Like, we speak about this a lot. There's a few different sides I think get very, very vocal. I think Legacy's a great example, another team that really likes to get quite lively. Gentlemates are the great example too, who really like to get loud, and when it works, obviously it's fantastic. See. Second time out taken by NRG. What's the plan here? Very vocal by Coolio in that one. Daps, little talk at the start, but he leaves it to Nitro for the bulk of that attack timeout.
Tough. Trying desperately to find a way to bounce back here.
You can see Nitro's, he was saying, saving, let's save.
Yeah. They might be stuck though, man. They might not get off the ground.
Yeah.
The way FUT are looking.
It could be a quick map, eh?
Yeah, for sure. They have their sights set on bigger things, and the thing is, you know, the Overpass is going to be really tough here. It's a map that you don't really play.
When you have played it
recently, really recently as well, given the life cycle of some of these top teams. You know, you look to the side of FUT, for example, they had one map played on Overpass last month, a bunch in March, but yeah, just the way it went, they only played it once last month. So, you know, the fact that it's 2 weeks ago is quite recent. How much work have you done on it realistically?
Yeah.
Probably not an awful lot while you've been in between traveling events, seeing family, getting acclimatized. You know, you'll do your scrims, but have they gone into the lab, as it were, and really torn this map apart? Probably not. You know, shore up the ones you're more confident with first, and Overpass is going to be towards the bottom of the priority list.
Gotta go get a consolation. Scoops up an AK as well. Whether he keeps hold of it, it's a different story. Aim for Bro, down towards B. There's a temptation by Krabeni to go looking over there. Looks like they are going to respect Sonic and allow him, at least for now, to stay alive with this AK, but Krabeni's now making his move. Spots the head, AK not saved, and who knows about this M4? He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. And he's seen off in the end. Nothing saved, nothing gained. Not the gun round you wanted for NRG, and it goes from bad to worse for this side. And alive. I mean, even the star here, again, Demon, he is so crisp. 6-1, NRG. Unfortunately, looks like they might bow out of this map, and ultimately the series with a bit of a whimper. This is a non-starter right now.
Now's the time, you know what I mean? This is the second stacked up timeout, the second big round, got to do something. So if it doesn't work here, then yeah, I can kind of get on that train with you, because they really are struggling. A pain point on this map is just keeping things competitive, to be honest. Little bit spotted, I think, on both sides. Bro will be spammed down ever so slightly. Grim. Dangerous move. They're thinking about a swing, in fact. Demon able to get away. Does not fancy that. Big trade of information, and they've left Monster open. How has Jugs got out?
How has he got out? They spent all their time and resources taking short water control, and he just strolls out. Longs will double back as he gets a kill. Jugs another, his third of the round.
That is mad. I mean, Sonic asleep, it has to be.
Oh, that is insane. Flawless from FUT to find 7.
Yeah.
My, oh my.
Yeah.
I mean, if that doesn't sum up NRG's struggles on this map, I don't know what does.
If you are squeamish, I think now is the time to perhaps look away. That's mad.
It's just two, completely different levels of Counter-Strike right now.
But it's like, look, if Jugs is getting out like that, we'd really have to go in to the server, and see how that's happened. Potentially looking towards short, maybe flashed and missed the timing, but
yeah, they had 3 players in, and
it's kind of unforgivable.
It's like a 4th guy on the site, but no one accounting for it.
And look at where he is.
Yeah.
He's like, I can see the entire kingdom of B, and then, just get shot in the side of the head. So I don't know how that's ever happened, honestly.
I'm with you. Their 7th should pretty swiftly turn to an 8th for FUT. The Eagles trying their damnedest, but it's Longs, Krabeni, Cemetery all get involved. They smell the eco, so they smell the frags. One found by the MP9 of Grim, but it's nothing. A mere consolation kill. The last man of Sonic, who's only got a USP, no armor. Not exactly expecting highlights from him. Longs and Cemetery are low. They are one-tappable, but at the same time, the bomb's gone to B.
Yeah, that'll be that. So just the one player going down. It shaping up to be super, super dominant, man. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they know this is a lost cause already. 3rd and final timeout.
Another timeout. It's just kind of about
them,
like trying to get some rounds that you can maybe go and watch, because the problem you have now, opening matchup, not a good map for you. You're trying to play every single map. What do you ban away? What is, you've got a couple problems with Dust 2.
Anubis as well.
Your Nuke also is not great. So there's a lot of like punishing areas. Teams are going to see the Overpass. They're going to be like, they got demolished. They don't have a history on it. What history they do also isn't very good. So if you don't ban that, they're going to pick it against you because you lost it like yesterday or whatever.
Yeah.
So it really is a bit of a black mark on your veto, which is something that NRG don't want. So if they can bring few rounds, bit closer, competitive, then teams might think twice about immediately picking into it.
Also, let's be frank though, that they go for the ban of Dust 2. If they had banned over, for example, and gone into Dust 2, it would have been the same kind of result.
Matchup, yeah,
like,
for sure.
FUT on Dust 2, especially right now against this level of NRG, that would not be a friendly sight.
They like 100% on maybe 8 or 9 played, I think, something like that. They had like a really good track record on it for a little while there, towards the start of the year.
So close towards Wood. He gets flashed in for the initial peek. Joke's gonna go contacting out. Takes a tag. He doesn't really deal that much damage. He's now back with a Molotov, which will force him back. So, actually, a decent B hold there for now.
Bob trained in.
Tunnel visioned in, though.
Yeah, Krebeni does have the opportunity, just doesn't check the angle. Walks into the crosshair of OC, so a pretty good start.
This is nice.
Sonic on high, does find success, and able to drop down. So the first good-looking round NRG have had in quite some time. We have to convert this, fellas. If you lose this one, then I'm totally out. I can't do anything to help you anymore. They look to get it. Cemetery tagged up, so is Jugs. Both these players vaguely going to be known about. Nice little Molotov, but still able to find the kill before going down. Jugs reveals himself. His days are absolutely numbered. And so a second round for NRG. It is something. It's not amazing. And an immediate timeout from FUT. So, you know, it's difficult. It's very, very difficult to get excited about that. But at least this time, they are able to get around on the board.
Yeah, honestly, kind of fair play. Coolio just immediately wants to cut the bleeding. He wants to make this as damning as a T-side as possible, and maybe even learning a little bit from that previous map, saying, okay, NRG are actually pretty feasible on their T-side. Let's not give them any opportunities, any chances. Granted, we've already spoke at length about the struggles NRG have with this map specifically, but this is a FUT side that they're not here to take chances. Of course, they have high expectations for this tournament. They want to get off the ground really running here in Atlanta, and so far, so good. 8-4 as well, if NRG were able to recover this. You'd actually make the argument that, in a way, it's actually kind of a doable affair. 8-4, you get a pistol and a force fight behind it. Before you know, it's a one-gun round game. And that's the chance for NRG. So let's see what changes for FUT off the back of their poor Cemetery holding, and Sonic goes for the information gather, will lose his life.
Yeah, just trying to create that first kill. It was unsuccessful in the previous round. It's where NRG are able to capitalize, but Cemetery here, much better.
Yikes.
Jugs is playing around Monster, playing it well. It's really interesting for FUT. It's almost like they have roles on the T side at times, you know, in terms of like positional roles, I should say.
Yeah.
Just working certain areas of the map.
And it feels like it's as well at times for FUT, like, you'd even argue that sometimes unnecessary, but they're so kind of steadfast and sticking to it.
Yeah.
Bro will get one. He takes a lot of damage though. The numbers still favor FUT here. But Bro is going to go searching through Monster and realizes nobody's here. However, the information is going to come too late because they've already taken the A site, and there's nobody here to deny them this presence.
I think you save. I think you save. You know, Bro, really far away, really low.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you. I don't think it's worth giving a look in. They do have the belt of utility. If they can get a kill early, maybe, but I don't really think this is worth giving a look into, to be honest. Smoke going to come down. OC lining one up as Grim goes for a search. I mean, Bro's nowhere to be seen. He's essentially playing for exits. That Molly and that nade do not go anywhere. The Molly air bursts. Grim will lose his head. Blocks. He's too crisp for that burst. And OC seen off. Bro shows his presence. He gets his kill. It looks like he'll get out alive, maybe just about. Might have to fight for it if he can just get around the corner into his playground. Yes, actually can't find him for it, so he will survive, Bro. We don't need to swing this. A pop shot taken on the wall, but it's an instant response and a very good tactical timeout taken by Coolio to bring them right back in towards their winning ways. 9 already found. Has been into the final round of the half, and I mean, you sort of expect at this point FUT to get double digits.
Yeah, you would indeed. should still be a decent enough buy for NRG to try and fight back. But, you know, eventually their timeout works. It takes 3 timeouts for them to win a round, and unfortunately, FUT timeout right back at you, and they're able to, again, put them to bed. A lot of damage done as they charge in here. Longsung bothered. Will manage to find the first, but certainly one well-placed spray down could make all of the difference. There's a player hidden away in this smoke. A lot of rotations here fast. But I do like the way that it looks for the CT side, honestly. Nitro able to deliver there. They've got to try and deal with him. He's out all by himself on this island. In around these smokes is certainly not going well for the T side. Nice pickup from Demon, dink for dink. My God, everyone is so low. Really, really low here. Absolutely wild.
They can reset the round. They got a minute.
I don't know. They are, I guess.
Yeah.
Bomb's out. He's going to be by himself now. It would have been nice for Demon to find one before going down. So it's Krebeni to clutch up. He's taking a long way round as well. So he might read it. I don't think so.
No utility for Krebeni. There's 2 mollies and a smoke for NRG.
He's at heaven.
Yeah, he's close enough, but the bomb should go down here. I don't think they'll be able to deny that. He's shifting as he gets up close. So a pawn just for front bathrooms, and there's nothing really they can do to deny this. So bomb will go down.
On the corner.
It's open.
Yeah, could be anywhere type beat.
He has picked up a nade as well. Oh, if he's held on to it a little bit longer, actually potentially could have found one. 14 HP for Krebeni and OC. Sonic on 7, and it's the orb that rings off. I don't know if they're going to feel nice about it, but it's at least something on the board, but still a dominant display from FUT to look the closest into. We'll see if they can after the break. Right, second half on the way, and we need a completely different showing from NRG. 9-3, which is what we've had for all of the halves here. 9 threes, all on the T sides as well. So NRG would love to replicate what they did on Ancient, but we've already painted quite a bleak picture about this map. They've only played it once within the last few months, and they lost 13-4 to Passion UA. At Frag, wasn't a great tournament for NRG at Frag, and on top of that as well, losing to Passion UA is pretty damning at the moment.
Yeah, it's a tough one in a lot of different ways. I think you've already kind of set it up. I don't want to be too mean to NRG. Counter-Strike is already doing that. We'll see how the pistol gets kicked off. They burst in towards Long here. It's a bloodbath. Krabeni finding all the kills. Long's holding the front, holding down the fort. The bomb going to be spilled at the hands of FUT. Sonic and Bro both revealed as well. Dishing out a bit of damage, but that's not going to be good enough. You need crazy triple headshot moment.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. Sonic might even consider just holding his cheap head armor into the next round, but I don't think so. Oh, he's not going to get any loss bonus, is he? I'm going crazy. No. It's been a long day. Sometimes you forget things. Either way, 1 versus 5 not going to happen here.
Yeah. I mean, it would be about the same, really, in a essentially no-buy round, but you might get a kill. Not taking any chances here as well, though, as we'll get that smoke down. Sonic feigns the drop down, but he walks straight back into Krabeni, who would love the quad kill. Oh, get it. Jugs will trade. Does get his consolation, but that'll be about that. Really, really beautiful stuff. This double setup. Krabeni gets the kills, but as long as he's just drawing all their attention away, they're really tunnel vision on him, so he gets some free fights out towards Long and some really nice shots as well. Double digits, locked in, and this feels like it will be a pretty smooth ending to this map for FUT. Not pulling any punches, they look really clean, they look super sharp, and of course you can see for NRG, nothing found in that previous round, bar the 1 kill, no bomb plant, no buy here. The 11th should be simple. So it's 1 round in round number 15 to see if there's any life left in NRG.
Yes, that is basically what stands between FUT and victory. MP5 SD making an appearance.
Big up. Don't see it too often.
No, but we've seen it more often than not in some of our recent games, to be honest.
A couple days ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Did nothing.
No, yeah, immediately died. And then we were like, not going to see it again for another 2 years. But Lonks has brought it back. I don't even know why pro players, unless, they are gimmicky in that sense, why they would even have it listed. Not quite the ace for Krabeni, but still looking clean. Eco Fragger, as it will indeed be seen off. Not a problem for FUT, but this is the big round, as we say. Really all to play for NRG, and yeah, all to play for when you've only got 3 rounds is not a good feeling.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's basically the now or never for this side. Is there anything left in the tank for NRG? I think the general consensus across us two, probably all of you at home watching, and I think probably in the server as well, is that the answer will be no. Last hurrah to see whether NRG can fight in this overpass. They take short water control quite quickly, but Cemetery sort of wanting them to try and move forward in towards top con, and Sonic tempted.
Crazy boost here for the MP5. Love to see it. Krabeni does get taken down. Cemetery looking for the trade, gonna get it. Much needed to keep this round alive. He drops down that smoke and will look to get away. Man alive surely gets traded here. He does, but done a lot of work. Really clean stuff to bring it into a workable 3 versus 3.
Under a minute now to work with. What is this bonus buy, though? Shore up the smoke in towards Monster. Ooh, 40 seconds on the clock. It's smoking towards Heaven. As they look to finish towards the B site. Initially, there's only Jugs here to meet them. Kit is on Lonks as well. Jugs has a HE and a flash. The question is, when does he decide to use them? He's playing to allow them out. The only issue is, it's a bit of a head angle where he can also get deleted himself. Flash over, he'll find the first. He now needs to tuck, but he can't. Nitro won't allow that. Quick trade, B-side taken with 10 seconds on the clock. This bomb still needs to go down, but with that rotation, they sort of allowed the plant here.
Yeah. However, can they hold the site? It's the SMGs. You wouldn't really give them the upper hand here. However, they brought it down to just Nitro. He's so incredibly low, but he'll get it done. The AK just so easy to use there, and he will indeed find a key round. NRG, it is a long road ahead, but starts off pretty well. I think FUT kind of unfazed at the moment, trying not to read into it too much. A couple more like that, though. I hope that they don't make the same mistakes. Get that early timeout. Make sure you just pet the 12th.
Yeah.
Especially in this case. It's a game that just has that energy about it, you know. Comebacks and whatnot are contagious.
It was a bonus buy as well for FUT, just to bring it down into 1 versus 1 like that, or I guess 1 versus 2 before Nitro gets both. I think you're not going to feel too miffed by it. I feel like Cemetery gets hard done by not to get either of those two. Threads the needle on the break of that smoke. Bro will get up close. I like this on FUT. They're going to respect it and fall back. They don't really want to take too aggressive of a stance. They've got that boost that looks in towards Con, but they're going to fall off it. It's 3 towards B initially here. At the moment, it feels like the right call. The bomb's in this direction, but it's far from committed. You can see LNG are playing really slow in the early portion around number 16. Just a bit of util trying to find an opener, and there it is. Josh goes down.
Cemetery advanced, however, looking and somehow missing. Damn. He's able to stay alive, though, yeah, and Krebeni really does look influential from here. Finds one, not quite ready for the second, but he's still able to drop away.
You can hear him.
He's locked in a dangerous spot, yeah, so it does well to drop back, honestly. Needs to give them that space. Where is this bomb going? They do have an advanced-ish position with Grim. What a shot. Cemetery is the other man here at the back end of the site, but he's very, very low. One straight nade will take him down, but the bullets ring true for this AWP. Just looking to stay alive and buy as much time as possible and hopefully not go down prematurely. Bomb plank coming in. It's very, very touchy here. Somehow the bullet's not landing and Cemetery finds another kill. He moves on to the Galil instead of the reload, spamming away, drawing attention. He does a lot of damage. Has he done enough? No. Lonks can't get it done from behind. Oh, Cemetery's nearly put up a stellar performance to find that round, but it is not enough.
Especially off the back of the initial kind of couple of missed shots. The first one just feels hard done by. The second one, he's got to hit that into his bathroom. I don't know how he actually misses it, but he makes up for it. It's so close. I just think Longs maybe panics slightly on the kind of the transfer. A bit of a deer in headlights. He wants to kill both sort of simultaneously. Yeah, valid. We've all been there.
Yeah,
we've all been there.
Even 11-4 up.
Yeah.
You're still mad at the game that you've got like 10,000 hours in. Love-hate relationship.
And some, to be honest with these guys, yeah.
I don't know, 21, you know, if he's been focusing. Anyway, whatever, splitting hairs. Splitting hairs. You get the point I'm trying to make.
My estimation would be like 17,000, someone like him.
Yeah.
We've been casting him for like 4-5 years now, really.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. And these guys are gamers, the current generation. You remember like Bialy, PUBG player, and all that kind of stuff, and Simple's playing Dota. Like some of the older guard are just not quite as locked in. Whereas
World of Warcraft was a big thing for a while, wasn't it? Yeah.
Which might, maybe in the player break or something, like instead of going on vacation, you just play a different game.
Yeah.
That's quite funny.
What's the one like old school RuneScape? Is that what
yeah. You can definitely play Pugs and old school RuneScape at the same time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. it's like, you click on a tree, knock the tree down, you play a round, then tab back in, click on another tree, play another round.
Nice.
There's a bit more to it than that, of course.
I've never played it.
I played it a little bit. Obviously, just cut trees, didn't do anything else. But a lot of it's behind a paywall.
Sounds sick.
I mean, it's just one of these things that, like, when you're a kid, you can play it for free. And the membership's kind of cheap. So all these guys just like tie it to their youth, and their childhood. Keep the account forever. And then it's also a bit of a flex in its own circles to have like a maxed out account, 99 and everything.
Which takes a long while.
Well, yeah, I don't think there's many people that are going to have full accounts. But, there's hard things, agility, is pretty tough to level up. Things like that. I have a mate who's really into it.
Sure.
I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you off air because I don't want to get him in trouble, but I'll tell you a story about him.
That was FIFA. That was my other game, FIFA, which I'll 1v1 anyone. I'll happily, I'll go toe to toe. I used to be a beast.
The thing for me with FIFA though, once you're like in front of goal, it's just like RNG. Like the game just decides if you're going to score or not.
Sweat it and win, mate.
I suppose. Maybe or like finesse shots, they were pretty okay at one point, weren't they?
Now with low driven. Anyway.
I got a good one for you. I'll try and get this out quickly. I got an informed Defoe in like FIFA 13.
Big.
You know, worth a lot of coins or whatever. My brother just sold it to one of his friends for like 250 coins. You know, like obviously nowhere near what it was worth.
Rough.
Kind of had a moment of like, where the hell's he gone? Then my brother finally copped to it, and I was like, right, I'm just not playing FIFA anymore. This has annoyed me, so I've not bought one since.
Granny, he'll lose his life to Sonic. Down he goes. Cemetery backside. Let's be a little careful. In towards dice. He's taking a lot of nade damage. He's barely alive, but Long's trying to draw attention away, which might allow for Cemetery, but Sonic was keeping eyes on that. There was a world in which Cemetery could slip the net a bit. And in the end, not to be. A smoke down will all but shore up this round. A 1 versus 5 that has no legs behind it for Jugs. And that'll be that. He'll try and save.
That piques my attention. This is a very dominant round.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, NRG, not dead just yet. Still a little bit of life left in them. Jugs going to get tagged. Does bro realize he tagged him? No, because he'll lose his life. He's sticking around to try and make this as expensive as possible. He's running out of ammo, but he's hitting the shots as well.
Mate, it's
as
ridiculous.
Jugs does. He's going to go down to the bomb, but nonetheless, fun to see how sharp he is. Down he goes to the C4. NRG up to 7. A 4-round game now. And money has run out as well for FUT. This actually is starting to open up just a little bit. I'm not worried just yet, but I'm getting there. I feel like
they've not found a rifle round though. This is the thing you have to remember. It's 11 rounds. You feel like, oh, you should be able to just stumble over the line. They've not found a rifle round. NRG have got the money back, and they've managed to gain control. And it has very similar feelings to FUT's comeback. It's just a much deeper ride. NRG don't have, well, I'd say any room to work with. Maybe if it gets 11-11 and then you let one slip, but yeah, this is looking scary now, to say the least. Bonks, small lead forward tip. Still able to get into a little hidey hole. Flash is not quite good enough. Sonic creeping. Not able to find it just yet. Nade comes in. Doesn't land onto Krebeni. Feels like they're set up pretty well, and they're very, very scared to go moving up the connector, in fact. And we often talk about there's something about giving too much respect that can open up gaps that you weren't expecting. So first kill comes round for the side of FUT. They're going to try and pivot here. Oh man, Sonic catches him. Close the door, take the kill. Jugs is alone on B. That's kind of the only saving grace here, but he's still able to find a kill and maybe a little bit more. They've got one, but that's not going to be enough, of course. They have to try and keep this alive. Demon says no. It's all on Nitro to clutch versus 3. Starts well for the first. He does not live to tell the tale, and FUT will steal an unlikely round.
Oh, that is such a wild round to get. They had no right, but they do such a good job of isolating. For this side, they get so many head-to-heads, and they're probably one of the worst sides that you can give 50-50s to.
True.
These guys are so crisp, and they are going to hit heads. I love this move by Longs. Gets his kill close to the door. Jugs waits for the steps to be made, and then he swings into it. Look what it means to them. Map and series point for FUT, and they've got 5 series points as well here. At a 12-7, NRG, it felt like the comeback was there, and it's so rapidly slipped through their fingers.
Yeah. Have to win those rounds. Those are the, rounds that don't really come into your equation of comeback, your formula to get there. They are the things that, are supposed to be a constant variable.
I'm not even winning them, cleanly. You should be winning them, max 1 casualty, which is something that FUT have done quite a lot, but that's a tilter.
It just has to be enough. It just has to be enough. Sonic gets caught trying to lurk around. There's light fakes towards B, but they've got a player up short. They know that actually there's not that much presence over there. Krebeni will go down. So at least they trade things back. The 1-for-1 does work nicely for the T side. Should be able to get Bathrooms control if they want it.
Hello.
But maybe they will pivot down. Not sure that Grim has heard the player rotating away from B, but he's still in a pretty good spot. Jugs is aware.
Yeah,
of
he
course
knows.
He is. 19 and 9. Still goes down though. Maybe not quite as aware as he would have liked to be. I don't know how you really get back into this one, to be honest. Grim going to tap away, and it should be a save, yeah.
I don't think they're even getting towards a kind of spot to recover that AWP. The Longs and Demon, they're out of there. NRG are not dead just yet. Every time it feels like they're stepping inside of the casket, they dig themselves out of the grave. And this is the thing, they've still got a little bit of something in the locker. We're still seeing a bit of fire in this NRG side. It's a really nice round. And the issue is, you know, we kind of asked ourselves, where was that in the previous round, right? If they had just seen that one off cleanly, we wouldn't have such stark doubts about NRG being able to recover this. Up to an 8th. Still, 4 more series points, 4th, but fight to the end. Oh, Demon's going to lose his life. A rare aim duel that he loses, but Grim he's starting to really shine a little bit. That opening he gets towards B is everything. And kind of credit to him as well, because he was locked on that monster angle for so long. It is so easy to fall asleep, but he doesn't. Brilliant work. Still, quite a long road to recovery.
I mean, if it wasn't 12, if they didn't lose to a silly round, I'd be on their side.
Yeah.
But I'm not, you know, if you don't give me enjoyable Counter-Strike, and if well, I suppose it is enjoyable, but you know what I mean? If you don't win the rounds you're supposed to win, logical Counter-Strike, you might say. Nothing logical about this.
Toasty.
Yeah, could get messy as well. They've got the M4 backed up here. 1-for-1, decent. Certainly. Jugs opens the door, keeps them worried, keeps them scared. Might be a gun to recover, but not at the moment. Either way, they're headed towards A. Whether they can find success there is another question. Flash comes in. Longs discovers that there's nobody out towards Long, so a good information gather as they all come charging up Banana. I mean, Krebeni with the M4 is so ready over here. He needs multiple, though. His teammates fall around him, so he's an easy pick. No shenanigans this time. Number 9 for NRG.
Yeah, Overpass holding for the flank. He does get the tag. That might actually come just through the wall of Divider. NRG are not dead just yet. Like we say, and every single time there's just a little bit of life. Looking for it.
Is that where the gun ended up?
Yeah. Ah!
It is.
What? How do you see that? I don't know where that was.
I mean, maybe just like when they killed the guy, you saw it go there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Crazy.
Having an AK in towards the next round. Nice little self-line tap. This was a bit of a throwaway anyway. A low buy, weren't expecting loads. Now you get the full buy back in place.
Terrorists win.
Enough money to buy in towards an orb. Krebeni can drop Cemetery, so let's see. But FUT are going to go into the 3rd and final timeout, and I mean, understandably so. This is quite quickly slipping away. Where's he spotted this?
Enhance. Zoom in.
Where was it? How does he know it's there?
Oh, wait. We're actually getting the CSI.
What? How
there's no way.
There's no way. How does he know it's there?
Dude?
How?
I think he must have seen it fall when he's killed the
or
guy.
Or someone else must have, right?
Yeah. There's nothing there.
All right. Fair enough.
Hey, that was good. Thank you for the zoom.
Yeah, Valve, please
Replay,
fix that.
man.
Come on now. Can't have that.
Very nice.
12 to 9.
I didn't know we could do that. I'm going to start demanding it more often.
Cemetery does get that all out. Dropped by Krebeni. Full buy. Well,
2 armor for OC, bro.
Yeah, come on. You got 6.3k.
Replenish the armor.
Yeah, come on, man. 6.3k. And you're mapping series points to your opponent.
I think it's just one of those things, honestly, I think pro players don't notice. Like, when they're locked in on a game like this, you're not checking your Kevlar that often.
Let's see if it makes a difference, right?
It could do. We might take, like, a spam. I think that's where it really makes a difference.
Yeah.
Heads-up fights, not so much. Explosives, maybe. Either way, it's not started well for the rest of the squad. Sonic goes down. Grim eats a nade after the spam. And it could be the beginning of the end here. Krebeni with some work. He's that demon through the smokes, of course. Was really loving that on Ancient. Gets an opportunity to do it here. 4 versus 2.
With 2 HP on the arm.
Yeah, I know. Is he going to get like shot in the chest and just fall over? I don't rightly know how it works because it's just never a scenario.
Well, now he's all that's left, so I guess we'll find out. Let's see. 1v4 for OC. The 2 armor and a dream for him. He rounds that short corner. And he's not aware as he gets one tapped anyway. Just like that. Took a bit of work across both maps, but it's FUT who close it out. Brilliant work coming through from them. A 2-0 to kickstart their run here at IEM Atlanta. I will say, while we consider this a cosmetic comeback, it's actually a much better series for NRG. Last time they met 13-2, 13-3, not that long ago at Bucharest. An overtime here and a pretty deep overpass. Honestly, I think there's a bit of respect done there.
True. I don't know that NRG will see it that way in the immediate, you know, because they should have closed things out on Ancient, and they know that, you know, and then 100%. I think they just kind of had their heads in Ancient. They know realistically that Overpass probably wasn't going to happen, bar some, you know, 35 kill map from one of the you know, OC or Grim or someone. But Ancient, they should have converted after that first half. They've obviously put the work in. It paid off, and they took their eye off the ball. We commented super late timeout to try and catch what was happening, and I think they needed one much, much earlier. We saw it numerous times from FUT just to maybe get under your skin in a sense, where they would lose a round, even though they were like 7-1 or whatever, they'd take a timeout. And they were like, yep, let's just get the next one. Sound, okay, brilliant. We've stopped them in their tracks. And that's what they needed to do to FUT, really, which, you know, unfortunately, they never did. So NRG, some things to learn, for sure. Certainly some things to be happy about, like you say, but I think that they would have wanted to convert that first map and just walk away from the series feeling like they left a part of themselves on the server, and unfortunately not the case, really.
Yeah, I definitely will say, though, it's kind of a point that you brought up. At least that Overpass, teams aren't going to look at it and think of it as a free win. This is obviously a side of NRG who have a real problem in their map pool right now. There's kind of like 3 maps that they're really not good at. The Overpass, they're not great at. Dust 2, they're not fantastic. The Anubis as well. So they've really got a weak map with the Nuke as well, actually. I forgot about that, 17% win rate. So, yeah, they've got 4 maps out of the 7, which they're weak on. So at the very least, having an Overpass, which has kind of gone a bit of the distance with FUT, is something, but ultimately they'll look back at that first map of Ancient and they'll be kicking themselves. They know they should have closed out. They know we should be going towards Mirage, and the fact that we're not, I think it's a tilt. It's not the way they would have wanted to start, going 9-3 up at the half, then getting the pistol, go 10-3, and then falling flat, 8 on the bounce by FUT. But this is the problem. You cannot give FUT an inch. They will take it a mile, and you have to run through these highlights, you'll see just exactly why. It looked so good for NRG on their T side, and it all came crumbling down on the CT.
They were fighting really well. They were winning some dominant rounds. I mean, we saw a few of them crop up on Overpass as well. Their T side, I think, does look good.
Yeah.
They maybe need to recognize that, unfortunately, the CT side is what needs work. And I think they can have individuals pick them apart quite often. Yeah, difficult to watch at times and difficult to fully recognize. You know, you sort of think, oh, I got beat on a timing, or oh, I rotated at the wrong time. But sometimes it is as simple as just your individuals not quite being strong enough, and some of the cheekiness that FUT try and get away with. It's very calculated, but yeah, and then I think it was around 10-10 that we saw the timeout come in, which ultimately was just not a good showing. So it's rough. It's very, very rough as things, you know, unfortunately unfold in favor of FUT. Gave us an exciting first map. Counter-Strike wins today.
It's true.
Not NA Counter-Strike, though, unfortunately, which, you know, you would want on the home soil.
Yeah, and I really wonder now as well for FUT, like, this is a side, of course, that have aspirations to lift another trophy, right? And it is quite a nice way to start things off. It's not as clean as they would have wanted it, but ultimately a 2-0 still, you know, under the books is all that you can really care about. And I want to see now for FUT how far they can take this. I really want to see what run they can make, you know, coming through in towards Group A. Obviously, this is the group with Vitality, which can still be kind of scary, but as a whole, it's a nice spot to be in. I'm right in saying, is it Pain they play against next as well, who won a little bit earlier on today. So I would also make the argument, yeah, it is Pain. I'd make the argument that's pretty winnable for FUT, of course. Pain, they've had issues here and there. Of course, they've gone through some roster changes relatively recently. They won against FaZe, which means absolutely nothing, you know, for being frank at the moment.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, they're having fun around the corner rather than the Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be the kind of the real test for like what both FUT and Pain look like in that next round. But either way, I mean, there's some really good games to open up here on the B stream. Our first of the day as well. That BetBoom bait one was really, really fun. But for FUT, they just play this exciting brand of Counter-Strike. They're always so fun to watch. And we have the pleasure of being joined by Lonks as well for an interview just off the back of that fantastic win. It's always good to check in with them. Lonks, thank you very much for joining us, brother. It's always good to see you. First and foremost, congratulations on the win. But talk me through map number 1, an insane comeback. How you feeling? Oh, Lonks, can you hear us? Lonks, hello.
Yeah, maybe
Are
not.
you there?
All right. He's feeling good, I can tell you that. He's got a little smile on his face.
He looked quite serene, actually.
Yeah, not quite sure.
Hopefully we'll get him on the interview,
Yeah.
but we'll see. Did we hear him? Lonks, you there?
Should I hear something?
He can't hear us.
All right.
Just
Rest in peace.
Just here. He was just posing up there.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Unfortunate, but hopefully we'll get to hear from FUT at some point, a little bit later on, and whatnot. As I would imagine they're going to have a decent tournament here, of course. But
sure.
Indeed, a really, really good showing from them. I think that they, perhaps, as you say, would now have some respect for NRG. That's kind of the big thing here that we take away from that series, is that NRG have stepped up a little bit more. They will be knocked into that lower bracket. There's some winnable games down there. It might be fun for them to play FaZe, and we've seen, some better performances from them, and on an individual level as well. I think some exciting stuff for NRG. Maybe around the corner if they can keep it together, right, and not be sad about the comeback. We do, of course, have a couple more games coming up a little bit later on, and indeed, the America's Derby at the end there. I think that could be a pretty exciting match.
I'm looking forward to it. I also really want to see what Sinners can do here. We've known this Sinners side for a long time. We must have cast them so many times, and all the different iterations of this roster coming through the tier 2. And of course, this run in 2026 has been fantastic. It's a really exciting looking team, and I really do believe they have the chance to make things, uncomfortable for GamerLegion. This is a side that, of course, have had their struggles and their woes here in 2026, and Sinners, they're on the up, right? Major qualification, but a first S-tier tournament to really prove what they're all about at IEM. I'm excited for this side, and there's a lot of love around this organization as a whole, especially for us who've kind of come through the tier 2. Like, we've really seen this side for, a long time. But that is our first 2 games of the day done and dusted. That is me and Scriv done and dusted as well. We're going to be throwing the mic over to a couple of friends of ours, Exner and Dolph, Mike himself, to round out the day here for IEM Atlanta here on the B stream. You're in safe hands. Do not worry. We'll be back tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you then.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Hello and welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026. We're taking over here on the B stream for the late shift. We're going to be bringing you through the action for these next two matchups. Darth Mike, this is Exner, and Nao called us safe hands for this one. I don't know about you, Cole. I'm feeling a little dangerous.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it here. We got a dangerous day. I mean, that is nice words there from Neo, but yeah, it should be fun here in IEM Atlanta. Looking forward to the rest of the day. We do have some dangerous teams here that are looking to start things off right.
We certainly do, and some interesting matchups as well, right? We're going to be starting off with this Sinners GamerLegion game, so we'll dive right into it because the matchup's right around the corner. GamerLegion coming off of a hot run in Fort Worth, but let's start talking about Sinners, right? Because Sinners, to me, are a little bit more of the unknown coming into this. They're a team that's made the major. They've been at it for a long time under this organization, competing in Czech Counter-Strike for a long time, bringing in new players. They went international just last year for the first time ever. But if you look at Beastic, if you look at Shock, they've been on this quest for a very, very many years, many tournaments, many matches, and rarely do they get the chance to play against this level of competition here, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, this is their first S-tier event since, let's see here, it was Pro League Season 14. So, and this is only their second ever that they've attended here in terms of S-tier events. So, they've got a pretty packed schedule ahead here, right? This is a lot to prepare for Atlanta. And then, of course, with Cologne around the corner, they're going to be getting some reps here. They're going to be building that experience. And as you highlighted, the safe pair of hands on this team is certainly Beastic and Shock, the reliable pieces here, kind of the core that carries over from the old days of having Oscar and Neofrag on this roster. But I've been in this team, since 2020, and for me, seeing so much of Sinners, that sort of experience, or maybe lack thereof, at these tier 1 events where you get to play the best of the best here in terms of the competition, that's going to be maybe a bit of a shock for them here in a new environment that they're not so used to.
Yeah, I think it definitely is, right? It's going to be fast adaptation required of them, but these guys have a million reps of online Counter-Strike, so it's a question of how quickly do you adapt to the stage, to the travel, to the jet lag, all those questions that we ask when teams make the jump, even if they've got players who've been around for just about a million years in Counter-Strike terms. Looking over towards the other side, we're going to talk a little bit of GamerLegion, and they're on a huge upswing here, Cole, so to hear from them, we caught up with Rez.
Yes, you're watching the B stream. Yes, it's GamerLegion taking on the Sinners. And yes, this is IEM Oakland MVP once upon a time. Rez, welcome back to America, bud.
I'm back. Thank you.
You have had, we're not going to go down the tangent that is IEM Oakland, but we are definitely in an IEM in Atlanta. A lot's changed since then. What do you think about it?
I mean, it's cool. Jumping to different cities. It's like Chicago, it's Dallas, and yeah, now in Atlanta. I mean, I don't mind it. I think it's fun to explore new places, right?
There's quite a bit of CS history here as well, right? There was the Astralis major times.
Of course, yeah, E-League and all these events as well here. And yeah, it's cool to be back. I like this place.
It's cool to be back. It's cool to be back in the server too. Let's talk a little bit about where GamerLegion is today. How do you guys feel? What's the prep look like? Tell me a little bit about the internals of the camp.
I mean, I think we have progressed really far recently, reaching semifinals for the first time with this team. And yeah, finally back on some stages, right? And I hopefully can do it here as well. I think this is a great opportunity for us again to reach a stage and with all the teams that are here. And so yeah, I want to do it again.
How do you go about having a success like that and then potentially facing, maybe the honeymoon period? You've been on a few, you've seen some Counter-Strike at this point. You've seen enough of it. The honeymoon period, how do you harness that as a team? How can GamerLegion grab onto that?
I mean, I wouldn't say we're on honeymoon, to be honest. I mean, we were for sure in the first part of the year, we reached a lot of playoffs and all. And but right now, I think we're at this point we're trying to figure things out still, and we're trying to fix everything and the mistakes and all, and make our playbook more deeper and all these things with the more mind games and all. And when you start to do that, and obviously the new mistakes is gonna happen and new issues is gonna appear, and that's what you work out as a team right now. Like we're just fixing everything and trying to perfect our identity, kinda, because I don't think we really had one in the beginning, and that's what I think Honeymoon kinda is. Like you don't really have an identity, you just go with the flow kinda, and everything is working the way you want to. And like the more you play, the more you have to like establish like what kind of team do you want to be kinda, and that's where we are right now.
So for you in particular, having seen all this Counter-Strike, do you ever have to be that voice of reason in the server? Hey guys, calm down. Let's slow it down. Let's take it easy. Maybe we should approach this way. Do you find yourself doing that more and more often, or is it something where you've got a good group of guys that you guys got a good system?
I mean, I definitely think I'm doing more of that, like trying to create some structure kind of in the team, and I think I'm trying to do that a lot now. And I think Snacks is that kind of player as well that wants to have his control and have his way and how he wants to play CS. And I think me and him are the ones that kind of path navigating and like creating the path kind of, and obviously together with the coach. And yeah, I think that's what we're trying to do right now, to create the right path for GamerLegion.
GamerLegion versus Sinners. Any words on that one? Any final thoughts?
I mean, we beat them before. We can do it again.
Hey, that's strong. That's solid. That's Rez. That's GamerLegion.
They beat them before, they can do it again. They played them back in February at the Park and Challenger Championship. It did go pretty one-sided for the GamerLegion, though it was 2 maps, and the second one did go overtime, and we're playing it again, Cole. It's Inferno as the second map here. What do you think, Moro T?
Yeah, I don't see why not there. It seems to be a bit of a specialty for us. So, and on this B stream so far, we've seen a decent amount of it today. We'll see if that continues here with the history of these two rosters, but looking forward to getting things situated here on Mirage. We'll see what GamerLegion have prepared here with Sinner's map selection. You know, both these squads here headed into this one for the opening stages, looking to maybe switch it up with this Mirage pick out of the Sinner side, and I can understand the vision that they're going for here.
Yeah, this is the swap around, right? Nuke was the pick for Sinners last time. Mirage was the decider. Didn't get to the decider, so why not change it and see if this works a little bit better? We've got early aggression from GamerLegion taking control here at the ramp. They've got a ton of information right off the rip, but the question is, can they react in time? Rez, not been revealed just yet. Now he's dealt with, and it's a commanding control of the B site. Snacks to follow. 3 players gone. The bomb being planted, and tough roads for PR and Hypex to get back into this round.
That's how you take some space right there, jumping out the window and avoiding the HE damage, and they immediately take that E-box control. That's a win condition here for this pistol, and they capture it with ease. Hypex and PR, are they going to be interested in even making it out of the market? They're going to look to double up for now, but they got to get a move on here. There is no kit present. A little bit of sound cues made from Hypex. He knocks out the first headshot, but again, speed is of the utmost importance, and slowing things down, you're not going to do him any favors here. Still can't find any extra targets just yet, and it's going to be Kisserek to close things down quickly here. Sinners going to hop on the board there first, and it's that active piece here, starting it off with a 4K.
Yeah, very nicely done for Kisserek. This up-tempo play maybe catching GamerLegion off guard. We'll expect to see some more of it as well, see if they can keep them off balance. You want to go for an info play? Well, all the information in the world doesn't matter if we've already taken the other bomb site. Just a little bit too late. Ooh, and we're starting the volume early here, Cole. We're starting the noise early. We're going to be getting the energy going for Sinners. I like to see that.
Yeah, I saw them in the pregame. They're really trying to hype things up in the early stages, and you can tell that's going to be a big goal. I mean, again, this is new, somewhat familiar experience and kind of presence for these players on Sinner. I mean, there's so much to gain in making the most of this opportunity and getting prepared for the major right around the corner. So it'll be of the utmost importance to bring that energy here on LAN for an event as big as this for this Sinners team in particular.
Now, one of the most interesting things, we should have a bit of time in this round, we'll see if it gets interesting, from the GamerLegion run at Fort Worth was Snacks having some crazy individual maps, dragging games into overtime by force of will alone, doing it against Vitality as well on that Overpass. He really seemed to be rolling back the years just as an individual. There was even a round where he made them drop him the Hero AK, and then he wound up getting a triple entry on the A side of Inferno with it. So look at Snacks. Keep an eye on him for the individual form. I'm really excited to see if it's continued over. Not going to do anything in this round, it seems, unless that Deagle comes to bear, Cole, because this one looks clean.
Yeah, it does. I mean, that's kind of the details with Snacks. now in this GamerLegion roster, it does kind of free up some more opportunities. If you're talking about an IGL, maybe a couple different positions that you'd like to play, you want to be involved in the map, and you want to be able to call things out on the CT side especially. And so he's given a lot of freedom to himself essentially here, and is playing very active roles there. It's going to allow him to at least be in the running for duels a lot more often than in some of his previous rosters there. You think of like the G2 days, and you know, things are going to just be a lot more. There's going to be a lot more opportunities for Snacks to make things work on this GamerLegion roster with those positions. So it might be a little indicator here of what's to come, right? And if Snacks can keep hitting hard like he was doing over in Fort Worth, that's going to be a huge detail.
It would be. It would be. You don't think he was telling mobs to drop him an AK back in the day?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think it was quite the Hooksy level of I don't need to kill anybody because I've got Nico and Monacy on my team, but
yeah,
you know,
he wasn't telling them to drop them guns. That's fair. Towson, meanwhile, just willing to help out. We got a stack over towards B. So they're playing a little bit of the gamble game with the limited guns here for GamerLegion, understandably so. A couple smokes as well to try and provide a little fog of war, maybe hide the fact that there's 4 players stacked up here. But for the moment, Sinners have slowed things down a bit. They've already got firm control of middle, just 30 seconds into the round, so it's not too slow. But they have yet to kick the anthill. It seems like they're taking their time with this.
Same stack that they tried in the last round. They just don't have the same firepower or HEs. They had an interesting idea to try and nade stack Underpass last round. Didn't quite land for as much damage as they were hoping for. But this time around, it might not be through connector. It might actually be in towards this stacked bomb site. And crucially, you got a couple of players here that are well equipped. On the boost right now is Towson. He's got a kit, a smoke. Could be interesting there on the ninja box.
Is this a Snack special? Just try and distract, make them think they cleared out the stack, and then you've got a diffuser who's going to hold his fire the whole time? We're going to find out, Cole. They're going for it. There's Sue's kill. All right, we're starting early. Rez tries to dodge the bullets. Can't dance his way out of this one. But here comes the contact, and trigger discipline. He's been revealed. Towson still gets the kill, but it's all for naught. A moment there where electricity sparkled through the round, but quickly diffused.
Nice usage of the Zeus right there, right underneath the window, but not as much as they were hoping for off that stack. Would have been nice, especially if Snacks could have found that early lurking presence there, taking care of that. But Rez lifts off with that first pick. It's really hard to trade that position out, but no one else able to get really involved in that initial hold. And you know, with the lesser weaponry, you'll take what you can get. A little bit of economic damage here. Shots are already fired. Early duels being taken towards the top of mid right now. And again, same old for Sinners. Work a little bit of this mid control. Trying to identify some space here. Take control. It's a monster nade on the B-stick though early. Takes him down below half. So some nice placement on that. Need a refresh on that window smoke if they want a boost. That's going to come through at the hands of Moto. Thinking about making that move a little bit later. And they can get themselves in some really gimmicky positions early on. There's that boost. Facilitated for the MAC-10. And there's a lot of players waiting around in connector for this attack.
This is a problem, though. No one's got responsibility for jungle just yet. Eventually, they're going to have to consider this presence in the window. They've completely conceded it for now. And Snacks, lackadaisical, gets away with it. Good damage. Now he's got the confirmation. Molotov to burn out Stress Urn. He's going to live, at least for the moment, in a safe corner. So for all this control now, the Sinners are under siege, and there's weaponry on the other side, so this is no easy feat. Apex looked like he was going to walk into a crosshair for a moment, but instead slips back. Reformats. And they're going to completely concede this control. Unless.
Yeah, just opening up that A bomb site makes things a lot simpler for this center side. And got to make a move here quickly in towards this A bomb site. Oppet, they're ready to cover off Hypex if he peeks into it. Moto gets off the line, gets his util out just in time. Snacks still on the scene here. Looking to light things up, but it's a quick trade. Only a 1-for-1, and this A side is claimed. Only 10 seconds left here. They got to get that plant down immediately. Avoid that smoke spam. Headshot onto Hypex that slows him down, but they do get those numbers punched in. Unable to deny for Towson, and a 3v3 ahead of Sinners to try and close this one out.
We're going to get a definite retake, though. And the ops are both in the hands of low players, so this one could get very testy indeed. Oh, that Molotov makes things difficult. They need a kill over it realistically to get back into this round. And with Rez dropping, GamerLegion leave it all on the back of Towson. Has the kit, has the time, knows where one player is, but he's running out of seconds here on this clock and doesn't know the confirmed position of Kisarek. Has a pretty good idea. Will take the duel and lose it. An ace on the other side. Kisarek stacking up the multi-kills early.
I mean, he's just a bailout option too right there. He finds himself an opening on that A site when you saw GamerLegion doing a great job of controlling connector, dealing with that presence in window. There didn't seem to be a lot of good moves until that A site slowly gets opened up, and Kisarek doesn't stop right there. He goes for all 5 afterwards. Sinners could have met a brick wall there instead. They get a quick closeout here and a big lifeline provided by Kisarek. He started it off with a 4K on the pistol as well. It's already up to 10-1 right now. Next, trying to detail out the game plan here.
Crazy that those
back on track.
10 kills came in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Right, he's got a 4K, an ace, and then 1 picked up. I mean, there's only been 4 rounds. But it's still crazy.
That's a great start right there for, again, a piece that is willing to get active on those extremities here. We saw it on the pistol, the way that he was able to create so much space and continue to take those duels. And if you got a guy that's willing to make opening moves for your team like that, who's already 10-1 to start off his campaign here for IEM Atlanta, that is exactly what you're hoping for Sinners, to shake off any of those land jitters that you're going to have here at this event.
What's the scheme here with the 1 hero rifle from Towson with the investment here? It seems like they're trying to play a little bit of a shell game. They really like this layering of the stack. And unfortunately for them, it's been called out. B-site taken all but for free. Maybe Rez gets a pot shot in, but instead he takes the dink back the other way and decides, you know what, actually I want to get out of here. I've got armor. That's worth saving. The bomb will go down, and there's really nothing that GamerLegion can do about this. It seems like they just want to press the do-over button. Maybe give it a look into the next round. Although, if there was going to be one gun that you should save and not give too much of a look in, it would be the M4. So Towson wisely starts to back away.
They don't want to give that one up there. I mean, that's the scheme, is to try and stack something up, and if things don't go right, save. But they're still like staying pretty close and going for a hunt. So they're not going to completely give up on this one. Maybe Rez can create some new solutions, though, if they just find the kills. In fact, they're doing quite a bit of damage here to back it up. 3 frags already found. Looking for even more. Shock going to have to give him the duel. And there's going to be a lot of rifles to scoop up here. Motor going to try and play protection, but the bomb blows him up instead. All 5 drop. Rifles galore in market. Going on a little shopping spree.
That's not a bad result from a round that looked to be a complete wash. Get away with it with a clean sweep of the enemy's finances. And a nice little shopping spree of your own here, Cole. Call that bargain bin. Only 1 AK comes out of it, but they put it in the hands of PR, who we know likes himself some haircuts. Likes to give out those headshots. So give him an AK and things could get interesting.
This sort of start Sinners need here. You can see that they're going for a lot of decisive strikes right now. This is another example of it. Quick A play here called out. Flashbang perfectly placed. Hypex is in trouble. Just sequencing these calls one after another here. Hypex can't really get much action from the CT angle and already stressing finding an opening pick here. Hypex at least able to stretch out for another frag, but still trading things out in a positive direction. Try to jump up. He's going to burn to the flames. Shock drops him. And Rez and Towson in no position right now to try and pull this retake off. 2v4. Shut out. Outside looking in here. Op going to be scooped up for Rez. That might be an early indicator that this is a back away instead of going all in.
Sinners living up to their names, man, because right now this is shock and awe. GamerLegion are massively on the back foot, massively under pressure early on in these rounds. They're losing space. They're conceding real estate off the bat. And then when they're finally maybe trying to show something a little bit more dynamic, one of these faster plays comes in and just catches them completely unawares. I mean, credit on to the Sinners side. They've clearly done some preparation, some homework. They seem to have a really good feel for where GamerLegion want to put the pressure, and they're doing a great job of neutralizing it. Op lives at least. Rez has something to bring forward, but this is getting dire early on. And they really need to find some solutions over on the GamerLegion side if they're going to make Mirage competitive.
One of my favorite things about casting centers back when they were still fully checked, they had Oscar on the team, obviously, at one point there, and you had Shock and Oscar whenever they were in like a 2v3 or 2v4, and they went. That was always a fun little call out there.
Shock and Oscar.
Yeah.
I dig it. I dig it.
Yeah,
I'm
like
with you. Newly retired, of course. Oscar, one of those guys who was always just such a joy to watch when he was in the server. Maybe didn't quite reach the heights he could have at times. He'd mentioned it in his retirement, feeling like at times he made some bad decisions, maybe self-sabotaged a little bit from what he could have been. But one of the most entertaining oppers to watch in Counter-Strike for a very long time.
We always put on a show there, for sure.
Most entertaining interview of COVID as well. Always had his birds just chirping away in the background.
I didn't know he had birds. That's hilarious.
Pretty sure that was
Did you
Oscar.
ever figure out what type of birds?
Let's see if I remember. I feel like they were just like little budgie songbird type thing. Yeah. But we'll have to ask him if we ever cross paths.
Volley placement there. Beast gonna take away a PR here, force him out of that ladder room position, and then almost finds an HE to chase him down as well. Just targeting PR here in this position. The workout through middle, though, is successful somewhat. Beastick looking to make sure to deny more of that access here as Moto posts up on his op here. Got an adjustment that he's going to need to land. He gets caught by surprise. Snacks his activity, continuing to punish as they just run away from middle. They've already got their wins in the round here. Now it's just Shock left with the bomb down on top of mid in 20 seconds. This might be finally an opportunity for GamerLegion to get on the board.
Surely.
And look to strike.
Purely from a geography perspective here, he does not have the time to cover enough ground to make this a round. So Shock gonna have to concede. And that's nicely done as well. If they can keep these three alive, right? The two upgraded AKs, the op on Hypex. Hypex, we haven't talked about him too much yet. He hasn't given us reason to, but this is somebody that they're really hoping they can rely on. Has been a little inconsistent at times in the GamerLegion jersey, but the highs are really high, and we did get a dose of those at the Fort Worth event. He was really starting to flourish, having some beastly rounds against some strong teams. And I'm curious to see if we can get more of that Hypex, right? Because I think if we get more of that reliable Hypex on the AWP, I know that's a priority for GamerLegion. I think that elevates them as a team substantially. This round's obviously not live. We got typing. We got people in spawn. We got a round reset. We got a match medic.
Yeah, I think, I mean, as a young opper for Hypex, the one thing he's going to need to get a grasp on, I think, to get more of those heights is a little bit more creativity with how he plays the op. It's very difficult here to make things work as a young opper who's kind of fresh into the tier 1 space. You're going to be kind of jolted by some of the level of utility, the firepower that you're playing up against, but you got to come up with moves around that. You know, something that, you know, players like Monacy are able to do really well. Just develop so many different schemes to deny utility, to deny flashes and smokes, things like that. Playing these hard to deal with positions because he has the aim and accuracy to make moves like that, but just
whatever it was,
missing detail part of his game that I think I would like to see.
Quick solution here. Admin's got that sorted out. Oh, wait.
Get back.
We were back live. I hear typing. Just as I'm praising the admins, they fake me out. No. Surely. They wouldn't do that to us. They would do that to us, Cole. They would do that to us. It does feel like, we'll go back into our Hypex conversation.
Yeah.
It feels like we've had this this curve with oppers in general. Really since CS2 came in, where opping got a little bit more difficult, where you have these dynamic, young, exciting oppers come in, give us that flash, make us so excited, leave us wanting more, and then start to get countered really heavy and fall off an absolute cliff. You know, it's we're seeing it a little bit with Molodoy right now, the consistency going. We've seen it with Ultimate. We've seen it with a lot of players where it just speaks to how difficult opping is at this level of competition now, with the preparation that opponents do, with the amount that they're looking into you, every move you make, every breath you take. They're demo watching you, man.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is the case. It's one of the most difficult things to deal with. I've been playing a lot of matches and pugs and stuff, and I don't really feel like the kind of movement has changed to opping all that much either. Like, maybe a little bit easier, but that didn't feel like it was gonna be as big of a adjustment as I initially thought it was gonna be for oppers holding angles and things like that. But
this feels like every update in Counter-Strike, we go, oh my god, this is going to totally shift everything. The game. It's one of two ways.
Like
we either say this is going to change everything and then it changes nothing, or we say, yeah, I don't think that's going to matter. It's like a footnote and a patch note, and then it turns out to radically shift the meta for 6 months.
Yeah.
There's no in between, man.
Yeah, I was big on board of the reload update, really changing things quite a bit, and haven't noticed a lot. There was
yeah,
like
well, we don't all
the
spam our teammates like you, Cole.
The first week I got caught with a USP reload, where I shot one bullet on Overpass and then reloaded, and then I ran out of ammo on A site. But that's the worst of it, and we got over that pretty fast.
Important analysis here. It turns out that Moto is a pillow gamer. He's got the pillow behind him. That is a popular choice at times for a lot of players. I know Jane always with the pillow coming off of the shuttle. I know some Pius always rocking the pillow. Seems like a popular move here. What's your opinion on
is Shiro the one that brings the hotel pillow everywhere?
I think he might. There's a lot of them. It's gotten popular, man. You gotta get that extra lumbar support.
I used to play with like a pillow while I was sitting in a wood chair that I just like took from my kitchen table, but outside of that, like I guess I don't have back problems, which is nice. Not yet, at least. Maybe that's the big detail.
I'm noticing a trend now as I was listing out players I know that bring pillows. Is it an opper thing, do you think?
You gotta lean in a little bit more, maybe.
Gotta be closer to the scope. Get your eye to the monitor.
Yeah, that could be it. I'll give it a try one day and see if I get any boosts. Maybe that's a hidden method.
Hidden technique here. Gives you +5 no-scope ability. I see headsets on, so I'm optimistic. But I don't see hands on keyboard, so I'm less optimistic here.
Oh, there we go. Just attack.
Okay. Timeout. Attack after the long tech. Always a strong move here. So you can actually talk to your team, remind them what the game plan was at this point. Sinner's recognizing that they have the opportunity to steal the momentum back from GamerLegion and take this from being an already great start to Mirage to making it a dominant one. So there's a prime opportunity if they can reset GamerLegion, if they can snatch any of that speed that they were getting going here and go right back to their winning ways.
I like this idea coming through from Sinners. And no question that this is a huge pivot point, whether or not GamerLegion can get back into this game. So people are going to call that out there and try and get them back to winning ways here. This is kind of the first hurdle that they've hit, though. A little bit of late mid-read control, if you all are recalling, is how GamerLegion got that first round on the board and got themselves rolling here on the CT side.
A cheeky Snacks late pop-up over the railing. Guy, he's always the last place you expect.
Still to this day. Still got it. That element of surprise is always a key factor here. And again, still just trying to work some control towards middle.
I wonder if they're going to realize he's gotten out this far based on the timing of the Molotov. Now they certainly have to be aware of the possibility. So Rez contending with the mid control. The last element here is Snacks fades back away to anticipate a potential pop-up into the window. Everyone's playing with the time a little bit more here, wondering what the other side is cooking up after that pause. Haven't really seen anyone tip their hand just yet. Moto set up way back in spawn with a late smoke coming through. Now it seems like we might get a little bit more of the indication from Sinners about what they want to do. Smoke's up. Take this control, starve the information, but they're just leaving Shock behind it. Everybody else is going to group for the A hit.
So a lot of utility left on the CT side here. There's that move coming through and a quick tap out from Rez. That's a nice headshot to lift things off. And because Snacks has cleared out middle, they're so prepared for this A-play. PR with the smoke blown open, going to take two here. They know where the last two are as well. Snacks going down a little bit lower than he'd like. But the flanks and the rotates are already coming involved here. Everyone at the ready for this A-hold. Flashbang in towards CT to try and void them off. And control here towards Connector. Moto going to win another fight. Maybe a chance for a bomb plant now, but it's denied through the box there from Ipex. Able to shut that down and finish the job as well. And GamerLegion able to get back-to-back rounds here.
Really nice little cap put on that round from Hypex. It looked like it was getting away from them, but the idea in general from GamerLegion, so good, right? Anticipating what Sinners were trying to do, sending Rez in to confirm the presence in middle. He gets the 1 kill. He realizes there's not a lot of presence behind it. Then we see the nade pop in towards ramp. Just a really nice, quick react to the information that was presented to them. Well done from GamerLegion.
Oh goodness, that's a nasty headshot right there. PR sideline missed op shot from Hypex as well. Just scoop up the rifle. At this point, not a big need to rush things. They don't want to give a second opportunity to Hypex to level the playing field. I think that's a wise decision. Pick up a smoke off the back of PR being dismissed.
That's occurring to me now. That was Kisrick's first kill since round 4, right? After he got the ace. He started off really hot with the multi-kills and hasn't really been able to contribute since, so be nice if they get him going again. Sustained spray eventually gets Rez the kill, and Hypex goes for a bold follow-up, gets away with it, but a Glock kill out the Palace, and suddenly Beastic has space and a rifle to go with it. This is getting dangerous now. GamerLegion need to get this back under control. Rez is so very low. He can't make the first move. He can't make the second move. Might not even want to make the third move. But there's only so many moves you could do, and with that kill from Beastic, now you're in so much trouble. Rez is basically a ghost. Hypex is going to have to try and do hero work now with the rifle, otherwise an eco gets away from them. This is disaster. Beastic bringing the spam brings him so low, actually, through the box back the other way, so Beastic has to try and relocate, get some more wood between him and his opponents. If they're going to let him slip back away, this could work out well, but Hypex knows he needs to make the move. Sweeps a player off, can't do the second, and with Rez on no HP, does he really brave this stick? He's thinking about it. He's going to go for it. The smoke is up. He's going to try and tap that bomb, but one bullet will do him in, and it'll be from the barrel of the Glock. Sinners with absolute robbery of a round.
Oh boy, right there. They're going to make sure to let that be known. They're instant timeout out called by GamerLegion. Not happy with that. When you saw Rez's face afterwards, face of frustration, just one early shot coming through out of that deagle already disrupts the CT side, and so much damage done out of those Glocks afterwards. 1 point of 3v4 controlled by GamerLegion quickly goes awry with the space taken towards A. And that is a tough loss for GamerLegion to take just when the wind is in their sails. That was their pathway back to trying to even up the half. Shut down by a burst of energy.
Right back out of you. Right, that is the most frustrating kind of round. It's not just an eco, it's an eco where you had the advantage. There are like 5 different reasons you should never lose that round, and you get entryed by a Glock swinging out Palace. Oh my goodness. But talk about, it's one thing we learned about Sinners very early on in this map, is if you give them anything, they are going to seize the momentum. Snacks is going to try and deny it early. They're not anticipating him here around the smoke. Oh, this is such a Snacks play here. He's just on the edge of it. There's no flash to pop him through, though. His teammates trying to come back to support, but needs to set up the incendiary beforehand. And so it's Snacks on an island. He's isolated. He doesn't have that support. He doesn't have that help, and so he dies for free. Trying to go bold instead. He goes nowhere and leaves his team a man down, though Hypex will get it back.
Able to even things out there. Beastic looking for a time and maybe to work through connector. Instead gets cut off right as that smoke blooms. So instant equalizer. Both the Oppers able to strike. Gonna try and boost up here in towards window again. Oh, and that's BR with the sound kill. Oh, a little bit messy there. That could pay a big price here. Rez and PR both gonna collapse here in unison. And Moto, the one that starts things off, is now gonna have to finish.
He's going out
here. Has a chance towards B. There's only a close player in underpass right now. A position on that catwalk to try and deny the cross here. So Moto slowing things down. He's going to get cut off by Rez before he can do anything else. And GamerLegion capitalizing on some missed movement right there. Creating some chaos that Sinners couldn't handle. Oh, wow.
Oh, what a spot. Just a little shadow to tip him off and a nice adjustment off of the shadow. Well done from Hypex. Had a bit of a slower start, but he's up to 7-7 now, so he's starting to cook, and that is exactly what GamerLegion want to see if they're going to make a game of this. Moto boosted up. Trying to peer over the smokes. We've seen Snacks get very aggressive. It's Rez this time. But the shot goes wide, and so Rez gets away with it. Maybe should have been punished there, but he will thank his lucky stars that he lives to see another second of this round.
Well, just whizzes right by. No success off the mid boost here for Moto. They're going to move around the map here, but again, it's really good information here from GamerLegion. Get stuck in with a lot less util this time around to try and hold off this A side. It's going to come down to whether or not PR can deliver on the multi-kills. Again, another situation here where there's not a lot of help on the scene. I think a smart decision for PR to play a little bit less committal. Diving back in towards CT. More willing to give over that bomb site here as the execute comes his way. Gonna get a small window of opportunity. Just gonna toss in that HE. Maybe look to play a retake. That's a monster HE though. A lot of damage done early.
That's good for the statistics. Oh, Shock though with the entry. We've seen these get away from GamerLegion before. Still, PR hanging on for a moment. There's still danger in this, but only 30 seconds with which to do it. They don't expect B-Stick to be in towards the jungle. An assassination with the Tech-9 now leaves this into even Stevens on the numbers. But the time is the pressure, and Rez wisely adjusts. Slows it down to go back and catch B-Stick and leave Moto alone. Bomb will go down. No one's close enough to deny this just yet. But Moto needs to make an aggressive move, and he knows it. Leaves himself completely exposed to jungle, just wide open, and Rez will capitalize.
So many smart repositions from Rez, not to mention the 2 kills he finds through the smoke. He denies the bomb plant as well. So just reading in exactly what his opposition's going to do in that 2v2 makes the job easy for Towson close by. Simplifies the solution. A nice burst out of the AK from Shock. But there's Rez denying that smoke spam and then claiming 2 kills, both of which on Sinners did not get to see where Rez was coming from. Did not know what hit him. And there goes a 4th round here. He can close the distance a little bit more with one more scrappy purchase. Sinners may do with a lot less already. See if they can try and replicate it. Maybe a little Halls pop here. 3 players early in that position. I think that Shock was going to throw utility. He doesn't have any. So this one going to be mostly dry.
True tip. First tip. Setting up your execute. Have utility. Key detail there. Kisserek, key detail, he's gone. And again, just a reminder, after that hot start has gone whisper quiet since 1 kill since round 4. Moto, an opener. May not require Kisserek at all. Looking for another one. Good damage done, but Rez, when does he strike? They don't expect him here. Now he's been realized he has control of the bomb. Trying to dance among the bullets. Deal with the player potentially coming out ramp. Well, he waits for the reinforcements. Snapping that crosshair back and forth, and eventually he's picked apart, but that allows Hypex to get back on the angle, and now it falls to Shock, who wants to buy time for B-Stick to activate. They need every one of these seconds. B-Stick, he's not being watched. If he gets through the murder hole, no. Hypex goes back to check it. Gun barrel shown right in the headshot. B-Stick once again disrupts this. The savvy vet, the wily coyote that he is, plucks a Roadrunner. And now Towson trying to bring back this 1v2. 25 seconds, expects the rotation from B-Stick, but he knows he's got 2 to contend with, so he wants to play his angles. He wants to isolate these fights. He wants to keep himself safe, but that flash is just too much to deal with, and so B-Stick will close. The captain of the squad shuts this down and sends us to the half. And meanwhile, on the other side, Snacks just calmly sipping on whatever he's got in that cup, having himself a good time. No muss, no fuss for the captain of GamerLegion. Let them use all their energy in the first half of map number 1. Snacks likes to have the last laugh here.
Level-headed here. Got to prepare the game plan here for this second half. Get back into the running. Gonna start it off with an A play here. Dual Berettas on the balcony close by. Molly maybe can disrupt here. Instantly forces, stressing off the angle. He's gonna look to play off the flashes. Look at how much this T-side is blinded up by the util, but nothing out of those dualies and only one out of Kissarak. They are closing the distance quickly on this A site. And 3 players gonna quickly fall here. Gonna have to rely on a flank. B-Stick is quick on the draw at the very least. PR gonna walk into the angle, gives it a nice clear here. Goes for the duel, he's gonna win it. And Shock all alone here. Forced to back away slowly but surely into the hands of Snacks. And that is what he was waiting for in this second half. A liftoff in the pistol.
Now we got a ball game on our hands. And how quickly we will see whether the lead will erode. We'll have to see what Sinners do to try and retake some of that momentum, because I don't know that they want this to get back to being a tied ball game. We take a moment. Praise Rez. He's having himself a nice one. It's strong presence in towards middle off of that catwalk. He was kind of all over at times in that first half, being wherever they needed him to be. Stacks up to 17 and 8 at the moment. So we see if he can keep that performance up here in the second half. It's a full eco. Sinner's not going to be showing us any major surprises other than a lot of players grouped around mid here, Cole.
Yeah, don't mind that idea. Look for a collapse. Trying to isolate maybe a lurking presence, and you will have that opportunity with Snacks solo. 5 USPs versus 1 Galil. Do like the odds for the CT side, but also Snacks playing a little bit reserved here, given that he's on an island. But yeah, as you mentioned, you know, Rez just a very versatile player, and he was all over the map here for helping out GamerLegion in a lot of those 1 rounds that they were able to claim to. Snack's gonna get that opportunity to spray him down. Only good for a single. They make it tricky there. I think the missed movement in the round window really threw him off, and maybe worked out better for Sinners than they would have thought. But all's well there. They're gonna take that A bomb set as a reaction here. 1 rifle scooped up here for the CT side.
The question is, do you want to be 1 foot out the door for Moto to keep that rifle alive? The answer, no. He's gonna try and make something happen with it. Quick demolition from Towson, who continues to press his foot forward in towards CT. Maybe they get surprised. They do indeed. Okay, hold on. Suddenly, this is a lot more damage. I don't think they're really in position to do anything about this round. No armor, no kit, make sure of that. But GamerLegion went from a walk in the park to suddenly trying to limit the casualties, and that is never a position you want to be in early in a half.
Not a bad way to lose here. Shock and Moto saving an AK and a Galil. Not all that bad here for no investment. Gonna help bolster the utility here for the next round. Give them some more opportunities to strike here in the 3rd round of the half. GamerLegion pulling things back here. Slowly but surely.
Oh, hits it off. Check the in-ears.
They're all
fix the hair.
Still there?
Good routine. Hair's still there. Hasn't fallen off yet. Give it like a decade, Hypex. Comes for us all.
It's been stressful, but it's still there. Looking nice. See if it gets any more stressful here now that the guns are out immediately. And as you can see, you know, saved rifle there allows for Moto to go straight into an op, full belt to utility, give Kissarak the Galil. This is, again, an off-spawn call coming through, this time from GamerLegion. A play coming through early. Moto on the scene. Flashes work out well, but only a tag out of the AWP here. HE going to finish the job. 4 players close by to defend the site. Going off the flashbang here. All trying to collapse. And there's the multi from B-Stick provided. As Hypex trying to enter in as well. Find something of note. PR going to look to claim some space as well. Bomb's down in the middle of the site. That's going to make things tricky here, but Moto's down decently low, so still an opportunity here for the T side to stabilize, and PR with a quick headshot like that is going to do the trick.
Substantial elimination right now. You're so much more limited in your control from Sinners. B-Stick watching from the sidelines, thinking, guys, don't let this one slip. I put in the work. Let's get this over the line. Control the bomb is their best asset.
Oh!
But trying to watch that. They go high. PR lays Moto low. Thinking his eyes were locked on the C4, and he was correct indeed. Trying to get a little adventurous is Strasser and punished for it. This is a consistent trend we're now starting to see. I think GamerLegion are doing a lot better of a job of having awareness in these late round, mid-round scenarios where it's down to the 2v2s, down to the 3v3s of the potential angles that Sinners could be playing. We're seeing a few moments where Sinners just get completely off guard by where the fight's actually coming from.
Yeah, that's the experience speaking in a big way, right? I mean, that's what you expect. We saw it from Rez in that first half a lot of times, but he just made these small repositions in rounds that definitely caught Sinners by surprise and made the fights easy for himself. And that is another example of now PR being able to pick up the mantle here in the second half and do the same thing here. Another off-spawn A call here coming through from Snacks. Close up and personal is Kissarak, but he gets blasted. The AK, a lot better than that MP9 here, and it wins out the duel. Snacks lurking his way through connector, also creates some leverage. And Beastic gonna get spammed through the smoke. This one looking like a non-starter on another gun round here. Now they're just trying to pick up the pieces here. Shock on an elevated angle. Doesn't see Snacks again. As sneaky as can be, just slips out of the round. While Shock is right around the corner. And now he can punish the op here potentially. Okay, he just got spotted. Moto a little bit safer to the surprise this time around here. Misses the first opportunity. Going to dive out the window. Not willing to take that duel, but is going to be willing to give Snack some control here. Gets blasted, though. And the AWP going to do a good job.
Loud in his headset. Thunder in his way. Dive out the window.
That's not a duel an Opera wants to take, so you definitely see why Moto's a little bit more willing to give over that ground. Take a different angle of approach.
We are tied up. This is a scenario we were wondering about. Sinners such a great first half, but now, how do they regain momentum? What are they going to show us here on this CT side? A lot more limited in the way that you can play with the pace, perhaps. And so a timeout gets taken here from Sinners, who know that they need to find some answers. Coach getting active in the microphone, trying to relay some solutions, come up with some ideas, because it's been a long time. Sinners have been able to get around.
Looking for some solutions here, but it's kind of hard to find the answer right now for Sinners because you're constantly getting hit by these A plays. Didn't have the best weaponry to handle it. You also had, a decent hold on one of those A executes, right? You had the right idea. You just didn't play the late round good. So there's different ways right now that Sinners are losing that they have to kind of figure out and find solutions for. And then, of course, this would be the perfect time now for GamerLegion to stay a step ahead and change up the pitch.
That coach
try and find new ground.
Side. That's a very nice way to start it out. A little bit of a new angle on the mid-op shot. Give Moto a chance to get activated, but you lose two players elsewhere. Moto included in that math. And then suddenly things are getting dangerous. Strasser might be overlooked. Do they forget to dot the I's here? They do indeed, and a flashbang won't slow him down for long. Still, the trade is swift. Towson is low. This is dangerous. PR, though, shredding heads. It's going to make it a whole lot more comfortable for GamerLegion, and that's the PR aim we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, taking over in this T side is exactly what you want. We saw Rez pick up pieces in that first half for 4 rounds and so much impact coming through in that department here. Now you're being able to call upon PR in these late rounds to power you through some of these difficult situations. And another prime example of that triple entry, instant space creation in towards CT spawn. And Sinners don't even know what hit them before the round is over. And there's a man advantage that Sinners were able to capture. Immediately nullified. And there's a lead also nullified there. GamerLegion have pushed it past for their first lead here as Hypex missed an opportunity. Saw a sliver of Kissarak, but can't complete the shot. How active do these two A players want to go right now? Because it would be a decent time to try and make a move. That's where Moto has a lot of responsibility in covering off this angle. Making sure that his players that are looking to control middle are staying safe right now. Looks like Moto might get another opportunity, this time coming through a little bit later in the round. They want to work a little bit of control towards middle and then pounce.
This smoke is going to distract them. It's going to keep these 3 players locked a little bit too long, right? And so you're going to need to adjust back. Although, as I say that, Kisrak actually seems to have the right idea. There, he's stuck in the tunnel. B-Stick wants to come back to support his teammate. Moto needs to hit this first shot. Here comes the utility over. Flashbang is good, but it doesn't matter. Moto still connects, and so he's going to give his team a chance back into this one. Utility limited for the CT side. They really would not like to allow this bomb to go down. And so playing around the edge of the smoke, B-Stick is going to make himself a nuisance, but PR high and above brings it back to the 2-on-2. Bomb goes down. That can't be denied despite a spam attempt, which will somehow collect PR. How has this gotten to this point? Now it falls to Snacks in the clutch. Connects on the first. Deals with the AWPer. Swings for the headshot, but it's the pistol instead to find an answer. And so the defuse will come the way of the Sinners. Far from comfortable, but a round win all the same.
Man, it looked like PR was going to do it again right there. Just didn't have the health to fight through that last duel. But so much impact out of his rifle once again. You can see he's not even too worried about it. I knew that he had given his team a great opportunity, at least a chance for Snacks to get that win going, but timeout immediately called here from GamerLegion. Now they're last chewed through as soon as things don't really go their way in that round. But again, coming down to the details right there, GamerLegion throwing a great flash, Moto connecting while blind onto Hypex, making sure to take care of business early. And there is that quick transition coming through from the rest of the centers to make sure that PR doesn't do as much as he has been on some of these plays towards A, but that is a great kickoff to a defense. Exactly what you're hoping for out of your AWPer. And Moto able to be on the money this time around.
Some shine to show towards the coaches. We got Beefle here for Sinners. I'm not very familiar with Beefle. New for the beginning of this year, the beginning of last year. Working with the organization. And then IMD on the other side, who's been around, but this is definitely his highest profile team. Took over after Ash. So, coach is contributing, and he's somebody that the GamerLegion guys have talked about, is having a great sense of humor as well to get them through some tough moments.
Oh.
Nice kill early for B-Stick. That'll make life a lot easier, especially with the limitations we could see from the Sinner side in terms of util. If you look at the balance between the two sides, it's far from even if the numbers favor Sinners.
I'll have to go back in towards this
group up for A again.
Yeah, going back towards this well here once again. Set. Smooth to keep tossing it towards window. Gonna line it up, make sure that it lands properly. And it is on the money here, but this boost elevated angle could deal with Rez's lurking presence. Last time he was able to strike for a little bit of impact here. This time gonna have to work through the smoke. He gets caught. Justin elevated up there, gonna close out that kill, and now Moto once again in towards CT. Familiar position, not the same success though. This time a reverse, a clean connection out of Hypex is up. You're getting chased down as well in the under balcony. Is Kisarek. He doesn't last long, and Hypex has to do it all now. Left on an island here, needs the 4K to complete it. Has a chance to route this one towards B. Instead lays claim to a quick kill on the shock. Might have heard the rotate through CT, so yeah, he instantly goes down for a bomb play. Reading it in that the jungle rotate had came through there. Beast gonna walk right into his crosshair, and Hypex delivers the clutch.
That's a brilliant bit of manipulation coming through from a young gamer. I mean, that is very cool to see. Reading them for the last 2 kills like a book, just one step ahead. And it feels like maybe that's why the insistence is coming in from GamerLegion. We're seeing them sort of call out where they expect the opponents to be. Even the peek to open up towards Ticket from Hypex, right? He peeked right into that pre-firing where he knew Moto would be standing. Yeah, maybe that one's a little bit more predictable. But still, it feels like maybe that's why we're seeing the insistence from GamerLegion. They know it's going to be hard fought, but they have some expectations for how Sinners are going to be playing this defense. And now we get the aggressive swing, and this catches them off guard. This is the change-up pitch that they needed, and Moto capitalizes. 2 big kills, guns potentially retrievable. Indeed, they are. And now we have a much reinforced Sinners defense ready to rumble, and Snacks is the next victim of this. The pistols have completely caught GamerLegion off guard.
Yeah, Sinners are tired of letting the play come to them right now. Instead, they're going to take the fight towards A main, and they find the kills out of the 5-7 right there. Moto with a brilliant double. Kisarek uses that deagle nicely. What do you do in this position here? PR and Hypex. I mean, they got a minute left on the clock, but I don't really see a pathway forward. And so maybe huddling up in towards Palace, maybe a late Palace play. We'll see if they give it a go. But Sinners have been living on these low buy rounds. They did it in the first half, and that definitely was a tone shift to give them 8. And now in the second here, it comes through at a perfect time to try and tie things up, make sure GamerLegion stay a little bit further away from the finish line. And as you can see, they're not going to give this round a go here. It's already job done.
Feels like right now, GamerLegion are trying to run a very smooth bike race, and occasionally Sinners just come through and put a stick in their spoke. Question of whether they, much like a certain Jacob Pimp Winicky, can get back on their bike and keep pedaling.
I mean, it might have to come through, and they might have to change directions, trying to avoid that stick, because it's been A plays over and over.
It has, right? Like, what if we just, what if a little bit B, a little bit more mid control instead of faking the mid control? Maybe just a little something. If I could get my wish
here. I can't really blame the mindset that GamerLegion are in, because it has been working, right? I mean, they've gotten 6 rounds so far.
Yeah, that's true. But how many of those came down to a 1v1 here, Cole?
A couple of them.
1 or 2. Well, they're not going to change it up. They're going to go faster, dang it. Faster out on towards A. First you don't succeed, die, and die again, and this time they get nothing. So surely this time, GamerLegion, you can't say, well, but if we just hit one more shot. Well, but if Uni just laid it. Well, he was at a spot. No, man, we gotta find a little bit more of an answer here on Mirage. That was the attempted changeup, was, hey, let's do the same thing, but really quick this time. None of the mid-presence. And let me tell you, did not work.
No, it did not there. I mean, at this point, you're just not changing things up. And, I mean, for me, it's got to be. Here we go. Okay, now we go.
On the eco. Rez has an AK.
See,
We're going
doesn't work
B.
either. It's going to be the mindset.
They'll never see it coming this time.
Down.
Interesting note that PR dropped the Hero AK to Rez. Rez the hot hand.
He's been feasting here on this T side so far. He's just been giving him so many clean openers here. But there is only a MAC-10, and Shock isn't at the full ready right now. But luckily for him, Strustin is. And he's going to make sure to make him pay there from range on the catwalk. Deals with it easy, and it is the same exact result. 2 flawless rounds here back-to-back for Sinners to now be on map point.
This one has just come completely apart at the seams. GamerLegion felt like they were in full control of this half, and Sinners managed to endure, managed to withstand the onslaught. And at this point, kind of disaster for GamerLegion. Can they get this back into overtime? They've got some guns to try and do so. Limited onto the Tech 9 on Rez. That was the Hero AK in the last round, causing severe limitations in this one. Made some bold bets. They didn't pay off. Well, they might be paying off with is a Sinners win. Disastrous.
And now we do keep things a little bit surprising here as well for Sinners. Double op setup now. As a small adjustment. You know where Moto has been for the majority of this half here. You don't know that Shock is on that B side ready to go with an op as well. B-Stick trying to paint himself out of the corner. Can't quite do that.
I felt like a very odd, lackadaisical take of Khan, considering you heard the man tick in the corner. Moto now collects on Snacks, and this one, just peeking into an angle. They didn't expect that second op, I'll tell you that much. Shock punishes them for that oversight. And this one is going to be very difficult to put together for PR and Hypex. They've got the AKs at least. We've both seen some flashes from these young guns. But we need to see everything they've got to give. They're going to make their way through the underpass. Mid has been left vacant for them, but that's because Sinners have taken control down the ramp. So they've got some information this way, and they've got a very strong position to fight back onto the site from, should it come to that. Sinners right now, the priority is don't give away a kill for free. Find out where they are, let us group, play our numbers, punish them with the advantage that we have, and lock this Mirage down. No one make a silly mistake. That's the comms right now. That's what they're talking about. That's what their call out is. Now they're starting to feel this presence on towards B. It's a fake that's being thrown by the player, but it's sort of a fake, if you will. Now PR makes his move, gets caught in transition, but he's still alive somehow, some way. PR making it happen, has no time. Can't get back to the bomb, can't plant this. It's going to be the clock that kills them as Sinners strike first and seize Mirage.
That's such a beautiful map right there coming through in the close. 3 incredibly strong rounds there put together to finish the job. Sinners taking over eventually on that CT side and catching GamerLegion stuck in their ways. Those A plays coming through over and over again left them with very limited options, and we kind of maybe saw why. Those late defaults not fully going in their favor. GamerLegion trying to come through with a simple solution to this T side, and eventually Sinners are able to react and throw in a wrench in the system.
Yeah, this one, it almost feels like the victory for Sinners almost snuck up on us, right? Because it felt like it was just humming along for GamerLegion right up until everything came to a shuddering halt. So if this was the bike race, that was the pile-up, and certainly Sinners emerged from that to take it over the line. Still, huge respect onto Sinners. Some massive plays from the individuals, some massive plays from the collective, making some of those cheeky, tricky rounds happen with the ecos, making some magic happen. They had aces, they had deagle headshots, they had Glock entries onto the A site in a man disadvantage. What more could you want from the Sinners? They have arrived at IEM Atlanta, and they are here to play here, Cole.
Yeah, getting loud here, you talk about the concerns for a lot of these newer teams and kind of leaving the energy up into question, and when they ran out of it there, a great B-full timeout came through and got them right back on track here. So we'll see if they can keep it up. We do have Inferno around the corner there. That's a map pick of GamerLegion. They're going to look to strike back here after this break.
Doesn't mean that they can string rifle rounds together, but they need to get on the board. And they need to get on the board now. Yeah, the 5 rounds already on the T side. Na'Vi could not win another round for the remainder of the half. You just look at the score, 7-5. You're happy with that. It's more the momentum. But Passion, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to be, you know, this disruptive 2-man lower push and you get double killed by the solo player, Makaze.
Yeah, you want SDY and Nyx as well to get off the starting blocks?
Yes. Yeah, that would certainly help. Just some mid protocols from Alexi B.
It's going to be a lot of going through the motions. And not in a bad way.
I think you've previously described Na'Vi as, you know, one of the more default heavy squads in the tier 1.
Yeah. They definitely have the gear to, you know, be more direct, but I think this is, you know, when you talk about a system of a team, and we can talk about default. So are we doing a, you know, a 1-3-1? Are we doing like a 1-2-1-1 with the guy through underpass? And but it's more about their reactions to certain things once they get waypoints. Once you get information that 4 players are swinging middle.
Yep. And actually, that information flows quite nicely. Passion get away without any sort of attempted trade. Successful. Bit coming to late top mid. He's going to meet Imet at the other end of middle, but they're going to let you have that space.
But these are the type of the rounds that are really going to hurt Passion if they can't convert, right? And it feels like it should be theirs, but it could go wrong in a moment.
Yeah, all it would take would be a bit more damage. A bit. Hang on a second.
Worried about the AWP ticket.
That's a really nice, well-placed Molotov. Gives him some time to reposition and get that bomb across that sight line. He's got time to work with here.
I think the problem is you want to probably fake because you don't know if anybody's close by.
Nyx needed to hit that. There you go. Out of the starting blocks as well. A closing frag. It gets Passion on the board. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, and that was nice, right? They just swing out, ready to take the fight to top middle, connect the dots, and there you have it. Still plenty of cash off the 5-0 start for Na'Vi to be able to buy again. So juggling nades, getting caught off with the timing there. Alexi does very well to get one, but then Wonderful, he's the one who's caught. Good trade, great second shot from Bit, but didn't have info on where the other players were, so very hard to piece that 1v4 together. Oof, okay, Wonderful's just taken a window shot, flashed.
Go Kvem. Let's go Kvem. High elevated position and walking up. Oh, he's maybe been spotted by Alexi. Drops in and swings on in to profit. It's a beautiful start.
Okay. Oh, no, Wonderful will have to back off. Your underpass players don't want to play through either because you know it likely walking into the crunch. You need the top mid pressure at the same time as the underpass pressure, especially when you don't have a window or top con smoke up.
Well, there's the window smoke, and Makaze will path through. Wonderful top mid, a far too easy connection from Try. Wins out in the AWP head-to-head. Makaze, however, he's creeped and crawled. Double kill denied, important from Try. By taking down Makaze, he maintains that two-man advantage. Bomb on the back of Bit, and IEM pushed up on Con.
Have a lot of time. It's now just about to let Passion overstep. I think JT and SDY are probably going to be a bit jittery at a point. Like when they're so
worried
committed.
about.
Yeah, that's the...
Oh, just like that! He's dinged him as well! 99!
It's a fate. Like, Emma's hearing the rotations. They're so... Listen to how noisy they are.
JT, no way you're ready for this. Lets him go.
Yeah, why not?
Kills him late. The rotations have happened. Now the Molotov arrives. SDY's got to get to CT. But he's got company. Flash is... he's ahead of this. IEM's going to get an easy headshot. Takes down SDY. It's falling through their fingers. Oh, an ugly one. Try can clutch this. Has to clutch this. Spots out IEM, catches it through the box. Oh, no. But he can't find Bit. 1 HP. Nyx couldn't kill him, and neither could Try.
Okay, well, this time they do convert the 2v4 situation, and that ramp setup, they're so close, right? The fact that there's one player, you're going to expect both of them. Bit wins out that fight. The rotation's so noisy. IEM is just triangulating everyone's positions, and that was very well played. Beautiful work.
Very well played. I mean, Nyx is going to be feeling so hard done by. It starts out so well. Try connects top mid. Wonderful's gone. Oh, I mean, you can't fault JT for not being ready for IEM. It was just Bit selling.
It's beautiful work there from IEM, though, right? Like, he hears all the sound cues, understands that everyone else has rotated away, already pathing towards the site so he can get a jump on taking space. Molly's jungle knows that they can't be fighting him through there, gets towards CT because that's the rotation point they're being forced to. It was just beautiful. So very well done from him. A good understanding of the situation.
Yeah, you get to see Na'Vi's class and comms on display.
They have the loss bonus, sure, but this is 6 rounds already on the T side for Na'Vi.
IEM is boosting, and he knows Kvem's on the other side of that smoke. Bit's throwing a little bit of util A, going to try and draw attention.
Bomb's still in T-spawn, so the finish is wide open. Even though Makazi's already creeping through Con. Bit's going back to get the bomb now. Jungle smoke comes in.
Trying to pull Kvem's attention, and then as they do so, he peeks in. Kvem down to IEM. Dips out the window, though. Their Palace push has given them a numbers advantage extended now by the sniper.
Okay, this is the 3rd round in a row where these two have been in a 2v4.
Yeah, and this time, I don't think Nyx is going to be struggling with lethality. Finds IEM cleanly. And Bit unable to find that headshot onto JT. Scavenges that second AWP off of Wonderful's corpse.
A bit of grit right now.
Heels dug in, not backing down.
Money problem for Na'Vi. So sure, it's been a couple of tighter scenarios, but your finances are in the mud.
I don't know, man. You just saw JT with the AWP. You've got some Tech 9s. I could see a world where a pacey Pop has the AWPs feeling uncomfortable on a retake. They're pushing mid, though. Looks like Alexis is going to get caught by this. An MP9 straight up the guts of mid, and down he goes. Just in time, Kvem pulls the trigger despite the flashbangs. He's racked up the double kill. It's Nyx that's hoping to be overlooked. Oh, Bit's got him again, got his number. Now IEM's hit one of the Tech 9. Bit hits another triple kill. Oh, it's ugly. Passionately tried to do what they couldn't. Na'Vi just turning the tables again and again. The individuals shining bright. Bit with a crazy 3K. Could be 4 as well for the finish. Double HE though. Oh, the first one did nothing. IEM manages to avoid the brunt of the damage. Pot shots, Hail Marys through that default box. Well positioned on Tetris. Bit to collect, and he gets the info on both. He's triangulated their coordinates. He's just got to back away. Just got to accept that Na'Vi will be taking a 7th here, just with a broken money. He really came in with, what, 1 rifle? And he's put it to very good use.
Well, you see how the whole round unfolds, right? Mid-aggression, Alexi's screaming. They're pushing mid, they're pushing mid. You think that A is going to be a little bit less fortified. You run in, you get denied. Kvem takes down 2 more, Makazi and Wonderful. And now, sure, you had a couple of 2v4 attempts. That was a 2v5 attempt. And it's been the same 2. IEM and Bit, the last alive. And in the last 4 rounds, they've been able to pull out 2 of them. So that is some... class Counter-Strike by these two to get themselves up to 7 rounds. This bit, he's done so well. The 3rd kill, brilliant.
Clean.
SDY, he's having a tough go on this map. 0 and 7 right now.
Yeah.
They've just plugged him into Senzu's spot, so he's in more active roles.
Imez going quick on this, and it's going to be punished. Good find from Tri.
And they're owning them in the openings.
Yeah, continuing to do so. How about a 2v5? Have you heard of one of them?
Well, it's not him and Bit this time.
Right. Okay, you're right.
Wonderful and Alexi, they get their chance.
What have you got, boys? You've got Underpass. And you might find JT. Smoked for now. Boosting window in a 2v5, held by the orb. It's all too easy for Tri. Can they keep it clean? 5 alive. Would be ideal. You know where Alexi was? He was the stepping stool.
And then money again, right? Win one, lose one, win one, lose one. So I think that Passion are still in a spot to have a relatively respectable half. 7-5 on the table. Now, sure, it is a CT bias map, and this is Na'Vi's turf, but you can scrap together 5. I think Alexi, best outcome for him right now is saving this and giving them something to work with into the next, because it's back to the 1,400 loss bonus. But yeah, it has been a real discrepancy regarding the opening kills. It's 7-3 in favor of Passion. Kavem responsible for 4 of those 7. And we settle into this one with a lengthy old save. I told everybody to check the Sinners result. I didn't even check it myself.
He started a little later than us.
Yeah, and it was Sinners map pick Mirage. They go Inferno next, and then 3rd is Nuke. So I won't put the spoilers out there. You guys can go and check it out on your own accord. But Sinners and GamerLegion, right? These are these 2nd-rung international rosters, and there's just so many different nations on display. Oh, big yawn from TC.
Na'Vi are putting him to sleep.
Maybe he's jet-lagged.
Maybe. Somehow.
Well,
he could be.
Well, Passion are in Europe more than anywhere else, right? You look at this team, they've got a South African, 2 Ukrainians, a North American, and an Argentinian.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, Trace and Nix had a nice chat.
Yeah.
It's from Northern Florida.
I think Trace wanted to get into it. He wanted to be like, oh, I'm from that part of the world too.
He did. I don't know what any of it meant.
The panhandle.
From the panhandle?
I guess it's
that
like
part.
The long,
the handle of the pan.
Yeah.
Like the little sticky outy bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
America's a bit of a, well, mate, when they're calling the Midwest.
What is the Midwest?
Which is like the Northeast. I'm like, what's going on?
Just they like to freestyle. It's more vibes based, you know?
Can you point the Midwest out on the map? Because I think it would probably be in the mid,
like
on the
middle
west.
west.
Yeah, but it's apparently it's not.
It's not really, no.
Okay, well,
let's see. Let's see. Like you said, 7-5 on the table. And if you wanted to have a conversation about this being, you know, a 3-map affair, I think it's safe to say it has to be. Look how quick this is from
Tries all.
Okay.
All tries all.
Right, nice find through the smoke on the smoke break. Alexi's gone, but the B-site's lost. Nothing from Tri. And Imer, he wants to get close and personal on the market jump out. That smoke is inviting.
Play through.
Yeah. Oh,
maybe not.
Though. Little bit of a gap, enough to catch him on the mantle through, and another one from Imer's AK-47.
Yeah, thanks to Alexi for dropping that one across. Immer just does a marauder up cat into a fast B split. Thing is, they must have been screaming, and Tri knew that they were coming up cat, but it's just so rapid. The window players on the break, unable to stall them out. They're just up short. Look at his split.
And this is what you were talking about, you know, like there is other pages than just a default. When the money's low, you can put a rifle into Immer, put a rifle into Bit's hands, and they'll manage to turn the round on its head. Just surging in towards that site with some real pace. Tough one for Tri. And a tough half from SDY. Still remains on that goose egg for now.
Full being there, doesn't feel good. You're a little bit hot and sweaty. Do you think any of the players are using the functions of the chair? I was just deciding which ones I wanted to turn on. It's on your right side down here.
Oh my God, there's so many buttons.
So many buttons. The one furthest, closest to your leg, that one right there, that's the lower back massage button.
I think I'm going to have a massage for these last couple of rounds. Whoa.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's not messing around.
No, it's not.
welcome back into this matchup between Sinners and GamerLegion. And GamerLegion gonna need that huddle to be darn right good because they really messed up some of those rounds on Mirage. Let Sinners back into the game, and Sinners capitalize in a big way here, Cole. This has to be very troubling for the Legion.
Yes, absolutely. They got to come back into this one here and come through with some good game plans on the T side here, which, you know, on Mirage, we saw them have some decent ideas, won some nice clutches, had PR really saving them in a lot of these situations. But eventually we did see Sinners get on track there and shut down what was, you know, a lot of replicated calls, simplifying a T side that needed to have a little bit more range to it. And for me, starting off on that T side, we're going to need to see that come through out of the gates here for GamerLegion, or we're going to need to see more of the individual step up like we did from PR, from Res.
Certainly. And I will say the last time these two teams met, which was back in February, so it's been a minute, to be clear. Only so many conclusions you could draw from that. They played in Inferno, and it went into overtime. It wound up being a 16-14 victory for GamerLegion. So considering how the Mirage went, maybe a cause for concern on the Inferno. We've also seen GamerLegion play these very lopsided games, I would say, where they play rough first halves and then play themselves back into the OTs. I don't think they want to do that here. It's one thing when you're doing that against a Vitality or many other squads. It's another thing if you are doing that against the Sinners. Can't be letting that happen here.
This is a good opening matchup for them here, so you want to make sure that you don't get sent into the lower bracket. Trying to avoid that here, but Sinners looking to keep up with what was working so well on Mirage here. Getting in the mix early and trying to disrupt the attack before you can ever lift off, and that is a nice piece to take out of the server early. PR sidelined, but the A site somewhat vulnerable to this approach through second mid. I mean, right now you're seeing Towson get his util off, but they're rotating, and there's a flank coming through here. Rez going to make it in towards the A site quick enough, but there is a lot of help on the scene here. Stressing already closing out kills, but Rez keeping them alive.
Oh boy, that flank might have just come back a little bit too late. Shaw gonna regret that he couldn't catch that kill on Towson. Let him slip away. Now the bomb gets planted. Now it's kind of reset. We're into the retake. It's B-Stick slipping up the halls, so maybe if Shock's his presence, they'll forget about this potential second element of the flank, but the pit player's locked on, and Towson showing nothing for the moment. Playing this well, playing this disciplined. Get available for them to scoop, need these kills quickly. Now the pit activates, and Towson makes sure that it leaves it just into the 1v2. Shock trying to make something out of nothing, and nothing it will be.
There's a prime example right there. Rez being able to save them in that round. Being able to find those 3 or 2 kills inside of the pit and immediately open up the site. You had the quick rotates. You had everything you needed right there for Sinners, except for the fact that you couldn't take down Rez quick enough. And he makes him pay in a big way with those 2 frags. Gets those numbers punched in, turns the tides in GamerLegion's favor despite the good rotates here. There's a prime example of what I'm talking about there. The individual effort stepping up.
Why do you have to do him like that?
It was so peaceful. Didn't get to live long. Round started only seconds ago. This chicken is in the danger zone right now.
These Daredevil chickens, man. Staring death in the face every round of this sweet Italian village. There's a whole bunch of util on B-Stick's belt, but B-Stick is on the wrong side to do anything about this one. So we're going to see GamerLegion take control of A. The bomb will almost certainly go down. And we're going to see Sinners say, you know what, we'll save every penny that we can. We've got 5 sets of armor. We've got quite a bit of util. Let's take that into the next round. Let's bail.
Run this one back. Give it a second shot there. Out of the force spot.
Pacifist round, Cole?
Not a single point of damage done so far.
One.
Wow. Get everyone on GamerLegion to get far away from the bomb.
I mean, I think if the only damage comes from the bomb detonating, we can still count this as a pacifist round.
Okay.
We can just say
the bomb isn't violence.
Yeah, maybe it's like a workplace accident kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, sure.
They're just doing their job. You're like clearing a stump or something.
Yeah.
Oh, Snacks though, he does not like pacifism. He's not about the peace.
There was also a couple chickens that went down. That's not peaceful.
Crazy. Not a bullet of damage exchanged between these two teams.
Like a lot of gunfire there.
Great execution.
Next with a little burst. It's a clean dry run. That was the biggest piece of action right there in that round. Little did we know. Nice little opening kill from Sinners.
All right, but here's the end result of it, right? Is you kind of get a do-over on it. You're playing a little bit of the stack, you're playing a little bit of the surprise, you've got a whole bunch of util that was saved through. Now you're going to have a buy in the next one regardless, but you've even got the money on Moto saved up for the AWP to come through if he wants it. Everybody's got armor, and you've moved the stack. You have B-Stick to use that utility to push them off of B. You know that Snacks likes a call. Once he gets it, here comes one, and only one for Sinners. As they are rebuffed, Kisarek finds his feet on fire and wants to back away. Nicely done from the GamerLegion to not get sucked into that stack, to play it safe. Now they'll wait for the player to phase through the Moto smoke. And with that, Snack should just about have ended this, unless he runs out of bullets and loses his life as a result. Still, a 1v3. A nigh-on impossible 1v3. We'll see B-Stick backing away and saving what money he's got to move into the future.
Yeah, big detail of that round right there was that Kisarek did have a second flash. He throws one, great flashbang, and it allows for that 1-for-1 trade early. But if he had just doubled up on those flashes while GamerLegion were fully committed, I mean, you're probably talking about a very positive exchange right there, right? Because you dodge the first flash, then everyone turns in for the second flash there as well. As you can see, nice mow down. If Rez is blinded up there, you might be looking at a different story. Just a small detail there that could have changed the tides. I did see a preemptive timeout there coming through from B-Full.
Terrorists win.
No stress on Sinners just yet here. Gonna take some time to talk things through.
A great joke about that one. Timeout, though, early. That's interesting. They're coming into that first gun round, right? I mean, this was... Yeah, you'd love to have scraped one of those ecos. You got away with a couple of them over on Mirage, but this is still very much according to the plan. So it's interesting to me that B-Full is taking this timeout right now to make sure that they know exactly what that plan is.
Came through in a big way on their CT side
they got every
of
piece.
Mirage.
They got all the util, they got the op, they got everything. What are they going to do here, Cole?
Good question. I mean, if you're Sinners here and you're kind of getting used to the tendencies of GamerLegion, you've seen a lot of A plays today. Trying to make sure that that A side is well staffed here. We'll see if that is the case. We'll see if GamerLegion want to keep up the trend.
Snacks' alphabet actually only has one letter in it.
Well, it gets 2 letters when you're on an eco. When you got Glocks, then you add B.
They're fighting Banana a little bit here, so adding to the lexicon.
Ooh,
nice damage, though. Look at that. Nice kill found from B-Stick. Finds the timing on the spray, the delayed spray at that. Takes Snacks out of play. And now they want to try and work some control towards brackets, but it's stressing to meet them. He's kind of on a bit of an island. Potential utility support coming through from Kisarek, but it's just one HE, which will find its mark for good damage, but does leave it 4-on-4, even Stevens.
That's a nasty shot from Rez right there, man. Somehow winning that duel while eating an HE, while eating some spam as well. Doesn't stop the momentum here of Sinners, even though they lose that pick. They have left the bomb in spawn. That's a good catch. And Hypex going to react accordingly here. There's a punish on the aggression here. Rez reading into follow-up aggression. He's going to find it all. 3 frags in the round.
1 armor at this
point?
point?
Only 1, yeah. He's been taking a lot of damage to the bomb.
Oh my goodness, Rez.
But he's got just enough for that 650 upgrade. And I don't know how that HE didn't blow up his armor either.
Shoutouts to the HUD god. MC for highlighting this one.
I do love that. It's been more and more relevant, I feel like, as well. I've seen it come through because we have the same HUD and ECL as well, and I've seen people's armor break, and then they don't rebuy it in the next round.
Remember, folks, just give it a check when you're in spawn. If it's below half, probably worth.
Oof.
Picking up a new vest. See, does he rebuy? I bet you he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of those things you don't notice when it's on one. Maybe you do look down there.
Bet you doesn't.
Give it a check, but I'm with you.
Literally timeout called just so they can come on in and be like, bro, buy armor. This whole timeout.
Rez was just 1 HP right there with 1 armor, and he still managed to find 2 more afterwards.
Interesting time to take the timeout as well. What did IEM see that he really didn't like here?
I don't know.
You have a very hot start for GamerLegion.
Everything held together nicely, right? I mean, you got the early pickup, maybe a little bit of lack of supportive utility. Maybe they're worried about the protocols on Banana as well. They did lose the opening duel there in that round, to be fair. Armor. Of course he did. He keeps a close eye on those things.
He's always
prepared. And he had 30 extra seconds to look, so.
Key detail. Man's got the money. Man's got a fresh vest, a fresh look to step on out here. They don't want to be dropping any rounds this half, apparently. Scout is the biggest threat into this round.
Another stack here.
A stack.
4 players on the east side ready to go, trying to punish. And you've got some recyclable utility for B-Stick. At least a single smoke tossed in. I don't know if he has actually any more. There's a lot of HEs here at the ready for this CT side to try and chip away. But Rez has been so perfect at taking these duels towards middle. Tosses in his utility, avoids both HEs, gets a flashbang going as well. Free fire onto the scouter. Molly's out of position, stressing, but he still finds the frag here. PR looking to pick up the pieces as well, but he gets it taken care of. Problem is, the B bomb site is open for business, and they've got it free of charge.
Yeah, this will require the retake. Do they have the appetite for it?
Oh.
Now they certainly do. That's going to be the invitation in through the door. Hypex misses a shot that could have made this a whole lot easier. Gonna wipe some of the sweat off his brow instead. Now he's got to be looking 2 ways at once. He's trying to deal with this flank and will indeed do so, but that's allowed time for Moto and Kisarek to gain space, to move back up into this. Now the ops on the angle. And Moto's on the other side of that. Moto gone. Kisarek alone, running out of time, running out of chances. No kit means this one is done, and Snacks will take his time to check it. Coming off of that, this one's already over, but he wants the damage, and Hypex will deny that last little piece of it. GamerLegion keep the record sheet clean.
A flawless start, a different direction, giving themselves the bailout option, and such great utility towards middle. Even though it doesn't go as positive as you were hoping for, you still are able to trade things out 2 for 2 in that early duel, and of course create some space elsewhere on the map. Spotting out that stack and giving themselves an option to reroute that play towards the B bomb site in time before they're too all in committed here. Early B play coming through here for Snacks. Smoke already down. He's flying up the corner here, boosting up his teammate. Towson on an elevated angle, going to drop off. Double HE's tossed in instead. Kisarek ignoring the caution and going forward here. And it's going to take some positioning here to try and spam downrange. But as the dust settles, neither one of these teams wants to lose an opening duel. Both fall a little bit further back.
You can tell Rez has been conditioned at this point to expect that utility coming through from Arch, right? Been a little bit warier about starting to take up his positioning to set up his util here for this fight. But he'll get the Molotov off, and there is no HE to find him this time around. Being said, actually, Stressor did have it, so just choosing not to play that far forward. Attempt a different angle with a punishing util. Now they take some control towards Banana. Nade finds Towson. But the belts are running dry here for the Sinners. 1 HE, 1 flash, 1 incendiary spread across the map, and there is very little that they can do with that.
Here comes a perfect call from Snacks.
A last-ditch call here, and so it goes down.
Gonna try and buy some time for the rotates to get involved. I mean, he got spotted. Hypex has seen him slink in towards the corner, tossing in HEs to try and slow down the pace of play, but an instant trade from Rez comes through. Into the site they go. Hypex gets off the op and onto the rifle here. Rez taking a lot of flak through the smoke. In fact, he'll fall. Rotates on the scene here, trying to slow down the approach. But Hypex knows he needs to take a forward-facing duel and try and even out the odds rate. Now double swinging towards CT. How far can you make it? Because Snax has just plucked out the offer, and Hypex is pushing forward. Misses the chance, though. It is now just on Snax's shoulders. 1v3 here. They're all coming through CT. Finds a lot of damage onto the first here. Looking to line them up, but he can't knock them all down. And that will be Sinners getting on the board here for their first.
Really nicely done from Sinners in the patience game, right? I mean, they slowed that down. The XQ was coming in 30 seconds by the end. And the lone player on the B site just managed to buy those critical extra moments, catch the 1 kill necessary to make that retake a little bit easier, to expose the Lurker. The Lurker gets caught without damage on the other side of the map, and now suddenly you got the retake back on. That's a great way to get on the board for Sinners. I mean, I'm sure they would have preferred to keep a few more bodies alive. You see the FAMAS is a result of that, but great result early. Well, not so early. How did GamerLegion adjust?
Oh, Kissarak gonna take half his HP in the flames, just looking for a little bit of chip damage in that Molly, but maybe the adjustment here is to speed things up. Maybe it's to go back to their bread and butter. Rez,
it's a nice
doing what he does best, find the opener on A, and the Molly to slow them down, but are they gonna stop? Gonna come to a grinding halt here. Rez is gonna wait a little bit more patient here for the rest of his team to get involved. There is no need to rush. There's so much time on the clock here, but they're still gonna make a move.
Here comes the hit proper. Need to catch this player around the plant box. Clean out the pit, but now here comes the hold. Kill's coming back the other way in a moment, in a flash. Hypex late, and he knows he needs to get that bomb and needs to get it planted before the last player comes into play. Kissarak, a 1v2, bomb down, plenty of time for GamerLegion to take up their defensive positions to play around this. Hypex will be up in the box, which means the Snax wants to take the contact. Now he knows where the player's coming from, allows Hypex to readjust, get a little bit more distance between him and that incoming player. Oh, misses the first one. Jiggle is good. Kissarak finds the space in the smoke. He's playing this dangerous, and Snax anticipates the bold maneuver.
Yeah, there's no one better than Snax to read into someone working around these angles and smokes, and will absolutely punish that play. A nice attempt, but again, it's so much credit here to the patience from GamerLegion here. I mean, they waited a good 10 seconds or so while Rez has already pushed up in towards Truck with an opening pick, and they still wait for the cavalry to arrive. Slow down the play there before they fully make their move, and they just toss in so much utility. Even with 3 players that are able to rotate in from Sinners, you just see the positive trades go in favor of GamerLegion, slowly dwindle away at the players on the site and handle business. And that is a really tough thing to do, but again, it's that experience that this team does possess that is going to give them those luxuries. You're not going to see players overstep all that often here, especially a player like Rez.
So it was a little bit of a different approach, right? They'd been conditioning them to anticipate the brackets aggression, and instead Rez takes the approach through Boiler.
Still able to find that same amount of efficiency.
I mean, the response here is that more of the utility gets devoted towards the apartments early on to try and find that damage. But this time around, GamerLegion has slowed it up. Nice little bit of chip damage. Kisser trying to answer it back, not succeeding at least for the moment. GamerLegion liking this start to this round despite a very good flash. PR still manages to find the kill. That is punishing. Sinners had the right idea, but PR just made it work for him.
I mean, crouching spray. There's not a whole lot of room for missing in the Boiler angle, but that is a luxury right there for sure. Now re-aggression coming through at a wrong time here. Moto punished by his HP here in shock. Gonna take a grave, and yeah, Snax just flying out of the apartments. Catches Moto completely blindsided.
Oh,
there we go.
Hang on.
Second try.
Keep your finger on it. Come on. Only one hand on the
Snax
board.
is so
He's taking his hand off the
nonchalant.
mouse. Knows it's a save. He's like, hey, look, I played 1 million Infernos. I don't know why he sounds like this now. This is not what Snax sounds like.
It's because he's nonchalant.
4v2 against the CTs? Eh, no problem for a guy like me. Guy like me, I use one hand.
Snax Italian?
He is in this moment. Specifically, he's from New Jersey.
I guess, it's fitting with the map. Because he's on Inferno. He's Italian now.
But American-Italian, to be clear.
Yeah, okay.
Or Italian-American, I suppose, as most people say that. Snacks when they get a Glock entry. It's anti-Italian discrimination.
I didn't know this was based on oh my gosh, I almost did it. New Jersey. This map.
This map, yeah. Italy, New Jersey.
This is Trenton.
Italy, New Jersey. Don't eat snacks prano.
We got a little bit of activity. Gonna push down mid for Kisserect. I think this is maybe a good approach from Sinners. They need to throw something in the mix, like they were doing on Mirage, to try and get in the faces of GamerLegion. That play does not work, though. As quickly as it starts, PR are going to punish it, and that is the biggest rifle taken down already. I'm kind of impressed with how often GamerLegion are finding success on this A play, given that you almost always see either B-Stick or stressing down alone on the B side of the map.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're still just constantly breaking through A is nice.
Hydration break here. Hydration cam locked in. Getting well hydrated. Over on the center side.
Now he's locked in.
Gotta keep those electrolytes up. Here's a new wrinkle. We're through CT. Haven't seen this just yet, and as you said, they've shown a lot of 1B approaches if they don't get the banana contact, so right now, that's what Snacks is looking for. He's trying to run this player down. He showed the presence. Towson, meanwhile, this is such a clever move. Instead of actually trying to do the pinch on towards B, you bait out the rotation with Snacks making noise as if it's a B pinch, and then as the A players try and swing into action to bail out their teammate, you've got Towson positioned to punish them. Lovely little wrinkle coming through there from GamerLegion as they tap on an inevitable 8th round.
I mean, they're doing that with 25 seconds left, and you still have Hypex watching from T stairs as an opper. You're very familiar with that position, but he just gives over that information to Towson that there is re-aggression in brackets. Be ready for, a potential swing on arches, and of course, with that information, Towson massively advantaged in that duel, and is going to hand out some clean kills. And even though there's a little bit of low time, you can see 25 seconds left, and you're still in a little bit of question as to where you go. That is certainly going to simplify things right there for you. And it's another A play. Another A play that works out for GamerLegion.
Do it. Give us an offer duel. Never mind. Massive utility damage here on B as Kisserect wanted to get a little bit more aggression, and B-Stick suffers the most for it. These guys are limping now. And once again, they've left one player. But in this case, it's because Moto's rotating in towards support. They're not going to leave one wounded player alone on B. They're going to play the 2-3 split. So once again, it's the start to another round on Inferno, and it's a really rough start for Sinners. I feel like we're becoming a broken record here, Cole.
Yeah, definitely. Haven't seen a lot of massive exchanges of util over there towards Banana either, and you just see, in this round in particular, GamerLegion just dump HEs right on top of both B-Stick and Kisserect. So some great damage early here. Going to require Moto to step up here on a B-side defense. He's got a nice angle for the approach. We'll see if GamerLegion have the proper flashes to break through. This B-side target feeling inevitable. You got PR on the lurk here, just starting to work his brackets control. There's the smokes downrange here. The Molly's followed up, and Moto just immediately falls out of position. A little bit slow on his motion, but going to find some safety in that counter flash coming through there, also slowing them down.
The jump and everything,
to break through.
Everything to try and get away with this. That's a shot, but it's not a kill. Needed the kill. Kisserect, though, gonna follow it up.
No.
Dancing in the flames, just wanders into the incendiary, the Molotov, and so he is done for. PR now picking them off on the flank, on the periphery, and there's nothing you could do. Yeah, you desperately need some rounds here, Sinners, but they know this one is settled business. Might have been a footstep caught there. Certainly a shoulder now spotted. So Strasser at least will give them the luxury of potentially being able to save their guns, but that is devastating for the Psych defenders.
Just phenomenal util on the execute right there. There's no safe place to stand. There's smokes that are being forced out of the CT side. You're underhanding and trying to toss away as much utility as possible on your fadeaway right there for the Opper and Moto. So he gets left with nothing but damage, and again, the only real piece of the defense there was Kisarek on low HP, and nice little pan there onto what his option was, to fall back into the flames instead of getting spammed through the smoke. So no good options there on that B defense.
No
and then PR even changes up his lurk as well. I mean, instead of walking in towards arches and trying to cut off the rotate, you know Sinners is preparing for you. They're really late on these rotates, and instead he wraps himself up through the lane side and takes a kill as well.
So what do you have for us? It's pure desperation here. Strassen's going to make the really bold move here. Out on the steps. Got a teammate in the bedroom to support. Here they've got to activate. They need this kill. Rez does, in fact, falter, but he can't take it any further. Trade is there. Meanwhile, Banana players lost. It's much faster pace of play here from GamerLegion on Banana. They've already gained car control, and a trade quick of Towson. Means that the advantage stays with GamerLegion. Now they can slow this down. Now they can start to play the clock because Moto's trying to retake some control. It's a player flying down middle. They know there's presence on E because of that smoke thrown, which means that Snacks can just run this over towards A.
What?
Unless...
Okay. What are we doing? We're slowing it down here. We're cooking a little bit.
It's getting weird.
Smoking towards Moto. Low HP on Snacks. Full spam. He'll wait it out. HE could... Say try and deny that plant here. No dice on that. Trying to give himself some vision. The only problem that GamerLegion faces is that the two players on A are low HP, and the one healthy player is taken care of, but Moto might not know that. So finds himself a reward as an AWP and is going to back away.
It's actually kind of almost nice that you die with the off there, because then Moto sees the carrot and grabs it and runs away with it and doesn't even attempt the retake against what we know to be two incredibly low players. It's like, yeah, you'll give them an op. You just got double-digit rounds.
Terrorists win.
That's 10. That's 10 for GamerLegion. Double digits on the first half here, coming out with a roaring start. They were a little bit slow to lift off on Mirage. And this T side is just working every way. Seen a little bit of that variation. You've seen Rez just take control of brackets, find so many opening duels. And Towson there being able to finally get an early exchange towards Banana, that's been rare. But just running through the smoke and finding that early pick. Not a lot of early fights towards Banana. We'll get it again here. Flashbang well placed. Rez is already sidelined here. An opening duel going in the way of Sinners is a new thing to handle for GamerLegion. Ooh. And it's equalized. Towson does it again. Another entry there provided, but a lot of damage done as well. Smoke spam continuing to dwindle away at the HP bar. Somehow, everyone's still standing for now.
Feels like this might actually be a fight where we're going to have to keep track of people's magazines. The rare moment where it might matter. Not just yet. Oh, huge opportunity for Moto. Opportunity missed. Gonna really tilted the scales on this round. He's going to reposition in towards the apartments, trying to anticipate this lurk, trying to anticipate PR. And he might just do that. Indeed. Makes good on his mistake earlier. Now means that Shot can confidently be rotating over to support these B players. This is where the fight comes down. 45 seconds. We're locking in. Strasser wants the information, but he still managed to get the kill, and the collapse succeeds. 2 rounds, double their number as we head into the break. diving in for what could be a very short half here on Inferno. Sinners, a little do or die action as GamerLegion look to make a 3-map series of this one, and Nuke is starting to feel a little inevitable. Dooley's up on Hypex, an 8 on Snacks, and Glocks across the board as the Sinners try and make something happen here on this pistol.
I was looking for a little bit of information or a fight. Gonna work his way in towards second mid and try and spot the down range here, but this time immediately taken care of there. Shock. Gonna find a quick headshot and open things up for the pistol. That leaves only a single A defender here. Towson with some utility to try and slow down the approach here. He's gonna need some rotates if it is a finish.
You know, they're just
He's
like,
getting
hey,
the rotates.
Is it a lurk? Res only spotted one. Is it a lurk? Guys, I don't think it's a lurk.
And PR still got a lot of information on Banana, so you can afford these rotates. What you can't afford is more opening duels here going in favor of Sinners, and they're just taking full control of this round. Should be an easy pathway, well, into either bomb site for that matter. They're both in rotation. Because we're going to hear the rotate through CT. Are they going to go back towards A? Okay, that might give them the answer. The bomb is just... Moto's getting his steps in right now. He's on the bottom of these stairs, man. Just moving all around. No bomb plant needed.
Best result. Every spot on the map. I feel bad for Towson. He saw a juicy target, the player down by T-Ramp, who was looking towards Banana, completely blindsided. Tries to take a slightly wider angle to get that kill. Punished by Boiler. He saw the juicy piece of candy under the box with a stick propping it up, and he went right for the candy.
Saw the chocolate-covered jelly bean in the trail mix.
Oh.
Went straight for it.
We've all made mistakes, Cole. My mistake was not reading what was in the trail mix. PR trying to drive by, actually collecting a bit of damage off of it. Catching a player with smoke in hand. Right now it is only PR to try and stall out what is looking to be a B pop here. 4 players grouped. Here comes the maneuver.
Nice smoke tossed in right there. That's going to land firmly on the boost. There wasn't any presence. But it's still just a single player here. Looking to offer up the resistance. That's just PR. And an entrance into the site with the MAC-10 leading the charge. And this one might be another one of these rounds here where not a lot of action's going to be shown as PR slowly backs away. And they'll get a second bite out of their force bite. Everyone holding on to their pistol and armor. And Snacks, only one hand on the wheel, as we've seen. Looks like he's trying to call somebody.
Yeah, calling a little score right now. Phone a friend. You guys,
He's so nonchalant.
How should I set this up? A little scratch of the chin. Twirl of the beard. Pondering. The mind is lost in thought.
What's he thinking about?
Terrorists win. Do you think he's thinking about the next round, or do you think he's thinking whether he left the oven on?
It looked like he was thinking about whether or not he left the oven on. That is an understandable fear. Always double check before you head out, especially if it's international. You might be gone for a while.
Well heated oven. Taking some control on Banana. It's a bit more of a stack here this time. Chip damage off the HE. Incendiary to push them back. They want to go for a flash play to try and catch these players off guard, but they got to wait out some util first. There's the smoke to isolate a player, and Kissaret confirms, hey, there's heavy presence, guys. Get the heck out of there. Maybe they're going to grab an HE. Back the other way. You've given them an AK. Do you really want to give them more? Here comes the adjustment. Here comes the rotation. Sinners now putting the numbers back towards A, which means Snacks is going to have his work cut out for him. Not going to be so nonchalant in this one if they want to make something happen here. Oh, nice idea, but Shock is prepared for it. Bomb's going to go down, likely just going to be a save of this AK to try and bring him to the next round.
It's one of those moments right there where I'm a little bit surprised that you don't get more rotation out of GamerLegion when they get that smoke down towards the top of Banana. That's where you need to see pieces start to move around the map. The obvious reaction to going 1-for-1 in that Banana duel and then losing the top of car control is to give over that space and try and make a move elsewhere on the map. So really trusting that Snags could do it all by himself, but that extra help could have gone a long way here. Now extra damage being done by Beastic as he whips out his sidearm. The only thing going to be held on to is a Towson AK. So again, not the worst way to lose a round.
Yeah, most important thing.
Hey, number 5. Wonder if you could do that for all the rounds in this map.
This is Counter-Strike does Sesame Street, finding all the numbers. Can you save 5 rounds?
Now, can you say 6?
Let's see. We'll find out if they can say 6.
Well, wait on that that next number. Haven't gotten that far yet. Ooh, little shadow scene, Hypex. And he's gonna just take the lower approach to their moto crouches right into the shot. On crouches, rather. That is a lovely opening pick right there. A lot of confidence out of Hypex, giving himself an opening duel there. But he's going to need to do even more. They're around the corner, and it looked like a deadly collateral coming through there. Instead, it's a double opener for the T side on A. It is fully clear right now, but unknown to this T side just yet. So it might buy a little bit of time here for Rez to get more involved. He's going to get met by another smoke, though. He doesn't see a thing. The big question is, are Sinners going to make a move in time? They wait for that motor smoke to come down, and that's going to help them out quite a bit. They're just spamming. That's all that GamerLegion have left in the tank, and as they slowly realize that nothing is latching on there, they're going to have to back away.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is still in that point where we would really not be too worried for GamerLegion just yet, except that we watched how things got out of control on Mirage in that comeback. And once things started to stump them, they really struggled. And we also know how difficult it can be to get your feet under you long term for a CT side on Inferno when you're losing these rounds, when you're unable to build up the economy, when you need the nades, right? They've still got a huge cushion to play with. That's why they've been very conservative about these saves. That's why they've been trying to string some stuff around. Hey, you found the 6!
Wow. Got all sorts of numbers.
7.
Nice. 6.
Issued.
See if they can get it. Move themselves up to 7. Got to give a lot of delay in between those two numbers. We'll see if GamerLegion can give them that.
All right, you've got everything. You have 2 kits, you have the op. What are we going to do? What are we going to do, GamerLegion?
Yeah, you had even more. They started that last round. You had the opening pick as well from Moto. Or rather from Hypex. You kicked things off first. They had a 4v5 and it got a little bit out of control there quickly. Oh, Shock. Thought he was going for the silent jump. Or silent boost, but he just jumped up instead there. Nice and quiet. That'll do the trick as well. Maybe early activity from Boiler could catch them by surprise. There's the flashbang. There's the punish. It'll come through eventually.
Boy.
But the molly into the full flash. Double kill there coming through from Shock. And a little bit of assistance from Stress. And I mean, this is, again, a done deal. And now, you start to get a little bit concerned here. Because there's no delay in between 6 and 7. It's a quick win from Sinners.
Full pain, full punish here for GamerLegion. Alarm bells have to be sounding right now. The klaxon is going off. Yes, it's Inferno. Yes, it's the classic, oh god, we lost the first fight, time to save fest. But this is starting to get downright distressing, and you can see the hunt now. Sinners are circling up, the hunting dogs. They're baying for blood. Try and scrape every single one of these guns out, increase the pain, increase the pressure here on GamerLegion. You know there's a player under him. Why not try and scrape him away? Moto can't quite collect on Rez. Rez is low, though. Not long for this world. Snacks, they know he's backed up into this corner. They're going to chase, and Shock goes for the swing, and there will be no guns to make it through. Absolutely nothing for GamerLegion as the 7 hits the screen, and the 7 hits the score count.
Man, taking all the guns out right there. And again, a quick dismissal. Perfect setup here to deny this early play there. Definitely realizing that PR is not that tall there. They're going to run these guns down and take everything out of the hands here. And now, I mean, again, a little bit of nervousness here in the GamerLegion camp here. Fully understandable. Much needed timeout to slow down the pace of play here that Sinners are getting away with.
I mean, a reminder, if you're just joining us right now, GamerLegion have not won around this half. They got a 10-2 first half. This they got that ball right onto the fairway. It's so close. They just need to sink the putt. And it is not going their way. Conditions have changed here. And Sinners are surging. 5 rounds in a row. How far can they go is the big question. 5-7's out. Severe limitations here, but a rifle in the hands of PR. See if he can light the way for his teammates. Gonna be tucked in by the sandbags, and for the moment, the presence of Sinners is headed towards A, so it doesn't seem like that rifle is going to be heavily implicated. Let's see if the pistols could do much more. The answer is not on first brush. Rez on second. Here's them backing away. Does he want to try and swing? Does he want to try and capitalize? You know he's itching for it, but he thinks better of it. Decides to play the time. Decides to play back. Decides to try and deploy the nade. Beestick is now entering the danger zone with his armor. So keep an eye on that, I suppose. But it's GamerLegion in the crossfire. And the crosshair.
I don't know if Shock registered that.
Ground on the balcony.
The aggro here going down towards brackets, and Hypex can't hold up to it. Easy pickings up against the pistols, and P9 not so free. But the lurkout through apartments should seal the deal. It's just PR left into a 1v3 here. We'll see if he can show up with any heroics. The problem is he's just missed a small window of opportunity to punish that push up middle. And that's just going to lead him into T-spawn here. And now make it 8 here for Sinners.
Quintessential Inferno problem as well, right? The promise of the sieve is too valuable. Let's say, as a normal human would say it, is just too valuable to give up the risk of trying the low percentage 1v3. You've got this cushion if you're GamerLegion. You've been playing with this cushion. You've been saying, well, we can get it next round. We can get it next round. We just need to keep the money. We just need to keep nursing it along. You're running out of rounds, man. 8 located. I'm spawning 9 right above it as well.
I did, yeah.
Sinners are 2, man. I think Sinners are thinking 9, 10, 11, 12. I think at this point, Sinners actually only think about one number, and that's 2. 2 and 0, to be specific. That's what they're thinking about.
That's all they had at the first half there. Only able to claim 2 rounds, and since then have completely blanked this GamerLegion squad. We'll see if they can figure something out here in another round where they have all the pieces. At this point, what we've seen out of Sinners is pretty similar. It's same old aggression towards brackets and finding opening picks off of flashes, but the op pushing the smoke. That was bold move from Moto, was risking it all for some opening damage here. Doesn't get anything going for himself, and Snacks is going to double down.
Oh boy.
Find the second there, and this could be a big pivot point here for GamerLegion. Finally did lock themselves down one.
And now you see why they've been stringing along that economy for so long. Why they've been playing the slow, patient, conservative, saving game. Because all they needed was one of these rounds where Sinners gets a little too goofy with it. Where they go a little too bold, where they jump an op through a smoke on Banana, and suddenly... well, they still need to stick the landing. Beestick has other ideas. PR is gone. They're going to get back on the road to making this a problem for GamerLegion. This would be the way you do it. Identify the spawn on Rez. back away. Know that you've shown presence at brackets. That means that they don't have the information. They're starved of it right now. Hypex wants to retake the angle, though, and as he gets this info, now we see if another player is going to rotate off. Because they have Towson here. Hypex has a good idea. There's 2 players to reinforce.
No way.
They've done a decent job of this. Is Rez going to come
They push through the smoke.
He does. Oh, boy. And that's a quick death. It falls to Snacks. He can trade himself out 1-for-1, but that's just not enough. The bomb's going down. And these A players are late into the rotation. The nade is desperation. It doesn't quite find its mark to pop the smoke, which means no vision for Hypex, which now means a decision must be made. Hypex and Towson.
There's no smokes for the CT side right now.
Where's the kids? Is there one down on site? They don't have them on their person.
Oh, I see one in Coffins.
Okay.
One in CT as well. So there's a chance still, but they got to make a move.
Kill found. It's right in front of them, but Shock shows the problem with that plan. Hypex just has to stick this. He's out of time. He knows that Shock will convert and even get the kill to boot. And that's 9 right there. It looked like it was going to be all GamerLegion, the 5v3 in this one. The man advantage, everything working out for them, Cole, but they cannot keep it going.
That's brutal right there. I mean, they got a little gift wrap at the start of this round, man. Up, pushing the smoke, and instantly a 5v3. Now, granted, there were some low HP bars, but that wasn't the big concern here. It's that move being made, a gutsy call. And they're making sure to let him know here. That is so infuriating. But a gutsy call to move through that CT smoke that came through. And of course, if you're GamerLegion, it's the one window of opportunity Sinners have to make that slide. Because Snacks was in transition, trying to rotate through Coffins. And you don't realize that they're already in your face before it's too late. And of course, that's 9 for Sinners here. Still flawless in this second half.
Absurd. It's feeling absurd. But this is the point that we're getting to, and I'm sure GamerLegion are feeling much the same way. We're gonna have to do this the hard way. Do not want to see a tight scoreline up there. We skipped 10 on our count. Oh, PR. Did he get a pixel? Did he get a spot? Hypex certainly did. PR's going looking for a little bit more. So this is again the way you want to start it. It's Shock, the man who closed the last round. Now done to start this.
Good reaction here. Take some brackets control. You don't have any space towards Banana. You're not walking away empty-handed here in the round, even though you're in a 4v5. PR going for some jump spots, and he's nicely timed it. Can't go for another one. It's a bit of a risk here. He'll stick around. He's not falling away here. Gonna get his smoke down and fall back a little bit more passive. Nope. Just gonna double back here in towards sandbags here, boosting up his Kisserek, but he has not given up on this position.
He does love to play the sandbags, and it's going to be Snacks who's trying to support him with a flashbang to find this timing. PR can activate, but if
looks like he's trying to line it up.
Decision, get out of here, man. You got no smoke.
Oh, he's dismissed.
Oh, it's way too late. Can't help him out. Can't bail him out of that position. Always going to be the risk of playing that forward spot. Now you can see 2 players are rotating over, but they are committed. It's 15 seconds, right? So it's Snacks on an island. He's got to do it. Teammate trying to spam through the smoke.
No
Snacks collects on the first. Gives himself time. Beastic goes over the top. But now Towson's here, and he's trying to deny his plan. He'll do exactly that. That's the round. That's the round. They can't get the bomb stuck down. And so GamerLegion slip away. And just at the buzzer, they managed to sneak through an 11th round just in the moment where Sinners were going to pull abreast. GamerLegion find a bit more.
Towson with the triple right there. He didn't even need it all, right? But he'll take it. But denying that bomb plant, making a bold call, playing on the edges of that molly, and not enough protection for the plant coming through there. As they lay siege onto that site there, Towson offering up enough disruption.
Actually looked
tired
like
of losing.
Over the top, almost second guessed it, thinking, seeing the blood splatter, thinking the player was already dead. Okay, Sinners. You got close enough to believe in this comeback. You got close enough to taste the 2-0 victory, to be thinking about it already somewhere in the back of your minds. Now you have to lock in. Now you face the brutal reality of coming back from 10-2 down, which is that you have no real margin for error. You've made your one mistake. It's about all you get away with.
Exactly that. So little room for any sort of heroic plays. We saw that from Towson. This time, pretty setup from PR. Snacks gonna help him out in finding that opening pick. And a man advantage rolling out once again here for GamerLegion. Got the job done in the last round there with the Towson heroics, but this time a different option here. An approach that could go through arches, but you'd have to risk the smoke push here. And Hypex wants to shore up that gap, and that's exactly where he'll go. In fact, the whole defense kind of reacting accordingly to that utility. Hypex gonna cut off the first and immediately reposition here. Goes out for a second. Hypex ready and heated up here fully. Flashbang working on both B players, but too much resistance to run into it. PR with the closer. It's a full house in between that duo of Hypex and PR to seal the deal.
This is now so punishing for Sinners, right? They've made so much happen in this half. Give them credit for it. A run back 7 rounds in a row to open, but it's all gonna matter for naught if you can't now chain 3. If you can't find a little bit more gumption, a little bit more pressure on to GamerLegion, and yeah, you've got the guns to do it, but so do they. You got to do this the hard way now.
Oh, and that doesn't get any easier. The Rez just strikes for an opening. Dozy rifling down middle. B-Stick sidelined early. And another man advantage here, but they don't want just one here. They're looking for even more. Towson right underneath him doesn't realize, and he is going to give it back there. An equalizer found Shock. Well prepared for the re-aggro. And now we got a 4v4.
That I think is maybe a little bit of a blunder, right? You already had the knockout blow attempted by Rez. That succeeds. You get away with it. Towson looks for more. He really wants to just put the cap on this, gain that early advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for me, Towson, very rare to make those sort of mistakes. And after the round that he had that finally unleashed, GamerLegion got them their first defensive round with that 3K. He might have been feeling a little overconfident.
A little overheat.
So leaves him vulnerable towards B. As you can see, it's only a single player for now, but they got some good reads right now. Brackets control still held by Snacks, and he's just calling the troops over, saying, guys, we're going to bank it on a B play here, and they're exactly right.
Yeah, he's calling this based on how little utility they've seen recently, right? There's been no harassment towards Brackets, so he's taking the risk. Now he starts the flank, which means that they gotta go quick over on the Sinners side. Rez flies back into the action. That's the way that smoke play was supposed to work the first time. PR still alive. Hypex collecting players as they try and slip through and try and go for the wrap. It all falls to Moto, and Moto can do no mo. That's gonna be GamerLegion bringing us the full series. They made it sweaty. They made it dangerous. Sinners pushed them to the brink, but we're still going to see Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, a hard-fought effort right there from Sinners, to give them credit. But it did seem like GamerLegion just needed a spark, and provided that right there is Towson for sure. That denial of the bomb plant, running through the molly, just a heroic effort to finally shut down this fight that Sinners were pulling through. All the way back from the brink here, from down 2-10, they're going to be held at bay when reality sets in for GamerLegion that the comeback is nearly complete. They end up stalling out and keeping them at an arm's length here. That's going to require a third map as well. I mean, exciting to see here between these two teams, but, you know, seen once in the past here going in favor of GamerLegion. We'll see if Sinners have come up with a good game plan. Definitely feels like they're prepared for this matchup, though.
It definitely feels like they got some gumption. You never know with a team that doesn't have as many reps at this level of play. You never quite know how it's going to go. But now it's time to find out how it ends when we get Nuke after this.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Great flash, but they're going to run past him. The 3 bags turned! Oh, not what you wanted to see, Liquid. Still have a big one from Naf. If they can clear out bricks, it's just Yabby here. The bomb's on its way, back of Shui, it's just Yabby. Hasn't got any support. They're flashing through the CT smoke, trying to scarper across, but Ultimate has the line. Naf, he got one. Can he get another? Denied at the door. Wow. Yabby shuts him down.
All right, Ultimate, 2v1. Give it a go.
He's got to be quick about this, and his rival Orpa's just poised. Nails the shot. And Yabby, yeah, so far yet to die. Leave his bomb site alone. Push B at your own peril.
Ultimate gets his, stops the cross, needs to be traded on the B side. Well, your Orpa has the rotation. The trade needs to come in. So that's where this one falls apart. This is a beautiful double. A world where it's a triple, but the trade has to come in if you want this round to be possible. Shui not able to deliver. So 4-0 start for Astralis. Another light buy. Scout for the in-game leader. So we've seen a scout for Naf and now for Shui. Now Ultimate, he prefers the dig, the pole.
Who's your favorite player on Liquid?
Well, you said Naf, so I would go with Malbs.
Yep, good choice.
Like his dig.
Always has a Malbs Deagle round at some point in a series.
There's a lack of matches played for Liquid since the addition of Malbs as well. I mentioned last time we saw them was 4 weeks ago, but they've also just been in this position where the rosters never seem to sit quite right.
Not at all.
So a couple of big orgs in a tough spot. A split coming in. This is pressure.
This is pressure. USP out. Fozy doesn't get anything going. Stare does.
Long
with their nades out. And a liege on Gandalf. So now it is getting very uncomfortable for Astralis. That frag relieves a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that split was actually quite deadly.
Yeah.
So they did well to make this one costly, but can they get anything more?
I sincerely doubt it with Stare's positioning. He's just going to collect. Yeah, clean on the close. 5-0. And didn't quite manage to preserve the AWP, so that's going to force a reinvestment from the Swedish sniper.
I think Stare's the best player in the server.
I would echo the sentiment.
I think I got an early look with this guy, right? When he was on Sprout as a...
Yes.
Was there temporarily, and he had only, very temporarily, he had only good things to say about Stare, and that's going back some years now. And then, considering he's been put in almost every position under the sun in the Astralis roster with all these different iterations, it's good to see him finally getting a lot of the star spots because his output is great. As it told me, the comms on him is like an in-game leader level communication, which is what you want from your rotator space takers, and that's high praise.
And what's impressive as well is you don't always need resources pumped into him for him to find his output. You know,
sure.
Kind of do it on his own, self-sufficient.
You and I were baffled at Alicia's mousepad. So if anyone else is rocking a pristine white mousepad, first of all, why? Yeah. Second of all, how do you keep it clean?
Yeah, that is a great question. Unless you're just doing a box fresh pad every single game, which wouldn't put it past Alicia actually.
He is on the hunt for a pad. Look at it there.
Look at that crisp white pad. Malbs with an opening. Hooksy's gone down, concedes the long space.
So no reaction for upper tunnels. They just rotate over heavily.
Oh, and you might have the Orpa dead to right. He knocked his boots off. Dead. Oh. Maybe gets his eye to the scope.
They're going to keep fighting?
Looks like they're going to get another pick as well. Ultimate doesn't quite connect, but yeah, the fights are just happening on their terms.
Yeah, Yabby goes down through the smoke. You know, the Stare is in sight, and then Ryu, the B defender, where is he? Well, he's rotated over to this, so this has come too easily, but looking great for the Liquid first.
Yeah, relatively effortless as well. Actually, Stare nearly takes down Ultimate on his smoke spam.
Catch that.
Very well placed bullets and grenade.
Well, just going to allow the block smokes to fade, and then just simply smoke the cross, crawl up, have someone playing anti-flash. Should be good.
Should be great. Stare versus Elige.
Wants the flash. He wants the flash now.
He does. They've got someone sitting anti, and it's well handled. Very clean. So someone threw that flashbang from somewhere.
I'll get out of there, Ryu. Even though you're 5 rounds to the good, don't have an awful lot of cash. So Elige finishes things off. 3 kills for him within that one. And money already on the ropes for Astralis. They lose this, and they're going to be in squalor.
Do you know who Anders' favorite player is? It's Ryu. Are you kidding me?
Wow. Okay. I would never have got that in a million years.
Where I was going with that, to be honest.
making it up on the fly.
Yeah.
All right, want to keep up long pressure.
Oh, talk of pressure. Love an Aggie Orb. They're already crossed the sight line, and now his position's noted. This is so uncomfortable. Oh, this is so uncomfortable for Fozy. He dips. Okay, he manages to actually peel back.
The round is still uncomfortable because they've lost long. Sure, they do know that there's some presence towards upper tunnels, but they don't have long control. So you need something, right? You're either going to have to retake long space, or you need to group up and play together, do like a mid clamp down at a certain point. Maybe you get your B defenders pushing through upper. Oh, that Xbox smoke actually helps this. You can peer out middle and not have to worry about dying to lower tunnels, so that assists. So they've opted to play for mid. Ryu doesn't have a molly or a smoke to block, so for him, he needs the info that this is coming.
Yeah, and Yabi is in pursuit of that. Malva's trying to sell long. Oh, it's all about the timing here, isn't it?
Oh, Yabi's coming. He's going to clear this. They might not expect this.
Not looking. They're lining up the nades. He's perfection. Nobody's looking. Again, around where Liquid are caught, just pants around their ankles. First stare on the doors. This time, Yabi catches them just as they avert their gaze, just as they give up the space. Ultimate, however, hit onto Yabi. Shuey, good tracking as Hooksy throws his body through the window.
Okay, staring at 1v2.
This is shaping up for a Liquid second.
Door smoke fading now. Stare darts through tunnels.
He's been heard by Shuey.
And no kit in the mix. He's going to get past the orb. Good luck.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's a favorable fight at any point. Somehow, though, he has managed to get past the first. Not the second, though. Ultimate nails the shot. Job done. Round one. Shuey and Ultimate, the two poles with double kill each.
Yeah, you can see they're running through the window there because Yabi still spots the AWP in upper tunnel, so you don't expect that the rifler would run into the site. So a little bit of assumptions being made.
I mean, the fact that Yabi starts the round like that and you still manage to not only take him down but get into the site. This one
here.
Yeah, big one.
Hooksy misunderstanding the situation. That one hurts a lot, right? The fact that you get the jump on them, you feel like it should be enough for the round, and you knew that your money was on the line with that. So give yourself a 3v5, and you're hoping, hey, we can just arm wrestle this one in our favor. You walk away with nothing. You're on an eco. 4 USPs and a 5-7.
And Elish walked past Yabi in the smoke. And now
that's a huge miss. That's a huge miss.
Rushing him. He's got cover from Malbs. Whew, everything's fine. You're not losing to USPs. It's fine. It's fine. There is, however, a 5-7 that no one seems to be concerned about. The B player is pushed. He gets himself an extra headshot. Might even get another one. My God. Oh, bad output, is it, considering the investment?
Good damage. Right, there's a lot of cash already for Liquid, considering they are still trailing by 2.
There is.
So that's going to force a couple of reinvestments there. But the guns do come back out, and there's not enough money to get the Swede his AWP. So, Hooksy, do you want to call something that's a little bit more team-based regarding space control earlier on the CT side? You get for a lower tunnel push, or see some of these teams going for this limbo setup in mid. You know, you push a player up towards Palm Tree, a player sits in the well of middle, worrying about lower. You could have short, but no, just standard stuff. A 3-2 split, and searching early towards B. Smoke block comes in. They were looking like they wanted to go last tick of the molly there. That's one of the rounds as a B defender you are always furious about losing to. That's well placed.
Could be better, really. And now you've got an incendiary. This time, however, they are ahead of it. Go swinging on in. 4-1 and done. Same could be said for Ryu. And big flank. Your back's exposed. Stair will catch one onto Ultimate.
Bomb's pinned.
It's Naf that can try and bail him out, though. Malbs is getting run out. Hooksy, the selfless jump, pulls the crosshair and enables Stair to find the trade. Ooh, yeah. Does that smoke actually favor Naf because of the timing? No, Fozy, he's ready, aware. Still, Naf wins it out. Okay, bomb down on the doors. Naf got 55 seconds and he's in absolutely no hurry. What do you make of Stair's decision to kind of back all the way up?
I think you want to remove the ambiguity around the smokes.
Yeah.
Right, and obviously with this cam being highlighted here by the Obs team, there is a slight line to it. So using the AK at range, Naf hasn't gotten in a reload just yet either. So
it does have a smoke.
Yeah, and that would be perfect. You just drop that on the bomb, you're able to pick it up, run towards B, and with Stair, he won't be able to get there in time, but he's not using it. He is using it.
He is. Okay, Stair not choosing to spray. And Naf not choosing to go for the bomb retrieval. He really thinks Stair's going to reroute B. And now over the top of the smoke. Now, oh, down to Stare. Clean from him on the close.
And that's, you know, you're throwing an impromptu mid-smoke there as well. You're probably hoping to throw one that puffs up and covers the doors completely. So that's a little bit frustrating for Naf. The thinking man's clutch and Stare just waits him out. Without that HE damage done, Yabby doesn't get that first kill.
Actually, yeah.
So the margins there playing out as the buy is still a little bit dicey for Astralis. A couple of MP9s.
Yeah, came down to that 1v1.
This is going to be a pressure point, I think. If you have good long spawns, well, we've only got 3 rounds left and a half, but Hooksy is the long anchor. And if they're playing a setup where, you know, they're just setting him up standard, you're going to be able to take that control. Well, this is brave from Hooksy. Yeah, I don't know about this.
Ambitious. Ambitious is one word I'd use to describe that.
He's not having a good game. He's 1-8 right now. That, again, just adds so much more pressure to the defense. It's, yeah, you can see these two, Ryu and Yabby, know they have to be active.
It's a good timing on the push, but Naf is holding, anticipating this kind of reaction. And he can't win the duel. Yabby, precision. A burst to the face. Elige caught by the MP9, mantled up, didn't clear that.
Okay, so now as soon as Yabby might even be able to get eyes on short, or the rifle of Stare can take short, and then the orb just gets to post up on long.
Okay, so Fuzi's in a really powerful position.
And look at the util. So even if they smoke cross, he can break it. It looks like they're going to get up, smoke, and then erupt. So that could catch up with the timing. Are they just searching?
Here we go. Yabby's attention drawn.
Break.
Smoke break. Fuzi on the line. Spots the cross. Ramp has made it across. Bomb hasn't, though. Malb's going to be tasked with that. Makes his move across to the side. It's Ultimate versus Yabby. Oh, missed his shot. Couldn't react in time. Pressure amplified now in the 2-on-4, and they're just dropping like flies. Just poked, prodded from every angle. It's Shui in the clutch, and a messy spray gets caught on the wallbang.
Very brave from Yabby there. His teammates were mollied off short, right? So the fact that he's made that move, knowing that it's a little bit disconnected, he's putting the round in his hands right there, but a great one for Yabby, 3 in total.
Frustrating death for Ultimate.
Diving in for a third map of play here, it's Nuke, as we look to settle the difference between Sinners and the GamerLegion. 2 very contentious maps so far in this series. So why would it be any different here on Nuke? You excited for this one, Cole?
Oh, I'm excited there. Looking forward to map 3 of Nuke. We'll see how this one shapes up here for both these squads. Moving forward, this is a great opportunity to start things off right in the upper bracket here. A chance to be a best of 3 away from locking themselves down a playoff position.
I like how every time we see the Sinners player cams, we just see Flamesy and Apex hugging. Just warms my heart. Been doing a lot of that over the last year at Trophy Lift moments. Good time to be affectionate, you know?
Yeah, that is tough not to be in a moment like that.
We'll see who's going to be hugging after this one. Maybe out of relief as much as anything else. GamerLegion coming off of a really hot run in Fort Worth, now being pushed by a Sinners team that doesn't get too many cracks at this level of competition. But Sinners, reminder, have a spot in the major. They're showing this kind of form against GamerLegion. Might be an eye to keep on, a name to keep an eye on. As we start thinking about Cologne.
Coming up around the corner here, both these teams are going to get themselves set up nicely. And right now, set up nicely is GamerLegion already pushing their way in towards hell. This is all over the map, but Sinners are just falling back and conceding this space and playing on the sites proper instead of trying to control outer yard. Interesting approach on the pistol, but if you have the pieces in the right place here, it can be effective. Gonna need to find some headshots soon here as the collapse is coming through from multiple different directions, and that is gonna hurt. You got the flank shock, still being overlooked somehow, but oh, he just misses. I can't believe he lived that long, to be honest with you, but Snack's not gonna be able to contain the dualies and the re-aggression, but everyone heading in from the ramp side here. This is gonna be a tricky retake with the great post-plant positions that GamerLegion have.
It should be nigh on impossible as well. See if they can get this tap through. First domino to fall. Actually, 2 dominoes at the same time. Traded back the other way. How is Moto still alive? How is he getting kills? Well, that's been answered. Towson finds the solution. Nice try there. A little bit more damage than perhaps he would have expected, but it is GamerLegion to collect that first pistol.
With that damage here, we'll see if it... oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it feels like we've... pistols have worked out very nicely for whoever gets them in this series so far.
In the first half. Yeah.
In the first half.
Or I guess in the second for that matter, too. In general, it's good to get those pistols going. We haven't seen a ton of second round conversions, or at least second round force buy conversions coming through there.
We have an attempt at one here. B-Stick with a little bit of altitude and an A1S.
Moto handed that over with the kills that he got in that last round. At least they were able to afford something better. I think Nuke is a very force buyable map, and he's going to take even higher approach here. Rez might have been on the tip of his screen right there. He does react. Oh, and it's a big swing. He still gets one. Not the worst case scenario for how committed B-Stick was. And does a lot of damage on the Rez.
You have no real presence outside. It's up on top of some altitude. I'm not sure if it fell down.
You're going to have to risk...
You're going to get a chance to get it.
I think you're going to have to risk shock to go and clear out outside and see... When that information comes through that no one is outside, not only is that going to be valuable for his team, but then, of course, he can start to maybe pick up that rifle. And, in fact, he's not going to go for the rifle on the elevated angle. He's going to go for the one that dropped there as the A-play is coming through. Well-staffed sight, but an early pickup coming through from Towson to open up access. Here comes the MAC-10 from Shock there, striking through many, but a reroute down the vents is a simple solution. They lose another body here, and again, Towson down incredibly low. It's going to come down to Hypex holding the line down the vents. Moto with no armor here, reacts to Shock, coming through Secret just in time, and is going to look to play his life.
That's the kill. That should just about do it. Shock with a MAC-10, just no chance without anyone to create a little bit of space for him. Matt will just certainly shut the door. Got risky. It did some damage, and a little bit of an upgrade off of that MAC-10 is going to make Shock feel a whole lot better about living here. Just a bit more firepower to bring into the next round. As Sinners probably aren't going to have too much to array behind it. Terrorists win. Actually astonishing that B-Stick got a kill.
I know. I mean, he's like getting triple swung essentially. Rez didn't want to overcommit to the fight there. Snacks goes swinging and somehow managed to isolate a little threat, but you do get a force buy. Again, another one here coming through from Sinners. Could be falling into a little bit of a trap here, but also could work in their favor. They did a lot of damage in that last round. They know there's a lot of reinvestment in this one. So they're going to look to keep the pressure on.
It's a dangerous game you're playing, though. Building a house of cards, and all it's going to take is a particularly nasty table shake, and that thing's coming way down.
Got to make do here with the limited resources, and in rounds like this, again, there's going to be a severe lack of utility. So if GamerLegion have any intention of slowing the round down, that would be very valuable as B-Stick gets smoked off. He's not going to be much of a factor in this play. Smoke spam is his only hope here as the A play coming through, and it is going to be helping him out. B-Stick connects through the smoke with Shock doing damage from the top ropes of Hut, and a quick 5v3 here. This house of cards might be well structured as another frag coming through from Kisselrack. Finally, B-Stick dealt with, but still a lot to pick up the pieces here on this T side, and Hypex helping out, but both are incredibly low now.
Yeah, I mean, that damage off of 5-7 is not a bad result. The problem is you do open up the back door a little bit. You give them some options as far as where they want to go. That's where your concern comes in. Rez is going to try and creep around the corner. Creep around. Find a headshot, hoping that that player is going to come back towards him. Hoping that he's going to get something to give them an avenue in. And Shock's going to deliver it. Didn't need to move. Didn't need to make the motion there. Completely lost track of the fact that Rez could be present. Do they know Stressman's still here in the back side? Well, they're not going to care because they're going lower. They're out of here. That's a bomb plant, all but guaranteed. Well maneuvered for GamerLegion, and what was looking to be a dire circumstance now turns into a bomb plant, even numbers, and nobody on the server has any health.
Oh, and that's going to lead him falling down the vents. Rez ready to catch his opposition, and Kisselrack wondering how it got here. 5v2 at one point now. 2v1, and he's just going to go for the stick. They're going to open up that door eventually, surely. Yeah, I mean, they're just waiting. Have a good idea that there's not a kit present, and that's a frustrating loss right there. And that is exactly what we highlighted a lot in Mirage in that first half there, where you see GamerLegion let Sinners kind of be the victim of their own demise there. They walk into these angles for free. They play out these man advantage situations a little bit risky in a certain sense, and that just works out so perfectly for the patience out of Hypex and Rez.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what spooked him out of the corner there. They were in such a good position, generally speaking, but those moments, those jitters, they'll cost you. A team like GamerLegion's certainly capable of punishing them, and they'll do that again and again. Credits on to Hypex early. 6-0, always a nice start here, especially considering we haven't really gotten the op into play for him. Snacks finds that opener. Beestick caught lacking, looking in towards the squeaky door.
It's another force buy here. I mean, again, they know these rounds are coming close, but they keep on walking into the trap here.
Man.
Yeah.
They gotta stop this. You're chasing the investment right now and saying, but if we just break one through, we should have won that last one. We should have won that last one.
That's the mindset, but as you said, it's so costly in the end. It's going to allow for a great foundation here, and Snacks, that is a nasty headshot. Winning that tough duel.
The best part of that as well is that they've only seen Snacks outside. So it's not like they can panic rotate to defend lower. They don't know that it's anything more than Snacks outside.
Yeah, that's a great point there. They're not going to send any extra resources. He's so often, on a solo mission. And so the best case scenario in a spot like this is probably a save. Try and find some exits, find some upgrades. And even that is going to be a tricky task, as PR is just waiting for the re-aggro in lobby. Handles business, 2 kills extra. I'm going to flash to claw up the vents there. Towson spots out Kisselrack. And now he's even in the danger zone. Trying to save this rifle. Won't get away. 1 HP for Towson. He lives to tell the tale. And now here's where you have to wave the white flag.
Cole, I think that's good for them. I think it's good that they lost that last rifle, because there's no feasible world where they could justify the force on this time. You got nothing to force around. They need to eat their vegetables. They need to take their medicine. They need to eco. Let's get some guns out. Let's get an op out. Let's have full rifles. Okay, even here, maybe Beestick buys a little more than I'd like. Kisselrack does as well. They don't like their vegetables over on the center side. Let's see if Kisselrack can justify it. Does find a kill. Now he's made a little bit of money here for himself. $600 off of that SMG kill reward goes a long way to papering over his investments here. Shock dies. Swinging through a smoke into a flashbang.
Was his teammate's flash, but the design of the play was maybe promising. The execution of it, blinding himself up, was not so nice.
It's like the concept.
I was going to say, if this is the round of... it's one of the rounds that they finally do break through with finally not calling the force. Just a little half buy, that'd be poetic, but they're still struggling here to close things down. Kisselrack's still very low, and the A-bomb side definitely weakened in numbers. That's where they intend to go. They throw in a lot of utility to fake it out. Like, they're committed, but they might head into Kisselrack, and if he goes uncleared, it could be something extra.
It's big if. If they check him, well, he's got an MP9 and 18 health.
Uh-oh.
Audio cues. Now he strikes and tries to hold his trigger just a little bit too long. PR turns, keep his teammate clean. That's going to be a very sad Kisselrack. Blasted along the shutter. Bomb's ticking away. Certainly no kit. Chances of a retake here, minimal.
Yeah, they're just going to try and chip away again, use that bomb damage, a little extra leverage, but Towson Gonna handle business, close up, personal up against those pistols, and PR with the finishing touches. 5-0
nice
here.
3-5-7s if you're GamerLegion.
You can't say no to that.
Can't say no to that.
And in the 6th round, we're going to see a timeout, and we're finally going to see the full gun round come through for the first time.
That's a new
out of centers.
Warmers. 4 head warmers coming through from Kisarek.
You got to warm up the mind.
Get the frontal lobe heated. Think faster.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's a thing. You play Counter-Strike better if you're hot or if you're cold?
That's a good question.
Specifically in the brain.
I feel like cold hands are never good.
Okay, but what if you hit warm hands somehow, but a cold head? Cool. They say cooler heads prevail.
Yeah, that's true. Could be the case.
I don't know how we're going to set up this experiment, but we can find a way.
Ooh, that's the first stop that Moto's brought out in the 6th round. And it's going to give them an opening pick.
You save? Hypex thinking right now, man, I got to get me one of those.
Yeah, he tried it. Got dismissed. Moto took care of business early. Dropped his counterpart. Rez gonna sneak around the edge of the smoke here. Now this is a pathway.
They don't know.
And some serious damage. Now how far can he get advanced before there's any realization setting in? When you toss in those smokes, you should know that there's at least a small possibility. And there you go. Whoa. Great awareness from Moto to come through there just in time before Rez is too far out. He's even trying to reposition. Keyword trying. He's not going to fully extend around the corner here. But he is going to try and keep Contain of Hell, which is not a bad read, especially in a 5v3. We've seen them falter in moments like this. I think that little bit of reserve is much needed here out of Moto, because the rest of his team is in prime position to shut this down.
What a reward from Moto towards this team for getting that AWP finally. Talk a bit, delivering on it. But this is far from done. Snacks make sure of that. Now Shock needs to try and give them a little bit of a surprise.
No way.
Ooh, bit of a fumble. Huge fumble, I'd say. PR, though, silenced by the HE. With that bomb still not planted, time expiring, 10 seconds. They gotta get this thing stuck down. They do so, but Stress Aaron is waiting for that swing out of Towson. All falls to Snacks.
Oh.
Big Peach. And so Snacks will go hungry. B-Stick with the kill. A defuse easily secured. And that's a nice showing to capitalize on the op kills coming through out of Moto.
Apparently Peach is on his favorite fruit. Not going to be able to close this one out just yet. Here, Sinner's on the board, though, and as you said, it's just an immediate reward and payoff for making sure that you have all the pieces here ready to go. Could have got dicey. I think there's a big HE toss in from Shesarn to slow down the play right there. Again, key late utility that you probably wouldn't have if you didn't have the money to buy it. So dropping that bomb, saving the day in a big way there, forcing what could have been great positions into a little bit more dicey spots for the rest of GamerLegion. But they have, you know, with the risks that they played out in the early rounds here, kind of handed over 5 rounds to this T side already. Now we'll see what GamerLegion do to bounce back when they're playing up against these gun rounds.
Setting up the smokes. 3 of them to be exact. Limited vision here. Let's see if Moto can get a little whisper of something over. I think he's got decent vision there if they don't hug him too well. Oh, changes it up to try and go for the nade pop. No one's close enough to that just yet. They were waiting for the nade. But it's Shock instead to line up too. That's tremendous. Going through the squeaky door. They were trying to stay set up for this A play, and instead the bomb's now down on the dirt, and Snacks is left wandering to try and find some sort of an inroad. What a series of kills there for Shock. Everything disrupted here for the GamerLegion, but as Snacks gain some altitude back in towards heaven, he's being anticipated, he's being watched for, and Strassen is not able to get the kill. Now you're in danger on the A site. Now Snacks is just such a nuisance. You gotta deal with him.
Oh, man.
You can't at all. Snacks snaps around and falls to B-Stick. There's no health on these two players, but there's two of them, and the bomb is planted. And Snacks lords over this site, op newly in hand. Towards the blue box.
No way.
Finger on the trigger. 4 stacked up for Snacks as the captain of the squad does it himself.
There we go. Massive out of Snacks right there, looking pretty on the rifle. And as you said, just finding the one vulnerability in the defense in that 5v3 through Evan, just sneaking his way through, drawing out attention here from everyone on Sinners. How can you not look towards Heaven when they're pressuring in towards the site? And another round there that starts off wonderfully. Shock 2 through the smoke as they try and surface on that A play. You feel like it's so hard to go wrong in that situation, but Snacks provides the leverage necessary. Timeout called. Chance for Beeful once again to get involved. But these sort of critical
what a snap around
mishaps they're going to really punish. And as you said,
finger to the sky on that one. Just a little cracks a smile. He knows what he just did. A little divine intervention there, perhaps.
He was playing in heaven.
It was in heaven. Oh, man. Right to stealth. Flashbang somehow. C-shot through. Nobody can see anything, so everybody is on the same playing field. And this one has been dismantled. I don't think there's any miracles that can get GamerLegion through this round.
No, I can't believe how well that went there with how good the utility was. But as you said, both teams blinded up, and as they gained vision, it just ends up being the case that Sinner's in a much better position. That is a much needed round right there from the side of Sinners. The stress definitely setting in.
It's right in the forehead, man.
Is it cold in Atlanta right now?
What I will tell you is, having had those hand warmers myself, they're quite nice if you don't turn them on and it's too hot. They're quite cooling as well. So they kind of double function. Hand warmers, forehead coolers, perhaps.
Okay.
Excellent fidget toy as well, which I think is probably what we're actually seeing happen here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Warmleys.
Just gotta breathe easy here. And after that last round, finally a foundation set underneath them. A pathway through the CT side could very well be paved in a round like this. We'll see if Shocks can provide it here. A lot of damage exchange back and forth, about even. But the reposition crucial, and Kisarek is already able to help out his teammate. Shock eventually going to go down. Kisarek is stuck on the railing. Eventually able to mount up here, but the molly misses as well. This is not looking promising for Kisarek. Fortunately, no one just yet in a position to shut them down. And B-Stick in a phenomenal spot to deny access here. Finally, Kisarek falls, but Snacks a known quantity here. And the bomb on the floor.
A vent.
Oh, get back on that. There you go. We'll close it out with these. There are no questions asked for Sinners. Able to keep things contained. And again, good rotations coming through there crucially. Kisarek being on the scene to help out Shock. And B-Stick following in the footsteps of that secret play.
I think there may be very fortunate that Kisarek didn't get punished while he was fumbling around on top of the cooling tower there. But they'll take it. They'll take it. Don't worry, Kisarek. No one saw that. Your secret is safe with us. Be all good.
And Snacks going to provide.
Opener here makes things all good indeed for GamerLegion. It Snacks back to his wily ways as he's starting to have a very strong map of play. But Rez over the top can't quite find the headshot he's looking for. And now the answers come back for Sinners.
I know, also having a good feeling here, some good instincts on where he needs to be, and he's able to shut down that threat towards the outer yard. Gonna lead them through a one-way street in towards the ramp room, and that's the right route here for GamerLegion. No resistance. Gonna enter in down the ramp here and towards that lower bomb site where you only have one player tucked in towards a very committed angle. Will he be anticipated here? Oh, he's spotted. So it could be bad news for Kisarek. Instead, he's handing out damage, but the molly is going to flush him out into the open. There is no relief, and he's going to get caught there. Now the numbers evened up. But the question is, how do you plant the bomb? Well, there's an answer. Towson just levels Shock out. And the numbers can be punched in. Again, Sinners with a man advantage here, but it's slipping out of grasp.
Moto, what do you got for us? On the rifle here. So focused on this, not paying any attention to PR in the vents. I mean, it's all false to Stress Zone who could do no more. A couple players blindsided, and GamerLegion continuing to stack up what has become a very impressive T side. But if we've learned anything from this series so far, it's that you can't trust a half, Cole. You cannot trust a half.
Even heading into the CT side of Nuke?
Even heading in. I'll believe it when I see it.
That's so fair.
I'm having trust issues, man.
That is very valid. Nothing could have been confirmed. And when a 2-10 scoreline becomes a competitive game there, just feels like both these teams putting a lot of pressure on closing out this game and running into a bit of a wall here, but again, a strong T side heading into your CT side of Nuke is the exact position you want to be in. GamerLegion want to give themselves even more of a foundation, call a timeout. Snack's very vocal. Now you wonder what they have game planned up for this round.
7. Back to it. 7, 3-7. Radioactive 3-7 at the bottom. Here we go.
Oh, there was both?
Yeah.
I didn't see the 3. Wow.
3 in Roman numerals. Or not Roman. Yes. No. Tally marks? Roman numerals? I don't know, man.
So it's pretty similar when it's 3.
There we go. There we go.
Flashes in towards ramp here. Kisarek he's just gonna find himself a connection on a PR. Spamming while blind. We'll do the trick. But there's that Snacks alert coming through into fruition. They got the whole team rotating down lower, and this is a good instant reaction to come through here from GamerLegion. They call the reroute. Snacks calling over that there's a lot of presence rotating down lower, and the A side is open. Snacks is vulnerable to a flank.
It's crazy the amount of space that they're going to have for this. A smoke thrown from Starstone just to try and give them the space, but I think Sinners realize the gravity of the situation, which is that they are on the wrong side of this site looking in. Ability to block it off. A kill would be lovely here, but they can also just pelt one of these positions with HEs, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Oh,
that's a nice pluck, though, from Moto. Anticipating a response, tries to back away, but Snacks is already being proactive here, dancing around the smoke and mini. Making sure they can't do anything about it. Time's starting to become a serious issue here. Desperation, trying to dive over the lip. And that's Moto, who's just got to get the heck out of Dodge and try and clean this up alive, which Snacks will deny.
I mean, that's just the factor that Snacks is bringing to the table right now. I mean, you highlighted some of the performance that he was bringing in Fort Worth, but when he thrives here, I think the calling is going to get better as well. Simplify the answer by hearing those rotates. When he finds that opening pick, he gets everyone on Sinners shifting down towards that lower bomb site, and Snacks is the one that's hearing it. So that pack that he's kind of manipulating throughout the map there, gonna instantly react to that information that Snacks is providing and go into a very open bomb site there. Tap out on the last kill, and what's forced into another force buy out of this CT side, their only option is to end this half how they started, and Kisarek wants to avoid any conflict on ramp, but he's going to take damage in the fadeaway. And of course, Rez going to go back and check the flank. Beastic thinking there was a big opportunity right there. Instead, all of that information immediately goes blind. More headshots there from Rez. Just punishing all the aggression right now.
Feels like this half is ending on a little bit of a whimper, huh? It's a shame. Sinners have fought so well through this series, but now it's just a dire situation, Cole. They're headed into the T side of Nuke with what looks to be 3 rounds to their name. not saying this round is done, but I'm saying if you showed me this mini-map, I'd say this round is done.
I'm right there with you here. There's no big opportunities. You do have a rifle downrange here. HE underhanded, and a chance for Moto. He will capitalize on one frag, but one might not be enough there. Snacks gonna make sure of it. And Kisarek all on an island here in the ramp room.
Okay.
Gonna add to his tally.
Extension.
He's trying to pull a Snacks right there. Player on the edges of the smoke.
Trying to paint a world where Kisarek gets back into this, but there is no such world because it's 9 rounds to the good for GamerLegion. 9-3 our scoreline as GamerLegion look to close this series when we come back. dire situations here for Sinners as they are praying that there's a little redemption for the Sinners of this particular map. GamerLegion have been allowing them no such quarter, Snacks included. A crazy play out of the heaven here, Cole, to deny them even that little bit of opportunity.
Yeah, there's no question here. He's come to play in map 3, leading his team so far with a phenomenal T-half, both in the calling and the fragging as well to back it up. Looking to keep up in the second half here. We've seen a lot of collapses in the second half. We'll see if that comes true, but this time Towson again looking to end things early. Rez eliminated in the ramp room though. And it's going to pave a path here towards the B bomb site. A chance to try and get the numbers punched in if they can get past Hypex, and that is a good way to do so.
Ooh. Down, taken away. There's a little something to work with here. Snacks gets away with nothing there. Strasser doing damage. Look at the health now. At this point, body shots, toe shots are going to be enough out of these Glocks. And Shock's dualies certainly will be. Time is the issue. Here on Hypex trying to chase down this kill, but they've been given the slip. Strasser just left. Slid away on out of this, playing the angle together, trying to work with the numbers, and it works to perfection. Nicely done there from the Sinners. If this road to a comeback was gonna happen, this is how it would start.
It's got to feel good right there. It starts out a 5v3 there. Towson finds 2 kills without taking a point of damage. That's the tone setter, and it felt like that was going to be maybe a quick into this map, but Stress aren't able to pull it back immediately through the ramp room and afterwards all the way in towards that B bomb site. Forced by in for GamerLegion, and a lot of Mac 10s for Sinners. Trying to get the utility out as a much higher priority for whatever they've got intended. Looking like they want to enter in towards this A side, and that is just not a bad call right now. That is exactly where they should be going. As GamerLegion have kind of gambled much more on this being a lower play, maybe outer yard control. But anything but here heading in for the side of Sinners.
Airburst Molly, but it's not going to matter. I
really hate that ladder.
Find out. Everyone does, man.
It's
like it has a magnet in it. It's like a vacuum.
Yeah,
It sucks up
yeah, it sucks up all the mollies, man. I don't remember that happening as much on Go either. That feels like a mostly CS2 thing.
Ain't nothing but a CS2 thing.
You gotta really place that molly kind of a little bit deeper, I would say. Not gonna matter in this round, fortunately, but it is one of those things that maybe I'm just misremembering, but I don't remember that in Go as much as it is on CS2.
So they're going A. That's what I got from that.
Yeah. Run it back. Worked so well the last time. Why not do it again?
Seems like the move. See, that's what they're rocking. Send up the smoke side here. Yeah, okay, so this is what they're talking about. And they're going A. E6 speaks, and I listen. And Shock definitely listens and locks in. First kill found, Snacks out of play. Rez jumped around the corner upon, but Towson making the MP7 sing for him. Though he will go silent. Falls just to PR, who's down the vents. Strasser waiting for this one. Sorry, Kissarak waiting for this one. The other guy with a long name through the X-ray. And it will be a nice go A round for Sinners. Well called.
Well, it worked so well the last time. Why not do it again? This time, though, there's going to be a purchase.
They're just making me want to be quiet on these player cams so I can listen and get a little sneak peek.
Yeah.
Coming up next round.
Heard some nice little details in the timeouts as well. I didn't know that was a thing. You can kind of get a little peek-see.
Little peek sneak.
Into the
peek sneak, little nadage. Ooh, that's chunky. But look at this. They're chasing up in towards the garage. They're trying to run this man down. Snacks splits the difference of the two. Doesn't get what he's looking for at all. Instead, now they've got full control of the outer yard. And this is a bad spot to be in. That gets even worse for GamerLegion. Towson gone. Rez can at least correct that error. But there's still a man down. And PR is desperately trying to figure out where they've gotten to. He's done that, but I don't know if he realizes a player's above him. He's considering the possibility.
I mean, if they can make it that far, they can definitely make it into heaven without that vision. So I think a decent reroute here for PR to avoid going up the ladder. But yeah, you're just going to control lobby and largely give over a plan opportunity here.
It's a huge gamble as well, because if, and there's no knowledge about this, I think it's Hypex spotting in towards Secret if they had gotten down Secret already. Very little you could do about the B site. Hypex does have the vision, though, so he's confident about it. Now Moto starts to make the move. Let's see if Hypex punishes him. smoke to cover it off. It is going to be the A play. Hypex wants to play ahead of this. This is a risk for sure. So he has to fade away. Puts Rez on an island, and it's not an island he can survive. Bomb planted down. We see the damage that's been done here. We know these players are vulnerable, but without damaging utility to try and capitalize on some of these kills, this is not the most appetizing retake, and Hypex decides that he wants nothing to do with it. They're backing out. GamerLegion are giving this one up. That means the gap closes to 2 here, Cole. We got a game.
Oh, man. And there's a little bit more room for error. We talked about that big problem that was being faced by Sinners. It just took a little spark to ignite the rest of GamerLegion on Inferno to close out that map. But you hop into this first gun round, and Sinners take over. They hunt and pluck out snacks from the server early. They take that space in towards the heavens as well. And you've got Shock, who's lurking about here in towards the lobby side, punishing that re-aggression there. Well situated round. And Sinners have every reason to be happy about it. The save leads to another gun round here. 2 rifles held onto, including a Hypex op. So they're still going to have some firepower here.
Looked like they maybe wanted to hit that faster upper play again.
They are.
Here they go. Here comes the motion. A little bit of util stalled them out, but they're still going to risk it. Raz holds strong.
Oh, man.
Eventually he'll falter, but it leaves it just to Moto to try and clutch, and a player's gotten out heaven. PR. Make sure this works. You could try the same idea a few different times, but eventually GamerLegion find the solution.
Trying to keep that up-tempo approach here on the side of Sinners, and this time gets punished. There was so much resistance on that A-bomb site at the start of the round. So when you even trade things out, take those opening advantages here, you realize that you're playing up against a whole host of defenders. So many players to deal with, and one multi-frag the difference. So there's that spark for GamerLegion that they needed. And it comes to the hands of just about everyone on the defense here. Now Snacks getting up close and personal towards that out of yard, and he's overlooked for now. Does get traded out, but a lot of damage on his way out of the round.
I love that, though. It just puts them on so much notice, right? You're trying to go for the killing blow here. You got 1.5 kills, and you slow them down outside. Stresser's still, though, he's not going to be that slowed.
Wonder if
Get some control
footsteps were heard in mini from Rez. If that's the case, then, I mean, you'd probably see a bigger rotate coming through, but instead, no one really in any intention of repositioning all that much, except for one little detail of Hypex joining up on the ramp defense. And now it becomes a waiting game for Sinners, hoping to get re-aggression. And these sort of 4v4s, it can feel a little bit uncomfortable. You think there's gaps in the defense, and yeah, there is going to be a hint of re-aggression. That's going to come at the hands of Rez through the secret side and right into the crosshairs of Stress Arm, but he's not fully prepared here, and Rez able to walk away the victor of that exchange.
Fine now. B-Stick tries to go through and towards Mini. It does mean the presence up top is a little lighter, but with Hypex providing oversight, makes it a lot more appealing. They want to drop down on Rez, but Rez is here. He's ready. He's waiting, and now that bomb is in his waiting arms, and B-Stick sees that 11 slips onto the scoreboard for GamerLegion. That one all Rez.
It's all about discipline from Rez as well. He finds that kill in towards Secret. He doesn't rush around the corner and try and find what's the deal with the outer yard. He repositions right back down the vents. So yeah, I mean, you find this kill, you don't even poke your head around the corner. That is absurd, and you're definitely going to be walking in a little bit surprised that he's already in the vents ready to catch you. If you're Sinners, I mean, that's just smart thinking from Rez.
Huge rotation. Great awareness. Now it's Tech Nines to try and keep their opponents off a series point. And again, for Sinners, a team that is going to be up against it in terms of the mismatches of their opponents in so many of these rounds. They have had some serious fight. And if we think all the way back to Mirage, it was the Ecos. Right, that was where the magic for the Sinners came through. Let's see if they can do it again. Tech9 kills galore. They're working as a pack. They're battling. They're brawling. It's down to the 1v2, and Modo runs out of magic.
I mean, all 5 players once again able to get involved on the defense there, except for, I would say, Snacks, who got taken care of early. But that's 4 players instantly on A. They just rotate so quick. PR is always where he needs to be in some of these defensive rounds, so that just gives him no good option. It feels like if you're Sinners, you're playing up against an extra man at that point. It's all about the repositions here from GamerLegion. They got their finger on the pulse. And for Sinners, it might be a case of running out of gas. You're running out of steam, but Shock, full steam ahead there. Kicks it into second gear, and Towson at least able to trade things out, but the B side is going to be fully claimed here by the T side here soon.
You're talking about finding gas. I think you might have just found the nitrous. This is such a fast round. Shock doesn't want to slow down either. Keeping the pressure up on towards Rez, who stuck his toe in the flames to confirm that there was a player here. Might catch a nade for this Shock, but the bomb's down. GamerLegion, what kind of appetite do they have for this retake? Because there's a world where they say, we've got the lead, we've got the advantage, we need to save these guns, and that's a world Rez is living in.
Yeah, it's a smart decision. Kasarek gonna find himself a reward though. Gets off the Tech 9 onto an AK, that's nice. But the big gun here in the AWP gonna be able to be brought into the next round, and I think that's the most crucial.
Sinners getting back to their DNA though here, Cole. Just maximum speed, maximum momentum, violence coming in towards the site, and Shock not letting go of that W key.
A double entry right there, so nice. Sinners, again, it felt like they were banking it all, just pushing their chips in. They definitely were with a ramp rush. And GamerLegion had the pieces to try and deny that. They had 2 players starting in towards ramp early, taking the duel head on. And Shock just walks away with a double. Not hear anything this time around.
Coming through from the coaches right now. IMD trying to find one silver bullet to put this game to bed. A lot of B-stick talking in the timeout we can see for the comms on the other side. We're on the B full, so we'll see what they're drawing up this time. We know he's liked these faster rounds, these A hits. What are you expecting here, Cole?
What they have in order here. I think if you're GamerLegion, you're going to be throwing in a lot more early utility to try and deny some of those aggressive plays that Sinners have been coming through with. So anticipate that.
Outside this time. Making the move. Who's here to receive them? It's Snacks. Working around with that rifle. Trying to play the edges of these smokes. See if anyone tries to slip through. See if he can punish them. They've got 4 smokes committed outside. They've dumped every smoke that they had available
to
get this cross in towards Secret. They're making absolutely damn sure they're not getting nade popped. They're not getting a walkthrough. You try and walk through that smoke, oops, another smoke. Congratulations. And so now Rez playing around his own, trying to bring in PR for support. PR here at the right moment, at the right time.
Great rotation.
Done with the guns. Spot on the first. There's the dive around. PR, it's a 1-2 punch. You look this way. Well, PR punches the other. And Rez perfectly happy to have a shooting gallery, though eventually that'll cost him his life. Still, numbers advantage, PR towards lower. Hypex sticking around at ramp to make sure there's no late lurk, but eventually he's going to come down to support, and as Shock tries to wander in towards Garage, I doubt he expects Snacks to still be waiting here, and indeed, now it falls to just 2. They've got the util though, Cole. They've got something to work with, but the op is trained on their position as that door opens. The flashbang's so good, Hypex barely gets away. But it's enough. The shot lands, PR closes, and GamerLegion, despite a battle down this series, secure the victory here against the Sinners. Sinners have shown themselves well, Cole, but it just wasn't enough to take down the Legion.
Yeah, they got fight here. They got spirit, but not enough, as you said there. They had a really tough start there in both map 2 and map 3, where the first half kind of did them in terms of the ability to claw back into the game there. If they had better starts, maybe a pistol around here or there, could have been in a lot better situation. But GamerLegion controlling a lot of the pistols in this series and backing it up with enough finish there. Towson, a key piece on Inferno. Again, keep highlighting that round that he was able to deliver to finally get them off of the dry spell. And then you see everyone get involved. When Sinners start closing the distance, when they make things a little bit scary, you see the discipline out of Rez and PR, the good rotations out of GamerLegion. You see that experience shine through there to make it forward into the upper bracket.
Sinners have shown a lot, though, and I will say, just early on in the lower bracket, they're going to be matched up against Passion UA, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Passion, especially in a Senzu-less world, I think are going to have their work cut out for them up against this Sinners team. I think that's a real opportunity to do some damage in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a lot of potential there. Sinners definitely wanted to capitalize on this opportunity at hand. There's no question about it there. They had the chances, they had the opportunities, but as you said, definitely lower bracket, creating some possibilities, creating some openings. Just that pathway in towards playoffs is going to get a little bit more tricky.
We got the man of the moment joining us on in, so without further ado, let's bring him on in here. Snacks coming up with the dub. Snacks, can you hear us?
I can. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear
me? Perfect.
Okay.
We can indeed. Yeah. Let's talk about that one. Let's start with the heaven round, man. Can you just walk us through that? Just making a little bit of magic happen. We saw the finger to the sky afterwards, the snap round of the ladder guy. What's going through your head as you come over the lip there?
I mean, first of all, it was a little bit crazy, obviously. I'm not used to kill like this. I'm becoming a little bit old here. But the guys asked me, like, there was a little bit more of heartbeat, but I said it's the same as at the start of the round. I think I'm used to it, Maybe I said just to myself, it was lucky a little bit, But it was nice that we won that round, obviously.
Yeah. I want to follow that up here and kind of take a trip all the way back to map 1. We saw how your Mirage looked, a little bit slow to start, but you all had a decent T side. Did notice you all really liked the A-bomb site there. Was there any reason in particular in this matchup that you were putting a big target on that A-bomb site?
No, actually, I felt like in the moment that we could just hit A, and it was working kinda. So I wanted to keep it going, and I felt like we probably lost Mirage because we died on ramp when they pushed us when they had the force buy, and that was the problem. I felt like on Mirage we didn't play our game. I feel like we were sloppy, not talking and stuff. And even though we would hit it, I think 12 times, I would probably win it. But as well. I'm just going deeper a little bit with what I'm saying now, but I feel like City as well. Yeah. We didn't communicate well, and it was shit from the start.
Sometimes it be like that. Speaking about, it feels like sometimes we're having like a tale of two halves, right? Where you guys come out, you're super strong on a map, and then maybe you come into the second half and it's a slow start, or one player is just a little bit longer to warm up. What do you attribute to that? And it follows into the language, the communication that you're talking about as well. When you're having these colder starts, these slower starts, when it's taking longer to get back into it, what's going on with you guys?
First of all, we are kind of sick. Maybe you can hear a little bit me that I'm talking through my nose. After Dallas, I got some sickness, so it's not easy as well to be focused and be in the killer mode, as I'm saying. Just the start of the tournament as well for us, and it's obviously a little bit different, let's say, monitors, PCs, everything. Weather as well, it's a little bit colder here. So I would say as well that we did pretty good in Fort Worth, not Dallas. I'm sorry. We had a bootcamp in Dallas after, and I feel like maybe we're too overconfident, at some point, and we felt like we're gonna do whatever we want and we're gonna win, and it's not how it works in this game. I feel like the level is very high and people can shoot insanely. So whenever you do small mistakes, you don't communicate properly and stuff, they take advantage of it, And I felt like it was, and then you kind of go with the snowball effect, You go lower, you get tilted, not talking, and then I said to the guys, we cannot play like this. We need to reset, and I think we did a good job coming into Inferno. It was pretty nice the T side we did here.
They certainly showed. Go ahead, Cole.
Okay, I got one last question for you there. I saw you all on Inferno. Things were kind of getting a little bit dicey there in the second half, but you had that one round where Towson denied the bomb plant. You guys were able to, get that round win, and then from that point forward, you all didn't lose out. Was that like a spark that you all needed to kind of close out that map?
I think we lost 5v3, 4v3, 4v2 or something, like 3 rounds straight like this, and we felt like every time we had that advantage in the run, so we just needed that one to just break, like you said, and we got it, and from there, I think it went smooth, so...
Well, thank you for joining us for this interview. I hope you feel better from whatever the illness is you're dealing with. And as always, when we chat, I hope you find some good food down in Atlanta. Thank you for joining us. Good luck going forward, Snacks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I think it was pretty apt what he was saying about things snowballing, right? Maybe getting a little overconfident after a really good result in Fort Worth, getting some unexpected results there, and then that causing them to come in just a little bit slow, overestimating their abilities, things snowballing. It fits what we saw, right? And it also is something where we shouldn't be too worried about it for GamerLegion going forward in this tournament, because if we look at it, their next matchup, Cole, is against Na'Vi. That is not a team you're going to be coming in sleepy against.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough one for sure. They're going to need to nail down those details. But what I also saw from them is some great discipline, you know, some smart moves out of Snacks, Rez, PR, Towson. I mean, all of them were playing well. So definitely looking forward to that next matchup for them.
Yes, we are. And we're looking forward to our next matchup and our final matchup here on the B Stream. It's Legacy taking on M80 up next.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up his decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
The Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
We're getting right back to things here at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. We got Legacy arriving, ready to square up against M80. in an Americas matchup here at an Americas tournament. And that's something that you just love to see, isn't it, Exner? I'm Darth Mike. This is Exner. We're bringing you the action. Cole, felt weird to call you Exner. How you doing?
I'm doing good there. Looking forward to this matchup here. As you said, just feels right in Atlanta that these two teams are going to be clashing up first. And I do think it's going to be a really exciting matchup here. These two teams just have so much firepower, so much potential there. So looking to unleash it, especially if you're M80, get a chance to play up against or play out in front of your home crowd there. You make it into the playoffs, a big opportunity there.
Certainly. And we'll be diving into M80 first off. So to hear about them, we have Stunna with Swisher.
Yeah, guess who it is? It's M80, and they're playing on NA soil. Isn't that right, Swisher?
Hell yeah.
Dude, this has got to be a big one for you guys, right? Talk to me about some of the emotions you come into here in Atlanta.
We're obviously really excited, right? We haven't had a lot of Tier 1 events this year. We missed some invitations early on in the year. So this is like our first big LAN, I think, of the year since the major. So we're super excited, happy to be here in NA. Hopefully make everybody proud.
Has everybody on the team been to Atlanta before, or mainly most of you, or what?
No, we've all been here. We've been to the other DreamHack Atlantas. Okay. I think JBA was last year with Wildcard.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, we've all been here.
So it's a little bit like home. You know the places you like to eat and go to. For you guys, what does that do in terms of making sure you're on the right page when you get in the server?
Obviously, trying to eat healthy is a big thing. We're all pretty on top of that right now, getting our steps in as well.
Yeah.
We tried to walk here, but I don't think we could this time around to the venue.
Is it hot outside for you guys? Or?
No, it's not too hot. We were in Austin, so it's definitely hotter there. Yeah. But just staying active is a big thing.
So staying active is what you've had to do in the server. And also, since I have this moment, shout out Lake for letting us use this chair. Talk to me about jumping in the server today against Legacy. What are you expecting when you see a team like Legacy across the aisle?
Obviously, they're a hard opponent. We've played them a bunch. I think we have a better head-to-head record against them, actually. I think the last time we played them was the Shanghai Major. We bested them on an ancient, 13-6 or something. But it was a good matchup for us, we feel like. We've played them a bunch of times. So it's not like a team of a caliber of Navi or something like that, where it's like you feel like you're the underdog. We feel like we're pretty well matched up, if not we feel that we're the favorites, if anything.
Yeah, and I think that can go a long way for a team, right? You come in feeling like hey, we can do this. You just can't get complacent. Is that a fair assessment?
Exactly. Obviously, we still have to come in, play our game, expect the things that they're going to do, and then come out on top.
Do you know the maps?
I believe it's Mirage and Inferno, at least. I don't know what map 3 is.
You shouldn't want to be there, right? You don't want to get to map 3, right?
Exactly. That's a future problem.
Mirage, Inferno, which one are you guys going to have the toughest time on?
Neither. We expect them to big dust too, so.
Surprise, surprise. Swisher, tell the NA fans.
Appreciate your guys' support. We're out here. Thanks for rooting for us, and let's go NA.
Let's go NA.
Let's go, NA. That's why we're showing you the Germans here on the scoreboard. Germany with love. Slacks and Sin, obviously big pieces of this Team 80 roster. They've been here for a long time, competing in North America, but I know they're going to be very excited about having earned their spot at the Cologne Major. They're playing at the Cologne Major, hometown major. That's got to be a dream come true for these guys. But first, they've got to let the dreams come true of the North American homies. I thought it was interesting that Swisher actually brought up that Challenger Atlanta that they played, because they played against JBA on Wildcard twice, actually. They beat JBA the first time when he was on Wildcard with Amaranth watching in the audience, and then JBA and Wildcard got their revenge later after Amaranth had left, watching them lose once, being like, oh, I guess CS sucks now, and then divesting from the team. It's tough memories for JBA, I'm sure.
What a roller coaster that was, for sure there. But yeah, I mean, no question that they got experience in Atlanta. It's always fun to see them playing out here. And as you said, it's going to be kind of a familiar territory, as Stunna mentioned, for them. But for Legacy coming into the mix, I mean, the matchups, the head-to-head that these two teams have been playing up against, very favorable for M80. But, Legacy still with a big point to prove, bring in Art, trying to get them comfortable here with the calling that Art's providing. They've had time to build that experience, I think, at this point here. It's about being able to now, find that consistency and especially reach that ceiling. When you have players like Dumao and Lotto that can take over control on the server, the sky is the limit, it feels like.
I thought it was really interesting that Swisher was saying, yeah, we've played these guys a bunch. They haven't played since 2024.
Yeah.
To be clear. And that was a very different Legacy and a very different M80. Like, that was 2 IGLs ago on Legacy. Nekius was calling in that matchup, bro. Like, well, this isn't the same team. If they think this is the same team, I think they're going to be in for a rude surprise because Art is at the wheel now, and Art plays some crazy Counter-Strike. We're diving into it. We're wasting no more time. Legacy versus M80. Let's get this thing going. Let's see what Art Ball looks like live in the server, and let's see if M80 is prepared to deal with it. Because if they think this is the same team from 2024, sorry, Swisher, you got another thing coming here. All right, here comes the motion. One time, Swisher and Dumao were teammates over in Yeah Gaming back in the day. They actually played together on that Yeah Gaming roster. That's a fun fact about this matchup.
Yeah, in Swisher's time frame, that was just a couple weeks ago. It is impressive that he never forgets, though. I mean, he whipped out the scoreline and everything.
Oh, that's crazy.
Doesn't forget a win, that's for sure.
That roster was 2021 when Swisher played with Dumao. Dumao, RCF, Fastin, Swisher, and Boo. That was a one heck of a roster. And I think twice stood in for them for like 2 seconds. It's a throwback and a half right there.
That is. And we know we have a lot of NA fans here watching. That was for you. We'll see if M80 can bring in a pistol. It's just a slow burn. They throw a CT smoke in, trying to get some rotates going, but no one really budges on the side of Legacy. They are all in position here. Nissan with a quick pluck out, and he's got a smoke to back up this hole. Dooley's instantly dismissed, though. That's going to help here on their access towards A.
Oh, they're sticking on the A. This was a
oh my god!
Actually wrapped towards CT, but Sadsin, what a collection through the smoke, and now it's just disastrous here. Lake trying to find something, finding the space at least, but kills not enough, not nearly enough. That's Legacy all the way.
But it's Jake just completely 90-degree flicked. I mean, I don't even know how he did that. He was off screen. First bullet out of his gun when he turns around the corner there. Dismisses that wrap. What could have been potential there for M80 snuffed out by Sadsin. And they don't get a lot of space on A whatsoever. They're going for a force buy though. Trying to keep the pressure on. Tech 9's in hand here. A little bit of space off the broken smoke there. Trying to see if there's any aggressive stance out of the CTs, and that's not the case. It's always nice to see a molly extinguished though for free on Inferno. Every piece of utility is so precious on this map. And one less to worry about on this A side.
You like watching $100 bills burn too, Cole?
I don't have any $100 bills.
Sick freak. Looks like we're gonna get a waterfall out apartments, if I had to guess.
Looks like it. And guess what? They don't have to worry about a molly. Not any longer. They do have to worry about an extra rotate though. Sadsin is joining back up with his teammates, and there's another smoke to try and recycle in towards apartments as well. So the defense is decently prepared here. If that is the end goal. There's that second smoke. That's perfectly placed from Nissan. Always on the ready, but Art playing up close and personal, and pit player dismissed quickly here. Sadsin trying to get himself out of the corner, but they should be able to take the site control.
Yeah, this should be very plannable. Okay, hold on. First step. That's a nice nade.
Oh, yeah.
Oof. Lick is lucky to be alive, limping with 13 HP. But the journey of 1,000 rounds begins with a single force by plant. Does Boiler get fully cleared? Dumao, diligent with it. Nicely done from Dumao, not getting ahead of himself on that one. Knowing that he has some clock to play with, although not a ton. Oh, nice shot from Lake, making me believe here. JPA pivots and perfectly sticks the landing. MP9 straight to the dome. A 90-degree flick shot there, and that's a force buy secured.
That's nasty work from JVA. Stuck in the corner. All he can do is hope that that spray transfer works out, and he is quick on the draw. Dumao and Lotto both taking care of right there. They're happy about that one. That is 2 tough targets to take down in quick succession. You don't have a lot of time to miss on them. And he deals with the pressure here. Lake gonna deal with the opening pick. The HE will take it back though. Nice usage from Art. And he's trying to keep up the pressure. He catches Swisher transferring the guns. Trying to get it out of Banana.
Here. You always got to be ready for that next Art swing. Oh, he got 1 kill. He's coming for more.
He didn't play against that in 2024.
Not on this team, at least.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Gotta be prepared for the Art magic. And he's already back around. We'll be locking down B. Sends Lato to support his teammates over yonder. There's 1 more smoke on Suds in. It's not a ton to work with, but it is something.
I feel like the best usage would have been towards apartments. Instead, they really want to make sure that they're keeping contain of this wrap. So a Moto Smoke tossed in for the T side, just out of the nerves of letting that play slip. But there's a well-placed HE back in return. Nissim down decently low here. Molly to follow it up. Try and get him to swing. And he's going to have to reposition in towards mini pit. Well, the smokes have faded. Rotate's being cut off right now as much as possible, but there's a nice headshot. Nissim doesn't overcommit either. They're just slowing down this play. Flashman goes in, targeting Nissim as much as possible, but that sets up Sadzin and Lotto for success, and it's just Slacks all alone. And the back and forth going to lift off here early.
No bomb plant there either. No bomb plant there either means that money is going to be a little rough here for M80 if they want to try and chase this. Not going to be a lot to work with. Here's how it started. And the second swing in from Art, never thinking about stopping. That was very nicely done. The more mature Art now, though, is he didn't keep pushing Banana and try and flank them. He went back and held his sight. That's how you know he's a savvy veteran. It is a full force buy. But as previously stated, it's down to Tech 9s. They don't have a lot here, Cole.
Same as like at that last round, although that required some serious heroics out of JBA. They need the same amount of success, if not more, as the firepower gets even better on the CT side. A lot more fight for brackets control. A 4-player lean towards the A side, and the smoke completely sections off 3 from this control of brackets. They're trying to boost around the smoke right now, trusting that Nissim can handle the pressure out of apartments, but with all the players ready to go here, Flash is avoided. Nissim just gets to turn and tuck as much as possible. Swisher able to trade things out. Gonna need some deagle shots to rattle off. It's all on Swisher's shoulders. And he's getting a lot of assistance right now. Is Lotto. Help coming through from all angles. Nade trying to chip away, but no more damage. No bomb plant here. And finally, Legacy gonna get 2 in a row.
Nifty bit of tech 9ing there from Swisher, but ultimately just a blip on the radar. No real impact on the round itself. So nothing to fear, nothing to be worried about. All good. And now we get the Glocks. Glocks, no utility behind it on Inferno. Anyone want to play tic-tac-toe back in spawn? Play the bells? What are we doing?
I miss tic-tac-toe.
We're just waiting under the lit. Boosting on up, sneaking into the bedroom. Trying to... If you're wondering why they're stalling this out, not just getting the round over with, if you're newer perhaps, they're just trying to draw out the nades. They're trying to waste whatever little bits of money they can from the Legacy side and force them to rebuy their utility. And while Legacy are probably pretty confident that this is just Glocks on the other side, there's no reason to not use your nades and potentially invite ruin around.
Oh.
Like this! Doom out goes a little bit too bold, perhaps. Lake anticipates that they might have gone for the aggressive move. They're trying to set up a crossfire. And now Lake has an MP9.
Just takes one domino to fall over for these rounds to get interesting. And while it is only an MP9 scooped up, used effectively here, as it is. Lotto taking a lot of flak here. Forced into a little bit of panic, getting hunted down. They are going to rush into the crossfire, but Lake able to provide another frag. MP9 scooped up, and Sadzin will keep things contained. A massive spray down right there with one clip of that A1S. will bail Legacy out from a disaster scenario that could have been faced right there on the B site.
I mean, I wouldn't have been loving the post plant for M80, but a bomb plant would have been tremendous result there. The lack of armor is just ultimately always going to cost you. I think that kind of got bailed out themselves as well. That JBA, I mean, seeing the time here, he's very disconnected from the rest of the play, right? He's on the opposite side of the map. Unfortunately, he dies, to be honest. It would have been tough for him to get back involved.
This is like a lurk or two there, but tough to lurk with the Glock, I do agree. If there was more success, more ground, then you're talking a late flank. He could have been the win condition, but that is nasty damage right there. They are taking heavy fire on Banana. They do send Mao back.
Oh, he's got
but it
one.
is not an even exchange. He's going to throw it deep.
Where does this HE go?
I think they want to let them take control of Banana here first, and then toss it in. They throw that retake utility as well on Nissim. And a nice little corner right there. Could also get aggressive and deal with JBA in apartments. That's something you'd love to do to deny access on M80 in this A-lurk.
Oh, they don't know. Fate brings them together. They're so close. Little boost up over, take this banana control. How patient are you going to be? JBA slipping in towards the boiler, and if he goes this way, he might just totally dodge Nissim. Now the question becomes, when does Nissim activate?
I mean, they threw a molly in apartments to try and get them forward, as you highlighted there.
They pulled the rotation. Look at this. They're going towards A late. Sadzin's come over, but now he's on the AWP. He's stalled out, and they're trying to do this quiet, which means that Sadzin might just get the collat. He's got the one, but is the trait there? Yes, it is. Can't connect. Huge missed opportunity. Now they need to get out of the balcony, but it's just shots going over the boxes. Nissim stays alive way too long. Eventually, they clear these bodies off, but at what cost? Bomb will be planted. There's a huge gap in that motor smoke. That is not helping you out too much.
Ooh, Swisher the reposition
on towards the site.
Dude, I was going to go the long way around, though. And that's scary. Swisher likely not going to anticipate this here. The backstab coming through here. Dumal has one for free. And he's going to lay claim to it here. Now it's all on the shoulders of Slacks. And he is running out of time.
Just doesn't get that scope around in time. Ah, it's brutal. I mean, a little sloppy from M80, you got to say. You lose the first kill on Sadzin, you have a chance to punish him. If you punish him, then you've got Nissim totally isolated on the site. Even when they're dealing with Sadzin, they're so locked in on him that they're giving Nissim more opportunities than he should be afforded. That one, yes, it is down to some snappy shooting from Legacy, but a lot of it has to do with M80 maybe just not communicating, maybe not being in sync. Whatever it is, this round gets away from them.
Absolutely. I mean, the kill on a Nissim, with how much time he had to fight in that angle, is unbelievable. The way that you see Sadzin able to get out of that corner as well and just survive. I mean, that was, as you said, I mean, you were so confident there, understandably so. Should have been traded every day of the week. And M80, the shots just go missing. That is a big problem. Trying to come into this one with confidence, but a little extra pressure on some of the North Americans here on this roster. Ooh, Sadzin, tough miss.
Catching the tags, put the pressure on. There are two players here this time. They get the smoke up. There's not a lot to try and burst through this smoke, right? When Incendiary goes on the other side, you're kind of out of it. That said, there's none currently held by the B players. So pop through actually could be effective here. Blinds the Opera. Opera has to withdraw into the dark corner, but the rifle swings and Dumal makes good on it to the tune of 2. Just trying to stay alive now. If you're the Opera, let the cavalry come in to support. You've left it all onto Swisher. 1v3 on pick up on the angle, can't quite land the shot, and this one turns into a 6th round for Legacy. They are racking up rounds now.
Sadzin just sent 4 bullets down range. None of them connect, and he's just very fortunate to have Dumal and Lotto kind of pick up the pieces right there. You got Dropper in the back of the corner versus pistols. You almost need a frag, but the fact that both Dumal and Lotto were able to get the multi-kills helps keep things secure. Dub's going to get a chance to talk things over with his squad. and try and shake off some of those nerves that are being possessed here. I mean, as M80 highlighted, not a ton of tier 1 events here for them this year. Kind of got used to the circuit here, being involved consistently.
They have had a bit of a bounce lately, though. I mean, it's been an interesting season, right? A little bit of an up and down one. They started with the victory at the Flaw Mythical Land at the beginning of the season, right to start things off. That one was looking really encouraging. Didn't really get anything done later in the next couple of them. Didn't have much success in the Pro League, which that's been an event, the ESL Pro League, that's been good to them in the past. That was disappointing to them. Then they get the first at a Draculan. They go to Frag 20. They lose at a Fragadelphia on domestic soil. They get dropped. That's not great. It's kind of been all over the place for them this season. They've been very inconsistent, Cole. And here, JBA is going to consistently find death in the apartments. It has not been very good for him on the lurks. He's having a rough time of it, and that really does section them off from one side of the map. It takes a lot of blood to get any ground here over towards A.
And B, for that matter. I mean, Lake took a ton of damage there just trying to work through the bottom of banana control. So it feels like all avenues of the map are taken off the server here for this T side. Nice flash dodge from Sadzine. And just one flash being spent to try and fake out presence, and Sadzine telling his teammates, you guys don't have to shift up whatsoever. We have decent apartments control, and we have Sadzine who's covering all of brackets. So Nissim, he's thinking about making a rotate, but there's no need. Stay involved here. Gear up to set up your teammates for success. You got Dumao and Lotto with a flashbang to assist from Nissim as well on this B-bomb site.
They can capitalize. Stage is set nicely, but now flashbang catches. Lotto comes in to support. Dynamic duo here. And M80 once again finding themselves a little disjointed. Don't want to cross in front of that CT smoke, and so they're stalling out. Time is getting away from them. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. No plant available. Just has to survive with that AWP. The round escapes, but at least the op won't.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Josh ran out of time. Couldn't cross, Cole. They were so scared to get in front of that smoke.
They were scared to get in front of the smoke, and they were also blinded up. Again, 2 supportive flashes coming through from Nissim. You don't know about Dumao, who's tucked and covered, right? Usually it's just Nissim and Lotto on that B bomb, so he's still the element of surprise, and Lotto the first one to strike there. Then Dumao catches him off guard, and Slack's doing something, but there's just not a chance to actually make that round feasible.
My favorite storyline of this Legacy team is the tandem of Dumao and Lotto. They've been together since 2021, if I'm not mistaken. January of 2021, they formed that Godsend.
Yeah, probably after the Yeah Gaming for Dumao, right?
Sorry?
That's where they linked up after the
Yes.
Gaming stint ended.
He was teammates with Swisher, and he said, enough of these gringos. We're going back to Brazilian teammates. Let's go.
Again, the ceiling is just so high with that duo. Had their ups and downs, but have found a real sense of consistency here for themselves. And those 2 hit hard. It's hard to deal with here.
Ooh. Okay, there we go. Gets the leg shot on the Lake, but it's Slacks who punishes. And now they've got a secondary op to play with. Just exactly what you want on an Inferno T-side. 2 ops and a bunch of pistols.
I mean, any tool you can use to make things work here. You do also have a decently low Dumao. And only 2 players on this bomb set. Again, one of those super vulnerable to a single pistol bullet here. Nissim gonna have to do some heavy lifting as the rotates try and get involved. Flashbang into the site. There's Nissim with the spray down. He's holding his own here. Another headshot coming through out of Nissim. He's done more than enough to eagle out here for JBA, but he cannot deliver the heroics and locking things down. Nissim able to hold together that A-bomb site.
It feels like we're seeing a pattern for M80, which I think is a lot of times dictated by the fact that they've got some limited utility in these moments. But it's that they've got a good initial idea, and they get sort of the initial foot in the door to try and kick open the site, right? And then when they're committing fully into that, they hesitate. That extra step that lets Legacy adjust their defense, set up differently, bring in an extra player to throw a flash, some extra detail that then costs M80.
As we've seen earlier as well, it feels like that extra detail sometimes, you know, a flashbang and execute, but also some of these missed shots just not being connected as well. There's a tough play from JBA, trying to inch his way past the smoke. That's the easiest pick there for Nissim.
Did he have a flashbang to support that? Yeah, he certainly didn't catch Nissim.
Yeah, well, yeah, if there was, it didn't blind up Nissim, as you said, but I don't think there was a flash. So that's a tough ask. Trying to find any vulnerabilities in this defense, but right now Legacy not showing any. Gonna walk it back towards A here. This is not a bad idea from M80.
Except you're so limited on the util. You've got a single smoke, a flash, and a Molotov, right? So your smoke goes towards Moto, presumably, if you get set up nicely here. Maybe the Molotov goes for deep pit. You go for a little pop out. Sudzin is rerouting in towards deep pit, so this could work out.
He's got a molly, though, to try and delay here. When he sees that utility heading over, see if he can get it off in time. Oh, that flashbang did not work. A
flash in the smoke to burn, and they're missing their smoke. They're missing. That's the second time they've missed this Moto smoke. No one's revealed the pit. They didn't use the Molotov for it. They're still holding on to it. Now Slacks has dropped that in the pit. Sudzin's taking ankles. He's snatching the Achilles. And Lake is somehow connecting some shots, but they need this smoke. They need this space and shots down range, trying to find that bomb plant. Swisher's gonna get it down somehow, some way. They're still alive.
No utility here really for this CT side.
So very lucky there's no nades on the other side here, Cole. They're so very lucky at this. Lato's creeping up the lane. Lato and Dumao are gonna have to do it with the bullets, but there's no health to spare, and they're trying to clear out the site. The element of surprise is the best favor. Need those headshots, and they've got exactly that. Do they expect a second player here in towards mini pit? Swisher's trying to set up on the off angle, dodges the flashbangs, up, connects, and somehow they've recovered. The dynamic duo of Swisher and Lake make this happen. That looked dire once again.
It did it. So much went wrong in there for M80. They're down a man. They're missing some of that utility. And Sadzin managed to make this work. I mean, landing 2 kills and a leg shot on his way out. He goes above and beyond from that pit position where you don't see oppers every day. But the riflers can't come through in time. And when they do, they are dismissed. Timeout called from Legacy. They don't like that one because they had a lot going for them.
Hey, this heads in. Completely overlooked. Doing huge damage in towards the pit. But it's a huge breath for M80. An M80 that was drowning have now pulled themselves a little bit above water. They cannot afford to let this one go away. You gotta start to build, if only for your own belief as we head towards the half. They got the op on Slacks. They got the guns up. Sin's on a Mac 10, but it's Inferno. You can jump around some corners here.
Very possible. They do here. And bonus is that they haven't taken a massive amount of damage on that B side just yet. Like they have so often. Gonna try and work a little bit earlier. 8 control. This is a great read from M80. Oh, there's the 8 cheat. This time, avoidance of the flash. It will catch Nissim fully blinded up, and that is much more like it. Double entry coming through from Sin and Slacks. Those 2 Germans gonna create access on this A bomb site. There is no more resistance, and there's not a lot coming either. Legacy looking to save.
And no reason to hesitate either, right? So you don't have that hitch. There's no more defense on the site. You just plant up. Easy as. Very nicely done here. What was that? And who threw it? What was that? Oh, Sin.
I missed it. What did he throw?
You're the European player. I think it was it a flashbang or a Molotov that went to absolutely nowhere. The Euro player. He's not supposed to be missing those. That's the Americans' job.
Was it M80 that had the thing where if they missed util or something that they'd put $5 towards like the team meal or whatever? Was that
I mean, a lot of them they're going to be buying a nice meal after this map. The number of moto smokes that have just left
that the hidden tech right there?
Gap, dude. They're eating
Just
well
a nice
tonight.
dinner. Just miss a lot of util. Oh, I think I know a better way to afford good dinner, and that's winning some prize money. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's the flash. Huh.
What are we doing here?
That makes me interested. I mean, obviously they have enough money to be fine for the rest of the half, this being the last round of it.
Yeah.
He's just hucking it away. Another fast play towards A, though. And Sadzine this time fully ready. Again, there is a flash ping this time around, but doesn't connect on a Sadzine. I don't think it goes deep enough, and he's been playing in that brackets position all day. And now he's already repositioned to deal with the Halls pop, but a missed shot there, so he's going to make him pay. Does get his util out, shuffling some of those details, and it is just Slacks on the wrong side of the map, a long way from that bomb. I'll have to pick up the pieces of this 1v4. This very well should be 9. We'll see if Slacks can do anything.
Nades out, jumping in. Oh boy.
Oh, nah, not gonna be. Lotto gonna handle business nicely. Make sure Slacks can't get away with much, and Legacy dominate this first half.
First half not quite going to plan for M80 here, but it could just be a legacy game. Inferno looking good for the Brazilians. We'll see if they can close things out. Or if our first game of the day, which saw some very different halves, is any indicator. A little bit of a skirmish in the apartments. Now they will back away. At the moment, neither side seems too keen on getting too aggressive. Swisher, maybe the most aggressive posturing of all here in the halls, and it looks like he's going to take contact. Sin setting up a flash for him.
Oh.
Flashbang works, though Swisher's not quite in position to capitalize on it.
Just give him some decent information, at least to one in apartments, so they only hear that one. Not going to jump the rotate too much here as they enter in towards this A-bomb site. There is some decent presence, but it's slowly getting plucked apart. Lake all alone gets the reload off and another headshot at least to set up a 2v2. And much more possibility now after that late impact for Slacks and JBA to pull through a retake here. Dual Berettas on JBA, set up with the raid boss. And they're already spotting out Lotto peeking forward on the site here. Sadzine stuck in towards apartments. The bomb planted in the corner here, but a quick tap out from Sadzine. And Lotto now taken care of on the site proper. Sadzine, or rather Slacks, were leaning in on this bomb plant here, tapping it initially. Sadzine jumping out of the apartments here, realizes he's off it. And it's a full chase down. And it's going to be a game of cat and mouse to end this one off. Slacks going to be hunting a ghost here at this point as Sadzine ends up punishing, and Legacy a crucial pistol, at least to make things a little easier for themselves in the second half.
Lake is trying to will his team back into these rounds, and it is not going great. Just, I mean, astonishing that he gets the second kill off, needing to put the new magazine in towards the pistol, but it gives them the chance, and the lack of the kit cost them. Slash just knowing he's in a tough spot. The player's a little bit too far away to realistically bait him in, but not close enough. But you can get the quick kill and still get the defuse off. Worst of both worlds.
We did see a force buy work for M80 in that first half. Didn't lead to lasting success, unfortunately, for them, but maybe the second half could be a little bit of the script here. HE avoided nicely by Lotto. They're already wrapping this round up in towards the A-bomb site through Moto. Really difficult to deal with. They're trying to buy as much time for these rotates, but JBA is hunted out of the round, and burning in the flames is Slacks' his only option. Nart lasts a surprising amount of time with that flashbang, but the A-bomb site fully clear, and M80 gonna have to slink away.
Full credit onto the Legacy side. We've seen certainly some mistakes coming through from the others, but the Legacy side have been doing very well. Lato 15-7, Sadzin 17-7, but it's been across the board. It really feels like when anyone's got their number called, they've been up for it. We've seen lots of moments from different players around the map. Very nice first half overall for the team.
It feels like everyone really able to make some right moves. Are not super required, but in terms of the positioning, I mean, yeah, Nissim always where he needs to be, anchoring things down so effectively, setting up Lotto and Dumao on those B-bomb sites. You had Sadzine, who just gave himself so many opportunities. He didn't need to hit everything, but positionally just got, 4 or 5 shots off around it, felt like, with the op. And when you do that, the multi-kills are gonna come through eventually.
Tech pause in my Counter-Strike game. That's not what I like to see. Let's see what's going on here. Who's got the headset off? Analysis.
Checking.
Checking.
So everyone's decently locked in.
Headsets on. All right, no problem. Whatever it was brief. Resolved in a matter of moments. Hangnail. Clipped off.
No blood on the court.
Hold on, what's Steph saying?
I can't quite hear it.
I think something about try to take mid.
Well, with the resources that they have here, if you're trying to take mid,
Trying to figure out
maybe trying to get aggressive and press down. That's one option. Or the other is maybe to try and let them try and work brackets and then flash play to retake middle later down the line. I think those are probably the two best options that they have. If that is the case, given the resources that they're able to pull together. When you don't see force start towards A, it does probably mean they're going to get a little bit more aggressive. We'll see if that's the case. Double HE's downrange here.
Boy.
Bit of chip damage onto Dumao, a whole lot more onto Art. Walks away healthier than I thought he'd be. And he's already up banana right now, putting the pressure on this B-bomb site. Why not a CT smoke while you're at it? Or an HE? Tossed in and said that'll do the trick there. Do it even more. He's not falling away. Will not fall away. And finds the headshot. Lake can't believe his eyes.
Yeah, he's not going to give up that ground. No way. Not when he's got nades to support him. Why would you?
Oh,
now he's got teammates along with him. Now everyone gets to chime on in. The B defenders are gone. Whatever their thoughts might have been towards mid, they're not going to get to an active here because B has faltered and Legacy is about to tap map point on.
I mean, you maybe expect
the scoreline.
You expect one repeak. You expect maybe two repeaks, but that's already an overextension. 3, 4, 5, you start to be surprised by Art consistently running around the corner.
That was just as much about Lake repeaking into him as it was about Art sticking around.
You're going to give me the opportunity, right?
I think it was a mutual agreement that one of them was dying on that engagement, and they were going to find out who.
To make sure things get tidy, or are kept tidy, rather, for Legacy. It's just Art with the chaos creation. And as you said, you know, there was great backup for it as well. If it wasn't Art's Mac 10 to finish the job, it likely was the HE on top of his forehead. That would have done the trick as well. I mean, look at the double blast right there coming through. There was no chance he was walking away alive.
Lake was Yamshit in a crater after that one. All right.
Not
comeback
familiar.
Begins here. Comeback. It starts right now, Cole. Because if it doesn't, it will be over.
Yes, it will.
This is how Counter-Strike works.
Once you get 12, it's tough to lose any rounds. And we've seen some decent comebacks, but this is a mountain to climb. If you're a matey.
I'm asking a lot.
Art's looking to start it off here with, of course, an aggressive stance. Flashbang in the face of Lake. Easy pickings. At least Swisher trades it out with the wallbang damage. There's going to be much more pressure behind that molly. Smoke might deter them from any further aggression, but that chaos created might be good enough alone here. Nissim, though, going to go down the other side of the map, and Slacks, with the communication from his teammates on B, is going to take a lot more space. Oh, I like this. In towards the CT smoke right now. Dumao with a big element of surprise. And could completely blow this round open. An unknown quantity here. And there's 2 B players that are very vulnerable to this right now. Swisher seems somewhat weary of the idea that someone has lurked through the coffins, but as the smoke fades away, so will he. And just left towards the backside. No more CT smoke, so they're going to have to take that dual head on. MP9, the only resistance, but JBA holding his own. Sin trying to buy enough time here for his teammates to get involved. There's a smoke down. Dumao trying to isolate duels, but this is a nasty crossfire. Plays around the edge of the smoke and finds another.
Oh boy.
Puts this one into question, but the bomb is down.
Time is the issue here. 13 seconds. Has to get right back onto this, but Slacks gives him an opportunity. He wants to chase down that op, but knows he doesn't have the time to spare. But JBA will not be missing. So at least a little bit of something here. A little bit of sweetness for M80 on the very end. If they can play themselves back into form here just a bit, it'll bode well for the series. I do want to say, in the praising of Legacy department, the beginning of this round, the flashbang timing with Art to get that kill on the top banana player, Lake, was beautiful. That, to me, beyond, yes, Legacy are shooting well. They're playing the biggest difference between these teams that I've noticed right now is the utility. It feels like Legacy are very on point with their timing, with their flashes. They're not missing much. Everything's hitting the way it should. The damaging util is doing the same. for M80, we've seen a lot of sloppiness. Mistiming with the flashes, miss smokes, little bits and pieces that can be the difference between victory and defeat on a map like Inferno. Now, Legacy are trying to find the killing blow. They're trying to go fast onto this, and they gain some space in towards CT. Swisher has to hold up here. He wants to make a play for the smoke. This could be bold. Is there a flashbang to support it? Is there anything to support it? Or does he just have to pick his timing? Pick his timing is the answer, and he finds the right one. Finds the kills as well. A second tapped on top of that. The op strikes true. Nissim trying to back on out of this, but M80 have finally found their fight.
So much potential right there for Legacy, but the rotates coming through in time, and everyone able to hold their own. Swisher with a big multi. Snuffing out that play from Art inside the smoke. And dealing with that extra pressure there of that wrap potential. And it's going to be a back away from Nissim. Trying to dispose of as many AKs as possible. Keep those out of the hands of the CT side. But there's some more to hold on to here. And M80 staying alive here. Now is the right time. I mean, no better time than ever to fix some of those mistakes here. The pressure a little bit relieved, knowing that you got to take this one round by round. It's a long shot to come back into this one, but if you can make it competitive, and if you can start to nail down some of those details that you were mentioning, right? Start to land a lot better utility. Start to build a little bit more confidence in some of these key players like Swisher for this M80 roster, then I can at least help you out throughout the series.
That's basically what you're playing for right now. Until they hit, I'd say 9 rounds. We're fully believing this is at best a cosmetic comeback. 9 rounds, we start to have the conversation.
I'm with you. I could buy in if they get 9 here, but still, the pathway gotta be paved. And there's still more at the availability for this investment. We'll see if they want to keep up that up-tempo. It certainly seems like it. Already working their way through apartments control here.
I mean,
looking to take brackets soon.
Gun. He's got the Mac 10. Why would he slow down, Cole?
That just means speed up. So I'm just going to blow open the smoke here. And not going to get a visual on anything towards brackets. Just a flashbang in his face. But Legacy not all in on this play just yet. Nice lineup from Art there. Gonna land in towards the library, try and void off the rotates that are coming through, but you still have slacks to deal with, and you got Swisher committed as well. But that's enough to keep the vision out from the Opper, so you're gonna start to scale somewhat effectively here. Smoking towards arches as well. Art, of course.
Brave this. He's gonna go through it. He's anticipating this play from Swisher that he did before. Oh, does Swisher realize? He does. He snaps around just in time, and now he gets that kill. So they've confirmed each other's presence, but it's cost them Art's life, and there's not a lot of utility behind this now. There's no more smokes, certainly. So you're going to be going on
fade away in library soon, surely.
That's going to be a problem. Oh, the kill. Sadzin delivers. Now the Molotov goes in to clear it out since feet are burning. And just in the nick of time, as those smokes were fading, now you get a chance to plant this bomb. Sadzin gets around the corner. Bomb is stuck down, and a tough retake required of M80 that they'll have to do without Lake. It's all on slacks. There's just no world. There's no way. There's no chance he's even getting out of the library. Lato is guaranteeing that, and it's Sadzin to deliver the killing blow. It felt inevitable. A tiny bit of momentum there for M80 at the end, but this map of Inferno was all Legacy all day.
Yeah, that's a clinic right there from Legacy, especially that last round. A decent bit of patience and a couple of entries there. They hold their nerve. They are letting Art take the space and create the chaos. They're, of course, forcing these positions here. If you're Slacks and Swisher, you would love to be playing in front of those smokes instead, but it's just Art forcing them to play out and towards CT spawn where they have no vision to help out the riflers, so they're vulnerable to the wrap and they're vulnerable up lane, and they have to play on site. There's no good options for M80 in that last round, and the entries eventually come through when they're ready. I mean, Legacy able to shut down the M80's map pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the bad news, is if you watch that map, you would have had no idea that was M80's map pick. They did not look to be locked in for it, and that's really going to be a struggle for M80 now. We're going to be headed to Mirage. We heard in the pre-interview that they were expecting this to be Dust 2 in the M80 camp, so a little bit of a surprise there, but maybe a welcome one for M80. They're definitely going to need it in just a moment after this.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up his deagle, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Awesome. Heading into IEM Atlanta. Are you excited to be back here?
Yeah, it's a good tournament. Last year I can't play, but I think it's a good tournament.
Expectations for Legacy. I think as of late it's been kind of hard to figure you guys out. Obviously you had good times, good periods, bad periods. Where do you think you're at right now?
Yeah, I think right now we find a good pace for the team. I think with the art change, we think we have a good shot here, and I think we could make a good run here.
Yeah, and you're coming in with a bit of confidence. Last time you played, you won a tournament, and I guess that counts as well. So what are the expectations for you guys here? Is it playoff, or is it just to continue to get better?
I think our expectation for us is make the playoffs, of course, but I think we just need to show like good CS. We want to show good CS.
Alrighty, well, best of luck with showing the good CS and have a good time here in Atlanta. Dumao, I want to speak to you, bro. You've been around for quite some time. You're back in the States now as well.
Yes.
How do you like it here in Atlanta?
It's been nice. I like USA. It's my first time here in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been nice.
What is, because I've spoken to a lot of different players, you know, if you were to describe America and Atlanta in particular, I always like, everywhere we go, it's just big buildings, tall buildings.
Yeah.
Is it like that in Brazil as well? Is it unique when you come to America?
Yeah, I think every country has your unique style, but it's not big as Brazil is not big as it is here in America. Big buildings, like very big towns, you know. So I think it's different, but here is very nice. I enjoy to be here and just go in the buildings and see how it is around. So yeah.
It is a beautiful country, and the weather is good as well. Now, this is going to be a controversial question to ask you, obviously, but the food here, like the Americans are very proud of their steaks, their fries, etc.
No.
Brazilian food or American food?
No, Brazilian food always. Much
better?
Yeah. There is no other place. And you know, to be honest, everybody knows this question. Brazil is insane.
So it's a stupid question on my part. Speaking of this tournament, you're obviously coming in, you know, straight after a win. Last time you played the tournament, you won it. There's a lot of confidence in the camp now to get back on track, sort of, for Legacy?
I think not because of the wins, but because of the talks we had and the perspective that we have as a team now. I think that this makes us much more confident, and I think the results will come as a consequence of our actions and attitudes in the game.
Is there a minimum goal at this tournament, or is it just to continue to show that you're getting better?
Our goal is to win every game we play. Yeah. So I think our focus is always now, and in this way of thinking and playing, I think we can win against anybody.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking to Lake, talking about the schedule and bringing everything together. I mean, for you, you're having to commit, I imagine, a lot of time over in the US side of things. The travel and getting your scrapbook organized and everything, do you find it actually has to differ in order to succeed either in the US or in Europe?
I think since we haven't played that many tournaments this year, right? But yeah, of course, I think in NA you can keep it more simple. But I think especially when we play back-to-back tournaments, which in this case, this year we haven't yet so much, you got to keep it more, you got to mix it up more, I think, usually. And now we just kind of play tournaments, smaller tournaments also. We have a few breaks in between. So yeah, just a lot of time to focus on ourselves. And I hope we come now to our first big event this year and show what we practiced.
Yeah, I was saying I wanted the US audience to be behind you guys, but it's not entirely the case. So you got to come over from, you know, doing academy work with Big and then trying out the in-game leader role and then, you know, ending up in this situation. I think what I was surprised about learning about you was that you actually had a lot of ideas, even just coming into MA2, that you had, you know, this ethos that you wanted to bring forward. How's that evolved over the generations and, you know, as the roster has continued to develop?
Oh, now we're going way back. It's been a bit more than 2 years, I think. And I also re-signed my contract with the boys, so I'm just really happy. We have so much freedom in this team, both for the players and also for me. I can just also fully, like, all my ideas, I can share them with people and just play our game. And yeah, I think it's just been constantly like developing ourselves. We had some player changes, and I think now we had like a nice stable lineup where we're just gonna work on for the future. And yeah, just I think, especially in this lineup now, we had to like start from the beginning a bit more, include Josh in our lineup and just teach him all the things that we thought he might knew already, but maybe didn't learn in his old teams. And yeah, just like, it's amazing we have now a stable core and we are just working hard and yeah.
All right, just last question before I go. the quality of teams that you play at these tier 2 tournaments in EU, do you find that they're less organized, they're more chaotic? Because I feel like it's such a grind nowadays that things feel more random than ever before.
Yeah, I think there's for us at least, I wouldn't say we have an easier time versus better opponents, but I think we definitely, because these are the teams we watch the most, we watch their demos, so we kind of try to have a structured game as well. So we just watch a lot of them, and then when we hit like a bit more like younger teams, a bit more teams who just play with full confidence, who don't care so much maybe, especially at these smaller lands, it just means we got to focus more on ourselves. And I think this is the biggest thing we learned in the last tournaments. And yeah, we try to keep our C game or B- game up. And if we do that, I think because we definitely have the highs, but it's just about lowering our base level. So that's what we focus on a lot. And yeah.
Lake, what's it like now? You're coming to IEM Atlanta. You guys have had you've sort of had to grind some lower level lands. You've been pretty successful. Feels like you're kind of ramping up at the right time. How strong or confident do you guys feel in your game right now?
Pretty good, honestly. That Draculan win obviously felt good. Played some pretty good teams there. Coming back, took a little bit of a break, had some time off, struggled a little bit there. Then we got a confidence boosting win over Wildcard, I'd say, and then things have been looking better since then. So,
how are you guys actually handling the scheduling? Because I mean, having to go to some of these tier 2 lands and then having to fly in and play. A domestic tournament for yourselves is always really good. But how are you handling that? You're saying after a rest you maybe looked a little shaky. Do you feel like you have to grind as well?
I mean, yeah, of course we have to grind, but it's just one of those things where you take a little bit of time off. Obviously, you're going to be a little rusty. Everybody needed a little time off too, because that into the major run was a bit of a struggle. Dracula, we really needed it, so thankfully we got it. But yeah, I would say right now, just keep our heads down, keep grinding. I think the team's feeling well. We're pretty confident coming into this tournament, so we'll just see how we do.
Do you feel like the best North American representative at the tournament? I mean, we have, you can have conversations about Liquid and their situation as well, but you guys seem to have rallied quite the audience around yourselves as well, because you've had to grind up the levels.
Yeah, I'd say, there's a few teams who obviously have support. NA supports their own, even though some teams aren't so NA anymore, but I won't comment on that. But yeah, I think we have a pretty good fan base right now. I think the North American people like to root for us. I think it goes the same for every team as long as you're not playing one another. If you're playing, let's say, NRG, obviously people are going to have their own choices of who they want to win. But if it's an NA team playing, let's say a European team, I'd say for the most part, they root for the NA team.
Well, I hope the audience is behind you. Thank you for your time, Lake.
Thank you.
The audience will certainly be behind them, but that requires that they get to the audience first, and that can be a tough task here when you're faced up against a team like Legacy. M80 lose their own map pick of Inferno. Now we head into Mirage, and I don't know if that's going to be clear sailing here, Cole.
I'm with you. I mean, it was a little bit nerve-wracking here for the side of M80. Just a lot of mishaps that we were breaking down, some smoke, some small details, not really connecting. I mean, sometimes, some of your sharpest players, they're giving too much time for players like Sadzine, for players like Nissim to hold down bomb sites. And when you give them that extra help, it's going to be really hard to get these round wins underway. Got to see if they can tighten up a little bit here for the map of Mirage. Definitely going to need it, as Legacy are hitting hard, right? Their key pieces are finding space. That you look at Art and what he's been doing, creating a lot of chaos in Inferno already. And then you have players like Nissim who are anchoring things down so effectively. Feels like everyone on Legacy has come through ready to play, and they're looking to continue that on now their map selection.
And if you're wondering, how's Legacy's Mirage? Well, their most recent victory is over a 9-seed team that's turning some heads over on the other side of the world right now. So keep that one in mind.
Yeah, they got a nice Mirage. When you combine Lotto and Dumao on this map, it is not easy to deal with. And this start not looking all that promising for them. Swisher with the first frag, and Sin to follow it up. There's the connections looking clean. Now it needs to close here. Nissim looking to make it a little bit more tricky here, but with help from Slacks, shouldn't be too much of a problem. Sadzine on an island here, stuck in the corner of Cat, and can't really get himself out of this corner here, trying to find any access. But they will all swing him together here. And M80 on the board for the pistol. That is their first.
It is. It's very nicely done as well, right? They contain the catwalk presence. It's a little bit of a shooting gallery for the player backbench. I think that was Swisher. And then by the time they start to actually connect some shots from the Legacy side, the cavalry's arrived. Support's there for M80, so nice, comfortable pistol. But you're absolutely right. They got neither of them over on Inferno, and that's always going to make life more difficult. So hopefully for M80, this says some good things to come. But first they have to survive the force buy. It's Tech9's up. Quintessential art type of play. Legacy play as well, and they're fast in towards the site. Sin's able to repel the first invader. But a bomb plan, he might just be conceding here, and as Sin drops, Slacks has to try and rally. Now he's got support, but they're stuck in the market. Wasting a lot of time here without planting the ball. Might miss their window, unless Dumao widens that window right out. Oh boy, headshots connected. It's JBA in the clutch. Now it's not just about the bomb plant, it's about the victory. That HE, if it found the mark, would have been on. Those went down from the plant. Guess I'm hearing footsteps. JBA is trying to bait the peak with this.
They get a smoke down to try and separate these fights. Instead, he's going to grab the gun.
17 bullets. That's enough in the magazine. Doesn't need the reload necessarily. Anticipates this. Spots the player wipe, but now he's only got 7, and that's enough. Enough for the spray. Hardly comfortable, but a win is a win is a win.
I mean, JBA did the exact same thing in the second round of Inferno as well. A 1v2 clutch to save his team and keep them in the running. And there's another prime example of it. A huge lifeline. Granted, look at what Dumao's able to do. He pushes past the smoke and makes them pay. A huge 3K before JBA is finally able to shut him down in a smart clear. I thought Nissan was going to have the jump on that angle, but JBA doing his due diligence. They will close it out here. They're going to give Dumao a hero rifle, but they're not going to be caught in the force buy trap. At least not fully. They're trying to get set up here going, and JBA going to launch into the opening frag here, just flying in for that early duel. Dumao and his hero rifle already sidelined. Scooped up by Lotto.
Play JBA a little further back. Ideally, though, he's so low now. Not
Give him the op, maybe?
Peeks into the pistols anymore.
Little Bogdan.
Yeah, give it to him. Give it to him, Slacks. Let him off.
Or just give him 4 teammates that can help him out. That's good too, I think.
That works. Anything about JBA opping?
I'm sure it's pretty good.
Secondary?
I feel like he opts and pugs and stuff, surely. It's usually where you pick up most of your game here. He's going to play in front of the smoke. And, well maybe JBA doesn't need help to find frags. They're just going to handle business. Just Lotto with that rifle that was scooped up early. Versus 4. At the first hurdle, he'll fall. Slack's going to handle it. And there you go, 3-0 for M80.
It's a good way to build your confidence early, right? After getting battered on your own map pick. You come out, you get the pistol, you get a nervy anti-force, you manage to bring that through. Now you have a pretty comfortable commanding round here, you get the 3-0. Okay, far from conclusive. Now we're going to see the gun buy, we're going to get a much better picture of what this looks like. But for M80, it's an early confidence builder. They got a little bit of bank to spare. They've got all the utility in this round.
See what the real first effort is here. HE to blow open the smoke, and Sadson had his finger on the trigger and the crosshair exactly where it needed to be. He knew that was coming.
Oh, that's nice.
Some great preparation right there from Sadzine. Finds the opening pick here. Swisher able to level the playing field for now, but there's pressure up the catwalk that he's got to avoid, and he's lost his teammate in apartments. And he's lost his life as well here. Lake, the only surviving hope close to this B-bomb site, but there's help on the way there. JBA joins forces, and there's a fighting chance here through the market side.
They need to kill to invite them back in. JBA is already checking the flank, seeing if everybody's getting into this, and yeah, they're going to back away. Seems like they're going to concede. They're going to give this one up. There's enough money to spare that, especially now with that AWP retrieved, they should be able to string something.
Whoa, okay.
Ooh, that's one cheek.
One less cheek for JBA, but a cheeky little smile there, knowing he got away with it.
Tough to sit down, though.
That would be awful. Yeah.
Still So that is first gun round and Legacy on the board immediately. Right, so these are the rounds where it starts to get the proof in the pudding.
This is just such great prep work here. Sadzine, I mean, he had that fully ready. Looked at his notes and said, this is what Slacks is going to do. What's the next round? That's the sort of game plan you love to see out of Legacy coming through prepared here for this matchup.
Yeah, and that was the other big change for them, right, along with Art, is they made a move in the coaching department. Chucky had been standing behind this team. When I talked about the longevity of the partnership between Lato and Dumao, Chucky was along for all of that as well. There's 6 years playing with these guys. This is now a quick hit, and JBA repelling. I'll stop yapping about that and start yapping about the action. Dumao trying to keep this in the realm of possibilities, and Lake is so very low.
Oh, no.
That now at this point, this gets pretty tough for M80.
Yeah,
try and route through CT. Sadzin's posted on it. Ready to receive. Someone tells me Slacks is going to need to be snappy on the shoot, and if M80 is going to make a game of this one. But they do have the luxury of being able to wait and force Legacy to make the move with that bomb.
And Legacy hoping that the CT side will make the first move, and they might be right. So that's in a bit of an off angle here with the op, not holding the cross in towards CT, but instead waiting for the jump up. No way, he absolutely reads it like a book and spots out the low HP rifler. Caught with util in hand. Lake gonna hit the deck. And that patience pays off in a big way for Legacy.
All that chaos, all that madness, and then you just pump the brakes. Slam the brakes, come to a halt, and know that they're going to get antsy. They're going to want to know what's going on, and somebody's going to come looking for you.
When you're so used to constant activity out of this Legacy team, the ability to be able to call that out quickly and slow down the play, that is everything. And I mean, speaking of some early motion here, it's Dumao already up the catwalk. This is an A stack here. There's no resistance in middle. There's an HE to hope to blow open the smoke, and might be a little too late. Gonna coast into an open bomb site. Not really having to expend a lot of utility to get there, and Legacy gonna quickly knot things up, and these gun rounds are looking pretty for them.
So to my point earlier, the big change also was bringing a new coach, ADR. Taking the place of Chucky. Longtime coach of this roster. That was the other big shakeup, as well as bringing in Art. The difference of philosophy, difference of approach, maybe difference of preparation as well.
Definitely feels like it here. I mean, this is a team that, you know, sets himself up nicely for these tier 1 events. You see that start from Sadzine, you know they're doing the research. And they're consistently trying to target up this catwalk as well, which is an interesting approach. Gotta get a little bit further away from that bomb if you're Sin, and that's gonna cost them. Trying to find any extra firepower they can or rip it out of the hands of their opposition just at the tail end. Round's gonna fade away. No more opportunities there. A little bit of chip damage though for the CT side to hope on. The big concern is now that these guns are they gonna be able to stop and stall this T side from taking map control, especially towards middle, as we've seen. Dumao in back-to-back runs has just flown up catwalk. And they've had enough of that. Art gonna try it this time around, and that's a lot of damage done early.
Yeah, that answer as well, just skipping a nade down the middle. Saying, I bet somebody's pushing this. And they were absolutely correct. Didn't quite find the damage they were perhaps hoping for. But you can see these are some wounded walking in towards the site. Nissim traded out there. Heavy advantage for M80 as they look set to secure a gun round unless Sadzin and Lato can make some magic happen. Now that is a big unless because these two players have been having a lot of success. We cast our minds back to the Inferno.
They got a little bit of a Bogdan situation going on themselves. Solado taking that damage through the smoke early. He's on the up. Now Sadzin has to work with the rifle. But M80 wisen up to the patience And the 2v2, they stepped into the crosshairs of Legacy. This time they're going to avoid that as much as possible here. This might be a save as they enter in towards apartments. Try and find some safety in this round. Keep that up. Keep the rifle alive. You got a decent bank account behind it. But there you go. There's the adjustment from M80 that they definitely needed here. Being able to, you know, throw 3 players in the window room and just spam that top mid smoke through their window utility. That is a great response.
So the long, slow save here. Maybe an appetizing prospect with the AK, but you don't quite know where these players are saving, and CT economy certainly needs to build. Even spotted a little bit before that smoke bloomed, right? Players jumping through. Help zero in the aim here for Lake. A little bit of util discussion there. Couldn't quite get the exact specifics of the round.
Util for the top of mid boxes. This time a little bit more passive in the mid control here. And this time for Legacy, maybe some lessons to be learned. Trying to avoid a smoke spam. And a lurk smoke for Swisher to try and get active on the catwalk. He's also got a second smoke there.
I think he's anticipating them making a play through it, which based on the way they've been playing so far is
not a bad idea.
He said some smoke for himself. Get them out of the con. They're going to work their way towards a window.
Window smoke's going to fade away, though.
I suspect that's what they're calling Lake around for, is to try and give a different angle for the support on window. Because Swisher knows they know, and there's confirmation that everybody knows what's going on here. Incendiary and a nade to chase that up. Should be some decent damage. Swisher tries to go through it and somehow lives, and Sin's the one who collects a kill from the underpass.
Oh my god!
So Swisher lost. Sadzin finds that angle to put it through the wall and confirm that kill.
Tough way to go out there. I don't know if there's any path to survival for Swisher. He's stuck in the corner with so many eyeballs turned in, but it would have been nice to stay alive for a little while longer. At least keep some attention turned in. Nissim's found a small window of opportunity here, trying to take it though, and tries to get his util out for a split second. Got a lot of chances on the slacks. Jumping every which way. And the B play coming through.
This is tipping them off. Now they're seeing the utility. The question is, how long can Sin stay alive? He's getting cleaned out. He gets the one. He stays alive for a moment, buying precious time. 10 seconds, 11 seconds. Slacks hits that shot through the window. The op is peeking. 6, 5, 4, 3. Here comes the jump, and the kill confirmed. JBA, can he catch that defuse before Nissim can get anywhere close? He absolutely can. Kit to him. Nissim can do nothing about this, so he'll watch the round slip away, but he might just get the last laugh of the kill. Can't even find that op to slip out, and JBA, the man who joined this team at the beginning of the year, gets them a crucial kill and a crucial defuse to secure the round.
Second 1v2 of the map here. Third in the series so far for JBA. The timing through that window. A small detail, but I think Sadzin thought he was a little bit safer on the site. And that's going to feel frustrating right there. It just delays his bomb plant a split second. And created some extra time for JBA to be the hero. Risked it all. And he's going to be rewarded. Legacy into a timeout afterwards. So you know that was a big pivotal round here. With 2 rifles being brought into the mix, some Tech 9s to back them up. They want to get back on track here and keep things competitive in this first half.
Fun fact there for the JBA fans out there. JBA's younger brother, the younger Barut, getting his own playing career started.
That's exciting. We all know the younger brother has the best gaming skills. 2 Kamau having some good gaming skills as well. Takes care of Slacks on the first frag, and that's a quick trade onto JBA as well. This time, not going to be able to play the hero, but still have some support there. Swisher, through the smoke being blown open, is evened out the numbers here. They're going to take control of CT, though. They're waiting for this, though. Lake ready. Op scooped up. They see it vanish. That might tip them off there as to where this retake is coming in from. Utility being tossed through CT. Lotto waiting for his chance to strike, and he's going to get it. Avoiding the flashes, Sads, and he turns in time. And Swisher going to have to back away as a Legacy make it work with 2 AKs and pistols to back it up.
Maybe they should call JB his brother. Some reinforcements. Need a 6th man on the server. Maxwell in here. Legacy, that's a great time to strike, right? And 3 players alive as well. They can start to build. Troubling for M80. Not around, you should be letting slip away. A little smile there on the face of Sads in. A little happy bounce as well. Going in for the hydration. We got the timeout call coming through from Def. Understandable here. Try and figure things out. Try and get them focused up before they let this lead slip away.
Right now, Legacy and their executes are really thriving when they've got the utility to do so, and when there aren't a lot of hiccups. Saw that early mid double, almost double kill rather. It was just a single frag, but that early damage that was done and the great resistance that M80 brought towards middle did leave Legacy a little bit confused, but when they're able to manipulate the map a little bit, take that early control, that just becomes a lot more tricky for M80 to handle. They've been throwing in some great deception as well in the mix. You see Nism sometimes on the extremity putting some pressure on the map, forcing some rotates out of M80. Now they're going to force their hand into the aggression. Not going to be flashed up, just a double swing. Blake going to go first things first, and he wins the duel outright. And that's an AK to scoop up there for Sin as well. So nice little prize picked up here. For the CT side, more help coming through. There's a crossfire in towards stairs, but one of the pieces gets leveled by Art. Oh my god. It's Sadson holding in towards window. They catch the re-aggression coming through connector as well, and as strong as the start was here, the finish could be a little bit more tricky. Swisher forced to sit inside a smoke, and they're going to gamble a little bit more, leaning heavy towards the A-bomb site. Sin still stuck in the middle, is going to double back towards B. A lot of good options here for Legacy, and they're going to make a move towards A.
Really,
the only resistance that they got to run into is Swisher with an MP9.
I mean, the big problem here as well is even if you manage to bring Sin back over to try and support this, are they fully aware of the potential pitfalls of where Dumaux could be? And really, is that even going to matter, to be quite frank? Swisher right now is blowing on a Molotov, trying to keep it from his toes. He's going to try and see if there's a window that he can do anything. He's been spotted. The answer is a firm no. And it seems like it's time for him to back on away.
CV can't find any better prizes here. He's going to grab an A1S at the very least. Save on to a more premium rifle. But Legacy going to go right back into a tied score line. And again, letting M80 make the first move or the next move after that early fight towards apartments. Art able to equalize with that kill onto JBA, and then that's where you see the rest of the team start to get a little bit antsy. This frag opens up opportunities. That was on the Slacks rather, but then you see the swing out from the corner from JBA. You see the window peek coming through, held by Sadzen. Inferno brought a lot of early aggression that didn't feel like it ever stopped from Legacy, but this time they're hitting the pause button, and it's really hard to deal with if you're M80. It feels like whiplash in these rounds.
Let's see if they can find some solutions here. This half started well. Be a shame to watch the lead slip away when you're fighting for your life here in the upper bracket. The opening match of the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. A lot to play with here, but the saved guns give them something. Eagle in the hands of Lake. We know he can be potent with that gun. It requires that he be given an opportunity. And Sin will take no opportunities in this one. Quickly silenced. The op connects. Might require the Deagle of Lake if they're going to do anything here.
They make it difficult here.
Make him uncomfortable. Trying to pepper this position. Nice flashbang to push him off the angle. Now they take the space. Art Fearless into the fray. Flash is there. Art barely slowing down for that, but he's got backup. And here's where Swisher activates to the tune of 2. It's just not ultimately going to matter. Because as much damage as you might do, it's isolated. And there's still 3 players up to plant this bomb. And JBA with a P250 is not exactly the most terrifying prospect for Legacy to deal with.
I'm still careful, but as you said, this round largely over. Done with. JBA gonna back away here, save onto his AK. And that lead will slip away for M80. At the very least, a tied scoreline. Here's what Stats has been doing so effectively, just creating a little bit of ground for his team, finding that opening pick right there, dealing with one of the rifles. And from that point forward, even with 3 players on B, they don't really have the best firepower. They only have Swisher on the rifle. And the execute is plenty enough.
Terrorists win.
I have another fun fact about the younger Barut, the Maxwell, his younger brother, starting his playing career, apparently was IGL'd by the GM of M80, Psycho, a couple seasons ago in advance. So the scouting department is going strong in the M80 camp.
You have to make an academy system.
How long until we have players' children competing? And will we ever have a father-son duo on a Tier 1 Counter-Strike?
You got LeBron and Bronny in the server.
We're gonna get it.
We gotta get Simple.
I feel like it's
gonna
be like
soon.
Rain and Raindrop are gonna be playing on the same team in 20 years.
That's good.
M80, though, might not be playing in this server for much longer, at least in this half, as they are getting picked apart here. And what started as a very strong half of Mirage is turning into anything but. Legacy looking to secure the 7-5 lead as we head into the half. Slacks, though, might want to say something about that. And so
that's nice.
Connect the shot. Lotto out of play.
Whole team rotated over here towards A. There's a lot more help now. So this A play,
decided that this is where it ends.
ooh,
to say that.
I mean, not as convinced any longer. Started to shuffle things up a little bit.
There's 2 bomb sites. He does have to watch both. But here comes the move. There's the flash to confirm it. Sin's like, God, I did it for nothing. Come on now. Your shoes and run. First player drops down. Swisher able to hold on. Low HP on one of these. Needs a ceiling Swisher, but he's found himself a little cover with this smoke. They're trying to spam it. They succeed. Oh, cannot connect. What a headshot out from Sadzine. And the FAMAS is not up to the task. So a lead for Legacy as we head into the halftime break. What the hell was that in reaction to? I had a whole thought going, and Swisher just wiped that right out of my head. So what the hell? Let's get into the second half of play. 7-5 is the scoreline. Legacy are up. Legacy are up a map as well. And M80 need to dig deep if they're going to do something here.
Nothing like a nice victory cry to get you lifted off in the first half.
That was one kind of cry. I don't know about victory.
Maybe victory in a certain sense. There's all sorts of wins. They're looking for a win in the server. See if they can find it. Dumao in a similar angle here, trying to cut off the catwalk, but not as successful as Swisher was in that pistol here. And now they're getting shut out. Quick dismissal of these B players here, and they are dominant on their path here in towards the bomb site. And it is already called off here. Lotto and Sadzine have no interest in dealing with any more of what Sen and JBA have.
Yeah,
so that's going to be 2 pistols.
You like having armor? I like having armor. All right, cool. Let's chill.
Simple conversation.
That's
simple answer.
That's the communication they needed. I mean, look, this is now both pistols for M80, Cole. They've got to lock this in now.
That's a lot of times what winning both pistols means. You got to get those gun rounds to couple it. That's been the bigger concern there with the 3-0 start that M80 were able to pull together. Terrorists win. Things could be a lot worse if they didn't have that pistol with 2 gun rounds provided there in that CT side. But they've got both of them. And that's looking to push them forward here. With the armor saved, I'm anticipating a force buy. As successful as we've seen Legacy on the gun rounds, when you get an opportunity like that, you're largely going to invest. That's exactly what they're going for here. Sadzine, I believe, gifted a scout by Nissim. He'll rock with just a 5.7, no armor. So a little extra firepower for the hot hand. What was Sadzine?
Across both maps as well, right? Having a really strong run of form in this particular matchup. Not going to connect any of those shots there. We talked him up too much. So the Jinx did come in. Lato under siege here under the balcony, but a good distraction for his teammates to strike. And Lake up the con is starting to clean up some of these eco players. Art first forward by the flames. Someone's got to watch him though. You got to watch the guy who's flushed out by the Molotov. And so Art is somehow still alive.
The flank.
Oh, what's that? You're going to force Art forward? Well, now he's going to buy a great amount of time, and his Sin backs into this. The backstab is on deck. Nissim connects the first, looking for the second range. He's got it too. 5.7's good for it, and that's the pop-off from Dumao.
Yeah, they mollied Art off, expecting him to fall back here. No, he's going forward. He's getting in your face right there. He doesn't shy away from a duel.
If there's an opportunity to go forward, he always will.
What a catch, and then the survival instincts kick in there. Nissim somehow winning this duel as well. Quick adjustment. That's the cherry on top of a great round right there. Well, letting M80 hear it as they are feeling so lost. And same case scenario here for the opening pick. Art fighting forward, not shying away from a duel. He's a little bit exposed to the underpass. That's a problem. HE misses for Dumao as well. He's spotted. Gun to be retrieved towards the top of mid if they can work their way to get it. And not a bad early exchange for the pistols here.
I'm starting to link up with them in towards middle as well, but there's still a lot of presence here. Breaking the shutter, tips them off to that. Comes the double swing, caught with your pants down is the one. The trade makes that a lot more palatable. Swisher lost, not so much. Good deep shot. A lot of control here towards B. If the bomb could get over, that would be downright nice. Slacks pushing forward. Lato here, and Slacks may have overplayed his hand on this one. It's on expectation of the one. Sin, does he anticipate playing? Nissim realizes, Sadzine realizes that he might have been red. Backs away off of this one. Which is going to give the Sin the space if he could deal his catwalk presence, which he cannot. Lato confirms. No problem there. So the force buy leads to a gun round win, and now it is a very clear path for Legacy to a series close. M80 are in trouble.
There's no question about that there. A huge sigh of relief for the Legacy camp. Getting past that round here. Denying any chance at a bomb plant. Gonna have to call in a Glock Eco once again. And the M80 have been here before, where they're having to climb up a hill. A mountain in Inferno's case here. Still just a hill on Mirage so far, but Lot only gets one there. All the Glocks in the world to line it up. Just a single for him. Rest of the team looking to secure things up, and now has his teammates back there. Art not going to go down. Can scoop up that A1S as well. So the only loss being an MP9. Legacy keep things tidy.
Sin trying to find some solutions here. Directing the troops. For Page in his bag of tricks he's got. It's time to rip it out right now. It's funny, even when his teammates are popping off, you could just hear Art yammering through whatever the next play is. Locked in, totally ignoring the pop-offs to his right and left. All right, what's the maneuver? What do you got on this rifle round? What do you got to show us, Sin? You had a plan. You seemed calm. Jiggle out the op shot. Backside in off of this one. Bait out a little bit of the utility. They got the heavy presence in Palace. 3 players for it. So fortunately for them, the op didn't see the bomb. Only the one. Gotta get the link up here in towards Connector. There's 2 players ready for it. Both up to defend as well. They know they got a player painted into the corner. They want to try and find the punish, but they need to not overextend.
Oh my God.
Art. Nice shot from Sadzin. He drops down. Art collects on the first player through that smoke, and this is coming apart at the seams for M80. Can't even punish Sadzin. He slips away with just a sliver of health, and it just goes terribly wrong.
I mean, Sadzin, it's not the first time he's just gotten away with murder in some of these positions. He is fully exposed. He jumps around the corner and survives. The rest of the team gets involved while he's distracting from CT, and it is such a breeze of the defense. I mean, there's some close fights, but all the help that you need is already on the way, and that just feels like the final nail.
He's very free with some of this, some of the movement, and it feels like it does save him from situations.
Yeah,
probably should be dead. Just like that extra fraction of a second of getting out of the spot. Lake's gonna try and gain his space. It's Tech 9's in a prayer. And the prayer is answered, at least for the first. Lato down, but now they have to answer that off. This time it misses.
Oh my God.
They need. Art plunges into the gap for the 2 kills. But the bomb's now ticking away. This is the best position M80's been in a long time.
Fight for jungle control right now with that smoke fading away here. Swisher from the top ropes is able to connect onto 1, but not enough firepower to trade things out. So Nissim gonna thrive here, and with the USB from Sadzin, gonna come down with a finishing kill there. That's 12 locked in now for Legacy.
Series point for Legacy. They have come here to play, and they are not messing about. Only the second timeout used from M80. They may never get a chance to use the third, because Legacy have not been missing a beat, especially not when everything's working in their favor. They got the money, they've got the momentum, and they've been tearing everything that M80 want to do apart as soon as it meets contact. What's the solution here? Def weighing in. Swisher and Sin both being vocal as well. We can see that. To be entirely honest, M80 have looked a little out of their depth in this one. I will say, at least, we haven't seen the sort of silly mistakes in the utility that we saw in Inferno.
Yeah, that's true.
But it hasn't led to a whole lot more success, has it?
No, not quite. You still got a team that's hitting hard right now in their map selection as well. I think some of the small detail missed opportunities could have been voided off, but for The Legacy, you're looking at a team that's come through fully prepared for this matchup. We got that tone set very early on from what Sadson was doing with that op, and they're coming through a step ahead of M80 consistently here. Now you got a double op and deep apartments control. Swisher just trying to avoid handing over any opening duels. But when you have an op scoped up deep in towards apartments, now you got a boost up in towards middle. There's a lot less resources you have to spend on map control. Here's the jump spot. And Nissim at least confirming that there's one in towards apartments here. Shift up much of the rotates here. He's going to find the first frag. He gets out of dodge. He survives. This time not with any fancy movement, but just by the grace of those bullets not connecting. At least JBA finally able to put him to rest. And Lake with a late lurk makes his way up connector, so there's still opportunities to win this round.
Oh boy.
Well, Lake sees some catwalk art. Oh, gonna get dismissed there. And yeah, Lake did get away with a big one right there. And I leave Sadzine with no other option but to back away.
Jumping around, flying past each other. That's another big round from Lake. We saw this even in the Dire Inferno, right? Lake was still having some of those big impact moments. You could use a whole lot more of it. Okay, let's take that gun away. No fourth kill for you, Lake. Sadzine just ain't missing.
No, I'm starting to think, as good as the movement is from Sadzine, he's got force field on right now. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Something added. It's the off-paw. The off-paw just gives you the... What the hell? They can't afford to lose these guns, man.
No.
M80 doesn't have money like that.
That's an op.
They could not have afforded... He was hunting them.
On 12 HP.
Sadzine had like 10k. He doesn't care. He's hunting them down.
He's got a game where he can actually do no wrong here.
Those are genuine missteps from M80 in retrospect.
Look at this.
I mean, hunting for this at all is a straight up misstep. What about the op-paw, man? Just gives you powers.
Oh, yeah, the skin? Is that what you have?
I don't know why it's not working for me, but I'll figure it out.
Well, you don't buy the op-paw that often, do you?
Sure, that's the problem. All right, so you won a round, but then you lost almost all of your money. Your back is against the wall. No errors allowed. You got AKs across the board at least. No wall. A little bit of limitation to the util. And on the other side, you know there's Sadzine.
Yeah. It would have been so nice to drain.
Machine. Oh, he's going fast to do it too. He spotted a player just on the edge of that. Flashbang nade's going to do a ton of damage. Swisher chunked down. Pressure already being brought on. Nade pop. A little bit of a strained spray, but it does result in a kill going either way. 1 for 1 on this one. Nissim's backing off. Was that heard? I think it might have been. JBA should have a lot of information if he starts his lurk. The question is, can he catch that timing on Sadzine? And he waits the
pounce
smoke.
just yet. But you definitely heard the rotate. So you're coming that over to your team, try to paint the picture for Sin to call the shots here and get the job done. This B-bomb site definitely vulnerable here, but you lost your cat prong with the approach with that kill. Nissim taking care of Slacks, leaves no lurking presence through the catwalk, just the lurk of Swisher right now, and they still have to deal with Sadzine on the site proper. That's not going to be an easy task. Spotting out Swisher on the other side of the map, and Lotto going to handle that. JBA taken down swiftly after, and Legacy complete the sweep here, 2-0. And both maps feeling dominant here, showing up ready to play in Atlanta.
Truly are looking very polished. Legacy lights out. I mean, individuals looking good, utility on point, some great calls at great times. The classic art blend of aggression now tempered with a lot more patience as he has really become quite a savvy veteran at this point in time, but still having those magic art moments where he just holds the W and catches them completely off guard. Really well played from Legacy. This is a team that last year around this time went on that crazy run at the Austin Major and turned a lot of heads, and maybe they're heating up. Back in the US, back in a tournament this time of year. Maybe there's a little something to the seasonal nature of Legacy. Maybe they might be ready to turn some heads here at Atlanta.
Big fans of spring and summer right now for this team, and it feels like, as you said, they're just ready to come in and play here. And a tough matchup versus M80 as well. I mean, highlighted the head-to-heads here between dealing with Dumal and Lotto. Never an easy task, but M80 have historically had a decent job, but see some of the extra impact come through. Sadzi with a great game here, giving himself so many opportunities. He had Art creating space for the squad, and ends up being a pretty comfortable series for them.
And I think this is a huge opportunity for Legacy as well, because if we look at their side of the bracket of the group, right, they're now in an upper bracket matchup against Astralis. Winner of that goes into the playoffs. Astralis, not always the most consistent team. There's opportunity there. Here to talk to us about it and about what we just saw, we've got Art coming on in. Art, how you doing, my man?
Happy to win, bro. Happy to win.
Always a good thing to be. Let's talk about that game. You guys came out really lights out, super strong performance. The Inferno in particular, we'll start there. Did you guys expect it to be as comfortable as it was? It looked like you were really pushing them around the map, really punishing them on every stage of the game.
Yeah, I think we got some very good gun rounds on the Inferno, and we managed to get the ball rolling. And also the pistols help, so we won the T-pistol, and it helps a lot on the next half. But of course, we did not expect to be a map like this, because we know that they have very strong Inferno, and they like to play it a lot. So I expect a way more close game.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of noticed that you all were able to, avoid a lot of damage on Banana. You guys didn't take too much to the utility. Was there any sort of preparation that you were doing for Inferno, or at least expecting it to come into the map pool here?
Yeah, we know how they like to play and the things they are used to do, but it's at the same time they are probably anti-stratting because it's their map pick. So it's a balance. I think sometimes we got it. We got in the bag, like we know what's happening. Sometimes they are doing different stuff, but it's just yes.
Zooming out a little bit, it's now been, 3 months with you in this roster? It's still pretty fresh, but how are you feeling? How is the team overall? What do you think about Legacy now that you've had enough time with the guys?
Yeah, the start was a very good start for us. We managed to get a very good run on Pro League, and after that we got some good matches, but we kind of went downhill a little bit, and we had some troubles we're trying to fix, and we managed to do that. I think the last weeks, the last month, it was very good for us. We practiced a lot, and we talk a lot, and we fix a lot of the mistakes we are committing. So I guess we feel way more prepared as of now as it was back then.
Yeah. Walk me through the new coaching situation as well. I know you have a little bit of time with him so far here, and you've got the reps with him as well. But what is he bringing to the table for your squad?
Yeah, ADR, he's helping me a lot. I think we are struggling a little bit with all this stuff going around. We have such a new roster with me joining, and there's a lot of new threats and new things happening, and he's able to help me through everything, pistols and force buy gun rounds, and just looking what they are doing. So we have a system that we are creating now with him and also Bob's, which join us as an analyst. So they are doing a lot of good work.
I'll ask you one question before we let you go. One more question, that is. Look, you're a guy who had sort of one of the most quintessential play styles, very much your signature style. We saw it pop out occasionally here. The molly comes into Palace, you go forward instead of going back. Those classic quintessential art moments. But we also saw a lot more patience, where you're staying alive, where you're buying the time. You're obviously a much more mature veteran player. You've been through different teams, different situations now. Do you still always have that, the devil on one shoulder that's just like, hold W, push, see what you can get? What's going to happen?
Yeah, most definitely. I did not lose that. Just the way I think about CS, the way I like to play. But of course, as we have such good players, they're very, very aggressive as of their own. So I have to balance that out. Otherwise, we're going to be rushing all around the map. So some maps I can do some stuff like that. Mirage is one of them. I can do entry mid. I can do entry A. So I feel comfortable. playing like that. In other maps, I give them space, just like Inferno. I think I died 3 times in the first half. That's not usual for me, but as things are right now with the team, it's how I think I fit better.
Well, it's really fun to watch. Congratulations on the win here, and good luck in that upper bracket matchup with Astralis.
All right, thank you very much, guys. See ya.
Thank you.
You know it's an aggressive, dynamic team when they're making Art actually hit the pause breaks. Chill out a little bit.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, again, you got a lot of players that like to get stuck in these duels, right? You know, Demao is in the same mindset. Likes to hold W. He likes to, stay active there. And I think him being able to balance that, his own instincts with the rest of the team is an impressive feat.
It certainly is. It certainly is. And some impressive matches that we had today. Our first day here on the B stream. First day of the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. And now it's coming to a close. So we're going to take a little look back on what we've had so far today, because some very exciting results indeed. So we take a look back at the groups here in just a moment. Anything that really surprised you, Cole, about what we got today?
I wouldn't say it surprised me, but I was definitely impressed with Sinner's performance. I feel like they're going to be scary in that lower bracket. A little bit underrated maybe in terms of what they're bringing to the table. They definitely impressed me in terms of their game plan. So I'm excited to see a little bit more from them in the future. And then, of course, a little bit disappointed in M80. I think it was a rocky day for them here. And they're going to be really preparing for tomorrow here. They've got to wake up a little bit in terms of what they're bringing to the table in this event.
We can be honest, Cole. They looked ass today. But I have faith that they will be less ass tomorrow. And at the end of the day, sometimes that's all that we can hope for. I know that we're going to hope that you guys join us for the rest of this week for more of the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. We're going to take a break. And by a break, I mean end the show. Thank you so much for joining us. See you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Tears, a lot of fights, big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray, will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance, indispensable, I'm not redundant, incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it, I rise above it.
Fight or flight, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite. Setting fire to the clouds.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. IMC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis win it. Unbelievable Rogue
and they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!